Bump, 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 bump. All right, guys, the time we've been waiting for, we're here. We're live, GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. That's right, the investigation continues. Day 5, 4, 7, I'm not sure what day we're on right now, but GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada, live, coming to you. Another investigation, 36 hours wasn't enough. They said, Poppy, you did 12 hours, 3 days in a row. You talked to everybody in the poker world live on your call-in. You talked to Robbi twice, talked to Nick Vertucci, felt like he called twice a day. Tom Dwan checked in from Singapore. Jungle Man checked in from the ashram in an undisclosed location, being taught magic by the enlightened one. Joe from Jersey. I mean, listen, everybody loved Joe from Jersey. Charles Liu, Robbi's husband, checked in. Rip, a.k.a. Jacob, checked in. Bart Hansen, Faraz Jaka, Doug Polk, David Williams. I mean, listen, the list goes on and on. Veronica Brill, a bunch of people called in. We had so many call-ins. I talk with everybody. I even talked with an Uber Eats driver named Dallas. And now we're back here. The chat's fired up. Let's get after it. Welcome back. Investigation, day 4, day 5, day 6. We're going to go over the worst takes of the day, of the week, of the weekend that I've seen on Twitter. We're going to take some call-ins. You never know who's going to call in. Listen, I don't even know where these things are going to go. We're going to talk about where the latest updated theories are at in the case. Right now, guys, the case is not looking good for our man, Garrett Adelstein. Garrett, if you guys don't know the story, has come out and accused our heroine, Robbi, of cheating at poker due to one of the craziest hands that the poker community's ever seen. The poker, it's gone viral. It's on Daily Mail. You got random people on Twitter don't know what the fuck, they don't even know what poker is, they don't even know what gambling is, they're chiming in. I mean, I saw this lady, where's this lady at? This lady said, I'm hearing now that dudes are mad at one woman for beating them in a poker because she gambled on a statistically bad hand after reading her opponent's tells, which is, as far as I was aware, the exact reason they call poker gambling and not statistics, and they got 260,000 likes, so I don't even know what that means. Phil Galfond watched an hour of content and made a 25-page thread on his Twitter page earlier. Dan Negreanu been giving out some great takes. We're going to go over those. Melanie Weissner as well, too. Shout out to Melanie. Everybody been giving a take. Everybody been giving an opinion. We're going to go over a bunch of the takes, a bunch of the opinions on here as well. We're going to talk about the latest evidence, which Doug Polk brought to us. And I got to say, it ain't looking strong, guys. I mean, we got a still photo. You know, we kind of went over that, an alleged device in here. I mean, that seems like where we're at with things right now. A few questions of vibrations. I posted the interview a clip from the interview that we did with Robbi on my YouTube channel. If you guys haven't seen that, she basically explains why she gave the money back to Garrett and gives her explanation. And yeah, so kind of where we're at with things right now, guys. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. Once again, it's Tuesday here in the headquarters. But yeah, I basically made this clip of Robbi.
I don't give a shit. I am so tired. I'm so tired of having to explain what I know the truth is, and that is that I made an egotistical call on a man that I thought was bluffing me. At the end of the day, it was ballsy as fuck, and you know, whatever. Some people are like, you're twisting your finger, like what? I don't even know how that even is like relates to me, like cheating in any regard. Like, that was a stressful hand. I was in a high pressure situation. That was a very expensive pot. I also was looking at the pot thinking, I'm going to lose a lot of money already. Like, I mean, how do I steal this pot? I'll raise it at the turn thinking, ultimately thinking that I'm holding 3. I am going to actually release a whole little video on that. And I just needed to clear my head first so I can just like have a video fully me talking just from my heart, not reading anything, just really feeling it out about how that hand transpired for me and what I felt like I needed to say post-hand from certain directions and suggestions I was getting from people. I really just should have slept on it, to be really honest. We all know that like making it like a really like, you know, defensive stance afterward because you feel like you're being wrong for something that isn't something you should be accused of is never a good thing, especially right after it happens. And I was kind of like, you know, told to take that little video that I did on the side, immediately following actually my interaction with Garrett, which is already very stressful because I just gave away my money. Angry star of their show, like alleviate his anger towards me. And for me, I looked over at Ryan. He looked really stressed out. Like, oh, this is a very awkward situation. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, is this what can I do here? It was ultimately like, we're sitting in this weird, like, little area on the corner of some, I don't even know, I guess now I'm told it was a locker room. Like, what are we doing here? Let's get, like, what do you want? Like, what is it? What can we do here? You know what I mean? And like, Ryan was a part of it. He was stepped to the side a little bit. It was just me and Garrett kind of talking, and it was just, and Garrett just wanted his money back. And I was like, okay, like, so if I give you your money back, you're gonna go back in there? And he said yes. And I think, like, Rip kind of explained that a little bit more clearly about, like, how, you know, the reason that he didn't ultimately come back, because he felt threatened when Rip called him the P word. But anyways, my point is that, like, when I was just like, I was kind of shocked that he wanted his money back. Like, I was like, oh my God, like, is he for real? Like, that is so crazy. I never ever thought that he was 100% accusing me of cheating at that point. He mentioned something when I spoke to him. He's like, you know, a million people are going to see this. And I thought it was like embarrassment on his end, like how embarrassing it is going to be. An embarrassment on my end too, like how embarrassing was it going to be for you? And the fact that, like, that you made a call with really shitty hands. And I felt bad. I felt bad that I won a hand I should not have won. We had all won hands we shouldn't have won. That was a very expensive hand I won that I shouldn't have won. And I felt for him. He was extremely upset and giving me the death glare. Okay, and so I'm just like, holy shit. I looked at Ryan. I don't want to disrupt, like, their guy. You know, I came on the show like a week and a half ago. I'm like, I don't want to be the cause of all of this. Like, whatever. And I was thinking, like, I'll get it back. I'm gonna get that money back. I'm gonna play my hands right. I'm gonna get that money back. That's just the competitive nature in me. And if you've seen, like, a couple of hands I played, you know, some of them I obviously play well, and others I take a ballsy, I make a ballsy decision based on my read on the person. And this person I know had bluffed me before on, you know, middle pair, and I just had a feeling, and I'm like, what if I'm right that he doesn't have me? So at the end of the day, like, I was embarrassed when I turned over the Jack 4. Like I mean, looking back, I'm kind of sitting there shocked. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm still shocked. You know, I'm still shocked I won it even twice. I mean, I'm sure, and the world is. It didn't feel like a fair hand to win, so that was part of it. He's angry as hell, and I'm just like, why are we standing in this weird little hallway in this casino? Let's get back in there and finish the show. That's why we're all there. Like, you know, like, he's been playing for a long time. I know he's going to win it back too, so I don't understand why he needed it right then. And I do think that he would have come back in. But I also completely understand Rip's reaction to like, we walk.
So that's basically part of the interview from day 2 we did with her, the second interview. She talks about why she gave Garrett back the money. I got to say, comment section on YouTube, definitely not on Team Robbi's side. Comment section on YouTube very much thinks that is not true. But if you go to Twitter, basically let's kind of figure out how we got here. So Garrett obviously releases the very aggressive, he walks off the show after the hand takes place. He gets the money back, and Garrett hasn't said much outside of this post. So I imagine he's putting together his defense right now, but he basically came out here. He made the 6 notepad thing. He basically said, talked about why he thought that Robbi was cheating, but basically there hasn't really been much evidence. So I think Matt Berkey and the Solve for Why guys, they've been going through a lot of the hands. I haven't really heard much. Actually, I did see one thing. I saw that Andy owes money. Andy actually stole money from Robbi. Check this out, guys. Check this out. So Robbi's going to put the 500 here. Listen, I just made Robbi more money. All right, so Robbi, maybe the Berkey, I don't know if they found this over there. So Andy is going to pull the old live player shuffle, which you got to watch out for these live players sometimes. They accidentally. So Robbi going to fold.
Adding 1 minute.
And then she leaves. She puts the 500 there, the chips there. So she's gonna have these 500 those whites there. So she keeps them there. She pulls them forward.
I wouldn't lie on stream.
And then takes it all in. So I don't know if that's a better race. Somebody said that she owes him the money. Yeah, you can see here, basically she moves her cards forward and she moves chips in the middle. And then when it's collected in the pot. And then the dealer rakes it all to Andy. So Robbi just got a $500 refund. GTO investigations. Listen, I'm sure it's already paid back to Robbi. But yeah, I found that clip right there. Andy messaged her about it. Thank God. Yeah, listen, I know Andy's trying to make things right. Robbi played the man. Shout out to Robbi. So that might be the top evidence that we've seen really come out of this. I mean, I was looking through the tapes. I've been talking to everybody in the community. Watching the hands. And like I said, I'm seeing weirdness. I'm seeing weird hands. I'm seeing some strange plays. I'm seeing different mannerisms. People said the mannerisms are indicative of one thing. The reactions after the hand are one thing. The contradictions are something. But at the end of the day, we're looking for some type of evidence. And obviously the way that the process would take place is there's basically two arguments here. Number one is that this was a legitimate hand. This was a woman who started playing poker online during the coronavirus, then got more into live poker. She happened to meet a middleman named Beans. Beans wanted to get her on the show. He got in touch with Hustler Casino. He got in touch with DJF, tried to get her on Max Payne Monday. Didn't end up working out. The first show she ends up playing is a high stakes show. Has some success against Garrett the first show. Then she comes back again, bluffs a hand off of Garrett as well, too. Looks like she's going to be some type of maybe new star on the high-stakes show. She gets a seat on the Phil Ivey game, which is one of the biggest streams of the year. Over 20,000 people are watching this live. You got Garrett, you got Andy, you got Phil Ivey, you got Crazy Eric Person in the mix as well. Robbi's in the mix. And so the center stage is on. All the spotlight is on Hustler Live that night. Everyone's watching. Everyone's paying attention. And then the big hand goes down where she wins with the Jack 4, and obviously all hell breaks loose after that. So, right. So basically you say, okay, well, where is the proof, right? So what happened here? So is it either in that situation, did she play the Jack 4 legitimately? She says that she misread her hand, and she thought she had Jack 3, looked back at her hand. She actually had Jack 4. She made an innocent mistake, and a mistake that happens sometimes for new players, people in home games. David Williams was on the show. Let me play what David Williams said. David Williams said that he...
And here's what I think happened, honestly, right? Because I've seen it. Fuck, I've wanted to do it. I've wanted to fuck you call somebody before with 10 high, and I'll be honest, I've fucking done it in a tournament before and just whipped my hand in the muck real quick so I wouldn't look like a fucking idiot. But I think she was sick of it. And she wanted to try, she wanted to make some kind of high-level play. I don't know for sure, right? I can't say, but I think this is what it looks like. She made the fucking call. Maybe she misread her hand. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she didn't give a fuck what her hand was because she was in the moment, right? There's cameras. There's high stakes. There's people there. She's playing against G-Man, who's fucking been owning her from what it sounds like. She's just in the moment. She makes the fucking call, and all of a sudden she's like, oh shit, what the fuck am I doing in this hand? What's going on here, right? She's like, holy shit, what happened? And I've been there, not just in poker, but sometimes you do something, you're just like, what the fuck did I do? And then when someone asks you what you did, let's say she misheard her hand, or let's say she just fucking had a feel. You don't want to say that on stream when you're her. You're in this male-dominated field. You're a woman. You want to at least be respected. Oh, I misread my hand. And then people are like, oh, fucking dumb girl doesn't read her hand. Or you're like, oh, I just had a feeling. And then they're just like, oh, you had a feeling? Yeah, you're fucking stupid. No, she's going to try to explain it. And sure, her story gets mixed up because she's flustered. She made mistakes. Who fucking knows? She can't keep it straight. But to think it was cheating because of one fucking hand, because of what an amateur did, shows that you fucking have no idea how these fucking high stakes games goes. If you look at the people saying it, it's the people that would never get invited to these games. Not the fucking games I run. I'm not having Sean Deeb at my fucking game. I'm not having that guy Lex you just had at my fucking game. Are you kidding me?
By the way, this was at 4:30 in the morning. This guy called me 4:30 in the morning, furious with the previous guest I had on, and he brought the heat right here. So
I don't even have G-Man in my game if he wasn't a fucking name from being on the stream. So yeah, these guys don't get it because they don't fucking... They think everyone thinks like them, but they don't. I'm not saying it's right what she did. Of course not. Everyone fucking knows it's not right. But it's like, this shit happens, man. That's how fucking people do this shit.
All right, so David Williams, obviously he put his take, and we got a lot of Twitter fired up right now. What do you guys think? Do you agree with David Williams? Do you agree that this was just a regular hand, and Garrett Adelstein overreacted. He was out of line with the way he handled it after it. He was out of line with taking the money back from Robbi on the separate meeting that they had on the side, which it's come out that Nick Vertucci has said that I guess he was relaying a message to Ryan Feldman on my show, and he talked about how they say that Garrett asked Robbi for the money. I mean, there's this big dispute. Who asked for the money back? Was it offered? Was it given back? Garrett said something about, like, Robbi, you know what you did. And she said, what do you want me to do to make you happy? And he said he wants the money back. There's a dispute about that took place. One side say one thing, apparently, from the message with Garrett. The other side say something else. So basically, guys, we got... Oh, I got to text Tom Dwan. See what Tom Dwan... Listen, Tom Dwan, that guy's out of line. We might need to get him on the show. Let me see if he wants to come on here. Shout out to Tom Dwan. So listen, that's one narrative, right? One narrative. You got a wrongly accused woman who is just a newbie, right? Just a newbie out there having a good fucking time, trying to enjoy herself, playing with her friend Rip in the game. Obviously, there's been a whole Rip issue where Rip has her action in the game, 100% action, 50% free roll for her, as confirmed here on the show, talking with Rip and talking with both Robbi. So now people are saying, is that ethical? Should you be doing that? Is that how high stakes? People didn't know this is how things work. This is common thing. This is how a lot of games work. And some people will disclose they have a piece of other person in the game. Most people ain't going to tell you a fucking thing. They aren't going to tell you anything. They're just going to have a piece of someone and not really tell you. So it's one scenario, guys. And then we got the other scenario, which is a little bit more of the sinister scenario, which is that there was some type of RFID hacking device, right? We've seen these sort of hacking devices in the past where basically how it works is that each card has a transmitter in it, and you have to register the cards with some type of device. So the thesis would be is that there was some type of alternative device brought in by a co-conspirator who registered the RFID cards on that set of device, took that data and put that data in real-time tracking device that would be located somewhere near the table. This device would then pick up on the cards as they're dealt and then relay a transmission to another receiver, which could be some type of phone, it could be some type of earpiece, it could be some type of asshole vibration system. I don't know. I've never heard anybody use that one. But theoretically, you're trying to get that information about who's going to win the hand and what the cards are going to be to you. And the thesis here that some people have is that that message was then signaled over to Robbi through some type of transmission device. Then the transmission device, and people are saying, was it active all the time? Was it every hand? Well, you're playing perfectly. Like, people are so fucking lost in how these things work because they never looked into this. I spent way too much time looking into how all these devices work, how schemes work. I don't even talk about a lot of things that I've heard about out there because some of the stuff is, you don't really have a lot of evidence about a lot of these things. But on this case, you have a video of this taking place. So the alternative thesis proposed by some people is that this was taking place, and there hasn't been any mention of who it might be. She was with Rip, so some people suspect, was she working with Rip, was working with someone else? Like, who are people involved? So you have people like Garrett and others who strongly believe that narrative to what took place, and you have a lot of people who believe the narrative that this is a legitimate hand, Garrett's overreacting, he's out of line, he should never have done that, he made a mistake, he needs to give the money back, he needs to admit that there is no proof. And now we have Hustler Casino Live and Nick Vertucci has been on the show multiple times. They have committed to doing this deep dive investigation into what's happening. And seems like where we sit. And in terms of evidence here, we don't really got much. We got Supreme Leader Doug Polk basically fighting everybody. We got Ada Rhodes on here completely firing up the poker community with a poker-related tweet about game theory and like a graph and a chart, and then everyone was going losing their minds. So basically, as far as I can see right now, YouTube, and as far as I can see right now, Twitch, our best evidence, 36 hours live, countless hours, people pouring through the tapes, is this screenshot of something in her pants. So we got the thing in the pants. We don't know what the thing in the pants is. Some people say, is it a device? Is it a fucking, what's someone say, is it a vape? I saw someone say it's a vape. Like people put a vape in their pants. Like I never seen anybody put a vape in their pants. Okay. Is it a crease? Is it the lighting? Is it a doctored photo? You know, nobody really knows. Doug Polk seems to be the only guy that wants to care what it is. And this guy is taking a fucking beating out there. You know, he's being criticized by a lot of people out there. Maria Ho said this wasn't about Doug Polk specifically. Something tells me that it's about Doug Polk and others. She said, regarding the Garrett and Robbi hand, there's a responsibility to exercise restraint. If you are a credible voice in poker, we should be seeking the truth and not aiming for likes or clicks. It could be more damaging to our community in the long run. So I think everyone has their own route of how they try to seek the truth. I try to be balanced and a little bit more impartial and try to hear both sides and try to get different opinions. And some people form an opinion quickly and focus on that opinion. And in this instance, what I think people are alluding to is that the narrative that there is a high likelihood of cheating going on here. And I guess the argument is that if you put forward that you think there is cheating going on, then you're not seeking the truth and you're only aiming for likes and clicks. Now, I do think Doug Polk believes that there is cheating going on here. He thinks the high likelihood, as he said a number of times, there's no evidence. He's looking for evidence too. But the debate that there can only be one voice and one narrative, and that if you propose something else in order for content or for engagement or for speculation is somehow out of line. And then obviously a lot of people agree with that. So it's kind of an interesting question, interesting kind of going back and forth in terms of what people are saying out there as well. I'm curious what you guys think out there. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Ty Hookah says you're beating off a dead horse. Now listen, people are still interested in this, Ty. I mean, this thing ain't over yet. I think people that say things like that are just so like just out of line. I mean, what else are we going to do? It's October 4th, 1:45 p.m. on a Tuesday. What else you got going on? Like, what else do poker got going on? The Poker Master? Like, I think that's over. You know, there ain't much else going. This is one of the big stories going on. People are caring about it. It's going viral. A woman's making a tweet. It's getting 256,000 likes, you know, about our game. So I feel like anyone that says that is... doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? I don't know. So, but yeah, David Williams said that. I put up I showed up this clip earlier. A lot of people haven't seen this, where Robbi owned G-Man. A lot of people had issue with the word owned. I don't. I think she owned him. But let's see this hand.
Sorry, you missed your chance, man. That was a great opportunity. What's going on, buddy?
I know.
That was the spot.
I know.
I had to take it if you weren't. She may beat my brains in every hand we play, but I can count on someone else. Say good day, Ling Ling.
Heads up. I don't want to talk to you.
We got Andy joining us here in a little bit. First caller up is going to be Andy Stacks Poker. The day has begun. See if Tom Dwan's available as well too. Maybe he want to come on here and share his thoughts as well.
Pair of sixes for Garrett. Robbie's ace king, no good anymore.
I'm stuck. Oh, no.
The more I
Robbie
watch,
makes the call.
The more I watch
Pot now
Robbie,
$12,825.
the more I watch Robbie, the more I just something about Robbie. The more you watch her, the more you start to like her. I don't know.
Double barrel from Garrett, and this hand's over.
That's not good enough.
Robbie looks locked in. We're seeing, right? No devices, anything here going on. Pure heart and soul.
Robbie makes the call. And the river's an ace. She hits her 3-outer. Wow. A king would have been devastating for her, and she would have lost a monster pot.
I'm not trying to replace.
Now she's suddenly going to win a huge pot. And at this point, if you're Garrett, you've got to realize, you've got to think, okay, I've got the worst hand. Am I now bluffing at it? And he is. Robbie has the king of hearts in her hand, though.
How much is that?
It's everything you've got.
All you got.
Exactly. All you got. Pot was $25,000. It's $19,375 to call. She's getting a little bit more than 2-1. He's basically got a flush or nothing, right? She has the king of hearts. I thought the hand was over on the turn.
I call.
Robbi calls!
Jesus Christ. Nice. Good call.
No way.
Good hand.
If that king wasn't a heart, I wouldn't have. Wow.
Big pot energy.
Thank you.
Is that what you thought she had after she gave you the speech on the turn? Mm-hmm. I like Dolan's. Maybe.
Well, wrong person. Supposed to blow up on Garrett. So that's basically one of the big hands. The first hand they played, the first clash they had. And I don't know if there's a lot of people ain't seen that one, but I said Robbi owned G-Man there. So in my mind, when you stack the guy for the $60,000 pot when they launched off with the King 6, I mean, come on, guys, right? Either a punt and owning, whatever you want to call. If I own a guy with Ace King there when the guy blasted off and he has King 6, I'm going to LOL and I'm going to enjoy that kind of hand. So I consider that ownage right there. Some people disagree. That's okay. I can understand. Guys, we can't see your hands. Listen, guys, what are you talking about? Our hands are right there, bro. What the hell are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about here? Wayne Chiang wants to come in. Or Wayne, I guess who wants to come in here? Who's coming on? I'm sorry, I'm getting a bunch of people in here. Nick Vertucci trying to come on, I guess. Nick Vertucci texted me, buddy, I'm live. Come on, man. People blowing me up on here. What's up, Bunga Cat? What's happening, guys? What's up, YouTube? What's up, Twitch? We're back. We're live. Listen, how many of you guys have watched 36 hours of this shit? Because I've seen some people that said they've been watching all 36 hours. So, no, Nick Vertucci said he only got 10 minutes to talk. You guys know we let Nick on here. He's going to be firing off. He's going to be talking a lot, but we got to get him on here. Hold on a second. Let me get Vertucci in here. Let's get some official words from the co-founder, owner of Hustler Casino Live. Where's Dan Negreanu, man? I like Dan Negreanu. Dan Negreanu has been fired up. This guy has been... He seemed like he fired up. He looked like he had a bad day the other day. He got some bad juju. Listen, I thought Dan Negreanu, the king of manifestation, wouldn't put out such a bad feel, but... He busted his hand. He said he felt the jack coming. I mean, anyone knows you set your intentions to have the opponent hit a jack, Daniel, then the jack's going to come. Maybe Sarah Palmer really did put that hex on you. But he had a pretty good take here. He said, I've taught many novice players, and I've had combos that went like this, alluding to what happened with Robbi. Why did you check the river? I was trapping, but you were last to act. Well, I know, but I just figured he wasn't going to call, so why not bet? I knew he didn't have nothing. Point being, when an unsophisticated new player explains their thought process in a hand, in most cases, you should expect it to make little to no sense. I've experienced it countless times and recognized it with Robbi's comments. Robbi spelled wrong. Comments after the hand. So Dan Negreanu chimed in, and he is on the side of there is no evidence. And he also made a poll about if G-Man should give all the money back. And I don't think that G-Man is going to be giving the money back anytime soon until there's more that can be done by... Nick Vertucci. So hold on, let me get Nick Vertucci in here, guys. 1 second. 1 second. Everyone tell me what to do in my text message. Listen, guys, calm the fuck down. Everybody got an opinion about what people should be doing. Hold on a second, guys. We're gonna get Nick Vertucci in here. That's what I like about Twitter. Everybody got an opinion. Everybody tell you do this, you do that. They like this, they like that. You do this too much, you do that too much. You know, if anybody wanted, yeah, it is what it is, whatever. So let me wait for Nick to come in here. He said he got about 8 minutes. So, but yeah, guys, that's kind of where we stand right now. No real evidence out there. Public all seems to, they seem to think that if there is cheating, then there's just like weird things happen during the hand and a thought process they don't agree with and answers that maybe contradicted themselves. But in terms of if that's actual evidence enough to say that this player Robbi is cheating, to me, this doesn't seem like enough. This doesn't seem like anywhere close to enough evidence. I don't see enough hands that stand out like that. But at the same time, if there was something going on, Hustler Casino can find it. They offered me to go out there and be a part of the investigation. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I want to do that kind of thing like that, but Yeah, basically, right. These guys have promised. I mean, what are you really looking for? If these guys got a transmission device in their fucking leg, well, you pull the camera up, you zoom in, and when they go walked away, they came back. Did they have something new in their leg? If your cameras are high quality, top of the line, do people have devices in their ears? Are they using some type of device on their body, in their hands? Are they signaling? Are they sending messages to someone? This shit should be the easiest. This should already be done already by Hustler Casino Live. How long does it take to go upstairs and pull up the cameras from that day and follow people around and see, hey, is anything really going on here? Oh, look, nothing. We don't see anything. There's no devices. There's no shaking. There's no body movement. The pants didn't change. The coat didn't change. Like, what are we looking for in that situation? So if somebody was manipulating the cards, if somebody was registering the cards, that should be an easy thing to do. You look at who's coming around the cards. I've heard there's only a few deck of cards there. So basically, if you register the cards one time and you need the deck to stay there. So if you only have 2 decks that you use as your RFID decks, then you can only got to register the decks once and you can keep reusing your system for multiple times. So if a place doesn't have more than 2 decks, then if you register 1 deck, then you'll be able to use some type of device with that 1 deck. These are the kind of things I'm learning, guys. I've been learning a lot. Like I said, I've been getting people hitting me up all the time. They've been talking to me, giving me their opinions, giving me their feedback, and yeah, I've been learning a lot. Hold on a second. I gave him the thing. Hold on a second. See if he's coming in here. But yeah, guys, we're gonna have Nick Vertucci on here real quick, and then we're gonna have Andy Stacks on here as well too. But yeah, basically, guys, Garrett really got to come out, and a lot of pressure on him to come out and really start explaining in more depth in terms of what he was thinking and what he was doing and why he decided that it's 100% so strong. Because, I mean, I guess if he wants to defend himself and he wants to try to not have to give the money back to these people, then that's basically what he's got to do. Otherwise, if it's shown that there is no evidence and Hustler Casino comes back and says we didn't find anything, then what is Garrett going to do about the money? Because if he keeps the money, then everyone's going to, you know, basically what are they going to do? I don't know. Can they pressure him? I'm not sure. So donation from Jungman. How can I call in? Need my voice in this. Jungman 305 wants to call in. Listen, Jungman, I don't really know who you are, but I'll think about having you call in if I run a little bit out of call-ins, my friends. So we're going to see if Nick comes in here. He said he got a meeting at 2. I just sent him the link right here. Wait a couple more minutes for him. Yeah, I basically took the day off yesterday. I was processing information. It's a lot of information. Everybody's throwing things at me. All my DMs are all theses about everything. There's information on every person involved. There's more things than I ever wanted to know about all of the people that are involved in this situation. And yeah, Brian Rass posted something earlier, a clip from the infamous Hand where he made allusion to a quote made by our cowboy Rip. Shout out to Rip. Once again, he was on the show. Something about something in your ear. There's like this little spiritual guy from outer space telling you in your ear call. That sounds like what the Freemasons got to do. They got to tell you their secrets so that you. And that's their idea of getting you to consent to the allegedly the thesis, right? I don't know. So I wouldn't say I agree with this thesis, but the idea is that they gotta tell you, and they usually tell you in the form of cartoons or jokes or shit like that. That's the thesis. So in this situation, when Rip says that, it kind of just reminds me of that. He just making a joke and telling you in some type of way, but. Some people say that means something. Some people think it don't.
The blocker to the string
I
flush draw.
have something. Jack of clubs.
Boom, that's the key card.
Eric, you done?
I saw that shit. It happens.
Thank you.
There's some reason you did it.
There's multiple reasons I did it.
You only needed one. You thought Jack High was good.
That's like some spiritual guide from outer space.
I ran it twice because I didn't
Telling your
think Jack
ear or
High
something
could be
like,
good.
oh, that is like
You have bigger balls than most.
But it was.
I know.
Yeah. So
And
congratulations.
most men just bluff me. And I'm used to it.
Most men just bluff me. That's something my ex-girlfriend always used to say. Most men love bluffing me. Little does she know, most men love bluffing anyone in general. Okay, so let me hear what that guy said. That guy was kind of interesting, wasn't it? I gotta clip that out. What was it? 11:59. Let me go back to it. He said, it sounds like something in your ear.
There's multiple reasons I did it.
You only needed one. You thought Jack High was good.
That's like some spiritual like guide from outer space.
I ran it
that was,
twice because I
like,
didn't
telling your
think Jack
ear or
High
something,
could be
like,
good.
oh, like that's like
You have bigger balls than most.
But it was.
I know.
Yeah.
So
And most
congratulations.
men just bluff me.
So he said that there's a spiritual guide in his ear. That's like some spiritual guide from outer space telling you in your ear call. Listen, guys, I mean, that's kind of weird, right? Oh my God, you can't make this up. Of course the guy would say that. Why wouldn't he say that in the clip? I mean, it's just... I don't know what's going on with these guys, man. I gotta need an edible for this one, man. I can't read that comment. Spiritual guy in the ear. Listen, how great would it be? What do you like? We need the 500 like edible, guys. Can you get me there? After that comment right there, the spiritual guide. That sounds like there's a spiritual guide from outer space telling you in your ear call, and he's being accused of having some sort of device potentially in his ear, or somebody has a device in their ear where they can get signals that tell you to call. I don't know. Unusual.
You only needed one. You thought Jack High was good.
that's like some spiritual like guide from outer space.
I ran
that
it
was,
twice because I
like,
didn't
telling your
think Jack
ear or
High
something,
could be
like,
good.
oh, like that's like
You have bigger balls than most.
But it was.
I know.
Yeah.
So
And
congratulations.
most men just bluff me. And I'm used to it.
So, all right, we almost to 500 like. Okay, we have a 476. Listen, guy, edible of the day is these beautiful trike sativa gummies in Las Vegas. 10 mg for one of them. Great edible, but listen, after that, I mean, I don't know. Does it mean anything or not, guys? What do you guys think? I guess Nick's busy, so we're gonna get Andy Stacks in here. Hold on a second. We are in a simulation. All right, let me get Andy Stacks the link here. Polar with the 10 on YouTube says, Poppy, please go to LA. That would be great content to vlog the entire investigation while you're there. You should definitely take up Nick on that offer. They got great edibles in Cali too. I mean, listen, do I really want to go? I got to figure out what this investigation is going to look like. I mean, you know, am I the one looking at the tapes? Am I going over things? I mean, what if I find something and they go, oh, we're going to shoot you in the fucking head if you say that? I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, I don't know. Listen, LA, a crazy place over there. Let me get Andy his link. I'm sending Andy the link on Twitter if you're out there listening, Andy. Yeah, vlog the whole process. No, I'm going to go in the editing room. I'm going to zoom in on the cameras. Someone get Poppy GTO a coffee. Thank you, Poker Nomics. All right, Andy said 10 minutes he'll be in here. So let me walk through my list here. So we got the buzzer device. We already mentioned that. The photo Doug Polk posted. And Doug Polk, I think they really want to get Doug Polk out of here. But I feel like the more they try to get Doug Polk out of here, like a lot of people really agree with that guy because he's like one of the only I feel like he's got like a very spicy, unique angle to the things that he says, and he really doesn't care if people are talking a bunch of shit about him. So, you know, more power to him. We got the RFID poker hack basically. So there's this poker analyzer. I want to show you guys how this works.
Analyzer.
So here's how this is one of the card predictors basically. And it'll basically show you how these are all RFID hacking devices. There's basically all these different systems and programs you can use where you can have these programs that'll tell you which seat's going to win. So this guy shows you how it all works. He puts this thing together.
I'll program it. And
he basically shows you the app on your phone. This is just one method. I just want to show you guys that this stuff's very real. I mean, people out there think I'm like trolling. Like I saw Beyrouzi was like laughing. He's like, haha, a device. Like, a device, I can only use on the flop or Turner River. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how it works. I mean, let me find my guy Beyrouzi. Shout out to Beyrouzi, like this kid a lot. He said, shout out to Roosters. He said, He said, what did he say? He said she has a device that gives her signals, but that same device doesn't tell her to raise pre for value, fold flop versus pair, fold turn versus pair, when she only has 3 outs. And this has 67. That's what I'm saying. This like doesn't even know what he's talking about, because that's how the device works. Device can signal to you whenever the signaler wants to. So if they want to do on the flop, they want to do on the turn, they want to do on the river. I'm not sure exactly what specific method that people could be using, but that's literally how it works. And I think Ginge maybe said something as well too. So, but yeah, that would be a common way it could work out. But a lot of people, I seem to like not, they seem to not believe that that's how it works. So basically, as this guy's going to show you,
I'll ship it out. But if I ship it directly to you from the action is a card. Then you
so he basically plugs in the seats. You go, there's a person in each of these seats.
Card, then you river a card. Once that's complete, you hit the checkpoint, and then it saves it. Once you're ready to test your analyzer, you go to play. Now the camera on this phone is right here.
Right, remember, there's a scanning device on some sort of device. It's either a hidden device, it's on a phone, it's in a hidden compartment, it might be somewhere near the table. That device scans the frequencies for the cards. That data is in the device. The data is then transmitted to something else that alerts through the device what is going to happen, what cards, what seat might win. There's a few different methods, maybe what cards that you have. Yeah, I guess it kind of depends. I mean, I've heard of a few these different cons in terms of how they do it. These seem like pretty common things. Sometimes they work with the shuffle machine. Sometimes they work with the cards directly. So this one specifically is basically marked cards that are picked up by the frequency. They go into the program. The program then tells you which seats are going to win. So if you use this in your home game and you didn't know this existed, you would never find out about it and you would never win. And as you can see, this is readily available, very easy to do, and a very big threat to have that happen. That's why I was saying on Twitter the other day, you need at least to have some devices, right? Like Berkey saying you need a big overhaul. Like, of course, in a perfect world, you have the best devices, you have the best ways to stop transmissions. You have a good system where people cannot pick up on what your cards are going to be when they're transmitted from the table back to the production in the back. And I don't really know what the best practices are. I got to find an expert on how that would work out. But I imagine if you find the experts to have them come in and say, hey, like, I want you to eliminate a message being able to get into this fucking poker room, then I don't see how that wouldn't be something that is possible for the experts to figure out. It's 2022. So, but yeah, I just want to show you guys how this works exactly. Shout out to Kevin O. Bipolar said, do you know anyone that would back $100 MTT with 200? What the fuck is he talking about? Michael Large on the most men just bluff me comments tells me it was a I'm going to stand up to the powerful man type play. She had no clue where she was at. She wanted to see Garrett's face when she called. See that?
Now, when I look at the phone, I don't see anything. I see a blank screen like this. But cameras on phones can see infrared. So cameras on phones can see this. Again, when you're looking at it with the human eye, it's black. I can't see it if I'm looking at the human eye. But through my camera lens, I can see the lighting. And it's a much needed effect to get the card reads. So
this guy should pay me for marketing his device. How many people are ordering this device right now? Bring it to your home game. Ain't nobody going to figure it out. Look at that. So now my guy, and this is very basic, right? This is a random fucking guy in his fucking side room, guys. This is a random guy. Look at his room. It's a side room. Random guy able to do this kind of thing. What do you think people that are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars are able to do? You know, understand what I'm saying? People are like, I mean, it's not a big deal. I don't know. People are just, they are like, don't know what's going on out there. And, you know, it is what it is, right? I guess.
So she says the winning hand plus the flop, all sorts of different options. But for now, I'm just doing the winning hand. So 3. So this
is literally telling you 3. So how it works is there a device in here that tells you 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. It'll tell you what seat is going to win the hand. So if you're working with 2 people, then what do? You signal to your friend through whatever. This is what I've been saying. The security at these things is so like, I don't know, this is what it is, right? The only way you can stop it is you got to put your own game on. So that's the only solution. That's what I've come to learn, and I'm going to tell everybody that the only way to ensure in the future that you're able to play in a safe environment is for you to run your own game. Whether that's a private game, whether that's a stream, whether it's an online game, an online site. Like, the only way you can ensure that these people aren't fucking you in 2022 is to be running your game. And even then, you know they're going to come at you and try. So this program, right, the guy deal it out. He says seat 3 is going to win. Now watch.
It stops. And it saves the last result that it says, 3. So this is small blind. Because you remember, if you're the dealer, you're the button. So small blind, big blind, after the big blind. Oh, I can't see that. Yeah, I'm going to move this over. Now remember, seat 1, seat 2, seat 3. So the winner is going to be this one. So 3, 4, ace 4, 10, 2. Now, if I was sitting with ace 4, then you can see everybody else's hand. For instance, when you have the infrared contacts and you can read the top of the decks, well, you would think you would have the best hand right now at ace 4. Flop comes out, 9, 10, jack. Right now, he's in the lead with 2 for 10.
As you can see the deuce 10 wins.
So the winner is pair of 10. Now, this is a really good scenario, actually, because this is showing how scary this could be for 210. 9, 10, jack, queen. If I was 210 and ace 4 decided to bluff at the queen.
Easy game. But yeah, I'm basically, this guy says device is relevant to the case. Device is not relevant to the case because what I'm trying to do is show you how something like this works. So shout out to Kevin O. Appreciate you very much. But yeah, basically, whether this is with some sort of infrared, which is with the RFID, where you just register the card. The infrared is the RFID. It's all the same thing. It's a tracking device that goes on the card. Whether it's some sort of black ink, whether it's something on the side, whether it's something inside of it. It's all the same shit. It's just a different system in order to get that information outside of the normal, usual system. So that's what is being alleged by Garrett in this instance. And obviously, right, we're never going to find evidence of that if we're looking at this at home unless somebody did something dumb. And even then, as we know, then people still won't believe that that's what happened unless they see hard proof, hard evidence. Once again, this goes back to Hustler Casino, which has to be able to now go in the tapes, check it out. They got to investigate the chair vibration, right? I mean, you guys are talking about chair vibrating. I seen one clip where the chair was shaking a little bit. Robbi was on the show. She said she's moving her feet. She said she's got ADHD. Obviously, we see her moving around a lot. So yeah, I just don't think that that is, even though if Robbi did play the man, but I don't think that's it. So we got Andy coming in here, guys, in a little bit. Andy Stacks. Josh Macchiello trying to come in. He's trying to get 3 in a row. Listen, Josh. We got Joe from Jersey. Maybe want to come in, too. If any of you guys want to come in, hit up my phone. You can send me a text or send me a DM. Do not at me on Twitter because I'm getting too many ats right now, so I can't pick it up. But so, yeah, guys, just kind of running through the thing, man. Basically just kind of showing you guys what these devices are like. I mean, you know, you buy these devices online. They're all pretty basic stuff. Solve for Why had a good video how RFID and Poker GFX works.
All right, everybody. I want to take the time a little bit to maybe answer some questions. And this is a power source where a simple, I believe, 16-volt plug is connected. This has actually been done away with in the newer model. They just use USB technology. What's missing here, because this is actually a broken one, is a USB port here. This is where the signal is transmitted out of the motherboard to the actual server. So there are many ways that you can send this signal, each one being more secure and providing more distance than the last.
It's an educational stream. We're educating the community on the concept of RFID because you guys go, listen, everybody got a stream now. I seen a stream in like Iowa or something like that. I think it's like a little room in Iowa. They saw a stream in like Kentucky. Everybody is going to have streams. These are only going to become more and more popular as all these streams are starting to blow up. So you guys got to get educated on what the reality is. And I know people don't want to believe about things or worry about these things, which is probably a good idea. But this is the reality of how these setups work. And, you know, the people, if you're motivated, as I keep saying, then you're basically printing as much money as you want to print with the system. And if somebody comes out and says you did something, then no one's going to believe you, as we can see with these situations in the past where people want the overwhelming evidence. They want the smoking gun. The benefit of the doubt is usually given to the person that is accused. So in poker, unless you get yourself on that transmission device or that transmission thing, like, there ain't no smoking gun. So obviously dispose of the device, and nobody's going to find the device, right? It ain't rocket science out there.
You can use a basic USB cord, which is what we use here at the Academy, because security isn't really an issue in a teaching environment. The more secure versions would be fiber optics or Ethernet cables, which I know most of the secure streams, they vie for those options. There's a fourth option, which is wirelessly. These motherboards do have the capacity to connect via Wi-Fi. That's obviously the least secure, as packets will be being sent through the air and able to be intercepted by somebody who is tech savvy. I don't know certainly, or to any certainty, what Stone's uses. My best guess would be if it's hardwired, they're using USB because the proximity isn't all that far, so they could get a cable that far. But I have a fear that they're actually just using wireless technology, which would be the least secure of all the measures. The second thing I want to talk about is how the readers work whenever interpreting the RFID cards. So in each one of these cards, there is a unique RFID number. Effectively, consider it like a QVC scanner. I believe that's the right terminology for it, or a barcode scanner of sorts, right? Every one of these cards has a unique number attached to it. The reader itself is just meant to interpret that number and send that data then to the server. So one of the big questions with the misread hand was, couldn't a card that was meant for his neighbor have passed over his reader and then been read as such? So I'm going to demonstrate to you what would happen whenever that's the case. So let's say, for instance,
this is kind of one system, right? I mean, this was like during the Mike Paso stuff where the cards were just getting all mixed up and shit like that. So
the first card.
It's just kind of an example of, this is the GFX. So I think this is the one that Hustler's using, but I can assassinate Vertucci about it. I mean, I guess this video kind of tells the graphics and how the cards could get mixed up. So let's see if this is going to be relevant to where we're at here.
Which should cause an error, but if it doesn't, it'll just read the first two. This hand actually won't be read at all, because whatever
Berkey
the card was,
he inspired Landon Tice to start taking
initially that accidentally touched that reader.
Start working on every day and taking shirtless photos.
Only, and there can't be two instances of that.
Shout to Berkey.
And then just for demonstration's sake, I'm going to deal a third hand to this seat in order to show what a normal functioning, I guess, like hand being read would look like. Okay, so I'm going to show you the back-end software element of how this all works now, how the cards are being read, how graphic actions are actually entered, and then finally what it looks like on the server side of things. So first and foremost, what we're going to see is we're going to look at the graphics software, and that's what you have here to the left. As you can see, we have Paso as the dealer here. Myself and Christian are going to be the other two positions. Now, as I mentioned, since Paso's hand caught the card to the left, his hand is now going to be misread. So here on the server side, it's displayed as Jack 3 of hearts.
You got to find an expert on this.
Table,
if any of you guys are RFID expert, please get in touch with me and you can explain how these things work a little better for the audience.
Either the Jack or the 3 of hearts in my hand. Now, as you can see, my hand is currently unread, and that's because one of my cards is being read by Paso's reader at the moment. Christian's hand will in fact be the Ace 5 of hearts. And from here, we can just now go to tracking the action. Okay, so as you can see from the readers, the Ace of Hearts, 5 of Hearts is the first person's hand. King of Clubs, Jack of Hearts is
bro,
the
Berkey
second hand.
Berkey look like he on the juice, don't he? Look at those arms, bro.
And the readers, the Ace of Hearts, 5 of Hearts.
Berkey look like he on the juice?
Is the first person's hand. King of Clubs, Jack of Hearts is the second hand. And the 7 of Hearts, 3 of Hearts is the third person's hand, which actually wasn't reading and I had to enter manually. Okay, so I've actually entered in the proper information here so that you can see Paso now reflects having a King of Clubs, Jack of Hearts, I have 7-3, etc. So now tracking the action is very simple in nature. You just go through whatever the action is. Let's say Chin chooses to complete from the small blind. Paso now on the button has an option to do whatever he likes to do. Let's say he calls also, and I'm going to choose to check. We're going to now see a flop. So here we see a flop of 3 king deuce. That's going to be what's displayed on the table as well. Again, it's just my job as the person tracking the action to go through whatever happens. Let's say everybody checks around. As you can see now in the server, all of that is going to be reflective. I'm going to have checked the flop.
I don't know what that taught me, guys. I don't have a graphics effect. Okay, maybe we just wasted everybody's fucking time with that one. So I'm gonna scoot past that one in the future. But I mean, we learned a little bit on that one. So not really necessarily. We got a next run here. I'm still waiting for Andy to come on here. This is basically another hacking video I've been watching earlier. This one's way more complicated though. This is like how to hack and clone and stuff like that. I mean, I don't think we're anywhere near that level of understanding. And then if you look up RFID poker hacks on here, you can see Mac for Standing giving a nice speech explaining RFID cards. You can see here there's a bunch of different programs on here, a bunch of different ideas that for how you can do these things. You can use key fobs, you might remember that. You can clone security badges as well. So yeah, I mean, there's some interesting videos on there. Andy from Hustler is going to join. Yes, guys. Andy from Hustler is coming in right now, and yeah, we're going to talk with him. So, but yeah, I guess that's kind of where we're at with things, guys. I feel like I've seen some good takes. Melanie Weisner had a good take earlier. I'm going to read her take. This one, oh my God. Where's Melanie's at? Let me see where she's at. I think she did a good one too. Cody Ross says, fun fact, longtime viewer of Joey, these devices were being used 6 years ago in Texas Pwn games. They have existed for a long time. I do. Yeah, I'm aware of that. She said, no one knows anything for sure. No, she said, sorry. She said, high confidence interval that Robbi J. Lou did not cheat G-Man. Some more fully formed thoughts on psychology and probability below. For non-poker players, while it's a fun narrative, she did not read her opponent for the exact hand he had. This rarely happens in poker and is correct even more rarely. The hand is controversial. Her hand should almost never beat his, even if she does think he's bluffing. But novices often rely on instinct. They don't always have consistently logical thought processes. I've witnessed several hands where beginners explain themselves with the I thought he was bluffing or I wanted to see his hand despite not being able to beat a bluff. Those looking to prove Robbi's guilty by saying her play does not make sense forget that poker is built on an ecosystem where those that make good decisions win money from those who don't. Applying sophisticated logic to a sophomore player is a fool's errand. Garrett's analysis is not only that, but it supports a conclusion he was already prone to believe. And that is this is normal. People generally look for data to prove their thesis rather than looking for data that disproves it. But disconfirming information is paramount in logical analysis. The data that Robbi called down multiple times drawing dead should disprove any thesis involving her knowing who would hold the winning hand. Completely disagree with that. That's not even true. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. But other stuff making a lot of sense. This part is just not true. You don't need to win every hand and always make the right play. That'd be the fucking stupid way to do it. The stupid way to do this would be to do that. So only the stupidest people are going to do that. So I don't think that is true. I've seen that a bunch of times from people. With that in mind, there's the question of the choice to use a flip equity value hand to use her powers. Well, this does add a farcical. This has got she must be friends with Berkey. Let me see what this says. Farcical of resembling a farce ludicrous. Okay. Well, this does add a ludicrous element to the whole accusation. It is important to remember stupidity is exactly what gets people caught. Fair point. However, the probability that this would be the hand she does it on, plus calling drawing dead on other hands, brings the overall probability infinitesimally low and is an extremely important piece of joint data. For Robbi to have cheated, all the following have to be true. She's able to know the outcome of the hand, or if she is ahead. She chooses to call drawing dead, getting in bad in prior hands despite knowing this. She only uses her knowledge once in a hand where she is a slight underdog. She does it in usually a wild spot. We get attention. She chooses to raise. Damn, this is like a science paper. Some history. We got Andy waiting. I didn't know how long this one. He says, I have played with Robbi in multiple WSOP events and witnessed similar hands calling down with nothing, not as extreme as Jack High, but still wildly unorthodox. I've also heard similar accounts from other professional players. Her changing story is not a smoking gun. False confession is the documented extreme example of this phenomenon. The bluster and consistent explanations that Robbi retrofitted to her decision making is not proof of cheating. Dude, I want to write a book with her. If she thought she had a 3 and didn't, she might not want to admit that in the moment. If she forgot that her hand was not beating most bluffs and didn't apply that logic, she also may not want to appear that way at the TV table. The list goes on. I do not believe this is a sexist controversy, but there are unique female challenges in poker. One in particular, due to the overwhelmingly small representation in the field, one of the biggest mental hurdles I had in my career was handling extraordinary spotlight due to that disparity and not wanting to look stupid or make a mistake in it. I believe this experience is relevant to Robbi's struggle to explain herself. The mom mentality you're witnessing the most likely arisen from the recency bias of the Mike Postle scandal and heightened awareness of such possibilities. No one knows anything for sure. Poker is a game of probabilities, and so is the most of life. Pretty interesting to me. All right, we get Andy in here. Shout out to Melanie for sharing those thoughts. I would love to write a book with her. All right, hold on. Andy, you in the house?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Joey?
I can hear you. I can hear you guys. Listen in the chat on YouTube, on Twitch. Please welcome Andy Stacks to the arena, to the GTO headquarters, to the Legion. He's hopping in here, as you can see. You got that Andy Stacks, that great hoodie Stacks poker on over there. Andy, welcome to the show. I have not talked with you yet. Obviously, you're a very prominent member of the game. So, how's it going, man? How's it been for you since the game took place?
Man, I've been following this investigation, both yours, Doug's, and Software Y, just nonstop. I feel emotionally invested in this, emotionally invested to help discover the truth behind this, get a resolution. I went on Berkey's podcast last night, kind of shared some of my thoughts. I wanted to also come on yours and kind of repeat some of the same things, as well as add a few more things that I've been thinking about. Just to start off, I just want to say that, while the last 4 days looking at this, I feel like it's really easy to get caught up and be biased. Whether or not you were in the game like me or you're out from the sidelines watching, it's easy to get biased because against either Garrett or Robbi based on your personal feelings and based on how you think you would react in this situation if you were Garrett or Robbi. And so I think it's important to take a step back and kind of remove those emotions, personal emotions, and to not project how you think you would act, because the thing is, we were not, even though I was in the game, I'm still not Garrett. I'm not Robbi. I barely know Robbi. This is the third time I play with her. And even though I've known Garrett for a long time, it's easy to point fingers and be he overreacted, whatever. To me, first of all, let me just say that I think the way Garrett reacted, I personally probably would have reacted very similarly. And I also think that if this hand happened to me, I probably would think that I got cheated as well. You know what I mean? And I just think that it's important to not project our own feelings on these people because we were not there and we were not the ones in the hand. And as far as Robbi, maybe there's so many theories, right? On how you think she would react as an amateur or if she knew the whole cards. But the thing is we don't really know, right? So all these is just theories. And unless actual proof is found, there's a device, you can come up with any argument and say, well, if she was embarrassed, she would do this. That's not a fact, right? That's just a theory that you have, right? So I do appreciate everybody's insight, and I think it's great that the entire poker community is coming together and coming up with reasons and theories and things like that to try to come to a resolution. But like I said, I think it's important to take a step back and remember that we are not the ones that are in the hands, and we are not these people. So you do not have any certainty to tell, anybody else how they may have acted, and just after that, with that said and done, when I was sitting next to Robbi for those 6 hours, I've never saw anything that was suspicious to me. I didn't see any lights. I didn't feel any vibrations. I did not see any verbal things between her or Rip, and I was watching her closely, especially after that hand with Garrett and Garrett left. When that hand happened, I was spooked too. I was what the fuck is going on? I was blown away, right? That was probably the craziest hand I ever seen for that amount of money, the call off. But it crossed my mind that she was cheating in the moment, but I quickly dismissed that after I realized I just didn't think someone in the hustler was helping her. You know what I mean? It just didn't make sense. So I dismissed that at the time. So I think most of the people in the game also agree with me in the sense that it was probably very unlikely that she was cheating. So we continued the game and we played until it broke. The stream was over. However, the next day when I went back and watched the footage from an outside perspective and I'm able to see her mannerisms and the way she was acting, the timing, everything, the stuff she was saying, because I was sitting next to her, so maybe I wasn't able to get a good look frontal view. But I reviewed the footage and I watched Doug's breakdown of it, which was great. Like, honestly, I just felt like there's something fishy there, right? It doesn't add up. And then when I went back and looked at more of her hands from the other streams that I played with her on, it was very inconsistent, just like Garrett said. You know, it is very inconsistent with her play, right? So definitely worthy of like investigation. And shout out to like all you guys, Berkey, Doug, and you for breaking down like hand by hand and going through every hand and watching her betting patterns. And we can all agree that like, look, this hand was an anomaly, right? Like she didn't do anything close to this, right? She did some weird things, but this one was like, there's something going on here, right? So I wouldn't, right now, my stance is this, okay? I have to be very careful when I say this because, again, I am not biased either way now. When I was in the game, I did not think she was doing anything, okay? But right now, I'm like in the middle. I think there's a good chance that if she cheated, it was good. There's a chance that it was in this hand. You know, maybe not in any hands after that. You know, when Garrett left, because maybe she just decided, look, it's too risky. Because there was one hand where she played with me where she tried to bluff me, and I had 3 aces, and it was strange. You know, she had the similar mannerisms as the one against Garrett, where she like didn't want to open her hand. She was like kind of embarrassed and just leaning in and doing things like that, but she was bluffing me, you know, and I caught her bluffing, which kind of like doesn't make sense, right? If she was cheating. But then again, she could have just also dropped the whole thing after being caught. So, but I will say that like, you know, none of the other stuff in the game seems suspicious to me. I don't think there was anything in her water bottle. And I think it's also very risky to reach too far and start looking into like little things like that. You know, I think it's, like I said at Berkey yesterday, it's kind of like looking at clouds and looking for shapes. Like if you want to see something, if you think that Robbi is guilty, if you're biased, you're going to find them, right? And if you have something personal against Garrett, you know, and you're not being like trying to come up from an unbiased view because you don't like him or whatever, you think he's a luck box, like you're going to want to think that he's all in the wrong. And I think that's the dangerous part of all this, you know, it's like we got to remove our personal feelings and try to just come from a subjective view and all this, you know. And one thing I want to add as far as Robbi is that like one thing I did notice that did tip me towards something weird going on is that, you know, even though I didn't see anything physical on the table that was strange, the thing that was strange to me was that every time when it was on her, even when we were playing shorthanded, she would like not act quickly pre-flop, you know. It's like I had to remind her every time, and if she was staring off into space, I didn't understand like what she was waiting for, you know. So if that was something that I think was important detail, that is something that stuck out in my mind. Is like she was stalling, you know. But is that enough to say that she's waiting for a signal and she's cheating? I don't know. Like I don't think it's enough.
So. I don't think so. How could that be, right? I mean, if that was the classification, you know, our guy Vogel saying, "What the fuck? This guy's sitting there 45 seconds like a statue sometimes before he acts." So, not to say, you know, obviously, kind of making a joke there, not to say it's necessarily relevant there, but I mean, you're obviously playing with her. You're going to have a very unique viewpoint on this. So, if you find these things strange or things weird, then that's going to be something unique to you. And you obviously played in these type of games for thousands of hours. I mean, for how long have you been playing in the high stakes LA game scene? Like what, 10 years plus, or how long you been in that scene for?
Almost 2 decades. Yeah, it's been a while. But and I will say this, Joey. Like I think within these 2 decades of playing different home games and with different amateurs, her actions were very congruent with a lot of the actions of how I feel an amateur would play like. You know, I've encountered a lot of amateur players and they do similar things. You know. Not for this amount of money, but they've done weird min raises and strange calls and things like that. And I feel like, you know, a lot of these things are if we look too far into it, we're gonna get lost. You know, I think it's hard to explain, you know, why a lot of amateurs do what they do. I don't think a lot of times they know what they're doing and they can't explain it. You know, so trying to ask them to come up with a congruent reasoning for their play is going to be a real challenge trying to decipher and to interpret. You know. So I don't think there's that much merit in like trying to look at every single hand and studying her body actions and trying to find some interpretation there of like whether she cheated or not. You know, I think unless there's a device found, then it's really hard to prove. You know, I think if anything, the best way to come to find something out of this is just give her a bigger sample size. If anything, let her come back on stream and let's see how she plays for the next, you know, like 4 sessions. You know, I think that's there's an argument for that because there's just not a large enough sample size. There's nothing strange found in other hands, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I'm taking away from this. I mean, that's what I was saying initially. I said, let's let her go play. Like, let's see Robbi play. Like, let's see her play more hands. Let's see what she's got. Like, let's see what she does. And obviously, if there was anything ever happening, I don't think it would be going on now. So if she's going to be playing the same way, making the same moves in the same hands, then if that's in line with what we've seen so far, and then that's certainly something to think about. Is that going to be definitive of anything? Obviously not. And that's the unfortunate part of all this is that when you have a guy like Garrett, by the way, you did touch on a great point about people projecting their beliefs and ideas on how people should act or what they would say and what that body language means. And I feel like we had a bunch of people come on here judging body language, judging the way that she responded after the hand, putting down her poker strategy, saying the poker strategy doesn't make any sense. And I think a lot of people have said, like, sometimes a lot of these players, their thought process doesn't make sense. And it's not going to match up with you if you're a professional poker player. And a lot of professionals can't really empathize with that sort of mentality or mindset. And in their mind, they're like, it's got to be this way. And if you say it's like that, then don't know what you're talking about and doesn't make any sense. And it's no justification for it in their mind. But to that person's mind, it could be justification for why they made it, because that might be what they really thought or believed, maybe in the moment or maybe after the fact. And maybe in the moment they didn't know much about what they were talking about. So I do want to call attention to that. I've seen a lot of people doing that. And then I guess in this hand specifically with Garrett, when he comes out and he says 100% that she cheated, it's pretty understandable for people to get this uproar and say, oh my God, like, this must be true. A lot of people took it as like just truth right away, even though there was no evidence outside of the hand that they played. So it's kind of been interesting to see the investigation develop and see what people can find and not find. And from what I'm seeing, Andy, like, I'm not seeing much. I see Doug says there's the thing in the pants. There's some vibration with the Jack 8 hand we just saw. I mean, could be her just shaking her body. Could be some vibrational system with the Jack high, and she's trying to make the hero call, the hero bluff, or, she said she was just tanking down the call, and pretty understandable to believe that as well. So I guess at this point in time, where do we go next with this from where you see, Andy? Where do things go on how you're thinking about it?
I mean, unfortunately, my honest opinion is that I don't think they're going to find anything. I think it's really tough if it wasn't caught in the act. If there's any device, it's long gone. Again, I think whether it's just they're going to allow her to play and get a larger sample size, which I don't think is going to happen either. I don't think it's the best look. But at the same time, like, back to, just want to add one more thing, like, back with the Garrett thing, like, I just think it's really, like, look, man, if someone called me with Jack high for that amount of money, I'm probably going to think that she cheated too. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. If anybody gets called here with this amount of money, if you're the one in the hand that gets called, you're going to think that you got cheated, So we may never find out, but I think this is a great thing for poker streams in general. It was unfortunate that, it happened to these two people, but I think definitely needs to, like, have checks for Bluetooth devices. Like, that should be just a standard going forward, like, everybody should be searched for, like, devices on them, and whether or not that, like, hinders people from wanting to cheat, that's definitely, like, a thing that needs to be done. I think Hustler trying to upgrade their security now, there's no bags and things like that, and just more awareness overall, you know what I mean, like, of people, like, where they're bringing in, and things like that will definitely help. So yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing people are saying, they're discussing it, everybody giving their take, what's going to be done about it. And that's why I made a tweet yesterday about, like, scanning people for transmission devices. This would never be an issue. And some people said, oh, a wand won't work, it could turn off. Like, listen, I'm sure that you got an excuse for everything that might not work, but let's just focus on finding solutions that are going to detect these items. This is 2022. I'm sure some intelligence out there, intelligence agencies, private intelligence agencies, public intelligence agencies, they understand where to get these items. And I'm sure that most of us are people that are in that world are a few calls away from finding those people and getting them in here and figuring out how you secure a poker room. It can't be that hard to secure the poker room from these kind of devices. And as what you're saying, Andy, I think that is the move that these streams could be or should be focusing on moving forward, is strengthening that process to eliminate
this type of thing from potentially happening in the future. Not to say that it can prevent it completely, because I'm sure people are going to find workarounds, and not to say that it can prevent someone who is on the inside, who controls the operation, because they can basically do whatever they want to do. You're basically just putting your faith in the operator when you go play on their private game, their public game, their online site, their online app, whatever. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that is ultimately going to be the great thing that comes out of this, Andy. And I guess what are your thoughts on the backlash Garrett's getting for accepting the money from Robbi and from the statement he put out accusing her 100% of cheating, because he's getting a lot of flack, a lot of hatred from a lot of people out there, some in the poker world, some outside of the poker world.
Oof, that's a tough one. I think, again, like back to, us not being Garrett, like it's hard to say what we would have done if we were certain that we got cheated. I think that it's a little bit harsh, the criticism he's getting, but I also at the same time think that like maybe the best thing to do is still to keep it in escrow somewhere, until there is some kind of resolution. I think I believe Garrett would definitely do the right thing if it comes out there's no evidence. I believe he would give the money back and come out with an apology. I think that's the best way. I think that in the moment, him doing that was just a product of like just feeling 100% that he got cheated. For all the hours I played with Garrett, he's always done the right thing. He's always wants to be fair, So I think he had good reason to believe that what he was doing was, the right thing. That the only way he was going to get his money back. But as far as like him keeping it now, I don't know if I can side with that, Joey. I think he needs to put that money in escrow somewhere until there's an actual final decision made on whether or not he did it. And maybe that decision is not the correct one, because maybe there's just nothing going to be found, and maybe she did something, But hey, that's the way things are. The court of public opinion and the court of how the eyes of the public and what would stand in court is two different things. And that's unfortunately why Postle got away with what he did. The whole world knows he cheated. But unfortunately, the court did not side with the public on that, and maybe that's the case here. But that's just how it is. But so I do think that money should be in escrow somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can understand Garrett's perspective if he feels like he was cheated, and he thinks that if he still feels like he's 100% about this, or still feels like it's a high likelihood that he was, then why would he want to give the money back? At worst, right? Like, people are going to be mad at him online. Well, maybe if he might not just give a fuck about that. And then if something goes on with Charles Liu, the husband, who is in the lawyer world, or whether Robbi wants to take action that way and the legal ramifications, then he's probably just ready to have to deal with it at that point in time. If that's where it goes to, I don't know exactly where that would go to. If there was an investigation done and they said, hey, we didn't see anything, and now it's in Garrett's camp and people are yelling at him about returning the money, which is kind of what they're doing now. So I can definitely get behind that, and I probably advocate more for what you're describing, which is that there would be some sort of third party who's holding the money. But at the same time, if it's not our money, and it's up to Garrett to decide what he wants to do. So everyone's got an opinion about that, but at the end of the day, he's the one that has to decide what to do. And you did say earlier about none of us know what we would do if we felt like we were cheating. Well, I actually do know what I would do, because I was cheated on America's Card Room, and I made 3 videos. One where I was basically awake, looking like a psychotic person for 10 days, researching all of the data on every single player on ACR, and I made a video called Online Poker Cheating Exposed in America's Card Room 4 years ago, and then I made 2 more about the cheating on there, and then I got the CEO of the site on the show, and then that led to millions of dollars of refunds for players because there was cheating going on the site. So I do know what I would do, and I also lost my fucking mind. So I'm a little more empathetic to the side of Garrett, who feels like he believes he cheated, because people said the same thing to me. I was crazy. I didn't know what I was talking about. The numbers ain't right. I mean, the numbers in your face. With this, we had a lot more data, a lot more information. But, it was proven to be correct. So, we've seen things go different ways in the poker world. But I don't really fault Garrett for handling it that way. Some people say I think he was out of line, declaring it that it was 100% cheating, right? Like, there was no alternative. And, I can see where they're coming from, but I also can understand where Garrett's coming from too. And at this point in time, just because people are yelling at you on Twitter, just because somebody think that you're wrong on Twitter, doesn't fucking mean anything really. So it's kind of up in his court what to do now with the money, or with the statement, or with the with the evidence. That
For sure, he's standing by what he believes is correct,
Right.
which is fine.
Yeah. Pretty incredible situation, Andy. I mean, you found yourself right in the middle of this, and you kind of came back more to the American game, American scene. You were kind of stuck in Asia for a while, grinding over there, and you get back here, and now you're thrust into the spotlight in this manner. And I guess how does it feel to be doing this and in this position and so close to the action and being asked about if you saw any vibration thing or saw this or saw that, and being so close to the moment?
I definitely feel like I have responsibility to share what I shared, the information I do have. I was silent for a while because I didn't want to influence the situation. I didn't want my voice to put more weight on whether or not he's guilty or she's guilty. But now that I've had enough time to digest all the investigation and the videos and looking back at the videos hand by hand myself, I think that, it's time for me to share what I think, and yeah, one thing I didn't add about what I feel right now leaning towards is that I think Robbi's overall demeanor and the tells physically, the things she says, I honestly think a lot of that is just random. I think she's wants to be perceived as a good player, from my small talk with her and her telling me about her getting coaching, her traveling for tournaments, things like that. It was clear to me that she wanted players to see her as competent. So during that Jack forehand, I think a lot of the argument right now is why wouldn't she just submit during the hand that she misread her hand, right? Well, I think a reasoning, that can be explained there is that she's doesn't want to be embarrassed and she just wants to keep with the story that she just owns him, I think it's easier to do that than to just admit that, look, she misread the hand. I think there's still a good chance she misread the hand. And I also think she's good at masking her emotions. I remember during the stream, there's one time where she says to Mike X something along the lines of I could pretend to do this to throw you off, And to me, that statement shows awareness of how she's being perceived through her actions and words, So I think she's very good at that. So it's very hard to say, And there's even a hand with me where I think people are commenting where she accidentally gave me an extra 500, which by the way I already Venmo'd her, so that's taken care of. But in that hand, if you notice, she wasn't even aware of the fact that she didn't bet the river. But when I won the hand, the dealer, she flicked in an extra 500. To me, that shows that she didn't even know that she didn't bet the river, right? But then she just kind of just flicked it in. She didn't realize the action in the hand on the river, so which resulted in me getting an extra 500. So to me, that's a big piece of the puzzle there. So it shows a lot of how she's at the table, right? She's not calculating to the point of okay, if I do this physically, what am I doing? I think a lot of it is just random and like I said, looking too far into that could be a little bit dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can see the hand right here. She basically just puts the money in, assuming maybe she bet it or something, and then the dealer gives it over to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you said you already sent that money back to her. The money's already you're not holding it in escrow or anything like that. You're not keeping it.
I Venmo'd her. We reached out. I let her know, and she sent me her Venmo, and that's taken care of. But good for you guys for catching that, because honestly, don't even think that no one would even notice. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a pretty common worry when that's why you need your chips stacked. I mean, it sounds like you're going for the very aggressive chip stack here, Andy, with these massive, very in your face stacks. I mean, basically this poor guy Mike don't even got no fucking room to move here, kid. What are you doing to this guy Mike's trapped in some sort of box between Phil Ivey and your chip stacks. I mean, he can't move his right shoulder without knocking over these big stacks. So is this all in according to the Andy stacks? Is this what we're going for with these big giant chip stacks, 2,500 big blinds deep?
Gotta live up to the name, man, the brand, you gotta do it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat and YouTube watching. We got a lot of people watching on YouTube right now. We got about 400 people watching on YouTube. Damn. It's way different than the night times I've been doing at 3 a.m. So shout out to Twitch as well. We got a bunch of people watching on Twitch too. Welcome, everybody. We got Andy in the house right now. Andy Stacks Poker joining us live from, where are you at, Andy, right now? Are you in LA or where are you doing right now?
I'm in LA, yeah, but I'm actually headed to Korea this week on Thursday. So I'll be playing on Wednesday, and then I'm going to Korea filming a new poker thing out there. I'll be out there for a few weeks, yeah.
What are you filming? Are you a reality show person now?
I think it's it's still under, I haven't been given that much detail. I think they want to keep it still kind of hush-hush, but just spoiler, it's a new, Gigi's doing a new show. And it's gonna be there's a twist to it. That's all I know so far. But a lot of big names are going out there to collaborate on this thing. So it's a new project.
Cool. Yeah, it should be like a Squid Game where someone dies or something like that if they don't win.
Absolutely. Yep. That's the one. Yep.
Yeah. Live Life 9 donation says, if this isn't cheating, what would someone need to do to be rightfully accused of cheating? What do you think?
One more time. That question.
If this isn't cheating, what would someone need to do to be rightfully accused of cheating? Good question.
That's a good question.
I mean, I guess it's up to the discretion of somebody. If they feel like there's peculiar plays, if they feel like someone keeps winning too much, if they feel like they keep getting coolered, if they feel like they see someone that is signaling or marking cards or anything like that. Normally you're going to look for like crazy hands, people winning a lot of money. Always start with the winners. So who's winning the most? Look at those people first. So that's where I would normally do if you're thinking about cheating. And then in a singular moment, I mean, that's a good question, Andy. Have you ever called someone out for cheating or anything like that? Is there anything that ever came up and where you felt like you had to say something about it?
I've been in games where I felt like I was cheated, but I never had any proof of it. I just never went back. I've also heard of games where like people have been cheated and things have been found. But one thing that I will add is that like when I was in the game, like I said, I didn't think it was possible that they were doing it on their own without the help of Hustler. So that's why I didn't think there was cheating. But after I talked to some few people that educated me on how easy it is to actually get it done, without the help of Hustler, to hack the system, then I realized like it is a big possibility. There is still room for that, which I didn't think it was possible earlier. Like I think with the technology of it, like I hate to say it, man, but my people, they build that stuff in China. You know what I mean? Like there's devices that people probably never even heard of or seen. Some 007 shit that people have never seen that can be used. But not saying that that's what happened here. But I'm saying that you definitely cannot discount the fact that there's a lot of room for that still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? The guy had something in a random dirty bedroom that could detect the cards. Of course, somebody that's spending money on these devices has the sickest devices anyone's ever seen. So, can you stop those in general? I don't know. Are those guys playing poker? Like they're probably doing something else, but maybe if they want to pick up some dollars, they probably start a poker game. So I guess
absolutely,
yeah. I guess, do you think someone asked in the chat earlier? Actually, the pigeon with the Australian 7, he said, if no conclusive evidence is shown either way, why not give the money to a mutually agreed charity?
Man, I don't know. I don't know about that.
No, Andy Stack, careful, Andy. They're vicious out there. Careful, don't get yourself in trouble. So you're not a fan of charity, is that what you just said?
I definitely think if no evidence is found, I think the money should probably be returned to her. I think she won the hand, and it's I don't know. I feel like I'm crossing some dangerous boundaries here. Like I said, I don't want to influence the public on whether or not one way or the other, because I truly think right now that the reason why this has been such an ongoing investigation is that it's so hard to figure out, right? Like Berkey said this, and it mirrors my exact feeling, is that every time that I start feeling like she didn't cheat, I look at all the footage, I watch that one hand again, I'm just like, what the fuck, then it brings me back to okay, something had to have happened here, and that's the hardest part of this whole puzzle, is that it's just the sample size too small. Mm-hmm. We're going off one crazy hand, and some streams before that were nothing that crazy happened. Mm-hmm. And that's the hardest part about all this, and so that's why I'm just in the middle. Mm-hmm. I just don't know, and I'm sorry that I can't add any more to this investigation that can help, but hopefully that what I've shared does help a little bit, but I do have to run, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, Andy, why don't you get out of here, okay?
All right, Joey.
All right, take care, Andy.
Thank you.
Guys,
for sure. Thanks, guys.
We'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, give a big shout out to Andy Stacks coming in. What do you guys think about Andy got to say? I feel like he got that in real life experience, being in the game. Obviously, very unique position. As you heard him say, didn't hear any vibration going on. Didn't see anything moving, any water bottles moving. I know people had that question. Didn't hear anything. Wasn't even really suspecting anything in real time. But after he went back home, he started looking at more information. He started going over some of the videos people were putting out and some of the theories they were putting forth. And, obviously that's easy for those things to influence you. So, but yeah, this is easily Andy's greatest interview ever. Yeah, I've really never heard him talk before. So that was probably the second time I've seen him outside the GG poker party. So big shout out to Andy as well. People in the chat are liking Andy. Look at that. We got a guest that the general chat on Twitch and YouTube actually liked. So very rare that actually happens in here where we get a universal approval of one of the guests. So shout out to Andy for coming on. Ron Grimm said, Andy, thoughts on her wanting to run it twice? If you know your head by cheating, why do that? Well, Andy's not here anymore, but also I think that's actually a really good question. Why would you do that? Very good question. Crazy Jim says, no accusation here, but as an MIT trained engineer, I can tell you what I would do if I wanted to cheat in a live stream game with an unknown RFID system. Well, why don't you tell us what you would do? So why don't you give us some more information? But yeah, guys, thanks for Andy coming on. I actually have a OG investigator, one of the original ultimate bet cheating scandal investigators coming on here. David Paredes is going to come on here in a little bit. He was one of the guys who, back in the day when Ultimate Bet had its big thing go down, where there was Pot Ripper and the guy was super using all the professionals at the high stakes, and there were all these cheating accounts in Ultimate Bet where basically they were winning $20 to $30 million, I believe they won through this scheme where they could see your cards, and then they would play you on high stakes and basically own the shit out of you. And then these guys got caught because one of their accounts made a ridiculous hero call in a tournament, and a guy named Pot Ripper, and then the community did a multi-year-long investigation into Ultimate Bet and Absolute Poker, and then some secret hidden like messages or like audio tape or something came out where like there was like an insider who basically busted it all open on 2+2, and then some of the amateur sleuths compiled data of the players, and it showed all this ridiculousness that was going on Ultimate Bet. So this guy, David Paredes, is one of those guys who was one of the main people involved. He was like the big poppy of 2004. So we're going to get his opinions on this. He's kind of in the NFT art world right now, crypto world, just poetry. I think he went to Harvard, he said, or something like that. Maybe we did a few podcasts together. Shout out to David. But yeah, we got David coming in here in a second. So John Stevens says, Joe, thank you for the platform, allowing people to have their opinions, even if they can be harsh. Thank you very much. Yeah, I feel like it's good to give a platform where you're giving out, you know, I mean, I guess, you know, there's a question is, do I want to have someone on here who comes out and was like, she 100% was doing this? Like, few people would be upset about that at this point in time. I think if someone come on here and just said, look at it, because at this point in time, we've all looked at it and we sort of say, well, where is the evidence? You know, we've seen it, but now we need to see more before we can move forward, which seems pretty normal. 499 from Joseph Falco says, how many hands did she fold that she would have won, or was her win rate would be 100? Yeah, I don't know much about that question specifically, but I don't know if it is relevant. I'm sure that all the data, more hands are relevant, but I think, yeah, it's a good question. And it seems like people have gone through the hands. I mean, I've got a lot of theories sent to me, and no one's really found any anomalies in those things that they pointed out or at least noticed. But I guess the sad part of all this is like, it's just really easy to find this out if you're the casino. All you got to do is go up to the computer room, take a bottle of Adderall, close the door, put on some meditation music, and then lock the fuck in, and then figure it out. So, and then be able to come out and say, I didn't see anything. There was no devices. There's no this. There's no that. I got to do my DD. Look at this great overlay I got here for all these people. Whatever. Will J says, I can't believe at the wrong pot, $500 shove. Andy is great to return it. Excellent coverage this hand, Joey. My opinion is her sunglasses confused her. I believe that. I could see that. How many times did she appear on Hustler? Only 3. I want to see her play on Hustler again, man. I hear some speculation the G-Man match might take place. The heads-up match might go down between the two of these people, so I would love to see the heads-up match going on here as well. And I think Robbi actually said something on, uh-oh. I'm getting some more information here in my messages from people. New ideas, new theories, new data coming forward here, so. Also, I found this on Twitter. A guy, Nick Schulman, said about Sheen a lot, but Sean Winters sends this truck pick day 1 of the Poker Masters. All right, but then throughout the week, he says he keeps seeing 777 on the flop, takes picks and talks about it every day, but just check out the last pick. And he sent a truck of 777. He sent a flop of 777. he sent another flop of 777, and then he won 777. So that is kind of strange. And I don't know what kind of voodoo bullshit magic that is, but it sounds like what Jungle Man was in that ashram for, as I said here on Twitter. So, Gambling Savant, what do you think Garrett put her on? I think Garrett put her on a random hand that he could get to fold. That wasn't strong enough to call. That wasn't a 10. And unfortunately, he shoved with ace high. Robbi said David Williams on Joe Ingram 1. I felt that. It's like he stepped in my soul and played my actual hand. Will J said, I can't believe that wrong. I guess he already said that. Yeah, I feel like I already said that. So, but yeah, we got David coming in here in a few minutes. Nick Vertucci, I think, is going to come on after his meeting. He said, I don't know how long the meeting is, but that was about an hour ago. Josh Macchialo just hit him up as well. So I'm going to have him join us as well, kind of get his opinion from on the ground floor out in LA, see what he's been up to over there, see what he's been seeing on location for communicating with all the hustler people as well too. So we're going to find out more about that. Nakablem says, why was Garrett willing to play with Robbi again after getting his money back if he thought she was cheating? I feel like the same questions have basically been answered 100 fucking times, but I do still like thinking about them. Why was he willing to play? I mean, we don't really know if he was going to play or not, so it seems like he was willing to play, but we don't really know he was willing to play. So I'm going to check Reddit poker. Always a dangerous idea. But we're going to see what they said. Petition to make this a subs profile image. Jesus. Someone said something new was posted. I don't know. I mean, it's like a 4 out of 10. What do you guys think? 4 out of 10? And do you guys think we should bring Jersey Joe back in here and let him give his opinion again? Let's see some initial context on Hustler. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Raver Poker. Vertucci is totally separate from production. He runs a business side. He has nothing to do with day-to-day production. That's why he's allowed to play. Yeah, shout out to Raver Poker. I'd love to have Raver Poker on here. Does anyone feel bad for Robbi? Definitely, I think they do. Seems like everyone's dumping on her for either being a cheater. Jesus Christ, this is a harsh one. Oh my God. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I feel bad for anybody. If that is the case with that guy just said. Let's see. Is this all Reddit's talking about? This is crazy. All right, David's coming in the chat. I don't know what Reddit's talking about. These guys are out of line. Mr. David, are you there? Oh, you connected. Yo.
Hey, can you hear me?
Big Papa, you there? What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you guys. Let me know how the audio is, guys.
Perfect.
For our guest here, Mr. David Paredes. Do people still go by Gaucho? I mean, people still call you by by your nickname, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a long time, but I've been a little bit, immersed in the NFT world for the past few years. But I've been quietly playing here in New Hampshire. Actually, Doug Polk came and stopped by the poker room that I was playing at today randomly.
Wait, whoa! Yeah, Doug Polk's in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
What the hell what does Doug Polk doing in New Hampshire? You're kidding me.
I mean, he posted on Twitter the other day. He was maybe thinking about new locations or something. So I assume that's what it was.
Doug Polk in New Hampshire. That sounds like a poker Twitter's dream, secluding Doug Polk out and put Doug Polk in New Hampshire. He can't cause trouble over there, right? He can't rile up everyone on Twitter being in New Hampshire.
The man is ubiquitous. It was like kind of like almost like a Bigfoot sighting or something. But yeah, I think he's obviously done a great job with Lodge, and I could see him expanding very easily.
Okay, so David, let's tell people a little about your background as well in poker. I mentioned about the UB scandal, but you've been playing poker a long time, playing high-stakes cash games, playing tournaments, had a lot of success. Just give people a little bit about your background on your poker background, and so people can kind of catch up a little bit.
For sure. Just a quick background. I'm originally from New York City, where I kind of learned in the underground games. So I have a tremendous amount of experience in like private games, underground games, cheated games. Plus I, just by living in New York, you're kind of taught awareness of just to look out for yourself and kind of like, be aware of your surroundings and what might happen. And so then I started playing online when I was in law school. I graduated Harvard. I have a degree in economics. I also have a MFA in fiction writing and a law degree from NYU as well. And when I was playing online, people get this wrong, a little confused, but the absolute poker thing was not a difficult thing to solve because like literally the file with all the hands were released and the cheater, literally pot rep or whoever it was, called with 10 high, like, just a ridiculous call. Mm-hmm. Whereas the ultimate bet was much more nuanced. And it was the first time that, that a smart cheater like came into play. The idea of a smart cheater, like someone who would purposefully lose certain hands or like shove draws and like, people didn't, and, my friend Mike Fosco is one of the greatest PLO players of all time, he and I were like two of the biggest winners on UB at the time. And at that time, it's so commonplace now, but like, I was one of the first people that like really delved into like the poker tracker, like stats and figured out, I used to be able to tell like when someone like Durr was playing on a different account or something like that, just because I'd studied everyone's stats so much. And back then people had more of a signature style play rather than today when everything is so like robotic. So, that gave me a lot of awareness of tendencies of how people might play. I've also caught cheaters in Florida, in a home game and also Boston. And the real way you want to catch cheaters is basically just like trying to work out the logic of how they would be doing a certain thing based on how the play and results are going. So, I have a lot of experience in this, and I also feel like I have a good intuition for these type of things, as well as I can see both sides of the argument. I think people get a little too caught up in like their own viewpoint and are unwilling to consider, both sides, and that's like really problematic. And that's, also one of the things I've seen, the poker players, even great ones do, like they're biased to their own conclusions, and that's a problem.
Mm. Yeah. Well, okay, got your background, got a little bit about where you're coming from. So when you're looking at this situation, what does anything stand out to you that hasn't been said, or what are you kind of taking away from your experience seeing a lot of these things in underground games or in wherever you're seeing it, even online, anywhere?
Let's just assume that she's cheating, right? So like then you have to ask yourself, okay, how is she cheating? Okay, maybe is she getting a vibration? The RFID things in the past generally tell you like which seed is winning, and they can't necessarily alert like post flop. Like let's say like it tells you like the 2 seed is going to win the hand, and you're the 2 seed. Okay, fine, but it's not going to tell her the winning hand once your head's up. Like it doesn't re-vibrate, sort of thing. I suppose if they have someone on the other side, so you kind of like you get a sense of where it would have to be. It would have to be something that isn't the usual cheating device. It's like a step further where it can re-vibrate or re-ping at certain points when she would signal for it. In which case, like, after everyone had folded, Jack high wasn't the winning hand at the table. So like you can already rule that out. So it would have to be something different. And then like, you have to analyze every situation. I think the mistake that I see people making is they're overweighting her post-mortem analysis, meaning like they're saying like, oh, she changed her story. That is the opposite of what you should be doing. Like you should be more trusting of her in the moment, like the things she says during the hand prior to the call. Like there's a number of things she says, like, she said something like, I just kind of want to call you, and then she said something like, are 3s good or something like that? Like, and you can explain both sides. Like you can kind of see the logic of how that might be for both sides, but it's a little bit of a stretch to see someone of her level of experience. It's almost like, this is where it's tricky. And this is what I'm curious your thoughts. Like you have to presume that if she's cheating, she's actually quite a good cheater other than this hand. Meaning she doesn't go crazy in certain spots. She makes incorrect calls, like the hand where she was called drawing down the turn, etc. Pays off with aces against whatever her name is, like the jack, the 7-7 jack 7-7 board. So like you have to presume that she's a good cheater, but then also switch to that she's so bad that she would cheat in this particular hand. And then those are the kind of things like you want to kind of think about. And yeah, I'm curious, like, I see it's very polarizing to see so many smart people be on complete opposite sides. Like on the one hand, you have Galfond, on the other hand, you have someone like Brian Rast. There must be more to the story here. And they don't have anyone analyzing the footage, like probably yet. I mean, hopefully, like someone will be able to go out there that can like know what to look for and things. But I feel like, we saw what happened with Stones. Like, it could be another one of those things where a law firm like Kentucky Law said, doesn't even know what a straight is. So kind of curious about what do you think on that too?
About which part? About the investigation part?
Yeah, about the type of I guess one of my main questions is like, how do you vacillate between like the strength of cheater she must be to sort of conceal everything up to that moment, essentially?
That's a good question. I mean, I guess when you say like hidden or didn't reveal, I mean, I guess what you're saying is that there was no obvious action that would show you that, I can see the cards. Like, for example, I just saw a hand at King's Casino where a guy cold called pre-flop with kings versus aces. The flop was jack 7-7, and the guy with aces bet, and the guy with kings folded. Now, that would be an obvious sign of collusion because it's so fucking obvious that you can't do it. So in that instance there, I mean, it would need to be so obvious. And if the jack 4 doesn't qualify as so obvious, then I don't exactly know what would qualify as so obvious outside of you folding a very strong hand when you had a second best hand, you had a sick cooler. So we didn't really see anything happen. It was just too small of a sample size for me to really see anything like that. So I mean, I
even if although like people underestimate how large the sample size needs to be. Like if people really just focus on like 3 sessions that Postle played, they would have been able to figure out that he's cheating. You know what I mean? So like it actually is it is a small sample size, but it's actually, you should be able to garner like or gather some conclusions based on your hypothesis that she's cheating, right? Mm-hmm. Another thing is like in terms of giving the money back, right? I've seen very polarized responses to that. Like, do you think giving the money back makes someone more likely to be guilty or less likely to be guilty?
Less likely to be guilty. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe this situation's unique, but if somebody was cheating, I don't, like Phil Nagy ain't never sent me no money back, right? I mean, I was, so I never got money sent back to me. So from no one ever gave me money. Was I not cheated? Of course I was. So
yeah.
I haven't heard of the guy giving the money back, the girl giving the money back. Obviously, it's a unique situation where it's on the game, it's on the stream. People want to come back on the stream. I can't believe the stories on Inside Edition. That's like, I mean, that's wild. And the thing that they focused on the most was the ring with like the potential vibrating thing inside the ring. There's a vibration system in the ring too. I heard about that. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what Inside Edition focused on, the ring theory. It's just so crazy. So let's just focus on. Let's take 2 things. So on the one hand, right, would a cheater give the money back? In my experience, absolutely not. Has it happened? I'm sure yes, but I've been cheated a number of times in my life, and no one has ever offered to give the money back. Now the problem is that the reason that people, in my view, viewed it as an admission of guilt is because that's what specifically Garrett said in his post, right? So Garrett interpreted her offering to give the money back as an admission of guilt, so to speak. Like, from what we've heard, like, you know what you did, Robbi, like, let's make this right or whatever. Like whatever was said behind the scenes, we'll never know, I guess. But he interpreted that as an admission of guilt. Whereas, like, objectively, if you didn't know what was said, I actually think it makes it quite less likely that she was that she was cheating, because like cheaters have the objective of winning money in nefarious ways and keeping the money, right? The objective isn't to cheat, get caught theoretically, and then instantly give it back. Like it makes much more sense to me that she felt pressured in the scenario. She wanted to be perceived as a good player. Obviously, like that was Andy's great point. The way she wants to be perceived is clearly very important to her. And, she felt probably very awkward. She's explained it, it's her first week on the stream. And that's the other thing, like, do guilty people like instantly call you, was Postel instantly calling you up to be on your podcast, or was he picking and choosing and deciding to go on the
I was messaging Postel during that thing, and I remember I said he can come on, but I don't think he was kind of going through a lot too. It's a very unique situation. I mean, Robbi seemed a little more polished than Mike Postel does, in terms of speaking, the way he maybe handle people, how you come off, stuff like that. So Robbi maybe more equipped to handle the attention and the energy that's going to come that way, positive and negative. Whereas some people don't, some people just want to go away from all that stuff and don't want to say anything. So I don't necessarily think that that's indicative of anything. And even the situations I feel like are similar in some maybe a little bit of ways, but not necessarily.
What to you are like the 2 or 3 most significant pieces of evidence to indicate that she would be cheating thus far?
Well, the hand Jack 4 where you're calling, and that to me is just the weird. It doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, the logic does make sense, but at the same time, it just doesn't make any sense. And I would say the activities after the hand, kind of strangeness after the hand, but I would say everybody act different. So who knows how people are going to act? You can never really, like Andy was saying, you can't project how you believe somebody should act or shouldn't act, and then assume that the way they acted this way means this or that. I mean, you can make those assumptions, but in reality, without really being able to gather the conclusive evidence, I mean, somewhat maybe that's not even worth it, and to even hypothesize about that or focus on those sorts of things and really just try to get to the meat and potatoes of what it could be, which is obviously there's transmission going on if anything's going on, so there's a device. There's a device, or there's not a device. There's either signals or there's not a signals. So you check the tapes for signals, that's it, and then you check the tape for devices, and that's really all you could do. I guess one thing I was wondering, kind of, it's a good question, right? Like, what 3 would? I mean, to me, really, like, it's the hand is weird. The min raise with the ace king versus ace 8, but at the same time, like, that's not enough for me to go out there and say, like, I would never watch those 2 hands and go on Twitter and say, hey, I think this person's cheating. Like, I wouldn't even think about it twice about it.
I think it was Galfon that pointed out, an interesting observation. Like, I've seen it too, playing in like lower stakes games and stuff. Like, it's just that this is just such a elevated situation. But oftentimes like amateurs might min raise like weakish hands and then like overbet jam, like when she had top set of queens or whatever against Jack 2, which was 2 pair, like she just went crazy and like overbet jammed and got like a fold, right, when she should have extracted more value. Like that's kind of like a sort of like a systematic style of play, where obviously in this hand she had like a very like absurdly weak hand, versus the ace king she has like a much better hand. But what really gets me is that, like, assume that she actually did misread her hand, everything else makes sense, right? If you assume that she actually misread her hand and didn't think she had Jack 4, everything makes perfect sense that she didn't cheat, right? However, if she thinks she had Jack 4, then it gets very, very murky, right? Because in these situations, when you have a device, you don't know how long your window of being able to cheat will last. So, like, in games that I've seen where people had these devices, they'd play all sorts of atrocious hands because, like, when it buzzes, hey, your seat is up, you're going to win the hand. Doesn't matter if you have 4-7 off, like Jack 3 or whatever. Like, you're going to play the hand because you know you're going to win. So like, and you don't know how long that window will last. So you can't make it. You don't have the ability to make it look realistic. Like, Postel had the ability to make it look realistic because he knew the exact cards. So that was like a much different scenario. But again, like it's so difficult. I don't think that they're, I'm not convinced either way. I want to be objective and look at both sides of the argument. Like I want to try to argue the best case for both that she cheated and she didn't cheat. And to me right now, it's a little bit stronger that she did not. Mm-hmm. But then you have someone like Doug Polk, where like what's this device in your pants, right? And someone pulls up those specific pants, and they do have a crease on them, but it doesn't look like a crease. You know what I mean? Like, you get into those things like, what is that device that's under in pants with no pockets, like underneath or something? And if it's not a device, what is it? Or is it just the lighting, the shadow, the crease, whatever? And that's suspicious. And then, of course, like you said, the Jack 4 is suspicious. And realistically, changing stories afterwards and flip-flopping, that's also suspicious, right? Because an innocent person doesn't need to change their story because what happened is the truth, right? So where it gets muddled is where, like, we have to give her a rationale for having changed her story. And there is a rationale, which is that, she was kind of like in shock looking at her hand that won Jack 4. She had some reluctance to turn her hand over, which again would argue that she knew her hand was Jack 4. But it's that's where it gets really tricky. And that's the thing where like they really need someone. I mean, listen, let's be realistic. If they gave you and me like 24 hours with the footage and they told us how to like zoom in on at the camera angles, we would find out like what device they had, if they had a device, right? But you can't prove that you're innocent, right? Because even if we had, let's say, like, we investigated the footage for 48 hours and we saw everything and we couldn't find anything, right? So you can the cheating camp will always say, oh, they didn't do a good job investigating, or they probably didn't look, whatever. Mm-hmm. So that's the problem, is that it's unfortunate if she's not cheating that she got dragged through the ringer and things like that, but it's only going to be, the political interests of the parties right now is realistically to find no evidence of cheating, right? So like so? From the hustler's perspective.
Why do you think so? I was talking with
I mean, I just a comment Nick Vertucci said, I hope we don't find anything, but if we do, we're going to make it public, right? Like, it's not a good look if you say your stream was cheated, right? That's but hopefully the public will be forgiving, which is what his point was. But I think like the interest is not to find cheating from their perspective. Also, from the other side, like to find cheating, that may cause the impetus for streams to up their security measures quite a bit, which obviously seems to be happening anyway. But it's everyone has an agenda right now. Like even for like you could say that you yourself have an agenda of like creating content for the stream and stuff like that, or Doug has an agenda for clickbaits or whatever it is. Like we have to like try to find the most objective sources without a political agenda, let's say, and those I think you'll find the most value.
So so a lot of people got issue with Doug Polk. He came out, said aggressively he thought it was likely she was cheated. Didn't necessarily have maybe strongest evidence to back that up outside of maybe a loose theory. And then now people have really ganged up on him for the stance that he took. Obviously, he's a polarizing guy to begin with in the first place, but do you think that that's good to have people in the community who come out on both sides? A lot of people could say, oh, let's wait for more. He was like, fuck it, I see this. Like, I'm going to make this aggressive statement on it. And it seems like people really are having some type of issue with that. I don't know if the issue matters. Like, he's still going to be able to do what he wants to do. You're not going to be able to get rid of the guy from YouTube.
Right.
So, but what do you think about this argument? Like, you shouldn't go ahead and jump to those theories or conclusions if they are cheating, because obviously we know being accused of that is pretty... It's not something you want to be accused of when you're a poker player.
Yeah, of course. And like, let's say just taking Doug specifically, right? He's one of the best, he's one of the best in the business of creating content. And like, the more controversial the content generally tends to perform better, clicks and views wise. So like I don't blame him for taking the controversial stance, and I think realistically he thinks there is cheating. So like I don't think he's just like acting with that. Like he saw like, what is this device? Why did the chair vibrate? Like all the things like that just don't make sense. Her changing the story, like, you know, all those things which you can argue also have counter explanations. You know, there's no explanation for what the device what the device looked like in her pocket. There's no explanation for why the chair vibrated, right? So like until those like those explanations are found, you know, then he has the right to question them, right? And then those would suggest cheating. So yeah, you just have to take his stance with a grain of salt, knowing that, you know, he has an agenda behind what he's trying to accomplish, even though he may, you know, I believe that he thinks that there was cheating, right? So like he can still be truthful, you know, he can still be like practicing his truth, but also practicing it in a way that, you know, lends him to get more, to get more views, right? So, you know, like I would try to pay attention to those that don't have an agenda. That would be my one advice.
Who are these people? Who are these agendaless people out there? Everybody got an agenda. Everybody honestly, everybody's signaling their own way on Twitter. Everyone hopping on. Everyone out there got an agenda of some kind. Obviously, people say Doug Polk's agenda is maybe a bit more destructive potentially than somebody else's agenda might be in terms of how they handle how they are going to go upon achieving that agenda. So, but everyone's going to have an agenda. I mean, who are the agendaless people we're going to go to and hear what they got to say?
Right. I mean, and like, you know, I don't necessarily know that there is one clear answer. I mean, one person that I liked his thread, you know, was Galfond, obviously. Like, I thought he wrote a very like measured, you know, kind of like objective thread, right? And I don't believe he has like an agenda. Like he didn't make a video.
You said who? Phil
Galfond? Yeah, Phil Galfond. Yeah.
I don't know. I question that the research he did. You know, I mean, Phil Galfond. I feel like a guy would do some DD. He said he did an hour. He said he did an hour. He said his info is an hour on Twitter, 30 minutes of a stream, and Doug Polk's most recent video, and then he made a long thread about it. I mean, he's got a very influential voice. I just would have liked to see him do a little more DD before coming out those. Yeah, because he's a smart. This is the kind of guy that could go through it and like really see something. He's saying, well, I'm going to make this declaration of all these things in here with an hour and a half of DD in there. So I just would have liked to see a little more for him. But I did read his opinion, and I think a lot of people were agreeing with where he was coming from on a lot of these things. And yeah, so it's always good to hear what he's got to say, though. I mean, I like to, put a lot of stock into what he says. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And another person I would say, like I mentioned before, was Brian Rast. I mean, I know he was actually like, he said something that was like very clearly wrong, in one of the tweets, but he went, you know, he did sounds like he did his homework and like researched the hands and things like that. You know, and really was kind of like spot on in a lot of his analysis. And remember, he came to the exact opposite conclusion as Phil. But you know, then he does something like where his friend Bill Klein was texting him that they didn't do a random seat draw. But then you can just look at the video that they actually did do a random seat draw, which thankfully, like Ryan confirmed. It's just that Bill wasn't present for the draw, so then they draw for you. So that like, if those things which seem very suspicious, like having Bill Klein tell you, oh, the times that Robbi played, there was no random draw, that sounds incredibly suspicious. But it actually has a quite innocent explanation, which was that just he wasn't present for the draw. So and like you can see the draw being done on camera. So like, you know, those type of things like get people's perspectives muddied. You know, I haven't seen anyone with like what I would claim is the perfect take. I think people kind of like form an opinion. I don't personally believe that the people that are. I haven't seen like a great take on why she's cheating. The reasons seem to be, well, she's been winning. Okay, so that is a good sign, right? You know, like someone just winning when they're clearly like, you know, a novice player. Although she's not that novice, like even in the hand against where she called down on the river against Garrett with the hand you were showing earlier with Ace King versus King 6.
Yeah.
Like she had the wherewithal to say like, if I didn't have the King of Hearts, I wouldn't have called you, right? So that was a moment of lucidity where you can kind of see like people are calling her like a rank amateur, but she's not really that amateurish if she can like have that thought process, right? And she may be misapplying things. So clearly, the misapplying the concept of blockers, like we can all understand that, but there is something going on up there that is much more in depth than I think we're giving her credit for. We're giving her credit for right now, and like even the comment where she made during the hand, where she says like why she's touching her face, it wasn't exactly clear what she was saying. Did you guys ever figure out what she said there?
Which part about the
when she during the Jack 4 hand, she touches her face at some point.
Right. Yeah.
But it was.
I think she was just talking. I think she was just talking. I think she was just talking shit, and trolling or something like that. You know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who knows? But my point is that like
she was playing BTO exactly. She was playing blocker theory optimal. I think Finding Equilibrium explained it well. She was playing BTO blocker theory optimal when she had the Jack of Clubs blocker. That's what the person who was the PhD student was trying to explain. Why during her whatever. I mean, listen, I tried to read this graphic. Did you see this fucking graphic? Oh my god.
My god, man. I can't even.
I want to have. Let me see what their name was. Yeah, Ada Rhodes. Yeah, I want to have Ada Rhodes. I got to message Ada Rhodes and get Ada Rhodes on here to explain this graph. The thing is, I don't think I'm the best person for that. It's about like no limit hold'em theory, and I study hold'em every day, but you know I'm much more well versed in the great game of pot limit Omaha. 4 cards better than 2 pot. The great game. So
of course,
I think to really talk about that what she was talking about. I mean, we need like a real big nerd guy to be talking with her, and then maybe I'll be the mediator for that. You know, maybe I'll be like a middleman.
Timex is the goat. Timex is the goat for posting that thread. Like, let's see the threads that have gotten over 5,000 likes. And just like you said, like the fact that this is on Inside Edition right now, which has like a million subscribers or so. Like, I mean, that's just insane how far this has reached. But again, like, you know, listen, you've been around a long time, as have I. We've both seen shady shit go down in many ways. You know, like, in a way, like, you kind of have to judge someone's sort of like actions, you know, and their willingness to speak publicly. And like, you know, like, I mean, if this is the crazy thing to me, like her husband is a lawyer, and meanwhile, like she's going on all these shows, like, and texting, you know, Nick Vertucci, you know, at all hours and stuff. Like, you know, this is very odd, right? It's very odd behavior from someone who should be advised to stay silent or something. Like, in theory, she should be doing what Garrett is doing, right? You know, like let the investigation play out, etc. But in a way, like, I mean, doesn't that strike you as somewhat indicative of innocence? Like, does someone just go on all these shows and podcasts? And, you know, we remember like what Postel Picken chose, which podcast he went on. Jake and Ali are nowhere to be found speaking publicly. Like, you know, like
Howard Letter still ain't talk. Yeah, he did one video. He still ain't really talk. I mean, Bryn Kenny, he went on the Sarah Herring podcast right away.
He right. So exactly, and like that's a whole other story. But you know, yeah, exactly. Like so I mean, like I would say there's a number of things that to me would lend credence to her not cheating. However, if you just look at it from a basic perspective, and I have very smart friends who've been around many cheating things in their life, and in poker, you know, I'm talking specifically from the poker world, and they're like, she cheated 100%. There's no ifs. I mean, of course she cheated. Like, how can you be so stupid not to think that she didn't, right? Like, okay, you take this person that like clearly is a novice. She's calling with all in for 100K with Jack 4, 10 times the stake. All of a sudden, this new guy, Rip, is coming in with a cowboy hat, staking her for like, you know, 250K or whatever. How much did they come to the game with? 300 or whatever?
I think it was maybe two bullets. I'm not sure what the buy-in was for.
But how much did he buy in for?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a good question.
Yeah,
Maybe 30K,
I mean,
50K,
like that,
100K.
one thing that's definitely not done enough so far is the focus on the co-conspirator, right? Because the co-conspirator could literally be some guy that hacked the system in the parking lot buzzing her, right? So that could be a co-conspirator, or her co-conspirator could be the person at the table, which would be the most likely person, which was Rip. So I think if anything, people should be really heavily investigating Rip, like that. Like Andy said, that might be the key to the puzzle, so to speak.
Rip. We got Rip on here. We talked with him. He had some things to say. It was nice chatting with him.
Yeah, I listened to that. And I thought he gave a pretty good summation of hey, I'm just an amateur. I was fucking around gambling. I mean, again, I don't see someone with some grand cheating scheme just coming on instantly. It just doesn't. I guess maybe, but I really don't see that. And I just think it's very odd, right? No matter how you slice it, no matter if you think that she's not cheating, everything about her changing the story, her thinking, her trying to backtrack and said she had Jack 3, everything is odd, right? But if you also everything is odd if you think she didn't cheat, the whole scenario is just, it's a perfect confluence or a perfect storm of events that create this we love the mystery, right? We love the salt. To me, I feel like I'm very akin to you in that I love to investigate. I love to it's almost like a thought exercise, and it's very interesting to me to kind of try to piece together the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
It just I personally am incredibly biased. To announce my bias, I am biased to suspect that someone would be cheating because I've just seen it too many times in my life. When something doesn't make sense, regardless of your intuition, regardless if you know how it happened or not, I'm just more likely to suspect cheating because I've just seen it too often. So if anything, my bias is much more heavily in that direction. But I also think just the way my mind works in particular compared to most other pros that I see is just I'm much more willing to consider both sides and actively search for the strongest arguments on both sides, and then compare those two, which I think I think it would be really cool to sit down with you and go through point by point and try to craft the strongest argument for she cheated, and then wipe the slate clean and then craft the strongest argument for she didn't cheat, right? And I may do this later on Twitter if I have some more time, but yeah, I think that's something that most poker players are weaker at, and honestly most lawyers too, just because we're trained a certain way. But yeah, I mean, I think it's so fascinating, and I've been vacillating, but and like I said, I have people that are texting me on both sides, hey, I'm 100% convinced she's cheating, and I know I'm 90% she didn't cheat.
Everybody got an opinion. Everybody got an opinion, David. The more we talk, the less I'm convinced of anything.
Yeah.
We got the wrong man. They got the wrong man. It's locking up the innocent man. I Poppy.
I know, but that's the heart.
Garrett, we got an innocent. Do we got an innocent? Do we got an? Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, I don't know. I just never seen anything like it. So I never seen anything like it before.
It's coming on the heels of you probably didn't follow the Serial podcast, but this was the same thing on the Serial podcast, which was unsolved murder. Well, it was solved, but people thought that they had incarcerated an innocent man. These two teenagers. One had killed. He got convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend, in Maryland in 1998, and he was in prison for over 25 years, and now he just walked out a free man. And no one knew the answer. It was the exact same thing. Very smart people on both sides would listen, analyze all the evidence, listen to the podcast, have all these theories, and it's actually there was a great line from there. It's trying to ascribe meaning towards her actions is kind of trying to chart the course of a dream. right? So like, it's kind of like
what
when there's yeah, this was a sick line from Cyril. Like
this
trying to like to ascribe meaning to all her different actions is like trying to chart the course of a dream, because like Andy said, with amateurs, there's a lot of randomness to the actions, right? And you know, Negreanu made the point of, hey, you know, like when I talk to amateurs or like when I coach amateurs, like they say, oh, why did you bet? Well, he was bluffing. You know what I mean? Like they get all these convoluted, like logical, like fallacies. It's just because they don't have a strong grasp, and they often can't recollect the action and their thought process. It's more that the explanations, the sort of like the post after the fact postmortem analysis is more of a rationalization as opposed to an explanation, and that's where we get very confused, or that I've seen people get very confused with, is trying to like back work out her logic when in actuality the logic itself is flawed from the get-go, or it's not flawed, it's just kind of like incomplete, or like coming from a different perspective, or doesn't have like a concrete logical foundation to express to, you know. So it's just it's
the chat's getting fired up here, Dave. The chat's getting fired up. Listen, Dave, this stream runs on the chat. For when the chat gets fired up one way or the other, that's when I let these guys run the ship around here. When the chat start getting fired up, that's when I start getting fired up. They said, bro, they say it's dark outside. They say it's dark outside. Some of the people are enjoying it. Some of the people, you know, they always try to get me onto the next caller. They're always like, all right,
okay.
I don't even know who the next caller is. I'm enjoying what you got to say. You're saying a lot of things. I'm kind of understanding a little bit of it. Not really understand a lot of what you're saying. I mean, I'm just not thinking that deeply about. My mind's kind of like, if I go that deep, then I'm gonna have to start working pretty hard here. So I'm kind of deciding on some of these ideas. It's a lot of speculation, and you know, I think people find it interesting. But it sounds like you're into this sort of thing very deeply, and this is something that you're thinking about a lot. And
I care about the integrity of the game. Like that's the thing that's like paramount to me. Is just like I really do care, like making the game. People said like, oh, why did you come forward with the UB thing? This is gonna leave such a black mark in our industry. It's like, no, like you need to, if something happened, you need to expose it such that change can be made, right? And like a lot of things were changed because of Ultimate Bet.
And that's what could happen. That's what could happen here, exactly.
Yes, so that's what can happen here, and hopefully some positive change can come of it. And if it happens to be that you know, cheating was exposed, I say let's expose it. That's where I was saying before about the political agendas. Like, you know, that's where we need to be very careful when we like latch on to someone's theory. Is we need to also be aware of what those particular person's biases are and what their political agenda is, so to speak. So yeah, that's those are my thoughts. You know, I think you know, at some point, I think it may be worth it to like really sit down and analyze the best arguments from all sides, you know, from each side. And then I haven't seen a particularly good theory as to how exactly she's cheating. Like, you know, like, oh yeah, vibrating device. Okay, like, is it vibrating to tell her the best hand from the get-go? Can she signal and then get the vibration, or how does it like?
Damn, I want a vibration system. Listen, David, I think I want a vibration system. I just thought about this. How great would it be if something vibrated? Even if it was like, it's got to go, like you got to put it very hidden, you know? Would you if you could get a vibration, like maybe there should be a game where each person get a vibration once a session, where you can push the button and the information is told to you what to do in that moment, but you only get one buzzer push, and your opponents don't know when you use the buzzer push. So the buzzer push, the buzzer push will tell you if you win the hand, okay? Or it could tell you if you win the hand. Sick. So each session, each person gets one, and then you can't tell anybody. So that
okay.
I think,
when are we doing this stream? Let's do it, man. Who are we gonna contact for our producers? Yeah, let's get it done.
I'm ready. I mean, maybe
I love it.
People messaged me already.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic idea. I've actually had like thoughts like that, like at the table, like there is a show I used to like Saved by the Bell, like when I was a kid or whatever, and like he had the ability to like freeze time. So like yeah, that's basically like it's a freeze time moment where you actually get told that you have the winning hand. Like that's just fucking amazing. Whether or not you're good, whether or not you're good.
Right.
And it would be a really cool, like, it's like almost makes it more like a poker, like more like a video game in that sense. Like you have that like power up tool or whatever. But yeah, let's let some other people talk. But yeah, I think I'd love to discuss with you another time.
Let's talk.
The best arguments.
Let's talk more about it. I mean, when we're let's think about more about what you said, and then kind of dig into that a little bit when we're not on the air, and I can talk about some of these stuff.
For sure, man. All right, talk soon.
Yeah, Poppy. Listen, if you guys want to follow David, tell a little bit about what you're doing with the art stuff, man. You just started making some AI art. I mean, give a little of that before you go, just to people. Gaucho 2121 on. Shout out to our NFT group we have on Telegram. I don't really post a lot in there, but I read it a lot. And shout out to everybody in the Telegram group. All the former poker players are now found in the Telegram group, it appears. So
yeah, I think NFTs in many ways are very similar to poker, and that's kind of what intrigued me. It also solves a lot of problems with the art market, like just in terms of royalties for artists and things like that. I tend to prefer, just like I have an MFA in picture writing, I tend to prefer the more what I would call or classify as digital fine art, meaning like not the pictures of cartoon animals, but more like the well-crafted, like someone that spent a lot of time on making incredible digital art. Because like if you see all the concert visuals behind you, those are from commercial working artists, or like Pixar movies and things. Those are some of the best artists in the world. And just giving those people like the opportunity to make a living from their art is incredible. And obviously like things were overvalued and the bubble was hyped up. But I actually produced, during the pandemic, I produced a show in Boston. I would go to like NFT NYC or NFT, in Art Basel Miami. I saw they were doing shows, and I was like, why isn't there a show in Boston? Like, we're a tech-centric city. Boston's where I live. And so I was just like, I took it upon myself, like, you know what, I'm gonna do a show here. And we wound up having 10 of the best digital artists in the world. I partnered with Alex Ness Graphics Ness, who's an incredible artist and has worked with like many famous musicians on concert visuals and just on commercial work other than that. And we actually just formed a new business called Skyness Studios, which we're going to start off with a online drop. And
sick. Let's go.
I'll be talking. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I just love it. And then with the AI art, man, it's fucking addictive. It's like it's word prompting. So like it's all art created strictly from word prompting, and whether or not it classifies as art, that's another debate. But it's just fucking fun. Yeah. And like you can just it's like therapeutic, like take an edible, make some AI art.
Take an edible and make AI art. I'm in. You telling me I can either stream? All right, I'm gonna take an edible right now. Now that you said that,
we should do that at some point. It's fucking amazing.
The investigation has closed on the case of Robbi versus Garrett. We are now officially an edible NFT art. We are, what is it called? We are a content creator doing artificial intelligence to make NFT paintings, and then we're gonna sell it to you.
Let's go. Let's
all
go.
Right, perfect.
All right,
all right,
man. We have a couple business ideas. We got some theories on this, and yeah, let's see what. Great job as always in the investigation. You're the GOAT. I think extremely highly of you.
Thank you.
And
Poppy.
I didn't say your name when I was saying like look at someone without the agenda. Obviously, you do have the agenda of views, but I truly do believe you're trying to present the evidence from both sides, which is what I really appreciate. So. Great job, Joey, and fantastic work as always.
Yeah, Poppy, I miss you. I hope you're doing well, kid. Nice seeing you.
Likewise, man. Likewise. All right, peace.
Later. You guys, listen, this chat, guys, listen, you guys are, what is this guy's chat's problem, bro? Let the fucking guy talk. What's going on, man? Come on, chat. This chat, I feel like it's like a comedy show, and like eventually the hecklers are like, get him off the stage, like get out of here. You know what I'm saying? They get so fucking riled up, bro. Trying to get Dave Williams. All right, guys, listen, shout out to Gaucho. I knew you guys would love the NFT topic. That's why I brought it up. I brought it up especially for all of you because I knew the chat would have started to love when we talked about NFTs. So, but yeah, I thought that got good information. I love talking to him. He's one of my favorite people. So big shout out to David Paredes. And And yeah, man, I've always enjoyed him. So big shout out to David. Thanks to him for calling in. I got to go to the bathroom. I'm drinking a lot of water. We're gonna line up some more guests here as well. The chat is crazy. Look at this chat. Smash the like button. You guys are liking these investigations. We're on day 4 of our investigation. We've been going now for approximately, I don't even know, guys, like 30, 24, 12, 24, 36, maybe 40 hours. I saw Berkey and those guys streaming at like 4 a.m. this morning. I felt like he's losing his mind. I sent him a text. I was like, bro, seemed like he needed a deep breath. You know, sometimes we all need a deep breath. Joe S with the donation, $9.99 edible fund. Thank you, Joe S. Rusty, Joey, do we have a timestamp of the infamous photo of her with her device? I think it's up here at the beginning during the Jack 8 diamond hand, I believe. Yogi Bear said with the 5 said smart rings are also able to notify the wearer of incoming calls and messages by means of vibrating or lighting up. Yeah, that sounds fucking convenient. Beffer says spot on. This situation teaches us how easily an innocent person can seem guilty, how the same fact can cut towards both innocent and guilt depending on the narrative. Yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying. So, all right, guys, listen, if anybody out there is watching, you want to call in, we'd love to have you call in if I know you. I'd like to talk to Berkey. I haven't really talked to Berkey about this officially. I saw he was streaming, doing some news for the day. I think he said I was ignorant about security, and I can't lie, that's true. So let me put this on. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, come back in here, and then we're going to get back after it.
So it looks like 191.
Talk clock.
He bet 13,000 into 21 on the turn. And she has check jam for over 190. So it went from 13,000 to 190 here. This is how this pot got so big. 191.7.
191.7.
Counted it down.
Oh my god. 170, 180, 191.7. Resume to
191.7.
Yeah. Wow, too much. Yes.
He bet 3,000 on the flop. She check raised to 8,000. He called. She double checked the turn. He bet 13 into about 21.8, and she has jammed for 191 here.
You have 20 seconds, Risky.
So would it be a huge draw?
Okay.
Problem is, if he's behind, he's almost drawing dead, if not drawing dead. If she has Queen Jack. If she has set, he is gonna fold.
I've watched this hand so many times.
He's gonna fold.
Yeah, I think I have best hand.
Bro, I think Robbi's my favorite player now. I think she's just my new favorite player.
Yeah. Please show me.
I don't show, but if you want me to. Ready?
Yes.
Wow! Top set. Top set.
Oh, okay. Queen's orange?
Wow.
Bro, I think you guys are going to stare away guests. You know, if you guys in the chat, like, think about what person want to come here when you got 5,000, 4,000 strong going crazy and yelling at them. Look at, she chilling, bro. Look at this. She just chilling. She got her leg up, like, just chilling. Check, who? When you see somebody check jam for 200,000 put their foot up like that. That's some boss shit right there. Hashtag free Robbi.
What a fold, right? You would have called, right? I saw you guys. You guys didn't trust me.
Yeah, chat, please be kind. Why can't y'all be kind to the guest? I don't get it, man.
Yeah, I know. Polarize, yes.
She's chilling.
When he said you got queens, I was like, this guy.
Yeah, she look like she living a peaceful life.
Risky.
Yeah, this is durable.
That was historical.
That one's yes.
All right, my friend made a video.
This is durable. Okay.
My friend Nemo made a video. Uh-oh, let's see what she said. 6 minutes. She said for the women in poker.
Take a page out of Jerry Jaffe's book. Ladies of Twitter, it's time to have a tough conversation.
Uh-oh, she's going to have a tough conversation with the ladies of Twitter. Uh-oh. Calm down, chat, please.
Let me start by saying I believe a lot of you are well-intentioned and possibly even intelligent, despite how hard you're trying to convince everyone otherwise. I truly appreciate women supporting other women publicly. As a Chinese girl who grew up in the Western world competing against men since I was 4 years old, I assure you I have encountered my fair share of sexism and misogyny. But after reading through this thread showing the most liked tweets regarding the ongoing poker scandal, an intervention is necessary. So to you...
This is Nemsko, aka Nemo. She's a chess streamer who started playing a lot of poker, working with WPT Global, and she worked with one of the games that we did, the Creator Games. I think, yeah, she's done some streams, WPT Global as well. She's a great chess player, and yeah, great follow on Twitter as well, too.
My well-intentioned but misguided feminist friends, I assure you, Robbi played the hand like an absolute train wreck. She knows it, it's provable, and no one who understands poker is reacting to that objective fact because they hate women. Also, quick side note, for anyone interested, I'll be including the simple strategy involved in this hand at the end of the video explained by a high stakes pro. Here we have another great take.
Oh, you got to read the take, Nemo.
In reality, Robbi herself knew she played the hand so poorly that she was too embarrassed in the moment to admit she didn't know what she had, and then waited 3 days before now finally admitting she misread her hand. There was no amazing read of Garrett where she thought Jack High was good, and there was no incredible outplay. Just a recreational woman making a disastrous poker play for a lot of money on a big stage, and getting very, very lucky. And you know what? That's totally okay. You, as a woman on the internet, don't need to rush in screaming sexism the second you see a male saying something about a woman you don't understand. Sometimes women make mistakes too. Just like all of you have done by aggressively commenting on something you very clearly have absolutely no clue about.
Oh my god. This is like Landon.
So please, on behalf of women who do...
It's like Landon reading the ad. You know when Landon read the ad for Ignition? He's like, hello, I am outside. It's play on Ignition.
Understand poker. Stop
I like it,
embarrassing
though.
us. For the first time in what is, I'm sure, a while for some of you, just sit this one out. Because if I have to read another tweet womansplaining that if a man made one of the worst calls in the history of televised poker, we'd all be praising him despite how...
All right, guys. You guys got to be nice. Come on. I think she makes some good points. Shout to Nemo. Guys, we're joined by Wayne Chiang right now. Wayne Chiang is over operating at Live at the Bike over there. Wayne, how's it going? Great to see you, Wayne. What's going on? And welcome to the stream. Are you ready? Are you ready for the chat, Wayne?
Ready. I'm ready.
You know what you're getting into. You sound kind of loud, but let me turn
Oh,
down a little
man.
bit.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What's going on is you. So,
Careful, Poppy.
Again, shout out to
Careful.
you, Doug, Berkey, to just bringing data out. Like even if nobody draws a conclusion, which I think at this point nobody should be drawing conclusions, just collecting data, because like even every day I'm just hearing new information in which like if the new information keeps coming up, then there's no way we could draw any conclusions.
If there's what was that? If there's no new data that comes up, then we
Oh
won't be able
no!
to draw
If
any
every
conclusion.
day there's new data coming up, then nobody should be drawing conclusions yet.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's sort of where I'm at. Obviously, my friends like Jersey Joe are not necessarily that biased about what they think took place, and obviously Wayne, so if you guys don't know, Wayne is what's your role at Live at the Bike? What is it officially?
I guess producer, but like we all wear a lot of hats out here.
Okay, so you do a lot of shit. You do a lot of shit for Live at the Bike. You've been playing poker a very long time. You used to be a competitive gamer. You regularly play Hold'em in LA, right?
I play everything. So like, when it comes to Garrett, like I knew of him before I met him. I played with him like 1020 No Limit Commerce like 10 years ago, and he was back then covering the table, although with like 30K instead of like 10 billion K right now, and just like. His reputation preceded him like online and live. He was a run and once coach. I think he was Deuce's crack too. I'm not sure, but
put the mic a little bit back. Put it back.
But he was legit.
Put the microphone back a little bit, Wayne.
Okay.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Okay, so you're basically talking about Garrett, right? Your relationship with him, how you knew about him, and
Yeah, I knew about him before I met and played with him like 10 years ago at Commerce, the 1020 no limit. And he's a no limit specialist, and I play everything, so we didn't really collide that often. But yeah, I mean, he was a run it once coach. I don't know if you guys like have heard his run it once material. It's like
I highly doubt anyone's heard his run it once. I heard the run it once material because I like it, but I don't know if anyone else heard it.
Sure. So at least reputation wise, it's just like the guy's been around for 20 years. Like even like you know, just like Andy said earlier, if that hand happened to any of us, like for a nominal amount that is like meaningful to the player, it's just like you gotta just like be heated.
Right, exactly.
There's like whether it's real or whether it's cheating or no cheating, like there's no way that Garrett's reaction's not justified. That's just completely out of the realm of
well, Wayne, tell us something. I mean, you're on the ground. Listen, Poppy, give us something. We're ready. We've been here 40 hours, 4 days. Give us something. Inject something to us, Poppy. Give us something new. What are you hearing in LA? You're on the LA scene. Don't fucking bullshit us. Don't lie to us, Wayne. What are you hearing out there?
I've heard the entire range from 100% innocent to like 100% guilty. So what I can, I've listened to Doug, you, and Berkey and some other people, and just collecting data. There's some things that I want to clear up that I haven't heard. So people say, if you thought she was cheating, like to Garrett, if you thought she was cheating, why did you go back and play? So something common in home games is you just don't trust them. So if you suspect like one of the players of cheating, what you do is you just basically avoid hands with them or keep the pot small.
Right, exactly. So, you don't make pots big pre-flop. You wait to see flop turns rivers because you have a better more information.
Yeah, you just take lines not to bloat the pot.
Right.
Because even if you have a strong hand, because they're like, okay, I have top set, like runner flush, GG. So that thing, Garrett going back to play, if he really suspected Robbi of cheating, then he's just going to avoid her, and if he does get in a pot with her, he'll keep the pot small. That's just a common defense, and it's a red flag when you see somebody, you play the casino in the home game. In the casino, he's playing with X dollars, and all of a sudden, home game, he has like 10 times that amount on the table. It's like, obviously he's probably a house player, and then potentially there's a risk of getting cheated by this person.
Okay. So
the other thing is, I don't know if you've talked to people who played against Postle. I have. And they said that as they're playing against Postle, some things might be weird, but for the most part, they can't really tell because they don't see the whole cards. Not like the streams where like everybody sees the whole cards. Another thing is the miscommunication between players, which I'm sure we know of the Gus Hansen, Daniel Negreanu hand. It's like quads against full house. This was on high stakes poker like a long time ago. And you hear their explanations. Obviously, at that time, Gus Hansen and Daniel Negreanu are very experienced players, and they're both just like talking about their view, and it's not like connecting. So a lot of conversations with, she's definitely guilty, or she's most likely guilty, or she's definitely innocent, or most likely innocent. That's just a disconnect of like communication, because none of us know exactly what's going on. We're just like all trying to piece it together. Like when it happened, like my phone was blowing up, and I texted Garrett, and just like, I'm sure like everybody that was involved there, their phones are blowing up 100 times more than mine.
Yeah, I mean, I basically got about 1,000 messages from people. I got everyone calling me, giving me their opinion. I've heard every conspiracy theory. I've heard a necklace. I've heard a ring. I've heard a boob. I've heard a pants. I've heard the water bottle. I've heard the top. I've heard the bottom of the water bottle. I've heard fucking the watch. I heard the cowboy hat. I heard Andy Stack's hoodie. I heard that tight T-shirt that Eric Person was wearing, that black skin tight shirt he was wearing. I heard there might have been something there. I heard maybe Garrett. I heard the fucking dealer. And then this is where I drew the line, Wayne, is when somebody called in and they said, what about Phil Ivey? And I said, Phil Ivey, this is the last, come on, not the great Phil Ivey. Come on, this guy wrapped up in enough. He's not coming out to WPT or he's not working with WPT Global to come out here on Hustler and run the J4 play. I don't see that in Ivy, right? I just don't see it, and that's where I drew the line, and that's when I stopped with the conspiracy theories.
I'm not here to offer conspiracy theories. It's more just like what I've seen that may be legitimate questions and just like to squash or reinforce you know what I've heard. Like if that happened to anyone, like you get called by Jack 4 high with that kind of action for an amount of money that's meaningful to you. Like we hear about cheating accusations all the time. Like people play online. Oh, is this site rigged? Like I have good friends that texted me like last night. Is Global Poker rigged? I'm like, I don't think so. I mean, I'm doing well on there, so I can't say anything.
You winning on Global Poker? Is that you winning on there? You grind every day.
I'm doing. I have a regime on there, so I'm doing well. But at the same time, it's like this is just me playing in the last like couple of years. Like I don't know. Maybe today I feel okay, but maybe tomorrow I don't. I don't know. But like people saying stuff is rigged. That's just common for people playing poker. Even table games like blackjack. Oh, this stuff's rigged. It's like
say it all the time. I mean, I think everyone say ACR is rigged. Is it not?
I've heard stuff too. I heard your stuff about like there's a lot of bots on there. So whatever degree it is, there's definitely like certain things happening, and we just have to like mythbuster the stuff, the conspiracy theories, the tinfoil hats, and just go to things that are like absolute. So one of the absolute things I'm pretty sure is that when Garrett returned to the table, he was just not going to play that many hands with Robbi, because all of us who've been around, we know that's the adjustment. Like, I've been in private games where I'm like, okay, if I suspect these two players are cheating, but there's still EV, to gain from the other players, I'm going after the other players and avoiding, the sketchier ones, who I perceive as sketchy.
I mean, that's normal, right? So I actually do the opposite. So if I think you're cheating or a bot, I want to play you harder and I want to try to stack you because I got bot equity. And you get cheater equity, where when you can stack the cheater or the bot or the people colluding, it just feels that much better. So even though you might lose out on financial EV, you get bot and cheater EV, which feels so good. And yeah, so that's usually what I would do. If I thought someone was bot on ACR, I would want to play with them more. If I thought I was getting cheated, I would follow the guy around and want to see if they were really, really super using me or something like that.
I've definitely heard that like, bots may not be, in the past they weren't necessarily sophisticated, so they were definitely beatable. I don't know what's going on in this era. Like because of my affiliation.
They were the biggest winners at mid-stakes PLO for a long time, so I'm sure they're still out there. That was in 2015, so okay. I think they're still around. They're still around operating right now. GTO beats BTO, yeah. Yeah, we got Dan Negreanu. Might look like he's going to join us maybe about an hour here. He's been voicing a lot of thoughts out here. He said on the grind. He said on the grind.
So I don't know how many of your guests or how much of your audience have a software engineering background, but I do. It's not like super high up there, but like I definitely toyed with databases in my primes. So just like when people are looking at stuff from the outside, it's like the tip of the iceberg. It's nothing from what's actually going on when it comes to the software side. So be able, like, you just can't draw conclusions to that. It's like when you open google.com, right? You see like Google and you see one line. Do you know like what is like behind that? Like the most basic algorithm is called PageRank at Google, and that's just the very fundamentals, and it just like goes infinite. So to just find these like theories, whatever the water bottle or the vibrating, it's just like that's like looking at Google's front page and talking about what's going on in the back end by just like looking at the front page. It's just like it's not conclusive, it's not credible. So it's just it can hint, but like what's actually going on, whether she's innocent or whether she is cheating, there's just like a bajillion things that this is what's actually going on versus what people see from the outside.
Right. So you're saying that everything is as it seems.
Yeah, it's just like whatever's really going on, just like outside analysis, like it's better than nothing to picking up actual facts, but it's just not going to be conclusive. Like I think somewhere in all these conspiracy theories, there might be like, you throw a dart on a board and you might hit a bullseye, or you might whiff, but like it's just really tough.
Well, do you think that it's good or bad for people to discuss all the variable ideas, even if some of those ideas end up being more accusations of
absolutely.
some type of activity taking place?
I think like, because in my discussions with people, like there are a lot of things I didn't think of, and even if they turn out to be wrong, they're just like options to think about. As long as they're not pushed onto you, as long as these options are not like forced onto you as truths.
Well, that's certainly how some people act. If you don't believe their truth, then
Right.
you're like the devil. You're a fucking idiot. You're stupid. You're dumb. You're a piece of shit. You're ruining the culture. You should be banned. You should be deplatformed. So, I mean, that's what it feels like with some people when they voice an alternate opinion, especially if they phrase their argument for their opinion in a way that doesn't suffice to the opposite party. The opposite party then calls them whatever, just starts putting, what is it called, ad hominem attack or something like that. Maybe I need to learn more of these technical words to describe.
So one of the problems, especially with people who claim 100% cheating or 100% not cheating, is they're just going to collect evidence that supports their view or they really want to. And, to the credit of my network, most of the people who had that 100% conclusion view have backed off.
Right, yeah, except Rui Kao.
Yeah, well, except like certain...
Except the Asian people know what's going on. They know what's happening. The Asian people, they see things that Rui Kao, that guy is one of the craziest people I've ever seen, so he probably playing in... I
would say in the rational, like, human world, just it's very, very, very difficult to justify Robbi's play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going on in the broadest world or, super pro, elite, no limit hold'em pro world, whether J4 is the thing there, but in like a rational human being world, that hand doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, a lot of people agree with the play too. So. And by a lot of people, I mean they agree that it's a gambling play. It might not be a statistic.
Winning play, yeah.
The thing is, everybody based their decision off a green line. Like they base it off of money won and lost. Whereas other people play poker and they don't base it off of money won and lost. They base it off of other factors and other ideas, and they're not playing to necessarily always maximize their winning EV, but they're playing for gamble equity. Like they want to gamble, they think it's fun, they want to have a good time, and they want to fuck around. And then when they try to fuck around, they make a play and they beat you, then you want to berate them and say, and I do it too, right? Guys stack me, made a bad play, I'm like, this guy's so fucking terrible, but like, what is this guy thinking, right? It's so easy to get into that state of mind and stuff like that, but at the same time, we got to remember that's how people win at the game, is by players making suboptimal plays as well too.
So another narrative that I think I want to squash is that they were saying that Garrett was the favorite on the turn, and when money went in, and they're like, oh, if you were cheating, then why would you call it Jack 4? But the thing is, if it on a visual sense, if you don't know the odds, you just know you have the best hand, or you have Jack high beats 8 high, then like, I don't know, like not everybody knows the odds, but if you know that the Jack high is like the best hand, then
beforehand, and people have
Another one is like one thing, coaching players that want to improve their game,
not really gonna get,
but like one of the mistakes I made like probably decades ago when I was coaching people is I was trying to turn everybody I coach into a winning player,
right?
But a lot of the people you coach, especially if they're recreational and they're going to stay recreational, they just want to play the way that they play, but better. Poker, in the end, just, is a narcissist game. Everybody wants the way that they view the game to be the right way to view the game. And that's why you get into stuff like the heads up for rolls, or you get people challenging each other and just, that are probably highly competent because they want to think that their way is better. And maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Like, that's why there was more battling back in the day. And now it's just like, plays well enough. Probably don't want to play him, even if I am better.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Before maybe, I mean, there's still some people that love to battle. There's always been bum hunters. There's always people that want to sit out. There's always people that don't want to battle or give up any EV, or they think it's, the rake's only the winner in the game. So, it's always going to be people that way, and there's always going to be people who don't give a fuck and they want to play and they want to battle, and they're come in all shapes and sizes. Like a bad player can want to game select, a good player can want to game select too. So I feel like
and
you could,
even for the fun players, they want to play with. Okay, we know this. Like the people who purely play for a living, they have potentially like a negative energy. like their life depends on these cards. Whereas like even if somebody has a job and they play for fun, they play very well and potentially a winning player, they don't need the money.
Mm-hmm.
They could like torch like X buy-ins even if they're a winning player and just be like, oh, still my job.
Right.
But if you purely play for a living, you just carry this like negative energy, especially if you're not fully rolled or you're running bad, and it just drags people around you down.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely know what you mean, right? I think when you're playing for a living, you are so fucking stressed out. I remember that's why my hair went gray. Now my hair's coming back. My hair was going gray for a while. It's all kind of coming back now, back in color because I tried to stop being so stressed out. I'm looking at something. There's like a video on here with like the vibrations happening, and then there's like a blinking light. I don't know if this video has been doctored or not, but apparently there's a blinking light. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how I missed the blinking light before. I watched this clip a few times, but this guy zoomed in on some blinking light allegedly. So, I don't know. I don't know.
The other thing too is like, you know, a lot of the players who play on stream or TV, let's be honest, like the regular players want a piece of. How many people out there would love to have a video against Garrett where they just own it?
Yeah, that sounds great.
I hear it all the time. So whether it's cheating, legitimate, like the first goal is, let me get in the same table as Garrett. Then it's like, you know, to what lengths are you going to make an effort to get a hand where you have the upper hand on Garrett?
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't even tell you how many like casinos or home games I've gone to. These young guys in their 20s are like, I want to be the next Garrett. I'm just like, okay. Garrett,
who do you want to be? You want to be the next Garrett too, or is there another influencer that you stands out to you in LA? Yeah, is it like Bill Klein? I want to be like Bill Klein, I think.
Oh, I definitely want to be like Bill Klein, but I think you want to be you and I want to be me. Like, and we're still figuring that out.
No, I want to be actually I want to be oh, that's a good question.
What I mean is a better version of yourself, but you still want to be you.
Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So you're saying that the people look up to Garrett and they want to be like Garrett, meaning they want to be.
Especially young white males in their like 20s. Like I hear it so often. And what I tell them is like, Garrett's been winning live and online for like 15 years before he played on a stream.
Mm-hmm.
And he was pre-selected for an actual TV program, Survivor. Like how many, and like there's countless veterans of poker of decades. 1 decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, maybe 4, and just like, okay, you want to be the next Garrett, you kind of have to bust through like quite a bit of a field to even be in contention, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not impossible, but it's like, hey, kid, why don't you like win for 10 years first?
To be the next Garrett in terms of like playing stakes and having playing.
He has it really good. Like, let's be honest, like he commands so much viewership on these stream games that like as a stream we kind of have to be like, okay, well, who brings the views, and just, you know, and he gets in these like sick games. And one of the difficult things of putting these games together is it's too tough for guys who play for fun. Guess what? They're not having fun and they don't want to play again. So there has to be a balance of like the game just needs to go under whatever circumstances. For the you know, not only just the game, but for the longevity of the shows.
So you said the game.
So that's kind of the dilemma.
Okay.
I just mean Garrett's in a good spot where he's like he plays very well and he gets, you know, option at these games. Like how many games on even Poker Go or high stakes poker like would we just like love to get into?
Well, I mean, if you want to get in the games, you have to add value. So how do you provide value? You have to bring people there. So if you want to be invited on any game, any stream, then you have to have your own platform. So
you have to help it go
or add value, right? Like you got to be somebody that, and that's the only way to ensure it. You have to take control of your own destiny. You can't rely on your political relationship with the game runners to last for you being able to get in these games. You have to build value, and you have to create value, and you have to add value, and you have to create leverage for yourself to be able to get in. And then you have to understand how to manage those relationships and how to manage relationships with the people in your games and the people that are running the games and with the people who are supporting you in those games for them to keep advocating for you to come back to those games as well too. So if you do that, and I think Garrett's done a great job of that specifically, where clearly he's been able to create an environment where there are people that want to come play at this point in time, and he's able to create an environment where he has a lot of fans. At least he had a lot of fans before. I think he has a lot of fans now, but he has a lot of people that aren't his fans too, which is probably good for him in that everybody love a villain. So I feel like for Garrett right now, it might not feel like he's in a good spot, but
yeah, like
no matter
now,
what,
but,
no
like,
matter what comes from it, right? No matter what comes from it, the data comes out, the investigation comes out. They say he's wrong. He has to say I'm wrong. Give the money back. Apologize. Maybe say I'm not wrong. Fuck you. Either way, if you can play poker at the end of the day and you can bring people to watch the stream, then you're gonna have value to these companies as long as you put yourself out there. So I think for him, he is always gonna be have a place to play.
Yeah, he's definitely taken a lot of heat, and it's pretty heartbreaking because like I don't know when you learned of him, like was it way before the streams or whatever, but just like he has a reputation. He's carried himself with integrity, you know, in this pretty rough industry when it comes to people. So
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that rough industry when it comes to people? What does that mean?
Like there's people with like lower integrity or rude or just like, I mean, even in my position, like, you know, I get paid to be at the bike. Like, I don't have to sit down and grind. Like sometimes, you know, the 5-10 game is like a bunch of euros. Like, I don't want to play here. I don't want to be like, I don't want my livelihood to once again be relying on the one fish, like 8 pro game.
Right. Yeah.
That's not a good, like, there's a throwaway clip from Antonio Esfandiari, like I don't know, a decade ago. And he's just like, that's not a life. And I found this clip like probably too late in my life. I'm like, God, he's right. It's not a life.
I mean, I disagree with him, but I see what he's saying, right? He's saying that if you want to have more freedom with your life, you don't want to spend your life at a card table, then obviously don't spend your time at a fucking card table. And if he's saying if you're going to spend your time at a card table, do you want to spend your time around Europeans who don't fucking say a word and are going to 3-bet you 12%? Or do you want to spend your time around a guy who wants to lose $100,000 to you and then take you out for a great steak dinner afterwards with a beautiful bottle of wine and then invite you to the game next week when they can lose $100,000 to you? So is that a better life then, or is it better life to go to the bike and the win and grind it out with the euros? So I can understand where he's coming from with that, but some people also fantasize about being one of those euros, battling it out, and you know, a lot of people have that aspiration as well too. They don't care about, like, I used to be a more competitive player. You know, if you're like, oh, you can go play in these really soft games, I'm like, you know, I'd rather just like play against good players. That was how I always try to think about it. I mean, kind of stupid when I think about it in retrospect. Nowadays, I struggle with that now too, because I want to, you know, but at the same time, I see, yeah.
I think one rough thing too live is that I found is like it's very difficult to be friends with, you know, the fun players, and then just like, you know, especially in big bet games.
What are you talking about? Get the fuck out. You, bro. I go out. I'm taking those guys to the club, like Vegas. Like, let's go to the club. Let's go to dinner. I mean, some of these guys are obnoxiously out of line, so it is what it is. You can't let them get on Twitter, because then they'll cancel themselves with some of the things these people say. But yeah, I mean,
I heard your side, and this is just the side that I take. Like, I'll be fine. I'll be like net positive at the end of the year, but I don't need to be the person I used to be and just like fight for every fraction of EV.
Yeah,
so,
game selection is part of being a good poker pro. What does it say? Is part of being a good poker pro? I mean, game selection is pretty important for a poker pro.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Also, just being honest with yourself and just like, you know, that teetering optimal point of your performance. If you stretch a little bit too far, you might be flying too close to the sun, and you know, be in games you are risking your bankroll too much, or you're outclassed in, or if you just take a step back and take a step down, you're a lot safer, because like the bigger comparative advantage you have against your opponents, the safer you are.
Yeah, I mean, maybe theoretically with variance wise, in terms of you're just going to get your money in a lot of really good spots, and you're going to have a lot of opportunities to get your money in really good spots versus other people who aren't making that big of mistakes very often. You're going to find very few opportunities, and the mistakes you make are going to be amplified against those players. So that's why the idea of game selection is basically playing against people who are going to be making bigger mistakes that allow you to potentially win more money for your overall win rate. So of course, it's a very important thing, but some people are happy with a 3 BB per 100 win rate. Other people want to play a 25 BB per 100 win rate. Some people want to play 8 games. Some people want to play 1 game. Some people don't want to play live. Some people want to play online. Some people want to play late at night. Everybody got, you know, their own strategy, and tons of strategies and approaches can work in 2022 as long as you can find a game.
Yep, totally agree. The only issue is, like, you know, with the economy potentially going bad, then methods that are more vulnerable to that might be threatened. Like, there's just less games around. You know, I'm playing online, and the guarantees on the tournaments are dropping. So there's just less money out there.
Yeah,
like,
that's normal, right? You gotta adjust your business. You gotta either lower your expectations, or you gotta work harder to either improve your game or improve your process or improve the, you know, I mean, right now it's just never been easier to get better, and it's never been easier to find games. So, you know, if you have a certain expectation of how much you want to make for your business, then you can set that expectation and then understand how you can actually make that happen in the cash games, and then go find the cash games and get better at understanding how to stay in those games and keep doing it consistently. So
back to the other point of just, like, you know, how many people, like, recently Magnus Carlsen in chess had this incident, and you know, the guy that Carlsen.
We got to acknowledge these wands real quick. First of all, they got the wands at Hustler Casino Live, guys. Shout out to the wands. They have the vibration toy right here where they're waving people down for any sort of devices. So hey, I mean, it looks like they are doing something. So I like that. What is with this chat? This chat is crazy, bro. I want to go to these people's houses and I want to fucking yell at them when they're talking to someone. I want to just start yelling at them and say, "Shut up!" Like, stop talk. Just in their life. So
I wouldn't discount people's motivation of wanting to outplay Garrett, whether it's fairly or unfairly on video, because I do believe that there's an extra motivation. Like, if, say, you know, somebody goes on normal stream, they could play fair, but you know, if there's a situation where they can outplay, like, a poker celebrity that have a YouTube video for all time, like, some people that might, you know, tip the scale somewhere.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If they yeah, it makes sense. I see what you're
Not saying it's in this case, but, like, I've met enough people that, you know, want to take a bite out of Garrett, or, you know, be the next Garrett, that I'm like, you know, that's not a non-zero motivator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense, Wayne. Makes sense.
So,
Coffee.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I mean, I've heard, you know, the vibrating theories and stuff, and just, like, maybe definitely going to need a lot more investigation for that one. But just, like, I think a lot of the data that's going on, including, you know, what is going through Robbi's mind, her relationship with Rip, what's going on with his mind, blah, blah, blah. There's just, like, there's, like, an infinite rabbit hole that none of us will ever have a good assessment from the outside. Like, how many conversations do you have where you guys can't hear each other because, like, they don't know what you're thinking, and only you know what you're thinking?
How many is a trick question? How many conversations do I have
just, like, when you're having a conversation with somebody and you guys cannot get each other's point through, like, the other person just can't understand your view.
I mean, that happens all the time. I mean, it is what it is, right? Not everybody can understand what you can't expect everybody to understand what your viewpoint is and where you're coming from.
Right. So that's, like, happening all around here, like, including, like, Robbi versus Garrett.
I love it. It's fun. That's what makes it fun. This is I like the dissenting opinions. People got opinions one way or the other. Everyone on Twitter, like, oh, don't share that opinion. Like, I think it's fun to see the opinions and people are debating it. I mean, you know, there's an incident that took place and people are discussing it. So
yeah, no,
you know, the thing is, I mean, some of the people say the comments that people say are brutal, they're mean, and they definitely are. I mean, I've seen these things, and, you know, I'm getting strays, I'm getting bullet, Norman Chat. I don't know who's firing bullet. I don't know where the bullets come from. Everywhere. You just got to be shielding at times like this. You don't know. Sometimes you fire back a bullet at somebody you didn't, you know, oh, my bad, I didn't mean to do that. So, like, on Twitter, I'm on edge now. I'm seeing comments, like, before I maybe thought about a thing to say back. Now I'm just saying, you know. So
it's tough because, like, obviously, you know, you, I, and a lot of people in the community are friends with each other, and to hear and see, like, people just really go after each other over this. It's rough.
I feel bad for the people that are getting insulted, because I know what it's like to be there or put down or whatever. But also it's just sort of how things work, and I'm very used to it. Like my chat, these chat is crazy. It's like a war zone in here. It's like a war zone. Twitter is a fucking war zone. So like you cannot be on Twitter and you can't have soft skin on Twitter if you're going to be getting a lot of attention. If you're ever going to share a thought that you're worried about being attacked on there, they're going to attack you for it if you get to a certain point of people paying enough attention to you, if you put yourself out there in a vulnerable way. So it's a fucking war zone out there. You gotta be ready. This is spiritual battle. People are trying to get inside your head and make you believe what their version of their perception of you is.
Yeah.
And it's real easy to let that happen and take over your mind and fall into the trap of not being able to handle social media and the comments and things people say to you.
Absolutely. And I think, all major shows and streams are definitely going to up their security. We definitely have the ones. You'll see some ones here too.
Yeah, we'll see. We got the ones. Listen, Wayne, why don't you get out of here, Poppy? We're going to wrap it up. I'm going to get some water here, go to the bathroom. We're going to check in on you. Where can we follow you, Wayne? Let people know what you're up to, Wayne. Give them the info.
For now, just, Live with the Bike. We got a lot of cool programming coming up. And on my personal side, when it happens, if it happens, you guys will hear. But all you guys out there, smash that thumbs up, hit subscribe. Join Room 1, aka Chicago Joey's doing the Lord's work out here for the poker industry.
Thank you, sir.
Take it easy.
Thank you, sir. Damn, I like that. Thank you. Shout out to my guy Wayne. Coming here live from the Bicycle Casino. Shout out to Wayne Chiang. Love Wayne. He's always showing a lot of love in the chat. Always working pretty hard. Always got a million things going on. So appreciate Wayne. Guys in the chat, what'd you guys think about Wayne? What'd you guys think about what he had to say? I feel like he was dropping some points, making some interesting points. I was following some of them. I wasn't following some of them, but I was enjoying hearing what he's got to say, as always. So he's working hard to put on great games out at Live at the Bike. He's working hard to play a lot of poker, obviously not against €8 at the table. So, but yeah, once again, thanks to Wayne for coming on. Moderator in the chat as well, too. He couldn't moderate any comments made against him, but let me look what we got coming up for call up here, guys. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. Just messaged Phil Galfon. He's hanging out with his great children and family right now. So hopefully we'll be able to talk to him pretty soon. And then, yeah, I mean, we'll see who else we get on here. So who's in the chat right now, guys? Let's see. Phil, Beto, Joey reading chat, not paying attention to guest. All right, Philo, I'm paying attention to my guest, and I am reading chat as well. Veronica Brill. I think, is that the right Veronica? Or is that somebody else? I thought she was a mod in here. Is she not a mod in here? I don't even know. I thought she was a mod in here. Patrick, what's up, Patrick? Call Mike the Mouth. I'll call Mike the Mouth up. R, what's happening? Who else is out there? Benjamin, what's happening? Berkey doesn't like the wands. Better than nothing. Let me get Mike the Mouth. Let me see what Mike the Mouth's doing. Hold on a second. The legend Mike the Mouth Matusow. What are you guys up to today? I mean, it's like 4:30 p.m. here. It's on a Tuesday. Where do you guys sit at with this thing? I feel like we've been discussing this for a while. People usually have like a 5 to 7 day time span before they're ready to get past it. So, who else we got out here, man? Poppy Van Winkle, what's up? Daniel, what's up? Brandon, what's up? I'm thirsty for you. What's going on? Greasy Corn Dog, what's going on? What's happening, guys? What's up, chat? How's it going? What are we thinking, man? James Adwell, new guy here to all this. Love poker, but wow, this shit is crazy. Yes, it definitely is. All right, guys, we got Mike the Mouth Matusow, the legend himself, coming on here. Hold on. Let me call him back in a little bit. Joey said it, a few minutes. I think she hates Garrett. Sean Kennedy, edible time. Listen, we'll do the edible at 1,500 likes. I mean, we're getting kind of close. So, but yeah, guys, thanks for tuning in, man. All right, I'm going to send Mike Matusow a Zoom link here for coming on in. Brian Granger, what's up, Brian? Crazy Jim, time to call it. No cheating found. Yeah, I mean, no cheating found by YouTubers, but maybe something found by somebody else, but who fucking knows? Let me see. Let me get Mike the Mouth a link. Hold on a second, guys. I got to get Mike the Mouth Matusow in here. This guy going to be fired up. Let me get the link for the Zoom to send to him. So what's let me see. Send it over to him right now. All right, we gave Mike the Zoom link. I'm gonna get him in here. Let me find a hand and go to the bathroom. I feel like we've watched these hands before.
So what, you want to hear my take on
Did you guys see this on Twitter? Hold on a second. Did you guys see this comment by Melissa Poo-Dog, the great Poo-Dog? She said the funniest comments ever are in this. I posted this. I said Phil Ivey shares what he thinks happened during this Robbi versus G-Man hand. I even liked it. It was such a great clip. Infamous poker hand. Do you agree? And then Poo-Dog said why they look like two kids giving a class presentation. They kind of do. So I mean, it makes sense. All right, guys, our goal is not to let Mike the Matusow talk about politics, okay? So he's waiting to enter the room. Let me get him in here in 1 second. Let me play the interview. Let me get my water. And if he gets on politics, just we'll let him go for a bit, but we gotta lock in because we know where we're gonna. We went down that path last time he called in.
Here's what I think. I think if you notice in the middle of the hand, she asked, can you beat a 3? Right? So what I think is that she thought she had Jack 3. She misread her hand, and then she didn't want to say she misread her hand because she's at a poker table. You know, that's I think is the best, most reasonable explanation for what happened.
She called the flop because she had the jack of clubs on a 9-10-10 board. Give her a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and she thought she banked a 3 on the turn. I'm pretty that's Occam's razor. And then she makes a pretty strong call with what she thinks is bottom pair. It turns out she doesn't have bottom pair, but it happens to be good. And you know, to me, that's what makes sense.
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but that's what I think.
Yeah, she can play with me any day.
All right, guys, she can play with me any day. We got Mike Matusow coming in the house. Hold on a second. Mouth. Uh-oh. Let me see the legend in the house. Hold on a second. Lock in, guys. Prepare for Mike the Mouth Matusow. Wait, he connecting. He trying to figure it out. He got that great video. He learning. Oh, wait. Mouth, you there?
What's up?
What's up, Poppy? How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing good. Just on live stream right now. Got some people watching. Just had on Andy Stacks, who was playing on the game. We had on Wayne Chiang live at the bike, and we had my buddy David Paredes on. He's an old school UB absolute poker investigator. And Mikey, we're calling you to figure out what the hell's going on here, Mike. We know you were locked in on the Postle investigation. Obviously, you got the exclusive interview, the infamous interview you had with Mike Postle. And now we're going through this, and I'm curious I haven't really seen what you got to say, and I'm really interested to hear what your perception is because, you know, you've been around poker for a long time. You guys know Mike the Mouth Matusow. I mean, the guy been around poker a long time. One of the legends of the early 2000s, mid 2000s, late 2000s, playing poker on ESPN, playing poker on Full Tilt Poker. This guy gave us a lot of great moments on TV. Oftentimes, not the best moments, of course. You know, some heartbreak in there as well. But he's still grinding, working hard, and making content as well. So, Mike, we're happy to have you here. And yeah, give us your thoughts, man. Tell us what you're seeing.
Well, I mean, originally I told you I thought cheating for sure. I've really pivoted. I just think that it was somebody. Honestly, like again, I don't want to accuse somebody of being on drugs or anything, but I know people and I've played with people that have been under the influence of some, somewhat. She just seems completely out of it. I'm not even convinced that she even knew what she had when she called. I really am. And even if it wasn't like hard drugs, let's just say she took an edible or something. Like, how many times then the edibles hit you really hard? You're like in the middle of a conversation, or you're looking at something and it's like twitching and blinking.
That's how I feel right now, Mike. I that's why when she said that, I was like, oh, like that's happened to me plenty of times when I take too much edibles. So I've been there many times. Like, to me, it was like, oh, I didn't realize what I had.
I quit smoking pot 51 days ago, and I'm pretty happy I have, actually. And I only did it because, you know, I have to take other medications, and I just was so brain dead I couldn't take it anymore. But the point is I started thinking about it, and I started talking with David Williams, and we talked about, I don't want to name any names, but people who have done like really hardcore like pills and stuff, and they don't even know what they have. And I truly believe when you sit there and put the pieces together, when she says, is a 3 good, okay? Even though it looks like she's looking at her hand directly, if you're fucked up, it doesn't matter. Your brain is telling you have something else. And unless, like so many of these people like doing these investigations that have never touched a drug in their life, so they can't even relate with what I'm saying.
I agree with you. I'm one of those guys, Mike. I feel you.
You kind of agree that this is probably the most likely scenario, correct?
Which the one you're saying where?
Yeah, she's under some kind of influence of something. She thought she had Jack 3. After she called, she looks back again at her hand, and she's like, "Oh, what?" And she was so embarrassed, right? Like at first, I thought the reaction after the hand was like she was expecting to win, and that she got this information. But the bottom line, it's the opposite. She literally, when she won both boards, she decided to flip it on, ha ha ha.
You muted yourself, Mikey. Come back.
And
he's back. Okay.
So I think that she tried to be the big shot after the hand, and you could see by she's like, "What are you looking at, Garrett? Why are you staring, Garrett?" She thought it was funny because she had no idea the magnitude of the hand. She had no idea.
Okay.
It just, come on, man. It just.
So I'll be honest with you. That was my first theory. When I saw it, I was like, oh, I mean, I'm sure I look like that plenty of times, right, when I play. So, yeah, it's kind of my interpretation of maybe after the hand too, is just like, you know, I thought she was living a great life. She looked like she was in a dream world. She looked like she was having fun. She was smiling. She's crushing it. Like that was my interpretation of it.
The fact that I've never done any drugs while playing poker, so
never.
When I've done a lot of drugs, don't kid yourself, you know. And so I started thinking about it. You know, if let's say I was fucked up, how would it be if I was playing poker? You know, I've never been in that spot, but I started thinking about it. And even I talked to my brother who used to, you know, and he said the same thing. Like, he said, I played poker when I was fucked up, and I'd do the same thing and misread my hands. And I just looked like she was on something that made her so happy. You know, like, I don't know, maybe she just like took a couple of edibles. I don't know. She was
on life. She was enjoying herself, playing high stakes. I mean, I'd be having a good time too.
And it wasn't her money, so she didn't really give a shit. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
And so,
I don't know. Maybe she didn't. I seemed like she cared. I mean, I'm sure she did care. I'm sure she wants to win.
She wants to win, but I think she wanted to beat Garrett more than she wanted to win. I mean, she kept going after him. So I mean, like, I just think that's the most.
Well, I mean, she did have position on. I mean, who else? She got to play. She got to play hands with Garrett. She got position on Garrett. The person you got position on, you're probably going to play hands with.
Right.
The other session, she had Ace King versus his King 6. I mean, the hand played itself. She made the ace on the river, and then he bluffed it off into her. It's not like that session she really went after Garrett. And the two hands we're talking about here, it was a 3. It was like a straddle hand. Like a big blind versus straddle hand earlier, and then we saw another hand where she had King Jack, made a 3-bet, and then bluffed a good river.
You know, my ex-girlfriend, she started following this. She's not really a poker player, but she likes to dig deep in the stuff, and so she started looking at all the streams that Robbi played on, and her way she reacted and everything, and she came to a conclusion that she was cheating, right? And then I explained to her, well, you know, that's what my conclusion was at first. But then I started thinking about, like, what if you've never done drugs before and you wouldn't know what under the influence is. And even if, let's just say she wasn't on drugs, right? Let's just say she just was having fun. And I'll admit this. I've literally gotten raised, looked back at my cards. Okay. I'll never forget this. And I thought I had 10-8 of clubs, even when I look back at my cards, okay? And I re-raised it, thinking it was 10-7 of clubs because there was 2 sevens on the board, and got called. And then I bet the river and got called, and I said trips and turned over 10-8. Now that has happened to me twice, once online and once in a live game, and that's without being under no influence. So when people say, "Oh, she looked back at her cards, she couldn't have misread her cards," that's just not true because it's happened to me twice in my life. It's just, I mean, let's be honest, man. It's the only thing that makes sense. Now, if it comes back, they're doing a pretty good. Listen, I talked with Nick. You know, they're doing a lot. They're making sure that everything's secure, and they're really spending a lot of money on this investigation, which they really, you know, they need like a hole in the head. You know what I mean? And but they're doing the right thing, and they're doing everything right, and it will show if the system was breached, and they will find out if the system wasn't breached, if somebody in the inner circle could have been in on it. You know, I mean, they're gonna come to the conclusion. I'm pretty certain if I was a betting person right now that I would lay at least $1.65, $1.70 that this is what we just talked about is what happened, that they're going to find nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I think anybody who sits there and says 100% cheated or 100% innocent, that's just not fair. You know, you got to be objective, and you have to take, you know what I figured out, and I was telling people on my podcast yesterday, is you got to take emotion out of it. Okay. When you first see it, you know, it's an emotional reaction. Holy shit, there's no way that hand happened unless I was cheating, right? And that was Garrett's emotional reaction. Now, I guarantee you, Garrett's never been under the influence one time in his whole life, okay? You could just tell, you know what I mean?
Of what?
So, the Garrett's never done any drugs in his whole life, you know what I'm saying?
Ever?
What's that?
Ever? Any kind of drug ever?
I would say never. No way. The guy's like fucking works out, fucking healthy guy.
You don't think people that work out do that? But okay, I see what you're saying, right?
He just doesn't look like that. I mean, just the way he carries himself. He doesn't, you know, people drink at the table. You never see him drink. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he's like, I would, if I was a betting person, I would say maybe he got high 3 times in his life. You know.
Okay, so I'll tell you, I've definitely gone out in Vegas with Garrett.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, but I mean, I just wouldn't think that he would just do ecstasy
I don't know.
oxycodone or fucking DMT or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that one of those 3 are probably the most likely suspect that somebody's under the influence of. You know, but I'm saying that.
Are you under the influence right now? What are you What are you?
No,
what are you under the influence of? We're going to talk about other people influence. What are you under the influence of?
I just had dinner with my mom. Tonight's Kol Nidre. It's Yom Kippur, Jewish Day of Atonement. So it's a very important Jewish holiday tonight. So I thought I'd jump on with you for a few minutes before I have to go. So I got to be a good Jew at least, you know, a couple days a year, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm doing that, but again.
That's it. That's what you're doing.
That's it.
That's a drug. Okay.
Listen, man. It's like synagogue and no gambling, no on the phone, no TV, no nothing.
No gambling. What?
Yeah, no nothing for 24 hours. Yeah.
What do you do?
Poker's been good. Hey, Joey. Poker's been good to me. Okay. Anybody if they ever tell you that Mike Matusow can't play poker anymore, just let them know that they have no idea. You know what I'm saying? And I've done it very, 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 very well the last 2 years. And there ain't many people in the world that made more money than me the last 2 years. So, you know, it's good to know. You know, I never played No Limit. I quit playing No Limit back in like 2006 and just played the 4-800, 6-1200, 8-600 mixed games my whole life, and I always crushed them. But, you know, you would have losing streaks. You know, when you're good at No Limit Hold'em, you fucking just win. I mean, yeah, you could run bad for a fucking month, but I mean, you just win. If you're playing in games where you're the top 3 player in the game, you just fucking win. You fucking read, you fucking pick off bluffs, you make bluffs. I mean, it's just, it's more grindy, You know, no limit hold'em is so much more grindy because you have to pay attention to everything and every move everybody's making. But when you play no limit hold'em at high level, you just fucking win. I mean, that's just the way I look at it. Or either that, or I'm on the greatest winning streak in the history of poker, and I don't believe that. You know? I mean, I literally at one point won 43 out of 44 weeks. I mean, that's just insane. I mean, yeah, that was running good, but I mean, you know, it's poker is fun when you win, man. When you play good. And I kind of mad at myself going into the series. I told myself, play no limit, Mike. Play no limit. That's all you've been doing is playing no limit. Just play no limit. But you know, I love playing all the mixed games. So I love playing the 10K championship mixed games and stuff. But I played 5 no limit tournaments, the World Series. I cashed 4, made one final table, finished 30th in another out of like 800 people, and then the main event I got to day 4 in the middle of day 4 and cashed. Finished like 590th or something. But you know, no limit hold'em when you're playing good, man, it's just it's harder, but you just win, man.
Yeah.
It's more boring. It's really boring. I mean, you just fold and fold and fold and fold and
That's
fold
what I
and
say.
fold.
This is what I say about hold'em. I was playing hold'em the other day online, and I was like, God, this game's so fucking boring. You just fold, 3 bet, fold, 3 bet.
PLO. I'm trying to get in this PLO game, man. I mean, Phil's got this little juice ball PLO game. I'm like, come on, Phil, why don't you get me in this game? You know?
Are you still playing a lot of the great game PLO, or are you just mainly playing hold'em?
No, I just play no limit hold'em. I mean, in PLO, let's be honest. In PLO, you're gonna make a lot more money, but you're gonna also swing a lot more.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna win no 43 out of 44 sessions in PLO, 44 weeks of PLO. You know, you're just always getting it in 60-40. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
Right.
If you get it in 60-40
it could be that way.
PLO, you're printing, right? It's in no limit hold'em, you try and get it in. You get it in a lot better than that. You get it in 3, 4, 5, 6-1 favors sometimes. You know?
Yeah, it's true. Even like PLO, if you have good double suited aces and you get it in against like a random 4-card single suited kind of
60-40.
Yeah,
right?
you're basically
So
exactly.
But I mean, I get it in a lot of times in PLO on the turn where you're like 72%. But I mean,
right.
But I got it in 2 years ago in the 10K PLO against the what's his name, Lee guy that they say is the greatest PLO tournament player in the world.
Oh, the guy from Tommy Lee from
Lee,
California,
the
I think.
motherfucker check raised me all, and he had 3 outs in the fucking deck, and then he won the tournament. And they had to tell him how great he was. I said, "Fucking suck a dick." I said, "Give me a break." Guy check raised me all, and he had 3 fucking outs.
Easy, Pop. It's this guy's problem.
Can you imagine getting it in PLO, fucking with 3 outs in a 10K? I would add his stat and forget it, man. I would guarantee, just making that final table in 10K is worth like $100,000. I mean, that's like the biggest payday of the year.
Yeah. I see
It's
what you're
really
saying.
the one you really want to get there in.
Yeah. JP with the 5 donation said Mike is like that friend in high school who deals drugs to your mom but also got straight A's. Love you, Mike.
Yeah. Funny. But that's I would literally say I would say 80% what I think happened with the Robbi, and what are you leaning at? The way I'm leaning?
Pretty much, yeah. More like 90%. Yeah. I just think like I think there's a chance something comes out, but for the most part, fun to discuss, fun to think about it all.
If you take emotion, I keep saying the word emotion, but if you take emotion out of it, right? Like the first time you look at it, like my brother, first time he looked at it, oh, that person's cheating 100%. Are you an idiot, Mike? Right? And again, I said that right away, right? But if you really stop and you watch everything and you take everything into consideration, and to take the fact that she's willing to go on every podcast and say, ask me any question. Okay?
Right.
Like even, people who are guilty don't go on podcasts. They're very shy. They don't want to be asked tough questions, or even people that are guilty will go on but say you can't ask me this or you can't ask me that. Some random woman goes on there and says ask me anything, goes on every podcast. She's got nothing to hide. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I had some crazy guy come on my podcast yesterday, and I go, "What do you think?" And he goes, I can't even tell you what he said. It was so funny. But
okay.
He's like, "Well, I think that the Robbi's a man dressed as a woman, and the reason why the old Robbi, all those other fucking, it was so funny. It was pretty crazy, actually. He sounded serious too. He goes, that's why the other Robbi Lewis things from Hinda Mob, we're not that person because that other one used to be a man." I'm like, you're fucking crazy, man. These people are crazy. People come up with this. Where do people come up with these things?
What are you talking
What a
about?
world we
dude?
live in, Joey, huh?
What are you talking about, dude?
That's what I said. What are you talking about? This person was so crazy.
God, what is
I mean, I
this
get the craziest
conversation,
call-ins. Don't you get the craziest call-ins from people? I mean, people
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I mean,
Yes, I am. I am getting the craziest call-ins today. You're
I
right.
mean, just the thing, like this is just like, I mean, this is random came out of yesterday. I'm thinking, and that's your take on the whole situation. And I'm like, okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm like, what the fuck, man, are you talking about? I mean, people. I mean, that's why social media is so crazy. It's so insane. People just come up with crazy things. They just, man, we live in a fucking crazy world, bro. I mean,
You don't say.
I mean, this world's fucking nuts, man. And see, that's why when you connect the entire world, you get to see. I mean, I've always said since 2007, it's very dangerous. You know, it's like there's just so many crazies out there. You know.
Yeah,
I don't know,
yeah.
man.
I'm. It is what it is, man. I'm in the trenches. I'm battling with the crazies. I'm pushing them out the way. They're pushing me. They're swinging in my face. I'm hitting them back. So. Yeah. The chat loving it, Mike. The chat's fired up right now. Yeah, the chat is fired up. Listen, shout out to Mike the Mouth Matusow, the legend, joining us in here. We're live on YouTube and Twitch. Mikey, give it. What else you got? I feel like you got something more. You feel like you're bringing it right now, but I feel like you like fired up now.
I
You're getting
do.
warmed up.
I'm on fire right now. I'm just like, I decided because see, I didn't want to. I don't know. I didn't want to just jump all in with the podcast. I had my podcast on Thursday. All the shit happened Friday. And so then I started thinking to myself, should I run another podcast and run this back? And I was like, everybody was running one and having their own. So I decided yesterday to just like have kind of what I just told you, what I really thought actually. Now I switched my position. And then I had call-ins, and it was just some of the most bizarre call-ins. It was like, basically I was like, okay, I want to know what's your take, right? And it was amazing to hear so many people's takes. It's amazing what the human brain sees and how everybody like, again, it's like, as crazy as it sounds, like, you ask yourself, maybe we're living in a simulation, right? At first I used to laugh, right? Whenever people would say that, but you know what? Maybe we are, because like even if you go like political lines, half the world thinks one way, half the world thinks the other. Well, it's the same with this hand. Unless you really think objectively, and you take emotion out of it, half of it are just set in their ways. This is what happened, cheated. This is what happened. You guys, anybody says cheated is crazy, and it's just amazing. And then the people that call in and how they break down the hand to me it's pretty bizarre to hear the way people think.
Right.
Some people you ask yourself, God, I wish I was on drugs that they were on, man.
And then you get on them yourself, and you enjoy yourself.
Yeah, listen, I've been I'm like a straight arrow now, man. I don't smoke pot no more. I never drank.
Mm-hmm.
All I do is fucking play poker and win. It's fun. It's fun to win, but let me tell you, I mean, I'd rather win than lose, but you get
sacrifice, Poppy. Sacrifice sometimes. We all
No Limit Hold'em is fucking boring as fuck.
Jeez, this guy's out of line.
The
maddest winner. It's the maddest winner I've ever seen right now. The guy allegedly one of the biggest winners in poker the past 2 years, and all he can talk about is how boring the game is.
It's fucking boring, dude. I mean, it's like, I mean, in all fairness, you just like, I mean, you can't, people like, oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah, okay, you have position on an aggressive player. You could 3-bet him with suited connectors. You could 3-bet him with Jack 10 suited. But what do you do when you look at Jack Deuce and 9-4 and 7-3 all fucking day? I mean, what are you going to do? Just 3-bet him with 7-3 offsuit and just fucking barrel and pray? I mean, you know, what are you going to do? You got to sit. You know, in live poker and live no limit, you could do a lot more, you know. You could sense weakness. You could play a lot more hand. I mean, like online, like when you don't see him, like, what do? You know, I don't know. Maybe I play too tight. I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, listen, Mikey, whatever you're doing's working, buddy. You know, you keep up whatever you're doing, and it sounds like if you allegedly one of the biggest winners of the past 2 years at No Limit Hold'em, then I would just keep doing what you're doing. Live the boring life, Mike. Live the boring life.
Hey, listen, I owed a lot of fucking money, man. I paid it. I'm just paying. You know, pay. Very shortly, there won't be no more people to pay. That's pretty fun when you don't have any more people to pay.
That's beautiful, yeah.
I finally put money in Bitcoin when it was $42. I tanked it and went down the next day. I waited 2 years.
Yeah, you were the bad run, huh? You created.
No. Anybody wants to know why Bitcoin crashed? Just make sure you tweet out that Bitcoin crashed because Mike Matusow fucking finally invested in it. You know.
What do you guys think? Mike Matusow is the reason for crashing Bitcoin, guys, in the chat. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, it's a fact. It's a fact. I sit there and told everyone it's going to go back down. It's going to go down. It's going to go back down to 25. It's going to go back down. I waited and waited and waited and waited and waited, and then somebody owed me money from the game I wanted, and I said, fuck it, send it to me. I'm going to open a Bitcoin account.
Mm-hmm.
And now then I lost 50% of what was sent to me or more. 60%.
Mm-hmm.
What a job. But I'm going to buy more. I think that I honestly think
not financial advice, doing research.
You know, I don't believe that Bitcoin will ever go to zero. I don't believe it will ever go to 10,000. Maybe it'll go to 15. But I just think I think it'll go up. Right now, the economy is a complete catastrophe. So, you know, it's probably not a good time to invest in anything. But whatever. I'm living a good life, Joe. I'm pretty happy.
Well, listen, Poppy, let's let you get on with your great Jewish day, and you enjoy yourself.
I mean, this honestly, you know, except for the fact that, you know, my cat passed away September 2nd, my baby, that really hurt. But other than that, you know, I'm in a good place, man. I'm in a good place.
That's awesome, man.
I can stay in a good place, you know. It's like, I know I'm sure you've been through it, because everybody's been through it, but, you know.
Did someone hear that? Is that on your? Oh, I hear you. Oh, okay.
You know, it's like you play a lot of poker. You find yourself sometimes in a rut or staying home too much, and you know, you get away from doing what you love, and you fall into these ruts. And you know, I've been
your audio got messed up, Mikey.
Oh, it did. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounds like you're in a underground ocean.
Oh man. Hello. Can you hear me now?
It sounds worse now.
It's worse.
Yeah. His RIP is his mic. His microphone's wrecked.
Well, anyways, you know, stay strong, everybody. You know, if you get depressed, call Joey. He'll fucking make you feel better.
Thanks, Mikey. I'll see you soon.
You got it, man. Take care, my friend.
Later, buddy. I'll see you. The legend, Mike Matusow. Shout out to Mikey for calling in here, chatting with us, sharing his viewpoints as always. We always enjoy it. Guys, what do you guys think about Mike Matusow bringing a new take? All we're asking for is that he got a new take. He said that she may have been drugs, and that may have explained the things. I don't know. That's Mike Matusow take, right? I mean, not in a popular take. I didn't hear anybody make that take yet, but I don't know. You guys decide, right? Who's on who? I don't know. I don't know what people are up to. So what do you guys think about Mikey? Give him a big shout out in chat as well, guys. We appreciate Mike Matusow, true legend of the game. We got a lot of respect for Mike Matusow. You know, he'd be talking. And then maybe after that podcast, he would Mike Matusow. We didn't, but we weren't liking him at that point in time. JP says, "What are Mike's thoughts on current geopolitical climate and the rising interest rates?" I am definitely not going to ask him on this show, but I would love to hear him talk about that at 3 hours at another point. Digital Fox 99 cent. Thank you, Digital Fox. Shout out to you, Poppy. Divide and Conquer. Now this is a good interview, my friend. You are redeemed. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think Mikey's awesome. We got I think Dan Negreanu going to come up here in a little bit. And then let me see. Yeah, I think Daniel going to come up here. This random guy wants to come on. I feel like we need a random person. I don't know. I just feel like we get lucky with the random guys. Sometimes you never know what the randoms are going to do. But Addison Woodbury with the 20 says, Poppy, how about we investigate Nick's frontal tickle massages with a comprehensive montage? What the fuck is this guy talking about, dude? Thank you. Thank you very much. Grit Poker 10 with the air gap. It's the server separated and segregated from broadcasting PCs. Do all the routers whitelist not only IP addresses but also MAC ID? There's so much we don't know. So true. I feel like a good question for Berkey. Hish says, not the 19th, so thank you for this streaming from the plane. The best way to spend it. Let's go. Shout out to the plane. Shout out to Bill Perkins, the Bill Perkins jet. You guys know the Daiwa Zero jet. All right, guys, who's down to come on? Jugman with the 50 says, how much to get on? I'm ready. All right, well, if you donate 50, give me your Twitter, Jugman. All right, Jugman, give me your Twitter. Give me your Twitter, Jugman. I'm going to have you on. Jugman. Look at Bill Perkins. Yeah, what's Perkins think about this? Where the hell is Perkins at? You got that big Daiwa Zero plane. Look at this bad boy right there, the Daiwa Zero jet. This guy paid to talk. I'll come on the show. No, I mean, these are, I don't want to have everyone random on a show. Snow Monkey Never Dies gave me the 5, said call liberal chick Courtney Hamilton, fair and balanced. I do miss liberal chick. We love liberal chick. Shout out to the liberal chick. We've had our ups and downs. It is what it is, but we still like her. Where's the guy at? Young man, send me your thing. Hi Hands, what's up, Poppy? Says hit me up. Hi Hands, want to come on? Okay. Doug R, let's roll. Do a joint stream. Yeah, we could do something like that. Jugman, where are you at? Come on, where's this guy's? Give me your Twitter at, Pop. Where's this guy at? Dnegs, I believe Dnegs is going to come on the show. Call Nemo. Yeah, let's get Nemo in here. Let me get Nemo. Let me get Nemo in here. Let me see what she's doing. Did young man Paul Stormy Miami? Oh, I think this guy's a crazy guy.
So Eric's
Let's
gonna raise
see.
it up here.
Paul Stormy Miami. Okay. Are you ready, Paul Stormy Miami? I'm gonna get you a link, buddy. You're up here, Jugman. Be careful with the randoms. They get you banned for saying certain words. Jesus Christ. If a random caller gets me banned for saying a certain word, then, you know, and then I guess I'm deserving to get banned. It is what it is. Listen, you can't worry about everything. I know y'all like to panic about things. If they ban me from Twitch, then I go to YouTube again. SP9PR says, been following your stream. Keep up the good work. Thank you, SP9R. Thank you. Yeah, thanks everybody been following the streams here. We've been grinding. All right, we're gonna get Jugman up in here. We're gonna give me another 5. Thanks, Jugman. We're taking the next like at 1500, so I don't know where we're at right now, but I gotta check. Maybe we're already at there. We are at 1400. Not bad.
And Andy here, pocket kings against Eric, so we could get another big one here.
Uh-oh. All right, guys, we got one more caller. Joey, what have you been eating the past week? I have been eating pretty shitty, I'll be honest with you. Kind of sad.
Tonight, here we go, kings versus ace queen.
All right, guys, we got Jugman coming in. You guys ready for the random? You never know how these are going to turn out, but... Jugman!
Talk to me, talk to me.
Jugman, you out there, Poppy? You out there? Where you at?
Miami, Florida.
Miami, okay. Welcome to the show. You gave us that great donation, and you said, how much to get on? I'm ready. So, So listen, Jugman.
I promise you, I'm not gonna get you banned or anything like that. I don't
You
know
ain't
what
gonna
that guy
say
was
me.
talking-
Please don't do it to me, Poppy. Okay?
No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. I love you.
Thank you, sir. How's it going, man? What's your name? Paul.
Paul, PL. I'm a Hard Rock, Florida, non-stop player. 5'10", 2'5". We play everything out there. I played with Lex Poker before. I'm there every day, 5-6 days out of the week. Where they're grinding.
Cool. Well, listen. Let's give a shout out in the chat, guys, to Jugman, man. Give him some love. Let's pump him up a little bit. He's down there in Miami grinding the live Gnome and Hold'em. So, what you got in your mind, Jugman? You sound fired up. You sound obviously you were anxious to get on here. So why don't you tell us what you got on your mind?
So a couple things. When this initially started, I don't see why everybody's confusing the fact that, or not seeing how important the fact is that she continuously flip-flops her story. I think that's huge. And to just ignore that, and I see a lot of people attacking Garrett. And Garrett's a guy who, I know you guys have watched him for years, and so have I, where I've seen this guy get slow rolled by that one guy. I forgot his name, man. Remember when he had the pocket threes? He slow rolled him, and all Garrett did was tap on that table and say, nice hand.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of people do like some grimy things to him, and he always just says, nice hand, nice hand, nice hand. So for all of a sudden, everybody to just turn their back and say that this guy is just a shitty or a messed up person, he's a crybaby. When we've seen this guy deal with a lot of different things on both live at the bike and here at Hustler, and all he literally says is nice hand. Even in this hand itself, he said nice hand when he thought she was good until she flipped it over. Then that's when the shock went through his body. That's one thing. Like, we shouldn't just down the guy for finally, after all these years, having a question about a hand, when there's so many times where he just will just tap that table and say nice hand and keep it moving and be super professional. That's my first thing. The second thing I want to ask you, Joey, is what would be the protocol if we're in any casino and we believe somebody's cheating? Because when Garrett got up, he went to the back, he talked to production. He should have talked to a floor man. I agree with that. I think a floor man should have been called, but because it wasn't and because Feldman wanted to do it, that's fine. But in any case, once you ask somebody or you say that you believe somebody's cheating, what should be their prerogative? Like, shouldn't they check the body? Shouldn't they do a thorough search on the parties involved? For Nick to get on your interview and say, I didn't want to do any type of search because I didn't want her to feel as though we thought she was cheating, that's incorrect. If somebody accuses somebody of cheating, what is the protocol then? To just continue playing and move as if nothing happened?
Right. Fair point, Jug. So what you're saying is that maybe
they failed Garrett at that point.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it does kind of seem.
Because now we're gonna investigate 3 days later. Like, I don't know if she cheated. I think she's a complete liar. Like, she keeps flip-flopping her story. She's saying one thing, she's doing another. She'll say something else in the next interview, and but obviously that doesn't prove that you're guilty of cheating. Cheating is completely different. I just think she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's lying, and whatever that proves, that proves. But when somebody initially says that I believe this person is cheating, like, what's the protocol then? Would it be to just continue playing? Like, you have to do some. There has to be some sort of protocol where it's like, okay, we're gonna search you. We're gonna search the person who staked her and stuff like that. Even for them to even say, I gave my bag up and they gave me my bag back and said, don't worry about it, we're not going to search you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Interesting. Okay. So you're
How do you not search?
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question.
Like, I feel as though they failed Garrett because they should have did a thorough search that day, because that could have proved whatever was in her back pocket, whatever was in her side pocket, whatever, anything. They could have wanted her. They could have done anything. And everything that they took a picture of today, saying that they're wanting people, they should have did that day right then when she was accused.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to not wait 3 days later to use cameras to try and figure out what she has. Does that make sense? Like, you had her there in the room. Just search her then instead of waiting 4 or 5 days. And now who knows what who knows if anything's, I agree with a lot of you guys. I don't think anything's going to get it figured out. Like, I think they're just going to say we couldn't find enough evidence to prove one thing or another.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we just wasted that day where we could have literally searched her right then and there and let her continue playing and then walk out of the building without searching her. And they're just saying, oh, well, now we're going to do FBI search or FBI investigation, whatever they're going to do, and base it on cameras instead of actually just searching her there. I feel like they failed completely Garrett and they failed us in the stream as if we're supposed to trust that everything is being done truthfully and honestly now when you had that chance when she was there.
Right. I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. Jugman. Production failed Garrett. Hashtag production failed Garrett. I mean, I think Garrett might agree with that, because if he's going to say that you are cheating and then you have one person who says, take my bag, look through it, and then, I mean, I guess what he said on the show, I think he addressed that on the podcast when he came in, and said he didn't want to. I can't remember the exact answer. Maybe someone in the chat who can remember exactly what he said, because he was did 3 interviews, and there was a lot of things that we talked about in there, and I can't remember this specifically why he wouldn't have searched her, but I believe he did address that, so we're gonna have to go back and kind of check that. But it would make sense as a standard thing if someone says, if you're someone you're friends with or somebody that's running and playing in your game comes out and says, hey, I think something's happening, to do some DD and maybe look through this person's stuff, if there's some sort of device to track for transmission devices, or I don't know what the kind of procedures could be. You'd have to find the experts to figure that out. But yeah, I mean, it's a good point, Jugman. I think we haven't really talked much about that today, and I'm curious what you guys think, chat. Do you guys think production failed Garrett, and do you think it failed this case and maybe almost ruined the case by not searching the first day? Because obviously we know by now, anything's gone anyway. So I would imagine, but
I'm not trying to be public enemy against Nick either, but I mean, I think that's an important question that should have been asked, and it should have been asked that day.
Yeah.
Like we can't just now do a full investigation where you could, like, for instance, when you look in your videos, when Doug looks through his videos, everybody's just guessing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we're doing, guessing. When you
Right.
had her there, and there would be no guessing, you would just know exactly what's in her pocket.
Right, that's true.
You would know exactly what she was doing, exactly what's in her bag, exactly what's in everything, right?
Yeah.
Like,
JP says, if there's an extraction mission in Eastern Europe, I want both Jugman and Eric Person to lead the mission. So, yeah,
You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you. Listen, if we're going on an extraction, obviously we got our leader, Mr. Person, there with that great outfit, and of course, I think Jugman might get a seat in that team as well too.
I got you.
So yeah, man.
And the flip flopping itself also. The flip flopping.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
She literally, they asked her 2 questions before she looked at her hand. They asked her 2 questions, which has been literally nonstop, repeated over and over. Do you have pocket threes? No. Do you have a 3? No. Then she flips over Jack High. She says, "Oh well, I figured you had ace high. Okay, well then why you call with Jack High? Because you don't have shit. Because you don't have blank. I don't want to.
Yeah, I guess I'm less like. I mean, I've already kind of talked about
But
that.
why though?
I'm less like stringent on that, and I'm less like judgmental on those sorts of things like that. I don't pay as much attention to that. It's not what's as interesting to me, but other people do find that interesting and relevant. So I can.
The reason why I find it so interesting and relevant is because the same people that are saying it's not interesting, not you, I'm not talking about you, but a lot of people on Twitter, the same people saying it's not interesting and not relevant are the same people holding Garrett to another standard, saying he lied about if he asked her to get the money back or not.
Right.
So you can't say that's not something I take in consideration, but then say, Garrett, you're a liar, and I hate you, and you're the worst poker player of all time. No integrity because you lied and said that you didn't ask for money. So it's like it's two different. Not you, but a lot of people on Twitter.
Right. Okay. Listen, we get a lot of donations during Jugman.
Out of Jerry Jaffe's book, Ladies of Twitter. It's time to have a tough
Oh, that's
conversation.
Nemo. Nemo said she's going to call in here. I'm going to get her a Zoom link here in a second after we talk to Jugman. Jugman is a regular. Where are these donations from? Jugman is a regular down in Florida. Big shout out to Jugman. Patrick Minnender do channels like HCL and Bike have delays. Jug is the GOAT. They do have delays, usually a 30-minute delay. Veronica with a bunch of donation, a 10 and a 20 and a 5. She said, show Conrad's tweets. What about Conrad's tweets do you want to see? Man Marcus with the Swedish 50 says, so next time I get my bluff called by King High, I can accuse someone of cheating and then they have that person searched. No, it is innocent until proven. Yeah, I could see that.
A lot of Jug man nails it. Let's have go Jug. Yeah, you know it.
Jugman, listen, we got any Jugman fans in the chat? Shout out to Jugman. Boston Jimmy with the 99 says, good poker vibes. LFG, man, listen, I think then you're definitely going to be loving the Jugman if you like good poker vibes. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. Boston Jimmy, are you the guy that plays on the lodge, Mr. Boston Jimmy? Veronica with another 10. Conrad has videos in that thread. Okay, let me go check out Conrad's videos here. Hold on a second. Let me see what he's saying. Hold on a second. Am I gonna watch with Jugman? I don't think I can watch with you, Jugman.
Okay, no problem. As Paul at Story Miami, I turn on my Twitter just for this situation. I haven't used Twitter in almost 5-6 years, but I turn it on just for this, just so I can find a way to talk to you, Joey, man. You're the man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Appreciate you, Poppy. Yeah, we'll talk soon. We'll have to check back in with you, okay? So let's get your thoughts another time shortly, all right?
Sounds good, brother.
All right, cool, man. Listen, man, thanks a lot, Jugman. Thanks for calling in, and have a good day. All right, guys, big shout out to Jugman for calling in here. What'd you guys think about him? I love that fucking guy. Like I said, man, the random callers, they're so fun. Big shout out to Jugman. Hope he's doing well down there. And yeah, man, obviously he said right production. He feels like production failed. Garrett, Johnny Shishler with the 4 said, casinos are just middleman. You can walk out with your money after losing it all in and they can't do anything to ban you. Makes sense. Digital Fox. But Bill Butler said Jugman's my wife's boyfriend. Good dude. Grip Poker said I work in IT and I can tell you they are right. Not taking immediate logs and data dumps on the spots means by now that you might not find the breach in evidence. Chain of custody matters for court. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a real big fucking punt to have that happen, to not be able to, you know, collect the data at that point in time and really do some type of immediate investigation into that. Conrad has some things here. Let's see. He says, I've said cheated from the jump. I sway back and forth. To start, I was 90% cheated. The few things made me sway to cheating 65%. The more I watch, the more confident I am she cheated. The matters don't add up. What bothered me the most, why does she keep looking at the casino floor? In the King 6 versus Ace King hand, she glances right before she calls, and then when scooping pot, she looks again. Okay. Multiple hands where she looks towards the casino floor. I know I'm really crazy hoping in my mind. I really do know what she's looking at, or I'll never get back to 60%. So he says here she's looking at the floor.
She has the King of Hearts.
Yeah, that was during that Ace King hand. She looked outside the floor.
I thought the hand was over on the turn.
Looked around, did a call.
You came to LA, Garrett put you to the test, and you passed.
Wait.
Oh, she's probably might be looking for Rip there because Rip was there. So yeah, basically just saying what she's looking for off there. Yeah, I see what he's saying. I'd like to see a few more videos, but I can see where he's coming from with that. I mean, that's something to investigate, obviously, in the casino's part, right? I mean, it's real easy for the casino to look at. So, all right, we're gonna get Nemo in here right now. Let's get Mickey on. Yeah, I'd love to get Mickey on. Let's see, how long ago was that? Yeah, let me text Daniel, see what he's doing. All right, guys, we're gonna get Nemo on here. Nemo is our resident chess expert / moonlighting as a future poker star, and we just watched a little bit of her video. So hold on a second. Let's get Nemo in. See what Nemo's seeing. Nemo, what's up? What's up? Oh, we can't hear you yet. Hold on. Hello, hello, Nemo. You can't see us, but we can see you. How's it going?
It's going well. Sorry, I'm literally like at Pizzeria and Osteria Moza going to dinner really soon.
Oh, dang. Well, listen, we appreciate you. We appreciate you hopping on here for a little bit. We got our girl Nemo in the chat. Like I said, we just watched a little bit of your video. I don't know what people were thinking about the video. It's kind of a hot take. I was kind of trying to make a little sense of it. But Nemo, from your perspective, you obviously going through all the chess drama, and now you got poker drama, and now you're seeing poker Twitter react in a crazy way. By the way, guys, make sure you guys say hi to Nemo in the chat, please. Let's be nice to her. Let's be nice to her like we were nice to Jugman. So Nemo, what are you seeing, kid? What are you thinking out here? What's going through your mind when you're witnessing whatever the hell this is?
Okay, well, honestly, like I just like there's this huge article that just came out in chess, which is probably like the #1 thing that I want to say. Also, I'm sorry for all the traffic noise.
Oh, it sounds great. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't think she cheated. Like a lot of people are still like saying things or whatever. I don't think she cheated. I think I think Twitter went a little bit, some of the outside comments from people not in the poker world itself kind of got a little bit out of hand and a little bit crazy, and people started running these, I don't even know what it is, game trees? I think there were game trees of poker, and that's just obviously not how poker works, right? So many people were weighing in with an opinion that didn't really seem like it fit in with, they didn't really understand like what's going on with the situation and wanted to weigh in anyways. And I was just like, you know what, this is a good time to maybe make a video about it. So hey, here are some of the reasons why it's not really about feminism. It's not really about she's a woman or anything like that. It's just about the poker kind of itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess, are you... I mean, I guess where are you kind of sitting at with, you said she's innocent. You said the reaction is kind of like, I mean, I guess it's kind of Twitter when I think about it, but people are like kind of complaining and saying, oh my God, like society's doomed because a bunch of people think about poker this way. I mean, to me, that's just how Twitter works in general. It's just that most poker takes never really reach it to like the general masses who like don't know what they're talking about. So I think it's kind of hilarious to see what other people think about it. And so many people feel that way about it. But I can see what you're saying. Like, it kind of makes for good content for you to come back and be like, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And, it's a funny thing to talk about. I mean, that's what's fun about the situation if you're making content is you could kind of approach it from a few different angles.
I think it's also just really important that, like, as a girl myself, I'm obviously not a particularly good poker player or anything like that. But I saw some of, like, Liv Boray's comments, for example, or Maria Ho's. I think it's just really important to point out that women can play poker and that some of the comments on Twitter should not be taken as this is what women in poker think. I think that's really important too, because, at the end of the day, it's about obviously it's about the truth too, right? Like, I don't think she cheated, but also it's in part about, hey, women are really good. Women can be really good poker players. Like, we've all seen, Liv Boray, Maria, all of them play really well. So it's like some of the comments just seem to take away from that because they are so obviously incorrect to anyone who understands like poker theory or, all that.
Yeah. I mean, I think obviously with Robbi being a woman, it kind of, some people, the comment about the sex and misogyny, and that's obviously been a big topic in the poker industry in general for a long time with like, trying to advocate for people treating women better in general and making them more comfortable at the table and treating them better offline or online. I mean, in all situations, basically, just showing more respect for women in the poker world. And when this sort of situation comes out, you got one side that's like, Robbi's a god, Robbi's owning it, she's like fucking crushing it, and it's awesome. And then you have another side that's sort of just attacking the idea of her being a woman. And then if they think she cheated, they're like, it's I feel like a lot of the issue gets sort of lost in the discussion around the idea of her being a certain
I just
sex.
don't think it's a sexism issue. I think it's a poker issue. Like, regardless of what Robbi's gender is, or whatever it is, right? I just don't think it matters that much for the specific hand she played. It's just objectively not played amazing. And I'm not attacking her character. I'm not attacking her gender. Nobody's being like, oh, because you're a girl, this is a terrible play. I don't think there should be that kind of association with it. I think it's just objectively speaking, not an awesome play.
Yeah. I think I don't think you're in the minority with that one, Nemo. I think a lot of people out there are seeing that play and they're like, but I guess when you're seeing things from your perspective, does this make you want to play poker less? Like, are you scared to play poker now? Are you like less?
No, it just makes me want to play poker more. It just means like if these are the situations I might run into, it just makes me more excited to play. I saw her like. No, okay. Look, I'm not.
You're sick, Nemo.
Tweet, like, heads up against Garrett, and I was like, oh my gosh, Joey.
Remember when you played Phil Ivey and then unfortunately he actually stacked you, but at least it was by Phil Ivey in the creator game. So we played a creator game. Nemo was in the creator game, and then Phil Ivey had a top pair versus her top pair, and then he basically took all the money. When that would happen, that one hand.
I had top pair. He had a straight draw, and he had a straight draw, but I had ace. Anyways, yeah, that's basically what happened.
Yeah.
So also, like, my main audience doesn't really understand poker, so I kind of wanted to, like, the video was sort of in part just kind of educate people on like, hey, you might see all these tweets going around on Twitter, but they're not correct, right? Like, people are not attacking Robbi or something like that because she's a woman. Rather, it's just like, hey, the poker objectively here was not fantastic, and she's allowed to make mistakes just like every other person in poker, and she's allowed to win money after making her mistake just like every other person in poker.
Yeah. Listen, Nemo, why don't you get to dinner? We'll catch up with you again soon. We appreciate you hopping on here for a little bit. Listen, tell people a little bit about what you're doing, where they can find you. I'll put your Twitter in the chat for people if they want to follow you. But yeah, just tell people a little bit more about what you're kind of doing.
Okay, thanks so much, Joey. Yeah, I'm a woman grandmaster in chess. I've been playing chess for like 19 years now, and I recently switched to poker basically last year. It's a lot of fun, and I do like chess, League of Legends, poker. So my main 3 games, and then I just do random stuff other than that.
So are you dedicated to working hard at poker as well as content and chess and basically the life that you live, and also trying to become one of the gods of poker?
I really am. I played like WSOP earlier this year, and had like I think pretty good results. I cashed in my events, so I'm definitely trying to grind MTTs. Well, was trying to grind MTTs during the summer. I played EPT, and now I'm trying to like play more cash games around LA and stuff like that, and just really get better at the game itself. Because just get better at the game is probably like my goal currently.
Amen. Well, listen, Nemo, get after it. Go ahead. We appreciate you coming on here. We're following along. Maybe me and you might play some poker one day very soon. You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know. You never know. All right, I'll see you.
Take care.
Bye. All right, guys, shout out to the great Nemo for coming on here. A little brief call-in. Big shout out to Nemo. But, yeah, she plays a lot of chess. She's, what'd you say, a grandmaster playing for 19 years? What the? Dude, she's like a god of chess, I think. But, yeah, thanks, Nemo, for coming on here. Definitely W's in the chat for Nemo. She is a true, yeah, Nemo's awesome. All right, guys, still got people watching, man. 5:30 in the afternoon. Don't be a creep, bro. What is this guy talking? You don't be a creep, buddy. Joey Sims. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? All right, I'm going to text Daniel, see what he's up to. Hold on a second, guys. Hello, Mr. Hold on a second. Oh. Listen, guys, I already have a great, beautiful Asian girlfriend, so that I'm happy with. So, no other women for the big poppy, guys. All right.
Wonderful floor man, Lewis. In that time,
let me see here. I'm gonna check to Dan Negreanu. I think he's gonna come on here, so we're gonna get him on here. Maybe Veronica Burrell. We'll call up Veronica Burrell. See if she found anything more on location out there in LA. I heard there's a new video out, guys. Lock in. Wait a second. I heard there's a new video. So there's apparently a new thread about a new hand. So there's some new evidence, I believe, in the recent case. Hold on a second, guys. There's apparently some new evidence. A new video was posted. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on a second. Can someone point me? Where's that one video at? The one that people were telling me about with the Jack 8. Let me see this hand. Hold on a second. Joey Rip looked at the floor. I was the best in my 7th grade class. Wonder if I still got it. You probably do at chess,
There's
yeah.
the heart for Mike X.
Called Chainsaw. I might call it Chainsaw. Let me see.
And another heart, but Mike X has.
Yeah, the video with the new theory. There was like some theory on Reddit, I guess someone in my chat said.
Ruski makes aces up, and there's a flush playing on board, so.
Do you guys want to hear Joe from Jersey's theory?
Mike off of a chop here, because Ruski can't win this hand. He can only chop it, and he's gonna bet. He's gonna get.
Before we get Daniel, let me play this video. Josh Colbert. Joe, I think it's running drag. Josh, what the fuck are you still doing here then?
Twitter?
Are you kidding me? I just had a 30-minute conversation with Mike the Mouth Matusow where he was out of his mind and it was amazing. Like, what is this guy talking about? Didn't feel dry, that great conversation where he proposed theories and ideas.
the Polk, the Poppy, the Only Friends, whatever all is out there. I'm Big Bortz, professional poker player, former World Series of Poker gold bracelet winner.
Who's this guy?
And I'm here today to potentially provide some insight and potentially some new evidence into the investigation. Robbi versus Garrett, the hand that the entire poker community has seen. I don't particularly want to be doing this, but, you know, it's obviously divided the community quite a bit or whatever. I've noticed a few things that I find to be strange, and I thought I'd share my thoughts with the community. So here we go.
Who's this guy? I like this guy already. What do you guys think?
The focus of this video is going to be on some possible signaling that I believe occurs in the hand in question. So I hope that I'm happy to be debunked or whatever. I hope that people with some expertise will take a look at this. But here we go, I think. This is the J487 hand. Forget if I've just gone back far enough or not, so let me go back just a little bit more.
Bro, I feel like this guy's got something for us. I mean, honestly, I better let's lock in. I feel like this guy's got something good.
Should be good.
I feel like this guy's got something. I feel like this guy might solve the case.
He's gonna bet 10,000.
Let's lock in, guys. I feel some big pot energy coming here.
Out of his hand pre-flop.
I feel the energy coming in here. I feel big pot energy.
She's got one club and one heart, and wow, look at this. What is she thinking about here? Is she gonna
No problems. No problems with the hand so far. Don't care. Nobody cares.
Ace king.
Okay. This guy's problem.
For a min raise here, she's gonna min click.
Nobody cares.
Jack
This guy's problem, bro.
And you know
He's got
Garrett is
22
just
views.
so experienced.
What's this guy's problem? I like this guy.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me scratch my face.
What's that?
Uh-oh. Lock in. Lock in.
In the middle of the hand, out of nowhere, awkward posture gets taken.
Uh-oh.
Announces to the entire table, oh, wait, I got to scratch my face. Starts looking kind of weird, too. Well, I would argue that that is... We don't know what happened here. I would argue that it's somewhat likely that if there was something untoward going on, that would be a signal. The signal in this case, I mean, in a hypothetical world where potentially someone has a device or something that lets them know simply that their hand is good or whatever, there may still need to be a reason to have signals to a possible co-conspirator at the table. One possible reason could be something could happen with the device. The device could malfunction, the device could break or something like that. You could get into some other situation or have some sort of problem where you don't know what to do, where you may need to make a signal and potentially receive advice from a co-conspirator, okay? So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, hey everyone, I've got to scratch my face, announcing to everyone, out of nowhere, making it very obvious what you're doing. Now, if this was a signal...
Bro, give the guy a chance. What are you guys talking about? Let's give this guy a chance, bro. I mean, in 20 minutes, I'm not giving him that long chance. I'll give him a chance, though.
Someone was trying to do something untoward here. Sort of be very, well, scratch my face.
How often would she do this with the 10?
Let's give the guy a chance.
And that's not all that's said, either. Hey, everyone, I've got to scratch my face. Because that's the shit. Those two things are not related. But I got to scratch my face because that's the shit I got right now. Okay.
This guy's so
something
passionate.
That someone more that we can find. Loudly.
Bro, just chill. Give the guy a chance.
And
I feel like
Robbi
he's going to
seems
solve
be
the case.
staring off in that direction.
Let's hear the guy out. Come on. Seriously, let's hear this
As
guy out.
if
Fine. Let me turn the speed up.
She's paying attention to this.
Come on. Let's hear the guy
Now,
out.
there is a little bit of table chatter sort of going on, but this comment kind of comes out of nowhere. And if it was meant to be a response to a signal, you may direct the question to other people at the table out of nowhere to try to disguise the fact that this is potentially a response problem. You scratch your face because maybe the senses failed. Yeah, sure, I understand. There's lots of arguments people can make. Finally, a question. You want me to call you? Let's see if there's a response to the question.
I don't know what she's thinking about here because she loses to some bluffs like king, queen, jack types of things too.
Oh, no. So that could be a potential response to this inquisition in this theoretical world where there could be a co-conspirator at the table. And if that's the case, there's confusion. A signal was given that Robbi, perhaps, if something's going on, doesn't know what to do or whatever, and a potential co-conspirator is attempting to help in the situation but has limited information available and is perhaps giving back advice. Now it has been said, I vote no. But the question that was posed to Garrett
Interesting.
is, do you want me to call you or whatever? So it's possible that this response, I vote no, could have caused some wires to be crossed, in my opinion. Because it could be construed as someone saying, I vote no, meaning I'm voting that no, Garrett does not want you to call, therefore you should call. Or it could be as simple as saying, I vote no, meaning if you're struggling, potentially, to figure out how to call in a situation where it's going to potentially look bad, I vote no, don't do that. That is possible. Let's continue. Basically, right after I vote no, the call is made. Okay?
She calls? Oh my god.
This guy vaping. This guy living a life. This guy living such a great life. Listen, if I get 12 more likes, I get to take this edible, so I'm pretty excited. The 1,500 like edible? Okay, I'm in.
Plenty I could talk about here, but why bother?
Her hand might be misread.
This guy's problem, bro. Get this guy off. He's like...
You have a 3 in your hand? No! No! She does not have a 3.
Dude, this guy's
Knows
so
she does
fired
not
up.
have a 3.
What is this guy's problem?
Yeah, the census failed. Weird things happened. Okay. I don't even know what to say. Sure.
What is this guy's problem?
They're gonna run it twice.
This guy's out of his mind.
River breaks out again.
Why are people in the chat so mean?
I want to see. Does she have Jack 4?
And now, after the hand is over, this gentleman stands up.
I love how Rip stands up and takes a bow. Look at, he takes
and
his
now,
hat
after
off.
the hand is over, this gentleman stands up, takes a bow, diffusing the situation. Ma'am, very nice to be associated with you, but you're stupid. Well, why is it stupid? I thought this was a great call with the Jack 4. Why would he think it's... Why would that comment be made? Maybe it's because if 2 potential conspirators were attempting to communicate at the table because there was sort of an issue or something like that, and you did your level best to kind of try to, maybe dispense some advice. Got to pick your spot. I vote no, or whatever. And then the person makes the call of 135K or whatever it is, and has Jack 4 off in this situation. That's something that's going to attract a lot of attention. So anyhow, that's something that I think is very interesting. And quite frankly, I'm surprised I haven't seen more people talking about that. There is something else that's, I find, even more bizarre related to this potential theory, which is this. Get it pulled up.
Bro, I feel like this guy's got something, honestly. I'm like holding out for the past 4. I've heard this narrative before, but I feel like he's got something.
There was a video posted by
Have faith.
I believe Hustler Casino Live itself to Twitter.
Have faith.
Of this hand. And when you watch the video, I find it very strange that if that was an indication of signaling going on at the table, signal response, okay, that part in a video that preserves almost the entire hand, that is the part that is cut out. Let's watch.
One of his first ones, yeah, that was like before he won all the tournaments in, yeah.
Wow, Robbi really mixing it up here, calling Garrett's raise with Jack 4 off. It's blind versus blind, and Garrett here has flopped a straight flush.
Bro, this guy's just railing that vape. I love it.
He's gonna bet 2,500. Wow, Robbi's gonna call here with Jack 4 with the Jack of
No edits so far.
Turn is a 3, puts backdoor hearts down, and this is usually when Garrett will lay the hammer down with combo draws. She's got 1 club and 1 heart, and wow, look at this. What is she thinking about here? She's gonna raise it. Well, we saw her raise Ace-King a little bit ago for a min raise. Here she's gonna min click.
Bro, you guys so rude. This guy's
Wait, what just happened? There was an edit. There was an edit. There was an edit.
Uh-oh.
What happened to the, hey, I gotta scratch my face, and hearing a potential response to a signal of, you gotta pick your spots. It's gone. Why? Why isn't it here?
Huh. Huh. You guys have a point.
I think he's Ace-King a little bit ago for a min raise. Here she's gonna min click. I think he's considering bet 3 betting.
Wait, what just happened? There was an edit. There was an edit. There was an edit. What happened to the, hey, I gotta scratch my face, and hearing a potential response to a signal of, you know, you got to pick your spots. It's gone. Why? Why isn't it here?
Maybe because they wanted to make the clip shorter.
That's weird. Let's keep going.
There's the all-in. Garrett, like I said, he's just so experienced in bet patterns, bet sizing. Just gonna put a time chip out.
Why you the hands like
Edit, edit.
She doesn't have a 3.
Where's the dramatic moment where she leans in and says, do you want me to call? I mean, that seems like a pretty dramatic moment that's part of the hand, and then where it can be clearly heard, someone at the table saying, I vote no. That's weirdly edited out too. That's very strange.
You call me with a jack high? You call me with a jack high?
Listen, guys, who came up with this idea for that hand? Where did you see that first? Literally on this stream. Remember when I came up with it? Then, is that true? Actually, might not be true. Did they come up with it first? Fuck. Maybe they did. You're kidding me.
Holmes? You call me with a jack high? You call me with a jack high?
Oh, great. And then right after that, somebody has clipped in a moment from old poker history of someone making a jack-high call, I guess potentially to, I don't know, gaslight everyone and get everyone to think that calling in this situation with jack-4 off is normal? That's kind of weird too, honestly. I am mighty curious who edited this video. It seems to me so strange that those two parts in which there could be potential signaling are edited out of the video that, I mean, how would they know to edit there? It's very weird. So I don't know. Hopefully I'm not the only one that thinks it's strange. And yeah, that's about all I guess I wanted to say about this thing. Let me know what you think. Again, happy to be debunked. But
all right, let's think about it. So I mean, normally you. What's up, Aaron Rems? What's happening, man? How's it going? We're live here at YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're watching. We just got a bunch of calls so far. We had Nemo call in. We had Andy Stacks call in. We had Mike Matusow, Wayne Chiang. We had the legend Jugman, David Paredes. I think we got Daniel maybe coming soon. I'm not sure if he's still coming in. We're going to find out soon. And yeah, we're going to take some more calls. I feel like we kind of see if anything comes in. I mean, basically, we're really just monitoring a little evidence, but nothing really to see right now. This guy needs to call in. I know this guy doesn't need to call in. You guys think the guy's reaching? What do you guys think about this guy? Raver Poker edits the videos. Not Raver Poker. Not our guy, Raver Poker. I was just at the nightclub with Raver Poker. Don't tell me it's my guy, Raver Poker, getting out of line. I don't think it's Raver Poker. We love Raver Poker. But yeah, he does. I think he edits the hands, but I'm sure there's a good reason why he would have cut that out. So this guy's saying that's like a signal from Hustler that they want to. I mean, they tried to make it seem like a sick, legitimate call. I think with the way that they positioned it, they didn't want to make it seem like that they're cheating going on in the hand. So I think that was intentional. But yeah, I don't think. I mean, this could be something. I mean, I don't know, right? What are we gonna do if they are signal? Like, how do you even figure that out? How do you verify that? So. But yeah. This guy said another guy begging for clicks. What are you guys talking about? I mean, when a guy begs for clicks and they make videos, I mean, I love that. That statement's always funny. The whole point of making content for some people is to get people to watch it. So it's like when you go play poker and you win too much money and people are like, oh, like all this guy does is play to win for some people.
I vote no, meaning
like Doug Pulse make a video like, oh, he like try to get many views. It's like, well, that's.
Or it could be as simple as saying,
it's like that's what he's trying to do. Like people go try to win. That's his idea of winning. So the haters bring him down. Why did someone post a video in here and there's nothing to it? As a video editor for high stakes players and poker companies, that edit has done nothing wrong. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think the edit's done much wrong. It was a long hand and it was like 15 minutes, and they need to edit it down to. They need to edit down to a few minutes for social media. So why does Joey take chat so seriously? I don't really take it that seriously. It's just funny. As you guys saw, they're waving. This guy's watching my stream. Oh no, I don't know what he's doing. I think he's watching my stream while he's at the casino. So Yeah, all in Pav begging for clicks to get 50K views and making $9. Yeah, guys, I mean, you don't really make much money off of views, so, you know, really, people say they make a lot of money with videos, and that's definitely not that true. You really don't make much money unless you are really one of the best people, and you do it every single day, every day for months and months and months. So, what's up, Big J? Who's in the chat? Big J? I feel like we should get Big J on here. Hold on a second. Let me get Big J. Let me get a call in here. Let me send Big J a link to come on here. I want to talk with Big J. Let me get Jamin house. Shout out to All in Pav in the house as well, too. Chainsaw Alan Kessler. Oh, boy. Edward said, hey, Joey, quick break investigation for the 3M chess game versus me. I don't know what that means. You need the millions of views for moderate money. Yeah, I do need to hire some more moderators in here. Kessler, I got him muted. It happens. Oh my God.
And here's what I think happened, honestly, right? Because I've seen it. Fuck, I've wanted to do it. I've wanted to fuck you call somebody before with 10 high, and I'll be honest, I've fucking done it in a tournament before and just whipped my hand in the muck real quick so I wouldn't look like a fucking idiot. But I think she was sick of it, and she wanted to try, you know, she wanted to make some kind of high-level play. You know, I don't know for sure, right? I can't say, but I think this is what it looks like. She made the fucking call. Maybe she misread her hand. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she didn't give a fuck what her hand was because she was in the moment, right? There's cameras. There's high stakes. There's people there. She's playing against G-Man, who's fucking been owning her from what it sounds like. She's just in the moment. She makes the fucking call, and all of a sudden she's like, oh, shit, what the fuck am I doing in this hand? What's going on here, right? She's like, holy shit, what happened? And I've been there, not just in poker, but sometimes you do something, you're just like, what the fuck did I do? And then when someone asks you what you did, let's say she misheard her hand, or let's say she just fucking had a feel. You don't want to say that on stream when you're her. You're in this male-dominated field. You're a woman. You want to at least like be respected. Oh, I misread my hand. And then people are like, oh, fucking dumb girl doesn't read her hand. Or you're like, oh, I just had a feeling. And then they're just like, oh, you had a feeling? Yeah, you're fucking stupid. No, she's going to try to explain it. And sure, her story gets mixed up because she's flustered. She made mistakes. Who fucking knows? She can't keep it straight. But to think it was cheating because of one fucking hand, because of what an amateur did, shows that you fucking have no idea how these fucking high stakes games goes. If you look at the people saying it, it's the people that would never get invited to these games. Not the fucking games I run. I'm not having Sean Deeb at my fucking game. I'm not having that guy Lex you just had at my fucking game. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't even have G-Man in my game if he wasn't a fucking name from being on the stream. So yeah, these guys don't get it because they think like everyone thinks like them, but they don't. I'm not saying it's right what she did. Of course not. Everyone fucking knows it's not right. But it's like, this shit happens, man. That's how fucking people do this shit.
David Williams once again delivering the hot take. Andrew Abraham 20. You said this could be solved easily with some Adderall and locking yourself up in a room with the footage. As a casino owner, it's not that easy. If you think this process should be rushed, you should take Nick's offer to review. Well, I mean, at this point in time, you know, I don't know if it should be rushed. It's a good question if it should be rushed. I mean, I feel like the footage is going to be there at the footage is always going to be there. So you're still going to have the same day footage for all these things to go look through, and then anything external to me would not be there. So, you know, just like for the Apostle stuff, once you have the footage, you can go over the footage, but you can't find anything because it's been too long. So, what do you say? More David Williams? I sent some out to Big J. Alan Kessler. Should we get Alan Kessler on here, guys? What do you guys think? We got to vote that one. Should we get Alan Kessler? What do you guys think? Chainsaw? Chainsaw's Corner. Have him back on. Uh-oh, we got Big J coming in here. Big J, what's up?
What's going on, my dude? What is going on? What's
Nothing.
going on in the poker world?
Nothing, Poppy. Nothing. I mean, let me bring in Big J. Jaman Burton over here. One great video blogger. longtime poker player. He's been only winning money according to Instagram. His Instagram story lately, he's basically crushing every Bellagio game that I can find, and he's killing it, man. Makes a lot of great videos, a lot of great video blogs online. I think a lot of people really love it, really appreciate it. So always in the chat, showing a lot of love. Always been a great moderator, contributor around here. So give him a big shout out, guys. Give my man Big J a shout out, man. Jaman, welcome officially back to the show. Last time you were officially on it, maybe it might have been for the great Mike Postle investigation, and now you're back. And Big J, from your perspective here, what are you seeing, man? What's going through your mind?
Dude, yeah, you're right. Last time I was here, it was for Postle, the great Postle. Dude, this Robbi thing, like, I've gone back and forth 3 or 4 different times. When I first saw it, just like everybody else, I was like, that doesn't smell right. She's cheating. Something's going on. And then, we dug into it day one, and then I was like, she's probably not cheating. Then some more information came out, and then I thought she was cheating again, and now it's just like, I don't know. Now I'm leaning towards she's not cheating, but something just feels fishy. Like, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, but something feels fishy. But I will tell you this, over the last 20 hours or so, I'm kind of sliding into the, I don't really give a fuck either way right now. Like, I'm just, like, so saturated with it. Like, I'm just like, until somebody finds out some new information, I'm just kind of like hanging out.
That's what I'm doing, right? That's what I'm doing. I'm hanging out, talking to people, getting ideas. The thing is, maybe I see something, maybe I don't see something. So I'm kind of just doing the same thing, hanging out, enjoying self, enjoying life, enjoying the great chat. Shout out to YouTube chat, and just kind of hearing people's thoughts, hearing their opinions on things, trying to figure out ways that you can make things better moving forward in terms of with, the security of the games, and maybe the way these situations may be handled in the future as well too. But I feel like this one, maybe people don't agree with the way it was handled in terms of like a lot of scrutiny over it right away, but that's what's going to happen when there's hours of footage of something like that, and it's a huge poker hand.
Sure. And for like, when we're talking about the security of the games, like, the games have never been secure. Like, and I remember you saying this back in the Apostle days, Berkey saying this. I mean, just this whole push to make everything live stream, live this, live, 20-second delay. Like, it's just like, I'm not a big fan of that. Then again, like, you grew up on like the 6-month delay with like high stakes poker and poker out loud, or poker after dark. So this whole live stream thing just seems wrought with problems. The security around these there's so many holes in that software. Even using the software, there's better ways to do it, right? There's really no way, or there's really no reason, because it's on delay. There's really no reason for a person to be dealt their cards and instantly have to put them on the card reader. Like, it's on the delay. Like, so just play the hand, and then when you fold, have the dealer put them on the card reader, and then work that back into the live stream, like either like in a semi-real-time production or post-production, and delay the whole thing coming out for 24 hours. That'd be a lot safer than, I'm going to put my cards in the card reader, and then maybe somebody has something in their crotch that's reading them in real time and can pass information. Like, it's just, there's been, like, since the Apostle thing, I've really had a lot of agita or anxiety about playing on live streams. I haven't been playing on live streams because I still have, like, PTSD from Apostle. So, and I think that's going to happen a lot more going forward, unless something's done to put more security around these events.
I mean, that's what it seems like is going to happen. Hustler already said they're going to do a lot of stuff to their stream. They broke out the Garrett wands today. Shout out to the Garrett wands. And I think that as long as people are calling for that and they're requesting that, then I think that'll happen. So it's kind of up to the
money, though. Like, that stuff's expensive. Security's expensive as hell.
Right.
Like, so, I mean, even though this isn't a related issue, but, you got people being robbed outside of, card houses and stuff. It's all security, and security's money, and that, like, eats into people's bottom line. And security is a lot of money. We're not talking about, an extra $50 an hour for, Joe, the neighborhood police officer who wants some overtime. Like we're talking about a lot of money for like a good security system in these places.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? I mean, you got to invest in that, but I guess it may be the necessary thing. I mean, for the overall safety of these games, and especially as the industry starts to develop with the stream games and the live stream and the creator games and the invitational games, and everything's really about to heat up with all these different card rooms that are all over the United States, and there's about to be more competition and more opportunity to take advantage of that. So I think if we had a better best practices for a lot of those things for the companies, then that would probably be a great thing overall for players and for the health and safety of the games.
And it'll get the presence of these games will get bigger before it gets smaller, most likely, right? I mean, you got Texas popping up after California popped up, and like with the leniency that's going on and like the Wire Act and that being overturned, and the probability that online poker comes back to more than just for the 4 or 5 states that it's in, like the presence of live streams just popping up using this very, I don't want to call it rinky-dink software, but it's not enterprise corporate level RFID, software. It wasn't really designed for what it's being implemented and used for right now.
Right. Okay.
That this could be very dangerous to continue on this path.
You think so?
I know so.
Yeah.
Which is why my black ass stays right here.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's why
on these live streams, like left and right.
Yeah, it's a big reason why I don't really want to play on live stream. I'm not ever motivated to want to play on a live stream ever, because it's just straight up like a place to smile in your face while they are printing your money from you anytime they want. So
100%. And I don't have anything against the live streams or the guys that run the live streams. I don't have anything against Nick or Ryan or Skull Mike or any of these guys. Like they all seem like cool guys.
Shout out Skull Mike.
Trying to put out cool products. It's just like still internally after the Stones thing, it still feels like a negative free roll. Like, yeah, the games are great. But like I'm not big for free content. I'm not big for like this lack of security or even just window dressing security, like giving people like the false sense of security. Like it's for me right now, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think some people like the sense of security, and I think that makes people feel better, feel safer. Whether that actually makes them feel safer or actually better is debatable. Right. Depending on who you're asking and what their viewpoint is. And it kind of seems like we're having that debate right now. I saw Berkey do something earlier about the tweet I made about the security. I mean, basically I was just advocating for everyone to take that seriously, which apparently worked out quite well. So successful, well done, and it generated a lot of discussion. I think this tweet did really well. It got, a bunch of people watched it, 207 comments. If I was running a high-stakes poker game with transmission devices in the cards, I would wand down all players for hidden transmission devices before they sat down to ensure signals weren't being sent. Why isn't this standard practice already? I said, whether it's a transmission device detector, front of house, back of house, all of the house improvements on the latest best practices by experts in the field. And then once Neuralink's available, then we have to find a new way to play poker. So I was basically just saying that the security procedures for these places shouldn't be possible for you to get a fucking device in there that is able to do this in the first place, to even worry about it. So,
dude, I know you remember this. I remember the video that I made in the Stones peak room. Like, I literally just walked in there with my camera and was just recording just their servers, and like nobody else was in there but me. I had total access to like that's not a thing. Like they shouldn't just let some strange guy fly in from St. Louis and just walk into their control room. Like, so there's a lot being said about what to do to the players, right? Oh, we're going to wand them and we're going to frisk them and
strip search,
cavity search, and blah blah blah. But all the security needs to be done on the back end. Like, no player coming in with a $800 iPhone 13 or whatever should be able to crack your system. It just needs to be way more secure. The server room needs to be secure. The RFID cards need to be secure. Like, the people that have access to the server rooms need to be like above reproach. Like, all that stuff needs to be put in place too. Very important.
Very important. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I guess how do you think you encourage other rooms to do that, and to take those steps to do that. I mean, how many rooms can you really manage in police if you're the chief advocate officers for the poker world security, which not many people really care about to begin with.
No, they got to open the pocketbooks, man.
Yeah.
That's going to be the solution. I mean, like places are just have to open the pocketbooks for more security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what Hustler talked about a lot. And then, the other card rooms are going to have to follow suit. And, I mean, I guess it's a lot of Texas card rooms. There's a lot of, like, random state card rooms. There's, like, Florida card rooms. There's probably Vegas card rooms coming as well, too. So hopefully we see a better standard of practice. Still a brand new industry and a brand new area as well, too, with the live stream games.
Yeah. Hold on one sec.
Uh-oh. Breaking news.
Bad phone's going off. Hold on.
I got another couple links.
Okay. So as far as have you heard anything that's totally, I don't know, still has any meat on the bone as far as the theories?
Well, I do think some of the theories are really, really strong. There's just nothing you can do from here. I think there are 4 really strong theories, but to prove any theories, I would need to see the security camera for Hustler Casino.
Yeah,
so there's really not even much to talk about it anymore.
No, they did say something on the Solver White stream that I'd never really thought about was what if Garrett was right that something was up, but she just cheated this one hand only. Like that would be impossible to prove almost. Like what if there wasn't like a systematic thing of like somebody cheating 4, 5, 6 hands over the 11 hours? What if it was just this hand? But again, like there's just not enough information for me personally to make a decision either way. So when there's not enough information to make a decision either way, I'm just going to go with Occam's razor and be like, all right, well, she probably didn't do anything.
Yeah, I like what you said about how you just don't care.
Yeah, I try to care, dude. Like the first day, like I was in there, like I was really, really trying to care. But then as it goes on, you're like, wait.
The thing is, you can't. At this point, it's like kind of tough to care, and I mean, it's not tough to care. It's easy to care, but it's just kind of frustrating.
A little bit. And it's not like Postle where there was like infinite hands.
Yeah, this is what I think is going to happen. Daniel says the worst thing that'll come out of this is most people didn't realize how easy it is to cheat. I expect cheating to become more rampant because of this, unfortunately. Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. 100% agree with that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was worried about with Postle. It's just so easy. Once people figure out they can get a device a guy made in a side bedroom, then...
It's incredibly easy. And I think people are naive if they think whether Robbi is cheating or not, right? And again, I'm leaning towards not. But whether she's cheating or not, I think people are incredibly, incredibly, incredibly naive if they think that Mike Postle is the only person out there doing anything. Like he was the only guy that's ever done anything. And there's people out there cheating right now, guarantee it. Like how are there not? Because it's just so simple. It's not hard. So yeah.
A fun thought as always. You're being cheated. A fun thought. Listen, that's why I said initially you got to run your own game.
Yeah.
It's the only way to ensure it is if you're running your own game, and then if someone cheats your game, you fucking shoot them in the head.
Yeah, and those
you shoot the first
private games are shady
if the first guy gets shot in the head, word to get around, the second guy probably ain't gonna do it.
Like
right?
Private games are shady in far more nefarious ways than vibrating.
This is what I'm describing. They come to cheat right. Like you gotta take these guys. You gotta set the precedent right away.
The precedent was set in the 50s.
Take the guy with the bat and beat the fuck out of the guy, right?
Yeah, that happened.
I mean, you cheat the game,
Like all those allegedly, like all those bodies of those people that happened to in Vegas is like where my house is right now. Like you watch those old movies and they're like taking people outside of the flamingo or whatever the hell was around in the 40s, and they're taking them out to the desert. Like that's literally where my house is.
Yeah, I mean maybe they bring that back one day. I don't know. So
yeah.
Someone said that's a little dark there, Joey. You think so? I don't think so. I think that's well in line with what I've been thinking about the past few days, seeing all these things. So
you're still doing God's work, my man.
You think
You're
so?
still-
I don't
you're
know.
still-
I'm just
you
here.
know.
I'm just here. I'm here, keeping the discussion going, trying to see where things are at, trying to get people a different way to think about it all, and hopefully you don't see this again for a while. Even though I wish we had more hands to go down over. You know, I wish we had more crotch stereoptimal and stuff like that to go over, but we don't have much of that now.
It is good though. I do like that. For what it's worth, I do like that Robbi's been out there. She's in front of the camera. She's talking. She's answering questions. You know, like that's good. Like
I
that's
love it.
like the exact opposite of Apostle. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That was just time to wait for Garrett to say something besides his 6-page manifesto that he dropped.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, guys,
so-
we're gonna have Daniel Negreanu coming here in a second.
All right, give him my love.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give him your love. Yeah, I'll tell him your love, Big J. Big J, what do you got? What do you got coming up? What are you doing? What are you vlogging right now? You just crushing poker or?
Dude, I saw your text message and I was like literally getting out of the shower. Like I just threw on a shirt with some mismatched shorts and I'm gonna head down to the B. Gonna get some time in at the Bellagio.
Cool. Well, yeah. Good luck out there. If people want to follow you, where can they follow you at, Big J? Instagram, Twitter.
Instagram, Drawing Dead Vlog. YouTube, Drawing Dead Vlog. Twitter, Kilogram. All the good things. You can find me here. They can find me here right as a mod, right next to you.
Cool. Yeah.
Supporting my boy.
Yeah, Poppy. Great to see you. Great to talk with you as always. Always nice to hear your voice. So we'll chat soon.
Sure. Catch up real soon, man.
Yep. Sounds great,
All right.
man.
All right, bye.
See ya. All right, guys. The great Big Jaman Burton, Big J in the chat. Thanks to Big J for coming out here. I'm going to send a link over to Daniel right now. We're going to get Daniel Negreanu in here. Here, Mr. Real Kid Poker's thoughts. Shout out to my guy, Big J. Love that guy. Super Crab with a subscription on Twitch. Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome officially to the Legion. Shout out to Daniel Feldman with a 9. I guess we already read that comment. Did I miss any? Sylviad says, search on YouTube, Robbi Lou interview. I'll search that up. Let me get Daniel in here. Yeah, there's just not much entertaining content to watch. I mean, no, with the... Yeah, guys, give Big J a shout out in the chat, please. We have Daniel Negreanu coming in right now. And we're going to get his thoughts. He seemed real fired up earlier, so I expect him to be fired up now. How am I supposed to do all this spaces? Jeez. Joey, in the name of poker, accept Vertucci's offer to formally investigate this so that you can review Huster's tapes. We need you for the integrity of the game, please. Do you guys think that... Like, I just don't know if they really want to find this out. Like, you know, are they... Like, do they really want to find out what happened? I mean, why would they want to find out what happened? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like the casino. Why would the casino want to find anything? I just don't. I'd have to believe that that is like a true thing. At least that's an option. Because to me, they just seems like a spot where you go there and it just like doesn't work how. Doesn't really go how you think it would go. You know, then you gotta, I don't know. I just think that, yeah, I don't think it's me necessarily like going there in the room and doing it anyway. You know, maybe that is the case, but so hold on, guys. Let's wait for Daniel here. We got one more theory video here.
This hypothesis centers around a device and a simple concept. So let's talk about what we know.
Bren, who with the subscription? Thank you,
she
Bren.
has something on her body in the right hip area. We know she cannot have her phone because those are the rules of the live stream. Her phone was taken before the game started. We know it's not her mic pack because that's clipped to her waistband on the center of her back. We know that whatever's in her pants has a rectangular profile. And we know that at some point her back and chair vibrated and she made a correct fold.
Here Robbi gets the river with a missed flush draw against a boat that Garrett had. He bets the river and she starts to talk a bit, and the angle changes to a side angle where we can see her quite clearly. In this clip, she talks a bit, and then notice what happens to her chair and abdomen for something like 5 seconds. A very clear vibrating starts in her body and chair. extremely clear. She is shaking. The chair is shaking. The moment the vibrating stops, she says, "You can have this one."
I don't know what she's really thinking about here.
You can have this one.
What could be causing something like that? Maybe a vent, or maybe she's tapping her foot and we're not seeing her leg move. Certainly possible that this is just a one-off, and I didn't see any other great angles of vibrations happening. However, certainly something kind of weird that we should at least note.
The vibration is not her leg shaking. We can tell because her leg is not shaking. If there is a device in her pants that's vibrating, it's in a position where it would also vibrate the chair, which is consistent with what we saw in the video. What kind of device could vibrate with enough strength to shake the chair, but also not be heard? Well, there's this thing called the Thumper Pro by Illuminati Magic.
Oh shit, what's this?
The Thumper Pro provides an exceptionally strong but quiet vibrate motor, ensuring that you can feel the vibration sequence without any concern that the audience will hear the vibrator.
You're kidding
in action.
me.
So we have a signal. How might this signal
Give me
work?
one.
How is it giving her strategy?
Okay,
How is it telling her
my
to
man got
bet or
something.
raise
Okay,
or fold?
lock in.
Well, the answer is it's not. It's doing the simplest possible thing, which is to say it is telling her whether she currently has the best hand or not. That's it. A binary signal, for example, 1 pulse for good, 2 pulses for no good, that could communicate this.
Right.
So the only thing it's considering is whether she had the best 5 cards on any given street.
Okay.
It's not considering equity. It's not considering blockers. It's not considering hand ranges. It's just considering whether she had the best 5 cards. So she was good on the turn and she was good on the river. Are there hands that seem to contradict this? Definitely. But they don't matter. They don't matter because she doesn't need to have been cheating on every hand. That it would have been ridiculously stupid to make the call in such an overt spot also doesn't matter.
Okay.
All we know is what we see, and trying to invalidate or validate the theory based on how obvious something might or might not look, based on guessing what they're thinking, it'll always lead to inconsistencies. All we can go off of is what we see. So why does this hypothesis make the most sense? And the answer is because it's conceptually parsimonious. It's the simplest explanation.
What?
You may say that she just soul read Garrett, but how do you reconcile that?
Bro,
with
I've literally heard every side say that their side is the simplest explanation. Every plausible scenario, people have told me that their scenario is the logical one. It's the rational one. It's the one that makes the most sense. I've heard about every scenario people have proposed.
Immediate explanation after the hand when she said she thought Garrett had ace high.
Daniel said he coming in right now.
How do you reconcile that with her saying in an interview afterwards that she misread her hand? She changed her story. If she misread her hand, why did she say nothing in the moment? Plus, she looked at her cards right before she called. Other people have gone over this in better detail, so I'm just going to end it here.
The simplest explanation is that she was using the Illuminati magic device on her hip. The simplest explanation is this guy went and played poker, or you know, that's basically the simplest explanation. The people went and played poker. The guy went and played poker. The girl went and played poker. The Phil Ivey went to play poker. I don't know if I can like this video. All right, let me wait for Daniel. What does Daniel got to say? I got to do some quick due diligence to make sure I'm up to date on what Daniel's takes are right now. Let me see. Let me get Daniel over here. But bam, what's up, Poppy? What's happening?
How are you doing, sir? How you holding up?
I'm doing great, man. I'm just at this point in time, we're grasping. We got a few ideas. People are still proposing for the most part, but I feel like, you know, at this point in time, there's just like, you know, only 1 or 2 questions to maybe answer for pertaining to this like device or anything like that. But for the most part, just enjoying myself. We got the chat here. Listen, chat. Welcome, Daniel Negreanu. If you guys don't know Daniel Negreanu, I mean, how you not know Daniel Negreanu, right? Sky legend of poker world, cash games, tournaments, fucking for 25 years, bracelets, high stakes poker. Now he's in the content game. He's running up the YouTube channel, doing the great summer vlogs. You might know one of the vlogs from the GG Poker Party where he got blacked out and we all had the greatest time. I was definitely blacked out that GG poker party too, so it is what it is. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Now we got Daniel in the house, coming off a Poker Master 7th place, where he manifested top set for his opponent on the flop all in on the bubble with 7 left, and now he's in the mix in the spicy drama here with the Robbi versus Garrett hand, Daniel. So I've seen a lot of your thoughts on Twitter. I've been loving what you're saying, and I think a lot of people out there have been liking them too. And I guess let's start with what are your overall thoughts? What comes to mind about how these things have been developing?
Well, first of all, before I even get there, I want to say, like, I gave you a bunch of shit for Joey for like the Michael Postel thing, because I'm like, bro, we know this fucking guy cheated, right? And I was like, you were still on. I'm like, bro, man, get some sleep.
Yeah.
Take a mental health break. This guy is like, that's an open and shut case. But in this regard, I think you're doing a lot of good work, because it's the most polarizing hand in the history of poker. It is the most interesting. We've rarely had, across such apolitical lines, such a divide in terms of what people think about happened here, right? Which tells you that, I think for me, what it tells me is the idea that you're 100% certain either way is just disingenuous, right? And I'm less focused on the percentage I think she's cheating and more focused on this. Imagine for a moment she's innocent, okay? Let's just throw that out. Maybe she's innocent. Now think about, we talk about bringing women into poker, blah, blah, blah. So this woman, if she's innocent, just played a hand fucking horrendous, has been berated, humiliated, her relationship status brought into question, zooming in on her ass to see what's up with her booty on her yoga pants. Like, we've gone past the point of like respect in this regard for her. And I feel like we all need to tone it down in that regard, because like, bro, if you think she cheated, I get that, but like, she might be innocent, right? And if she is, how awful are people treating her right now? You know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good point. When they're talking about transmission devices, they got to zoom in. They're zooming in on legs. They're zooming everywhere. So it's, I mean, it really is fucked up. It's fucked up shit. Here, and seeing, I'm in the mentions of Garrett because he tagged me in a few things, and then I'm in the mentions with Robbi on a bunch of shit too. And I'm getting all these mentions, and I'm just, it was pretty bad the first few days. I feel like it's dying down now, but you still get a few bullets at both people. Even on YouTube, I mean, the comments are just,
what I've been arguing very little of the other stuff, but because most of the stuff I'm getting is one-sided, but like, everyone makes this point. Well, if she did this, must be cheating. She gave him the money. Only explanation is cheating, except no, it isn't, right? Like, she didn't even react. She turned her cards over, she didn't react. All this kind of stuff is a little bit like mumbo jumbo. I think what needs to be done, frankly, and I know you did this a lot with the Postel case, right? For me, what would be suspicious is this. If we can look at all the times she min-raised the turn on stream, did she have the best hand in all of those? Was she ahead in every one of those? Because if there is like 8, 9 examples of every time she min-raises turn, that's suspect to me. That's more than one hand. I think the mistake we make too is approaching this. I saw Kevin Martin putting like solver up. Well, this is the Prosper Response. I'm like, bro, that is not how recreational players think. They think like this. Garrett was like, oh, this bully, he's super aggro. He's always in my face. I'm going to make a move on him. So I go ahead, I'm going to raise him 20. And then he went on, this guy has shit. I'm going to fuck with him. The whole idea of like what she actually has and the fact she can't beat anything, just blurred and out the window by a guy who messes with your head, right? Now, what is more likely? The Bayesian theory. People misread their hand all the time. Phil Ivey misread his hand on World Series Poker main event. He's the GOAT, right? He misread his hand. So that happens often. What we don't have happen is cheating. And what really strikes me, though, is if she cheated, if she did, why this hand of all the hands? Do we have any evidence of other hands that she, like, clearly cheated? Because I see hands where she played poorly and lost, but I'm not seeing, okay, so she raised the turn with ace-king against ace-8. Okay, that's cool. Now give me about 7 or 8 more of those without any evidence of, like, turn. And someone mentioned this today. Do I think her tanks are suspicious? I do. I do think they're a little bit suspicious, right? At this point, though, based on what we've seen, though, I think what's least likely is a cheating device. And if anything, she or someone saw his hole cards, right, and saw like a 3 across club or something like that, like at most. I think that if you're looking at a cheating device, you're going to find lots of examples over 3 streams. And maybe you guys will. I'm curious because nobody's shown me anything that's like, I don't know. What do you think?
No, I ain't really seen many. That's what I'm saying, Daniel. I seen Doug on the Listen, I'm glad Doug's out there, kind of going in on a little aggressive about the whole thing in the pants, because that's really the only thing that hasn't been explained yet. But outside of that, there's just a lot of devices possible. You got the water bottle on the table. I mean, it's real easy to put something in a hidden water bottle compartment with that.
No question. Anyone argue it is absolutely possible that she used a cheating device and cheated. No question.
Right.
There's multiple
Exactly.
ways. The ring, all that stuff's possible, right? But then
Right.
you go, okay, so it's possible she cheated. We have one suspect hand. Now we do what you did with Postle. You go over all the hands. How
Right.
many did you find with Postle? I found I watched some of your videos, and bro, it was like slam dunk after slam dunk, right? In this case, we don't have that.
Mhm.
I think it's important to just disregard her post reaction, because think about it. I was talking to my wife about this last night. How she reacted after she turned her cards up. Garrett was nice in the way he spoke to her, but the fact that he said anything is saying one of two things. Either A, you just played a hand like shit, or B, you just cheated, right? So him commenting on the hand, like how you called, is there. So what is a typical novice amateur going to do in that spot? Get defensive. Be like, bro, you have shit. I was calling you with Jack high, da-da-da. Maybe embarrassed that she misread her hand. Maybe not. Maybe because she had Jack 3 hand before, she thought she had it now. Maybe she was, who knows, like not fully there in the moment, Because that's what I saw. I saw her just like, what is happening right now? And this guy's berating me, so I'm going to stand up for myself. And she made no sense. Like people say, well, you lied. That's not lying, right? It's not. It's like, it's not the same thing, as purposely knowing like, oh, I did this and now I'm saying I did this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wow, yeah, a lot of thoughts in there. I mean, I kind of fall where you fall, where I'm just a lot more empathetic to what she may have been thinking or feeling, why she may have acted that way, her thought process for explaining the hand. Like basically what you said was what I said day one, was that novice players, recreational players, like they don't make any sense at all to you as the professional, but to them they make a lot of sense, and they really maybe made that play because of whatever they just said, and you're like, that doesn't make sense at all, dude. But in their mind, it does make sense. So I see a lot where she's coming from.
Have you seen some of the hand histories? Once in a while, I see some pads post something like Linus and this guy Beats, whatever. Two of the best freaking online players in the world, right?
Yeah,
And I'm
very
watching
sweet.
this hands up hand. It's like raise, re-raise, bet, raise, all in, call. 9 high, 8 high. What the fuck, right?
Mm.
Like, you see stuff like that, and you think, okay, well, the novice would see that and think like something's up here. This doesn't make any sense. Obviously, these guys are more sophisticated and they're making plays with reason. In her case, I think she had some reason, and I think it was like convoluted. When you learn how to play poker, and I experienced this when I started to learn game theory, the term blockers, all this shit, it's so confusing, man. So confusing. It's like, especially for a guy who's played a while.
Blockers?
When she's saying Jack of Clubs blocker,
Uh-huh.
I hit the blocker. Like a lot of people laugh at that, ha ha ha. But it's a thing, right? It's like
100%,
knowing what
yeah.
it actually means. That's something that a highly sophisticated player could mean. And frankly, I made this argument too. If specifically she said he has a combo draw, right? If she knew, I was like, this guy has a combo draw, that's a read. Having the Jack of Clubs actually is a blocker.
Right.
Because it makes it less likely she has Jack Queen, Jack King than 7-8 or 6-8. I'm not saying that's what happened, okay?
Right.
But what I'm saying is, new players hearing these buzzwords and these new terms misapply them all the time. So like I listened to the gibberish coming out of her mouth, and I'm not trying to disparage her. I mean, I get it. She was being defensive. Garrett, in his reply, fully explains in a very methodical reason why, based on her past play, this is out of. But like, she's not thinking on that level. Like I have so much experience. Right at this table, I do these charity events often where I have like 6 people come play,
Mhm.
total beginners. The number one thing I do with them, play a hand out, and I say, okay, why did you do that? That's the first question. And they go, oh, I said, I was trapping him. Okay, so but you were last to act from the river. Oh yeah, because I was trapping him, but like I figured he had a better hand. Well, no, it's like 100% legit. Like this is what they say. And then if you say, oh, so you were like you were protecting your hand, they're like, yeah, that's what I was doing. I was pot control, right? Like they say the craziest things. So I really think it's not worthwhile to dive too hard into like the commentary after and the things she said.
Mhm.
I think the fact, and someone brought this up, the fact that she's coming on your show, answering all the questions on Twitter. Did Jake come on and say anything? Has Ali said anything? Has Mike Postle said anything public? He went on Matusow's podcast, but I mean, come on. Like,
we just had Matusow on earlier. We definitely reminded each other of that moment.
Yeah.
The legendary Mike Matusow interview with the great Mike Postle. People saw the graphics. Listen, I got some custom Dan Negreanu emotes from the from the iconic Doug Polk vs. Dan Negreanu challenge, still on my OBS, and I'm firing some of those off. I got some of the funniest graphics with you, where you're firing the machine gun, where you're throwing up the red card. One, there's Phil Hellmuth chopping you up with his Thor hammer from that World Series of Poker.
Backing up the truck. There was one.
The back of the truck.
That one was funny.
You got the coffin. I like the coffin. The one of the coffin with, I think it's you. Who's in the coffin? I think it's you and your girl. Let me see where the celebration one is. Hold on a second. The Negreanu bluff. Yeah, the back of the truck. That one's not allowed. I mean, I got one of you ranting when you went on that crazy rant that one session when you kept losing. You're like, oh,
That's one of my favorites.
I got the dick in my hand. What'd you say? The beefy sausage.
Beefy sausage.
Oh my god.
So I got a real flush draw. What do you think I got on the river, Joey? What do you think I got on the river? Fucking sausage. Beefy sausage in my hand.
Dude, that was so crazy.
I had my moments where I was fucking losing it during that thing.
Yeah, so I guess in this spot now, it kind of seems like, here's the thing. It's got you, Phil Hellmuth, Amanda, and then Bill Perkins. Bill Perkins got in there too. I think he bet on you big during that thing, right?
Yeah, he was really convinced, you know. I wish I could have done that whole thing over differently, but that's a totally another subject.
Yeah.
But yeah, this whole thing, man, I haven't been on Twitter. Like, I haven't been in the Twitter streets for a long time, but I found, like, this one's crazy, man. Like, you have mainstream people. This one's really nuts. Like, it's really, like, an example of how, in some ways, people want to take everything to sexism. Whereas, in this case, if it was a guy, I think people would be more apt to think he's cheating in this case. Not for sure, right? But, you know, I don't think that, like, the accusation has anything to do with gender, but I do think a gender role does play a role when you talk about why she gave the money back, right? Like, I made the other point too, where how many innocent people, like, you know, that didn't commit the murder, they just interrogation for hours and they go, yeah, I did it. And they didn't. They admit to a crime they didn't commit because they wanted to stop. So, like, her being a woman, new to this high stakes environment, wanting to play on these streams, Garrett is the king of the streams, you know, in that back thing. If she's got money from her husband, maybe she says, you know what, I just, let's move on. You come back to the table, let's forget about, take your freaking money back, right? But I wonder if he would have won the pot, right? Does she get any refund? I don't think so. So then you're essentially, like, totally free rolling here. I don't know, man. Like, I'm a little perturbed with, like, the way that it played out, because I think, like, what I think the proper play to do is, like, to get up from the table for sure, because that's the first. When I heard the hand history, I'm like, for sure cheating, right? 100%. Then I watched it, had a different feel. What I would have done is I would have got up, went back to production, and go, guys, something really fishy's up there. But to do it publicly in that environment, like, you really have to be right. And if you are going to say, you have to have receipts, you have to have some real concrete evidence. Maybe he does. He hasn't spoken since. You know, maybe he knows things that we don't. And if that comes to the forefront, then we all can be like, yo, this is legit. But I've always been careful about ever, like, flat out saying, you know, this person's a cheat unless I can prove it.
Right. Tony says, it's like everyone who calls in as professionals seems to never address the interview Joey had with Robbi. People say Robbi was flustered and didn't lie, yet she lied on the phone call with Joey. Yeah, I had 2 conversations with her the first couple nights, and people have definitely not listened to those because that explains pretty much all the questions a lot of people have. We basically talked about that here the first night or the second night, but I don't think a lot of people have heard the interviews with her or with Rip, because if they heard them, it would give a different context, I'm sure, to a lot of the questions people have. So maybe I should probably clip those out maybe as full and play those.
There's also science too. Like, this is like science.
Science.
Right? Hold on. So when you have an event, whether it's a traumatic event or a big event, right? Okay. And it's like emotional and you're tied to it or whatever, it's common for people to remember it differently than it actually happened. Like, that happens too. So, like, her story changing doesn't really tell me much. I don't know that, like, was there anything specifically that she just flat out lied about, or was she mistaken about?
I mean, I think it was all had to do with basically the either misreading your hand. I mean, there was something that happened with, like, Rip, where he came on and he was on her account and people were like, oh, are you guys together? And then she came on and they were like, oh, no, we're not together. It was okay. Yeah, but I mean, I guess it's a good question, chat. What do you guys remember? Because I've had so many conversations. I talked with her a few times. I listened back today to the one we did yesterday, and I thought that one was pretty good. I thought she represented herself pretty well. I thought I posted a clip today explaining why she gave Garrett back the money. She explained that out. We talked a bunch. She challenged anybody to play heads up. She said she'll play anybody heads up naked. They can search her. She's not scared. She'll do a polygraph. She'll give them whatever they want. Like, she was pretty forthright and just being very direct. It was about a 30-minute conversation we had, and I don't know, thought it summed everything up, really. I mean, for the most part.
I do think
For
there
her
is.
side.
This is the thing. Like, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence for both sides here. You know, the pack on her butt, whatever you want to call it. But like, I also think another thing that sticks out is a little peculiar to me is this guy stakes her in this game, and he's in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what do you think about
like
that?
half, and like, I don't know, who is this guy? Right? I don't know him. You guys maybe do because he's regular on there. But like, is he like really wealthy, or does he actually think she's like really good? You know, and is a favorite. And it was like a positive investment, right? Because
Well, I asked him about that. So his name's Rip, a.k.a. Jacob Chavez. He said he was a serial entrepreneur. He works with Jake Paul's boxing team, helping to wrap the hands, I believe he talked about. And he basically said that him and Robbi are business partners in a cannabis toothpaste-related company, I believe, and that he is newer to poker, having a good time, wants to gamble, thought it'd be a good investment, and
okay.
yeah, he's the one that put Robbi in the game, gave her a nice free roll. I mean, pretty normal free roll if people put you in the game, 50% free roll. I think that's pretty normal deal that a lot of cash game players are going to find. But you know, I heard some people saying, why would he do that? I mean, who knows? There's a bunch of reasons why you might put your friend in the game.
But there are a lot of reasons, but of course, it's another aspect of circumstantial evidence that makes you go, right? And I think that's where we should be at. I saw Phil Galfond just tweet at Doug recently about how I think what's happening now is that people in either camp are only looking for evidence that supports their view, right? And like trying to and I'm trying not to do that, even though I'm like, anytime people are so certain, I just fight back with like, you know, there is another possibility here, right? And there are some things that I do think are fishy. Like, I do think the long pauses they're a little strange. And that's why, I don't know if anyone's going to do this, if you're going to do this, I'd like to see on the turn specifically how often she's raising the turn with the best hand. And if it's every time, that will raise my alarm bells to a different level of where I'm at now. Because right now I'm on the very low chance, you know, I'm fairly convinced, if you will, that she didn't cheat. But if that's what we have is like 3 streams or so, and there's not one hand where she raised turn with the worst hand, and they all are the best hand, and there's a significant sample size. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah,
scary.
I mean, I feel like that data's coming. I feel like that data's being compiled right now. I know some people working on that, so hopefully we'll get that out there, and we'll be able to see the hand sample size with the stats, like we did with the, you know, put it in hold the manager sort of thing like that. Get the stats right, bring some stuff out, and then, you know, maybe that has something, maybe not. I mean, maybe it realizes, you know, the stats might clear her and say, hey, everything's all fine, and yeah, I mean, that's kind of where it seems like the next step is. And how much faith do you put in this Hustler investigation with the casino investigating itself?
Okay, I said this on a radio show earlier today I don't think we'll see anything will come of it. I mean, we saw that with Stones, right? And here's the problem. When you are an organization like Stones or Hustler, you are de-incentivized to find anything, right?
Right.
Because then you're opening yourself up to a wide variety of lawsuits from anybody who's ever played on the stream or in the casino. So you don't really want to. If it's an independent investigation, that increases the chances that something's found, right? The issue is, like, what are you going to find, right? Like, all we got are the camera angles that we got. We got the hand evidence. So can we see some other angles? Because all I see is this one zoomed in shot of her butt. Like, could that be? Because, I mean, when I look at it in some angles, it looks like a wrinkle in yoga pants.
Right,
Off the shiny light. Like, I don't know. Is it a rectangular thing? And, like, is it buzzing? Like, I think, like, there is a lot to go on, but ultimately I don't think that they're going to find anything concrete. The only way that you're going to find something here, and this the same is the case with the Postel and Stones, is somebody coming forward and saying, I was involved.
Right,
you know?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying last night. Basically, whistleblower, you know, it's always the whistleblower that kind of, I mean, it seemed like that's the person that comes forward with specific evidence. And I guess they're doing the research at Hustler, so maybe they'll find that, but I just don't see that information getting back to us anyway, if that's the case. And I don't know what that's going to do. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what shakes out with that, because
Like,
it's
what are they
kind of,
gonna
it's so
vote? Like-
split right now with down the middle between what people are thinking.
Like, I can't imagine a third-party investigation is any more thorough than yours, right? Because you have access to all the footage, and you guys are watching it with a fine-tooth comb, and you're looking for things, which is the same thing that they essentially have. They're going to do interviews and things just like you're doing, right? And so we don't have anything, right? I mean, you've been working on this freaking 40 hours a day, and we've got nothing concrete. And I just would be really surprised to see, even if she did cheat, and she's gone now, and you can't, check her body or anything like that. Like, and which is another thing. Like, why are we even like putting her in this spot? Like, again, if she is innocent, this is like a travesty. Humiliation and all that stuff. Like, it's like, that's why I take it with the gravity that it deserves. I think it's like huge. It's huge if she cheated, but I think it's even more damning to us as a community for how she's been treated by a lot of people that if she's innocent. So like, man, hold your horses, guys. Let's.
That's what I've been trying to advocate for since day one. It's why I had her on. I was like, hey guys, let's, we don't know anything. Let's treat our guests with respect. Let's treat her with respect. Let's treat her family with respect. Let's try to treat her friends with respect. All we got now is Garrett coming out saying this, which to me, I take that seriously. But at the same time, you can still treat these people with respect, and you don't need to jump to conclusions. You don't need to say anything 100%, and you don't need to be as, I guess, off-putting as many people I saw were, which is why I tried to treat her a certain kind of way. Even on here, no matter what happened, she didn't do. Like, I still think that you should treat a person a certain kind of way. But obviously, you on social media, you see that they don't subscribe. When I even proposed this theory, I feel like some people might have laugh at the idea of doing that. But it just seems like people just want to jump on everyone and attack everyone for the same, looks or personality or what your action was, and they just go crazy.
Like, so Garrett's statement, Garrett's position, like, one thing I believe wholeheartedly is that he's convinced, without doubt, that she cheated. Right? So then you ask yourself, okay, you got to give that some weight, right? This guy's been playing a long time, very good player. He sees something suspicious here. It doesn't mean that he's right, though, right? And again, if he has some other information that isn't being shared, probably for good reason at this point, if there's like an ongoing investigation. But if he doesn't, taking the money, and everyone's like questioning my phrasing, using the word took, she gave him the money, he took the money. Okay, he did. That's proper English. She gave him the money, he took the money. I don't think he should have. I don't think he should have took the money in that spot without like concrete evidence. And I think at the very least, he should give it to the hustler and put it in the cage, just to see what comes of this. But like, for him to have the money right now, like, I don't know. For me, you're like the big time pro in the game. You make millions of dollars in this game, right? If you got, call it tax. You got cheated for $100K, right? But like, I don't know. Taking the money was pretty strong, I thought. What it tells me, it's not a admission of guilt. It tells me that he is absolutely sure in his mind that she cheated. And listen, he might be right, but I would never accuse somebody without being able to go, here's how she cheated. Because he didn't in his statement. Just like a lot of theories, but like, nobody knows. Nobody said clearly, this is how she did it. We just have theories. And we know the technology exists, right? So,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what he's kind of working on now, is working on explaining his position and compiling any information that he might have about what exactly took place. And, I can't imagine what that means or what that does or what kind of information you're finding out behind the scenes. If you think that these people are involved, then you're probably trying to learn more about who these people are. And I don't think we really know. I mean, I saw you interact with Charles Liu, Robbi's husband, the other day. The tweet that he made, you said, I touched on this on the podcast, defamation cases are hard to win. But it seems like that's going to be tested with no concrete evidence of cheating and clear accusation of cheating. I think this is winnable. It looks like it's coming. So I had Charles Liu on my show. He was one of my call-ins. I had Charles on. I had Rip on. I had Robbi on one of my days as well. I had a long conversation with each of those three. Talked a little bit about that. Definitely could see he was pretty aggro about, kind of, which makes sense. He's defending his wife. His wife's being accused by this guy, and he's standing up for his wife and trying to, say a lot of good things. So, I can understand where he's coming from. I got respect for that, handling it that way. But, yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts are, because obviously we saw this with Postle related to, the defamation stuff. And I
think I was wrong. A couple of people pointed out I'm not a lawyer, right? I think I was wrong about the defamation because the bar is quite high, as I said. I'd say, it's probably not winnable because she would have to have already been famous and then prove that this is causing her any financial damage. I don't know. But listen, I'm not a lawyer, but I probably was wrong about it being winnable. But I don't know that, right? As far as he goes, Amanda, she's sleuth beyond sleuths. When I had this Lake Havasu thing going on with this whole
the alternative family,
she found the dude. Like, my wife's good. She's internet sleuth. So she was like, she looked up Robbi, she looked up her husband. She's like, this guy's like crazy rich. He's got 9 restaurants in LA. He's got all this money. You know, she's been playing for 4 years exactly because she tweeted that, like, so she's on it. And
bring her on. What's going on?
She's good.
She's locked in.
When Amanda's like overnight, she doesn't sleep at night. If she's on with him, she'll be like, I'm telling you, I had a PI, I had the FBI trying to find the guy in Lake Havasu. You know, who found him? He went through every possible name that started with D, Dan or Daniel in all of Arizona and narrowed down the case until she found like 3 down to 2 down to bingo, we got him. It's insane.
And this was your fake family, right? Or your alleged abandoned family you abandoned.
Allegedly there's one, and he's getting out of the army soon. My son Andrew, who he's going to be looking for me, and he's tough, right? So
What
I gotta worry
the
about that.
fuck, dude? Oh my god, man. Ugh. So yeah, with this defamation stuff, I mean, I guess Garrett got to be worried about it if he feel like he getting threatened about.
Yeah, I don't know. Like again, defamation specifically, I think might not be, but like, I don't know what legally, because doesn't it feel like legally you should have some rights here in this area?
Yeah,
if
the guy come out and say he thinks you 100% cheated.
If it was me, say for example, if he accused me of cheating with that, then I can absolutely sue for defamation, right?
Right.
Because I can show monetary potential loss of like affecting my sponsorship, affecting my my income or whatever, right? Like I could probably win that, but I don't know that she can, based on whatever her Instagram and being on a couple streams. I don't know that there was any sort of monetary loss you could prove, but I don't even think they care about the monies per se. I think they would just want to be like to sort of clear her name and whatnot. But that wouldn't clear her name because again, we're never gonna. I really, unfortunately, as much as everybody wants to get I don't think we're ever gonna know what really happened. Do you?
I was thinking about this today for a long time. I was like, damn. This is what sucks about the investigations is that you don't really seem to get an answer. Like you do the investigation and then it's like
with Mike Pottsville. You did, bro.
I mean, listen, he's still telling me he's still telling me
he
got the wrong story. He's telling me Poppy, I got you. I'm not into it.
You got it right a long time ago. You won that case. Okay, that one's done. You freaking owned it. It's like irrefutable evidence, right? This one, I hope that for your sake. I hope you're not here in a month, still freaking on this call.
Oh no, I don't think so. No.
You turned over the Jack 4 3 other hands before.
No, at this point in time, I'm just sort of just enjoying it. Right, I'm kind of enjoying the seeing what people think and the ideas and the alternative theories, stuff like that. I mean, trying to help out for both people involved with Garrett
We've never seen anything like this. Ever.
That's what I'm saying, right? I never I mean, if Garrett is the one going out there saying that this is what he thinks happened, then I feel like you should. I personally don't mind taking that seriously, especially as Tom Dwan was saying on my show the other day that we were recently promoting Hustler. I've been promoting Garrett. I've been having him on my show. I've been promoting Ryan Feldman. I've been promoting all these people. So if these guys are up to some shit, then we got to find out what's going on out there. So if they're up to nothing, great. If they are, great. Either way, we can at least take a serious effort into the corners of things.
No, what I mean is like I said, I've been playing 30 years, and I've never seen. And again, apolitically, it's not Republican versus. It's just so many people feel this way about it, and so many feel that way. And you'd think like poker experts. We're all experts in this. How can we be so divided? And that just tells you this was the most iconic hand in poker history. It's probably not the best representation of poker in the mainstream. I see it on Inside Edition, all over the news. I was asked on a radio show today if I think it's good for poker or bad for poker. And I'm going to say, look, dude, bad, right? Like this isn't how we want to be seen in the public eye, but to the stories that catch, and you listen to these people in the mainstream, my goodness, this one woman who did this PhD. This tells you something too. PhD doesn't mean you fucking know everything about everything. Just like us poker players, we all have it, okay? I'm guilty. I have Dunning-Kruger a little bit. Where because I'm good at poker, I think I'm sort of smart about everything, right? Now we have evidence of this PhD who did the math, and she made the correct call because she knew that he had 7-8 of clubs, right? She did like a whole game tree and put the thing together. It's like mind-boggling. You're getting like 300,000 people saying, oh yeah, this is the men, misogyny, sexism. It's like the world's gone nuts, bro. Like it's really unfortunate. I wish he was a man, because then it wouldn't have that element to it, you know, that's gone mainstream.
Yeah, it's definitely gone mainstream. I saw what you're talking about. I think we actually talked about, I was going to have her on the show here, call in and explain explain the thesis. I'm interested in the thesis, right? You want to come share the thesis? I'll let you. I want to hear more about the thesis, but maybe you guys would be better to talk about no limit hold'em strategy. The two card great game of Texas Hold'em. So that might be more up your alley. What's
that exactly?
She was trying to break down the Hold'em hand, right, with that game tree. So I said, we would do a show together, like explain your thesis. Like she said that she's like a game tree or a game theory PhD or something like that. So
I think people tried to wasn't she calling I didn't follow this whole thing, but she was calling one of them was calling Jennifer Shahade anti-feminist. I'm like, holy shit! If Jennifer Shahade is anti-feminist, then what the fuck does that make us? Woo! That's bad news, right? This shit's gone crazy. I did see another one, June Cuervo, I believe, who is an ally, or she's trans, I believe. And she sent a message saying, no, listen, I'm a poker pro. I'll help you with this or whatever. But man, how did it get down that angle? That's one I didn't see coming. Did you? I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, it seems like Twitter is kind of taken on more of a life of its own in general. So it's more popular than it even was during the Mike Passo stuff, and more people are on it. I think poker on Twitter is way more popular now. A lot more people are making.
I find it interesting because when it first happened, I'm sitting there, in bed with Amanda, and we're like, I have no idea. Do you think she did? And we're discussing it, So it's every night before bed, we're talking about what we see and all this sort of thing and what we think may have happened. It really is like a forensic murder mystery in poker without anybody dying, which is nice. Knock on wood. But it's that complex. I don't think there's an easy answer here. I mean, like I said, I'm not at 0. I'm not at 100. I'm somewhere, I don't know, somewhere on the scale. I don't think she cheated, but I'm open to the possibility.
It's so crazy, as you said, hearing everyone say this, because that's exactly how I feel, where it just sort of shifts up and down depending on who you know what I mean? If I talk to one person, they're like, she did it. I'd be like, oh, maybe. And then another person, and then David Williams is like, dude, no, what are you talking about? No way. And I'm like, oh, maybe David Williams is right here.
I agree
about
with
this.
David's points completely. In terms of the reaction and listen, we've been playing live poker, David and I, many, many years. I've been playing. I've seen dumb shit at the table. I've gotten people to do really dumb shit at the poker table where they call me all in on the river with a draw. There's no more fucking cards coming. Right? And he's like, I got a big draw. I'm like, that is your river over. Hey, you have 9 high. Sorry. I've seen it plenty of times. Goofy things where in stud, I have a pair of 9s showing. And the guy calls in the river. And I say, a pair of 9s. And he says, they're good. I'm like, you can see the 9s. You called. What's going on here? People do crazy things under pressure. And you can't underestimate. Garrett's really intimidating to play with. He's a very nice guy, but he's an absolute bully at the table in terms of his play style, right? He keeps you on your toes. He's always pushing you around. And sometimes you do that to somebody, you push them. They crack and they go, fuck you, I call. Jack 4, what? What now?
And then you stack them.
Yeah.
Exactly. Has that ever happened to you? Because obviously you known for making some the reads, right? I mean, isn't it crazy that you had you were on ESPN for let's say, for a pretty long time, basically from the inception of WSOP, you were always on TV like a mainstay. And these highlight moments that they pointed out for you, they basically made you look like a fucking god, where you could read the cards and read the hands. And then everyone's like, he knows every hand. So the perception that you would literally know their hand. So did people ever accuse you of cheating because they're like, how does this guy know my hands? Or how is this guy making these plays like that?
Never in my life have I ever been accused of cheating. The closest I got, and this one's, well, there was a couple, but him specifically, I can't. Norman Chad claiming that he said, I find it really, 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 really hard to believe that Daniel Negreanu didn't know about the point thing in the Player of the Year, which had a prize of $0, while I'm telling Robert Campbell to go drop a stack into PLO because I want to win this thing fair and square. Even insinuating that I cheated is the close in a points thing for no money. Nobody in my entire life has ever accused me of cheating in any way, despite those hands. And back then poker was a lot simpler, right? Yeah. So based on player action, it's okay, they have ace king. You just know. They have king 9. It was so much easier. Oh, this guy, he always raises big, and now he's min raising me. Aces. You have aces. It was so much easier back then to do that. And the thing is a lot of people say, oh, they must have just edited out all the hands when you got them wrong. Nope. Really, no. Really, no. It was like I only said it pretty much when I knew, when I was like pretty sure of what they had. But I've never been accused of it. Knock on wood. I'm like my reputation in that regard is like
pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, no, yeah, exactly. Like,
let me read a couple of donuts here. Jonathan Koloboski. Why no discussion of her actions while tanking in post call? No change of emotions when tanking. When she called and Garrett told her his hand. No shock when she flipped her cards and didn't have the 3. Dead giveaway to me. That's what he says.
No, like I've heard several people say this, and I say, okay, so she had a reaction. She didn't have the reaction you might have, but her reaction was stone, nothing, right? That's a reaction in itself. That could be as simple as, holy shit, what the fuck did I just do? I don't even know what's going on right now. Did I win? What do I have? Not, like just because you and I are really cognizant of like, holy fuck, I would add a 3, doesn't mean that's evidence of anything.
Right.
She could have just been embarrassed beyond belief, right? And like not really see, and then realize you have Jack 4, and then want to play it cool. Like, yeah, I knew I had Jack 4. I soul read you, right? Because in the moment, you're defending yourself. You're defending justification. Just because she didn't turn it over and go, oh no, it's a 4, not a 3. She might not even still notice until someone pointed it out. Like, I don't know. That's another example of what I started, talking about is like people saying, this proves it. That's not proof. There's an argument to be made. Sure, maybe her not having a reaction leans one way or the other. Maybe it makes likely more likely cheating, but it's not proof.
Right.
That's what we don't have. We don't have any pure evidence based on some of these things she said or her reaction to, after like what happened after the hand.
Well, guys, fans in the chat, I got a real treat for you coming up here after I comment on a few things here. But we're gonna add someone else to the chat. We're gonna make this a 3-way, and I wonder who Daniel might think it is. Lian Chang with the 29 from Canada says, "Thanks, Daniel." Big shout to Lian Chang. Sakran says, "Joey, please check it out 2:13 a bit later."
I'm scared who this person is.
No, who do you think it is?
I'm not going to say out loud because
Ryan O'Hara with the 10. Thank you, Ryan. Zephron, I see what you're saying. The comments twice just testing it. I was just testing it. Testing what? That makes 0 sense. Sus as hell. Yeah, I think I've seen that before. But basically, who do you guys think we're going to add in the chat? If you guys can guess. Cool, I got to run in 10. Come back after. It'd be cool to share detail with you and Daniel. We're going to add in Tom Dwan, Daniel, okay?
Tom Dwan?
Tom Dwan.
Well, that's safe. Phew.
That's I wasn't gonna give you. No, I'm not. I wasn't. I wouldn't. Yeah, come on, stop it. Remember that one time? There was that one time. I can't say that's true. Remember that one time I did have someone else come join us for after the Poker Stars thing. When remember it was Donnie Stern. I think he came in midway or something like that with me.
Yeah. That was. I remember. That was good.
And he was fired up. Yeah, that was a fun one. Yeah. Guys, listen, we got Tom Dwan coming in the house right now, and we're going to have a discussion. And Tom, I think, is on the other side, so it's going to be very interesting to hear the differences in opinions. The Legender coming on. Chat's fired up. Hold on a second. Yo. Yo, what's up? Are you there?
Is Daniel here too?
Yeah, Daniel's in here too.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, dude?
So I just woke up. I got a call in 5 minutes about something kind of important, and I got to grab coffee. But I would like to share a little detail with you guys, and then I could hop back on with Joey or both of you or whatever after my call.
All right, cool. Sounds good. Let's hear it.
Figure we can catch up later, Daniel. But so I had chatted to Ryan also, and I'll probably say something more thorough after coffee in a few minutes. But my understanding is that his story has been basically the same. And after I talked to him, between a combo of how I valued his thoughts and the other parties, I think it's obvious to either of you. I probably, he's more objective I value his take more. He's more objective than Robbi or Garrett as far as how that stuff went down, right? So without saying how much more, I definitely value his take more. My view was probably closer to Garrett's than Robbi's of how that stuff went down as far as the details I found material.
What stuff?
can I have a coffee and then answer all those details? I mean, there were a few details, you know, like.
I mean,
describe the theory. It's like, well, you know.
Well, I don't think it's in. So my interest, I don't really like. My number one interest here is whatever the truth is, it gets out. Whether if Robbi did nothing wrong, if she did something wrong, if others, whatever, you know, like. And I don't want Ryan to feel pressure, like, to come out and like. I want him to have his days to gather, to think about it. To me, his story isn't changing here. He's trying to do his best. Maybe I asked a slightly different question. Maybe my memory is a little wrong. Maybe Nick's was, I don't know, you know.
But what are you referring to? Are you referring to what happened in the back room where the money was asked for or not? Or are you talking about the actual hand itself?
Yeah, the back room thing and like the way that went down even. You know, like apparently first it was Ryan and Garrett talking and then they were talking off to the side, I think in like a more open area. I'd need to clarify, but something like that. And then some people like walked by a little bit or walked up a little. And I've had these situations probably, you know, 20 times, maybe 50 times, whatever in my life where I'm like, that was a little weird. And I'm talking to someone, and if someone happens to walk up near you, even if you assume 98% it's fine, you're like, yo, let's go over there. Right? Because you're just like, oh, it's sensitive. You get what I mean?
Yeah, okay, but like in terms of the idea between whether he asked for the money and how that went down, you're saying, because Andrew, from what I know, he said that, you know, it was kind of like, she said something like, what would make you happy or whatever, and he said giving back the money, or would giving you back the money make you happy, and she said yes, or I don't remember know exactly. It sounded like
yeah, I'm not saying my take is the same as Ryan's. Maybe I remember wrong, maybe, and I haven't had a coffee, right? So I'm trying to be a little careful with my words here, right? I'm just saying, to me, it's not so 100% clear that it's just like, oh, what Robbi said is the same view Ryan had, right? I'm not saying it's 100% what Garrett said or anything like that. And plus my guess, I probably, you know, weight the guy who's a poker player who's valued situations a little more than Robbi in this spot, right? But I weight Ryan a little more than either of them. And how much more, you guys can both guess at after a coffee, I'll probably tell you, right? But
what's in this coffee, Tom?
I had just woke up, dude. I haven't had a coffee, man.
You just texted me. I was going to say, you basically texted me before you went to bed, and then you texted me while I'm still on, so you didn't sleep. Did you sleep a long time? How much did you sleep for? Like
no, I slept like 3 hours. I, you know, I don't know if I can say this because people know where I am, and I don't know if poker's the
I don't think you know where you are.
But I lost
I really don't, Tom. You are one of my favorite space cadets.
I'm definitely a space cadet.
You are such a space. You're like, whoa. When am I playing Helmuth? Oh, you mean that was yesterday? I forgot. Oh, I'm in fucking Dubai. I'm fucking who knows where. You're such a freaking space cadet.
He's like, I need a coffee.
Very true.
Wait, where's the coffee? Where's the coffee coming in? Are you getting the coffee now?
I have a little buggy outside to take me to the place for breakfast to have my coffee and take my other call. So.
Oh, okay.
But, so I'll drop one more little thing on you guys. You know this chess cheating thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently a guy I know of, you know, that I think Daniel knows of too. I don't know if he knows this or not, but has some affiliation with chess.com, right? A guy that I respect and like. And so chess.com just kind of dropped a banger that like, oh yeah, this is cheating. I had just found out that guy had some affiliation like 12 hours ago. And sure enough, like this banger came out, right? And if you look at like, you know, I don't know much about chess or whatever, but this FIDE, which is like some international group shenanigans, they were saying, oh, it needs to be 99.998% to possibly accuse. And to me, that's just like unrealistic. And I don't know what the hell chess.com thinks, but they seem a little more measured of like, hey, you know, I don't know if they think 99% is good enough or 98 or 99.9 or what. You know, but they did, I think it was like Wall Street Journal or something. They did some piece that was basically clear. Like, yeah, the guy's probably, you know, if he's cheated all these online spots recently or more recently, he's probably also cheated in the spot that the world champion thinks he might have cheated.
So there are 3 big cheating scandals in obscure sports, from chess, poker to fishing. Right? What we have in the fishing case, we have concrete evidence of frozen fillets inside the body, as well as weights hold it down. In the chess, we have tons and tons of evidence. What's unique about this poker one, and is so polarizing, is the fact that we have this hand, and then arrest is really just circumstantial. And unlike the other two cases, we just don't have concrete evidence, which is why I think, Tom has sort of alluded to it too. It's important to approach it with some kid gloves here. We don't know.
Agreed.
We don't know.
And I do have one other detail. I'll have my coffee, think of how, whatever, that to me is a very baby amount. That something's a little weird. But definitely, I think while I think it's a favorite, something went on here. I think it's definitely some percent that didn't happen. And it's not the same as, there being weights in the fish, right? It's probably even lower confidence than the chest at this point.
Well, I can't
Anyway,
wait. I can't wait to hear. I can't wait to hear what it is.
All right, I gotta go get a coffee.
What are you selling us here, kid?
I'll hit you guys. No pressure, but I can hop back on. All right, see you guys.
See ya.
My God. Okay, I gotta tell. Now that he's gone, I'm gonna tell a nice little Tom Dwan story. Okay.
Okay, where does he go?
Okay,
He's just here smiling. He's just
Okay.
still here.
Back in the day,
Just stay here.
they
Fuck
had
it.
huge events, right? Noon in London, standoff, full tilt poker against stars, right? It was going to be Tom Dwan, Phil Ivey, Gus Hansen versus Daniel Negreanu. Can't remember who, Ike Haxton, and one other pro, right? Where it was the big showdown, right? At noon, we're all there, right? Noon. Fucking Tom rolls in about 3:30 with a coffee. Start now? Fucking, it was supposed to be broadcast all live to the whole world, and Tom shows up 3 hours late.
That definitely sounds like something he would do, huh?
Yes.
What happened with the show? Did it work out?
I think we won. Yeah, I beat Gus, and I remember. But it was like it was, we created this thing. We were doing it on half on their software, half on our software. It was like a big deal with posters and everything. We made
Cool.
like a big shtick during the poker boom.
Yeah.
And Tom just rolls in like hair fucked up, just like, he got shit in his eyes, like 3:30 in the afternoon, jet lag.
A few donations here. We got Bill Perkins checking in the WhatsApp audio over here. Should I send him over the Zoom? No.
Sure, why not?
Are you friends with him? I don't know.
Yeah, of course, love Bill.
Okay, let me see. Hold on a second. Let me tell him 1 second. I'm on Zoom with Daniel. Want me to send you a link? We got the 20 from Sean 053. He said, edible fun. Appreciate the long hours. Thank you, Sean O. D. Purdy says, I hope Dwan comes back on with his armor on Postle, and Postle spills the beans with his situation. This one, I don't think we're gonna get any fucking answers from Tom. What are you talking about?
I was like, guys, I've got something really, really big to say. The whole thing about the thing, it's like about the stuff, and the stuff is, we're not sure. But I'll be back after a fucking coffee.
I was like, what is this in this coffee? It's like a super coffee right now. Sorathor with the €5 says, watch 27-minute, watch her and Rip, bottle, top, and hat timing their behavior. It's all here. Watch all your moves. Hand from bottle, so weird. Okay, I'll check that out later. Proker B says, tell Dwan to get his S together and spill the beans. Perkins. Okay, Perkins is gonna hop in here as well too. We'll see what the great Bill Perkins BP's got to say about that. Tom Dwan said he's gonna grab a coffee, and yeah, I mean, I guess what other angles is there to talk about here? I mean, what do you think about the way Doug Polka's handled it, where he's kind of gone off on his more, I guess some might say, aggressive stance with the coming out with the 90% cheating and kind of being one of the main voices, really asking questions about the device right now, and kind of still being really, really open to that she's most likely cheated here.
Yeah, like I think everyone is coming in with some biases, right? I think he's friendly with Garrett. Garrett's a friend, so he's going to trust in what Garrett has to say. So he's coming. We all have to like acknowledge our biases typically when we go into something, right? And like he has that. I think he would acknowledge that he likes Garrett and has said so before. And I think Doug is pretty convinced. I think also too, Doug though, so Doug thinks about poker very analytically, right? Comes from the online poker world. And I found this to be somewhat, I don't know exactly aligned, but like people who think about ranges and correct plays, like what is right and wrong, like Chris Brewer is a perfect example too. He's like 100%, right? Because he's a solver guy. It's like, Jack 4 is not a call on any solver. I'm like, these recs don't necessarily use solvers. Having said that, I do think, and I agree with Phil Galfon's reply to him, is like, it's valuable that he's investigating the possibilities of the device and all that kind of stuff. but we have to, all of us, I think, we have to come back to a more sane tone. Like, we don't know here, right?
Right.
And we also have to be open to balance on the other side. Like I said, I don't think she cheated, but I do think the long tanks are suspect. I do think that I really want to see this piece of data, turn raises, turn min raises, all the turn min raises. Let's find me all those turn raises, and if she had the best 10 in every single one of them, that's going to ring a major alarm bell for me, right? So I'm open to it, and he needs to be as well, right? Like, part of what, we go into things doing is like, we're trying to prove our point and be right. And I think in this case, we have to be very, very careful of just being like, let's forget about trying to prove our point and be right, but actually like be open-minded. And I think you're doing a good job with that, Joey. I really do. And Doug is the only voice. Well, he's one of the louder voices right now that's in the camp of, of doing that. But it is valuable. It is absolutely valuable that he's adding this to the conversation, right? Because otherwise, you just have people say, "Nah, she didn't cheat because this." Okay, let's look. Let's keep digging. I do think this hand and this thing merits digging, right? I just want it to be done respectfully, with the mindset of this: she may be innocent, and if she is, look back at how you treated her during this period and the way that you talked about her and phrased things or whatever, and ask yourself if you're proud of it. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying he's done anything bad in that regard, but I think what he's doing is valuable. I think it comes, like I said, with a bias, which I don't know that he would deny, but it's worthwhile, and we should look at every angle, even like Perkins, whatever Perkins thinks. Let's hear it.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
listen,
what's going on?
Listen, we're hopping in fast, guys. Listen, joining me, of course, the OG podcast guest of Poker Life. He goes back to when, actually, Daniel goes back to when I was in the second bedroom in Indiana. Both of these guests were on there, and obviously Bo Perkins, a true legend of the game. This guy, a legend of life, enjoying life, dying with zero every single day. And listen, man, I always love checking in with Perkins. Perkins, welcome back to the show, man. It seemed like you've been doing well, living a great life. And how's it going, man? What are you seeing with the BP lens on this investigation here?
A lot of it was focused on in the beginning on like her play, what she said afterwards, and the probability of this being legit. Kind of like the play is so bad or so crazy that she had to be cheating, which, I'm not going to opine on that. Like, I'm not at that level. And then also her responses and, how she was changing her story. But, I didn't give that much weight to it in the beginning because as an amateur or somebody coming to play, you get very flustered when you're put in these positions, right? Like, I know very wealthy business people who get on, they don't like the interviews, they get flustered, they don't want to seem embarrassed or look stupid. And so it's very easy for somebody to get flustered and change their story a zillion times, even if they're lying, right? Just to protect their ego, right? Like, oh, I thought I had a 3 or I didn't have a 3. What really became interesting is after Doug started pointing out, well, here's a vibrating chair and here's something under her pants or whatever. And, I wasn't like, hey, she's definitely cheating, but being an imagery expert, I can be like, yeah, there's definitely something in her pants, right? Like, I don't know if she's at this point in time, there's definitely something in her pants, right? This is not an artifact. This is not a shadow. This is a man-made object in her pants, right? And I have access to video editors, imagery experts, people that basically will say, oh, bomb this or don't bomb this based on imagery. And I'm very confident all of them would be like, yes, there is a man-made thing under her pants. Now, could it be a phone or a pad? Who knows what it is, right? But when you start asking these questions and you saying, oh, there was never anything in my pants, and I'm just like, well, that's not true, right? Like, that's the only thing I would give an opinion on.
I'm saying, but are you sure it's not true?
I would say, listen, if this is just my opinion, right? Given the footage I was given, the imagery I was given, if this was a court of law, is there something in your pants or not? She's getting convicted, right? So, but that doesn't tell you,
right? I mean, like, I haven't seen these images, but the images that were published publicly, it sort of looked like a wrinkle in a yoga pant, and with like specific lighting, it could be lit on one side and like a bit of her ass cheek out. Like, I mean, I'll take your word for it, but I'm saying like it didn't.
No, like there's different shots of it and different angles. There's definitely at that point. This is not a fold in yoga pants or whatever, right? Like, this is I'm asking a guy who like does VFX, does, my editor for 15 years, did in the blood VFX at the end. We do VFX, we do imagery analysis. I do satellite imagery analysis. I do analysis for fracking crews. I have like GIS experts, right? Like a team of these guys, right? Like, and I can ask every single one. I'm asking just one guy who's just a video editor. I haven't gone down the line and asked those other people, but I am very confident they're going to say the same things. This is not a artifact of an angle or a lighting thing or folds in the pants, just don't like, you can see where the light's coming from. You can see just the way it is done without going into like technical details, right? Like that's just my opinion, right? Like you can maybe get another video imagery and analyst. I doubt they're going to say anything different, right? At that point in time. So whatever that does to the totality of the circumstances where people are weighing the probability of guilt or not, I don't know. It's definitely something peculiar.
Yeah, you know what's all? I agree that it's peculiar, but then I wonder, like, the placement of it. Like, if it was a cheating device, like, wouldn't that be like a really bad spot to put it where it's visible on camera to everyone around you sitting next to you, and like Andy sat next to her and over any stream, like nobody's looked over and going, holy fuck, man, your ass is buzzing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a weird spot for it. Like, you'd think that she would put it in a different place. It's but again, that's not evidence. That's just
allegedly, there's shots where it's clearly not there, not there, right? Like, I don't know if it's something you're moving around, it's uncomfortable, you put it in your back, or in the back
like,
side.
wouldn't you just put
not.
it in a shoe? Like, if you genuinely wanted a thing like that, it seems like inside of a shoe, would be the spot for it. Like, why
not the thickness and size of that thing. I think, like, if I wanted to, like, have the guy spend the time, they would give you actually the dimensions of this thing, right? Like, what it was. But, I think it's just all very, very strange. And so, to me, if she said, if I pointed to the video and she said, oh yeah, at this point in time, there's nothing in my hip, I would be like, well, I believe you to be lying, right? At the point. Now, does that mean she was cheating? No, could have been her phone in her side. I don't know what it could have been,
Yeah, I'm looking at the photos right now, BP. I got 2 new shots here. It definitely looks like from these couple angles that there's something in that right leg area as well. I mean, this guy pointed out, shout out Tyler Geek here. A couple new shots here. Yeah, it does look like something. It looks like, I mean, I don't know. You got to run it to the imagery experts. Let me give you this link. I mean, maybe you give it to the imagery experts. Maybe they know what's going on.
Yeah. I'll just, if you pass the link to me, if you WhatsApp it to me, I'll just send it on.
I'll send it to you right now.
Send it to my, I got my video. But I mean, it's like, I said, listen, he's like, he said the shape is a little too generic to say definitely what it is, but it's definitely something in her pocket that could be a cell-sized type of electronic device. I said, right, but the question is just something unnatural or not? And he goes, definitely man-made, not just folding pants or a wallet or something. That's like a guy that's what he does, right? Mm-hmm. So if the imagery I got was doctored, then, all bets are off. But I'm assuming the imagery I got was exactly the imagery that was shot. And then this is, a video expert of multiple years telling you, no, definitely man-made object, right?
Yeah, someone says their phone. Basically, you're not allowed to have phones in there. So, I mean, it could hypothetically, maybe she decided to stash her phone in the pants, I guess. But, at the same time, someone also said, with the Dono said, if you search Versace yoga pants, they have ones with that design. I'm 93% sure no seeing. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about with how he came to that percentage due to that yoga pant fact, but I guess it is what it is. It's Jim Scully. Thank you, Jim Scully, for that nice message. Yeah, Daniel, what do you think about that? I mean, at this point in time, let's say the imagery experts are able to go through the tapes and able to see something there. I mean, what can really be done about that?
Yeah, no, that's more circumstantial evidence for the possibility of cheating. But I think at this point, we have what we have. I really think the most important approach from an investigative perspective is to just dissect the hands she played. And like I said, let's look at those turn raises. If she's 100% on turn raises and there's 15 of them, then I change my mind completely, right? I want to see evidence of where you would require help or something peculiar like we had on so many occasions with the Postel case. I think it's just this one hand alone isn't enough to convict or condemn or to raise enough suspicion. Well, not to raise suspicion. It's certainly suspicious because it would be the first thing I thought. But I really do believe that, like, we need at least a couple more that we can look at and go, aha, and I don't know that anyone's found those yet.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder also, could you, like, you know, that this idea that the chair was vibrating, right? Well, it's like, is her leg shaking or not? And it's like, you know, you could look at it and see the period of that thing vibrating by the pixels moving and then get the exact frequency. Is like, is that somebody's leg or is that perfect? You know, you could do a lot of things with the data that's provided to just kind of give you like, wait, your chair is vibrating. It's not a human vibration.
Mm.
Right? Like, you know, it's unlikely to be your leg perfect synchronicity at this period over this period of time. You know what I mean? There's things you can do to kind of extract information out of there that would be more circumstantial information. Like, could it be your cell phone vibrate? You know, like, I just think there's just enough weird shit to, like, it started moving the needle for me. Although I haven't done a thorough, like you said, hand analysis, all this other kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm just, someone said look at Rip's Hendon mob, and Rip is the other guy that played in the game that was the stake during the game, and his Hendon mob is he played a few tournaments this year, he cashed in a few. The last one was a $225 no limit event, and the other ones were a $400 daily deep stack, $400 daily deep stack, $200 daily deep stack, $300 MGM event, and a $1,500 super bounty event. So
I think you just have a lot of things that make you go, right?
Yeah.
Like, people show up with a bunch of cash in a high stakes game. Chairs are vibrating. We have controversy about, like, what's in your pants or not in your pants. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like a lot of things that make you go, like, wait, you know, I don't know, right? Like, I don't know. Like, could this all be coincidental and flustering and all kinds of reasons? Yeah, sure. You know? But there's just a lot of things that make you go, and you probably wouldn't, you know, you're probably not sitting in a game where they're hosting, right?
Mm.
Like, Daniel, I don't think you would sit in a game if they're like, hey, we're going to play, come hosting, it's this guy, you know, Robbi and somebody else. You're probably like, you know what, I'm not going to.
Actually, I'll be honest, like, at this point, I'm okay with it. At this point, I'd be fine with it. But like I said, I really think that, like, we're at the crux of the issue now is we have enough smart poker players in the world that can think about, you know, hands, not necessarily from a GTO perspective and what a solver says, but, like, is there a pattern here we're seeing of her play that
right.
suggests that she's cheating? And it's got to be, like, again, we got to see, like, multiple hands like this. And because here's the thing, if she was cheating, like, is it feasible to think? I don't think it's plausible to think that she had this cheating device and only used it on this fucking hand, right? Like, you know, like, if this is the only hand, like, if it ends up being, like, this is the spot that she chose to just say YOLO, Jack 4, you know, there's got to be other hands to corroborate and, you know, be a pattern that.
Yeah, and there was a situation also that was kind of went against the cheating thing where I think she had a cooler, last to act, cooler hand, Queen Jack versus Jack 9 on a Jack high board and didn't bet the river.
Well, she also called the turn drawing dead, and there was another spot where she overcalled with the worst hand. I've seen a little of that. What I haven't seen, but one hand I see that is in line with potential cheating, and it's very minimal, is the hand against Eric Persson where she raises the turn with ace king, and he has ace 8 on, like, a 10 deuce 4 5 board with 2 suits. She has both suits with ace king, and she min raised there. So that's not evidence, right? But if you see, like, 15 of those where she min raises the turn and always is ahead, that would be a significant piece of evidence for me. So if you have that, you could sway me. Like, I'm open to either side. Right? I don't think she did, but I'm open.
At first, like, when I first heard about the hand, I was just kind of like, oh, she just said fuck you to Garrett. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, she just pulled a fuck you. You know, he did he shove all in 4-5 suited a couple hands back? Was that prior to this hand?
Well, the day before, he bluffed with the king 5 against kings. You know,
yeah, that was the day before. Yeah, that was a big bluff the day before. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he also tried to make a big bluff against her with the king 6. I just posted that today. So
I mean, like, you can get in fuck it mode, you know.
King 6 hand is another example of, like, so this theory that, like, if she knew she knew she was ahead on the turn and getting a buzz, She called on the turn with ace king. He had king 6. He flopped to 6. She had 3 outs. So she wouldn't have made that call if she got the buzz, unless the other theory, which is that, oh, she knew what's coming on the river and would win the hand, right? Well, if that's true, then on this hand, if she knew that she was going to win the run out, why would she be the one wanting to run it twice, right? So there's a lot of like stuff on both sides, but there is some evidence of her just, not doing things in aligned with what you would do if you had a cheating device. And I haven't seen any. Well, maybe like the ace king and ace king, but that's not really that strong.
But it's also like, what is the mechanism? I'm not saying she's cheating, but let's just say there was cheating. What is the mechanism of cheating? Does she always know what hand's going to win? Or does somebody communicating, hey, you're ahead, not ahead? Right?
That's it, right? Right. But in this case, you're ahead, not ahead. She made a bad call, right? And then
maybe she didn't get, but maybe they're not getting the information because somebody's in there. Let's say they stole the data and they're like going through it and then they're sending it through occasionally to her, right? Like it doesn't have to be
getting it on every hand.
It doesn't have to be persistent,
Sure.
right? It's not like she's persistently getting all the info. Which
I could see that being possible because maybe she doesn't have a direct feed to every single hand. They just get it when they can. Now, if that's true, I still think we're going to find over 3 streams she played, multiple hours. I think we're going to find a couple other hands. And with Postel, I mean, Joey was freaking popping them out. Boom, 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 boom. It's like every hand you showed, I'm like, bro, the guy fucking cheated. Go to sleep. Joey, go to bed. I cheated. Yeah. In this case, we don't got him.
I just don't think you have enough data also. It's really peculiar that the way they're playing to, win 300,000. But I guess, it happens. You can get lucky, right? And I just don't think you have enough sample size for what you're doing. I think everybody's going to be able to point to shit that's fishy and shit that's consistent with being a fishy person. You know what I mean? Like is this fishy suspicious or is she a fish type thing, right? Like, and people are going back and forth. And so that alone, to me, I know like Doug's like, definitely, I'm 80% because of these things. I think to me, the physical evidence, like, it's just like, oh, you fishy play, but then your chair's vibrating. Well, that's strange. You know what I mean? Like that to me is like the biggest thing that's strange. And oh, you have something in your pants. No, I don't. It's just my hip. I'm like, my experts, you know what I mean? Like they're telling me you got something in your pants, right? Like, you could have said, oh, I was this, that, the other thing. I moved it around, whatever, but it's there. It's not there. That's even more fishy, right? The fact that it's not permanent.
Do we really think that she was getting a signal from a vibrating chair next to sitting to Andy and other pros throughout this series where like every time the chair would go notice? Like, I don't know. I don't know like that
that seems weird, right? Like that just seems weird, but it's just so odd. It's just so odd. A lot of people's like, oh, I think some of the discourse has been bad for poker. I think this is good for poker. As long as the discourse is right? Like, because
well, that it hasn't been, but it really hasn't been, right? Because like people are in their camp one way or the other. We're like, I'm right, you're right, and people are just trying to be right rather than actually get to the bottom of it too often, I think. And that's where it creates some of the friction. And then some of the I get people calling you an idiot or stupid for thinking one thing. I don't think people who think she cheated are an idiot. Like she might have. I don't think people who think she doesn't cheat are idiots.
No, I agree.
It's the most polarizing hand in the history of poker because you have really smart minds on both sides of this. And normally you take a panel of poker experts, they're all going to come away with the same exact view. And that's not the case here.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's missing is like, which I don't think we're going to get is like some information, just some basic information from Hustler Casino about, okay, your RFID, is it transmitted? How is it transmitted? Is it encrypted? Like, where's the device held? Like, I don't think we're going to get some of this information that's going to be like, okay, shit is wide open. It's a Wild West. You could just show up, room over the next door and sniff these singles out and send, get them back out there or not, Mm-hmm. Plus, they're doing the stream kind of delayed live, but they're filming. So there's also the case of like, when I'm shooting a film, right, and the cameraman's over there, I'm just holding a device that looks at what the camera's doing, right? It just broadcasts and I get it, right? So they might be broadcasting their video feed across, and somebody could just have that and be looking at the feed, right, as they're putting up the graphics and seeing what their hands are. I mean, there's just a lot of things that can go wrong here, transmitting data across, and We don't know. Like, they might be like, nah, our shit's complete, Perkins, you're fucking crazy. It's completely encrypted and nobody can get into it. And our video is encrypted and the signal, all that stuff. I doubt it. I really doubt it.
I agree with you, Berkey. There's no, listen, the ability, the technology exists, regardless of whatever they tell you or whatever, to do this. It does exist. It is doable, regardless of the potential precautions at a very high level. So I think, anyone negating that possibility based on, we're secure is being naive, right? We have no idea what's available in that regard.
Well, it's just a question of ease, right? Like, how easy do they make it, right? Like, is my password 123? Is it no password? Is it X, Y, and Z? Like a small amounts of difficulty radically change behavior. And if people are like, oh, by the way, hey, look, I can sniff this signal out and here it is. Like,
with the postal thing, right? We saw like the prominent theory, from what I guess, is somebody was in the back room watching the hands and then sending them to Mike, right? Like watching them live. Like, so this is a possibility as well, right? Where we don't know who, but of course, oh no, definitely not nobody. We don't know that. Theoretically, it could be just somebody who has access to the live feed to see the hands in real time and just buzz or send a text. That's even simplistic. That's not even required to like hack into the RFID, right? It just says you're ahead or you're behind because they can see the whole card, right?
Yeah, it's just kind of weird. Like, you got people sitting with like a couple $100,000 who play like, I don't know, 200. I mean, it's just like a weird thing. Like, you know what I mean? Sitting down a $100,000 cash game, or stacks and stacks in front of you, but only paid like these $1 million, waste your time tournaments. There's just like a lot of strange things going on. And then, that, like, I would be like, who are these people? Like, where'd this cash come from? Why are we free rolling this person in the $100K? Like, there's just a lot of.
Speaking of cash, did you bring $300,000 for the super high roller bowl tomorrow?
I'm not even coming, but I can get it to you if you need it.
I have it for myself. I
gotcha. I'm always asking, right? I'm
not broke yet, bro.
Okay. No, I'm going to Austin City Limits. I can't miss Austin City Limits. I want to listen to some music. There's too much controversy in the poker world.
Perky, what have you been doing? I've seen you kind of working on the new project. The what's it called? The space. I talked to you a little bit about it.
Skyfi and SynMax, which is one is satellite data and satellite imagery, and one is analysis on top of satellite data and imagery. So it's kind of weird that we get a picture and people are like, is this her pants or not? I'm like, nah, it's not a pants. Like, I got a line on that one, that type of thing. So
cool. You just working on that?
But yeah, I've been working on that. I really love startup life. It's great to create something,
Mm-hmm.
It's like covers and I'm in startups where it's kind of like what you're good at, what the world needs, what you can be paid for, and what you enjoy, and those four things come together, life feels good.
That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. You're not playing much poker, it seems like, or are you playing any private stuff? Or
the last time I played poker on Poker Go, I got smashed. I was not happy. And honestly, here goes something about the cheating. Like, there's hands where I had stone ball air, and I check re-raised, someone, and everybody be like, he must be cheating. He knows he has nothing. I was like, no, I was just pissed, and I felt like he couldn't call a big raise, So these other hands where, if she had raised with that Jack 4 on the turn, I might have been like, I think we'd be a little bit lost, like just a big raise just to bully people, right? Because if they don't have X hands, they have to fold, right? Like you can make some. I learned I can't make Jennifer Tilly fold, but yeah, you know what I mean. Like it's. I'd seen some hands that I played, and clearly I'm not cheating, but it might have looked like I was cheating. Had when we see the other person's cards,
Yeah. Goatwork says Perkins has anthropologic seismologist on the team. The chair vibration was not of human origin. Lock in. What the fuck is going on?
I mean, we could just look at the vibration of it, right? Like, it's just like, okay, humans, like the period. Like, there's a lot of things you could do with data that comes in video that I think it'd be a waste of our analysts' time, but yes,
the analysts are possibly available. It sounds like.
If possible, for a fee, yes.
For a fee.
I have to take them up, tracking dark ships and illegal fishing and stuff like that. But yeah.
Skull Mike from the lodge with the $4.99 said Perkins is due for a lodge visit. Is that true, Perkins? You're going to be going to the lodge?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was really wanting to come to the Super High Roller Bowl, but it's ACL and can't miss ACL. I do want to come play one of these big tournaments.
Yeah. Once the Super High Roll with tomorrow, Daniel?
Yeah, speaking of that, I got to get my beauty rest, and I'm going to freaking input all the ranges into my head, right?
You're going to grind? Okay.
Just go aggro. Just go aggro, Daniel. Go aggro.
Pull some shit on the Damo, fucking 7x pot, blah, 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 blah. Let's go. I'm going to try to last more than 30 minutes, which is what he got me in last time.
Just 5 bet air. Just 5 bet air. That's the way to do it.
I'm pleased. I can go, yeah?
Yeah.
Right,
We good.
All right.
Yeah.
See you, Daniel.
Yeah.
Good luck tomorrow.
Peace, guys.
See ya. BP.
All right, Joey.
Yeah, how's it going? Good to see you. I ain't seen you in a while.
I know it's been a bit. You took a little hiatus there.
Yeah, I know. I took 10 months off and I came back. Right now I feel great doing these streams, whereas before I wanted to die. So it's great.
So did you like make any kind of like career or life choices while you were on break, or like any kind of like realizations or anything like that?
Definitely. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. Yeah, basically just I did start doing more investing stuff and learning more about crypto and learning more about how the corporate world works out. So I wanted to work in the corporate world to get more experience. So I started working with one of my friends' companies that they started a crypto startup company, and kind of saw a little bit about what that was like, and that was kind of boring. So I basically was kind of bored, and then poker popped back up with the Bryn Kenny stuff. So I felt like I was in a pretty good place and got my mind really reprogrammed and got a new vision for where I wanted to go with what I'm doing with all this stuff. So I felt like I could handle all of the bullshit that comes with everything that comes along with doing this kind of stuff. So yeah, that was what I spent a lot of time on, just kind of building up my mindset to be strong enough to handle all of the psychoticness that is the internet and social media world.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like we have like the fish cheating scandal, the chess kind of cheating scandal or accusations of cheating going on there, and then there's kind of like accusations or suspicions of cheating here. Like I mean, there's always some sort of cheating scandal in poker, right? There's money, there's lots of ways to do it, online, live, etc. And it just seems to constantly keep rearing its head, and the poker community is kind of trying to catch it and then play whack-a-mole. It's like literally whack-a-mole with cheating scandals in poker.
Yeah, well, you kind of dealt with something like that too, where you kind of outed Jumbleman stuff, right? And like you sort of, I don't know if you didn't know that shit was going on or not, but
yeah,
I guess you found out.
That was the ghosting, the ghosting and the private thing scandal. To be fair, Jungleman outed himself, right? He just admitted it was him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I didn't say, hey, it's Jungleman, everybody. He outed himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to put that on the record. But yeah, it's just a lot of temptation out there, and people either, they fall for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They fall for it. And
it makes sense, right? In poker, it's like, you can do a lot of these things, and it's sort of normalized amongst a certain subsection of people in the community. So if they see everyone else doing it, they're like, whatever, I might as well try it anyway. So
yeah, and it's really kind of like when you get caught, it's really like it's really you saying like my future is only worth X, and so if you look at kind of like the EV of like I'm going to cheat and the damage to your reputation and all the opportunities that you'll never see because you went down that path,
mm-hmm.
it is kind of like being very bearish on yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very myopic, right? Like I'm going to cheat and fuck up my reputation for this 20K, 50K, 100K, whatever. What you're basically saying is like the lifetime of opportunities and people who are going to just not deal with you or not invest with you or not whatever is I think is really just short-sighted.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's an accurate thing about your abilities and who you are,
mm-hmm.
But I would just as soon as cut off my right arm.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people don't necessarily realize the longevity of your career or your life or your business life. Like I think about poker, everyone I'm talking to now, I've been talking to for 5 to 10 years, 15 years with some of these people. But when I first started, I never would have had that vision where you that would have mattered down the road. Like, you never really think about what's it going to be like in 10 years from now, or 15 years from now, or 20 years from now. Obviously, you think a lot about that because that's what your book was about, basically. But I think a lot of younger people aren't that forward looking in terms of what their life could be like, depending on if they take this step or that step.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. And the people, there's people who I didn't really even not like that much or whatever, but like their integrity is whatever, and I'm really attracted to that. And I'm like, okay, I'm willing to, I will take a flyer on them, or I'll introduce whatever. I've had friends like, why are you dealing with that guy? Why are you letting him manage your crypto for 20%? I said, because I'm buying trust.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this guy's got $5 million of my stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I trust this person. They didn't like him. I'm like neutral. I get it. Like, kind of asshole-ish or whatever. But I'm like, this is a very trustworthy, high integrity person. So therefore, I don't give a shit.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of like Elon Musk and Igor Kurganovsky, where Elon Musk tried to put Igor in charge of his $700 billion fund, and then basically the Elon Musk inner circle kind of reported him to FBI, and then he basically got fired from that. Did you see that story?
Yeah. That was some,
that's crazy
drama for your mama bullshit, which is when a lot of people are managed and run, and when the inner circle doesn't like you or doesn't want you in there, they have ways of sabotaging you performing your job or doing things in a way. I think they are still friends and working on problems together, et cetera, but it just was untenable for him to work there, is my understanding. Not that I'm an expert on this whole situation, but like the fact that Igor is trustworthy put him in that chair. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. But if it was like Igor has this live at the bike quasi cheating scandal, changed their story 15 times about hands or whatever, you just never get the look, right? You just never ever get the look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I kind of learned a little bit about what everyone's got going on here. It's nice to meet the Robbi crew with Rip and with their husband Charles. So I kind of learned about what those guys are doing, and it doesn't seem like they really do much poker anyway. So I don't think if they get a bad poker reputation, like, it don't matter, and they can do other things and do other
no, but that
endeavors.
follows you everywhere, right? Like, it just follows you everywhere. It just fuck poker, right? Like, poker is small stakes compared to the rest of the world, right? Like, it's like you're gonna. The world is so much fatter, and there's so much more edge in non-zero sum edge too, right? Like other people benefit from you succeeding too, right? Like, so, being removed from those opportunities is a worst case scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like absolute worst case scenario in your life.
Right. You're just building up all the reframes for why this stuff really matters and why you should put emphasis on it and really care about it.
A lot of people in there for make a fast buck or whatever, and maybe who knows? I'm not a criminal. Like, maybe crime pays in some way for them that they take their 50, 100 grand and stick it in some stock and 1,000x it, and they don't care. You know, I mean, some evil mastermind has gotten away with something somewhere, right, in a couple places. But I think by and large, in general, it's just like super negative EV.
Yeah. I'll ask you one non-poker question. No, actually, someone in the chat said that. Yeah, what are you thinking about the what's the last thing we talked about? I see you kind of we can't talk about vaccine stuff on here. I see you kind of tweeting about that stuff, but we probably shouldn't get in that stuff on here. We picked this about the general normal scandal that's going on right now with the case with Robbi and Garrett. I mean, I guess, are you surprised that this kind of stuff's still able to go on in 2022, where you could even be accused of having some sort of device on you with the level of technology available in the world these days, where poker's still sort of stuck in a similar model maybe in some ways of how they're defending against attacks in this environment?
I just don't think they're even doing most systems can be defeated, but I don't even think they're doing the basics, the low-hanging fruit of precautions, right? Mm-hmm. With regards to like stopping cheating or making it hard, right? Making it extremely hard so that like you really have to work to do it. So I'm not surprised, right? The incentive is there, and if people aren't doing the basics, then it's easy. So you have motivation, you have ability, and there you go, right? Like behavior design, right? It's design. It's like snacks in your refrigerator, right? Like, or if you load up your pantry snacks and you're like, oh, I can't stop snacking, it's because it's fucking easy and it's right there, and you have the motivation, right? And so, I just think that, given, you know, we know the motivation is out there. There's significant money at stake, et cetera, that it's incumbent on people who have these venues to like really step up their game.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
and just like eliminating, right? Like, this is what do you have a stop sign? Do you have a light, or do you have a cop, right, at the intersection, right? And I think, people hosting these games, especially, stream games and, poker is on the line and lots of money there. They need to have like the cop version of precautions there, you know?
Yeah, I think about like that too.
And they're just not doing it, which is kind of weird.
Who's that? Who's that? Laura?
Yeah, that's Lara.
Oh,
Right.
hello. The great. Oh, hello. Nice to see you. Well, you can't see me on video, but I'm on video on my stream. But you guys are on video on stream, but I can't see you on video on stream.
Gotcha.
We're live on YouTube right now, guys. Welcome, Bill's lovely lady over there, Laura. She's working hard, looking great over there. What's that? A sweater on your shoulder? What happened?
Yeah, this is the style apparently.
That's the style. What is?
We're about to head to Austin. We're about to get out of here, head to Austin. So we got to get ready. Ace, Austin City Limits is going on. Gotta get the music festival vibe in.
I guess so. Enjoy the adventures. Yeah. Have you been following poker at all? You've been seeing the cheating scandal at all? Allegations?
I've just been hearing a little bit from Bill, and he basically told me, well, if you look that hot, then you can
get away with anything.
You can get away with anything. And he's like, no, I swear, she looks like Angelina Jolie, and I know that Angelina Jolie is Bill's like if he had a what is it called, a card, like a
hall pass.
Hall pass.
Yeah, Angelina Jolie.
Like, beg me, right? So anyways,
Yeah.
he showed me a video, and I was like, okay, yeah, I see.
She's got the Angelina Hall pass on me. Like, she don't need to cheat. She don't need to cheat. She's got the Angelina Jolie Hall pass. I mean, she looks like her cousin.
Oh, I see.
Or her sister, basically.
So you want to, is what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, she looks.
What's going on here? What's going on here? Wait a second. What? I missed something here. Now I see why Bill was like, "Call me, Poppy. Call me." Now I see why you want me to call you. You want to talk about this? I see what's going on. Okay.
No. I mean, there's no doubt that she's an extremely attractive human being on stream in a scandal, which makes it even more interesting to the average person or poker player out there, because it's like, is this a spin fatale Angelina Jolie spy with a vibrating device, or is it just plain old
Vibrating device.
Well, yeah, like, or is it just plain old fuck you, Garrett? I'm just calling you Jack High, bitch. Like, who knows which one it is? Like, it could be, it could be either one. And there are things that make everybody go,
yeah.
But I mean,
Okay.
I gotta tell you, like, it's like, oh, this is such a waste of time. But I mean, like, who doesn't want to investigate Angelina Jolie playing cards? Like, come on.
That's what I'm saying. I've been watching the same stream for 40 hours, Bill.
Exactly. Everybody's got to watch the video. Like, let's just be
no one's
honest.
mad at
Nobody's mad at watching.
Listen,
her.
you
Like,
got Phil Ivey in the game. You got Angelina Jolie in the game.
I was impressed that she was playing with such big hitters. I was like, okay, so who is she then? And she's like, nobody apparently. So I was like,
I wouldn't call her nobody. I would call her basically Angelina Jolie's cousin.
We got a new nickname, Angelina Jolie's cousin, Robbi.
Angelina Jolie's cousin, for sure. I mean, Haralabab asked, like, how much would you have to be making to free roll her? I was like, she'd get all my salary, 1 year's salary, and zero in the bank for a free roll. I mean, like, but I like Angelina Jolie. I mean,
what are you talking about? Okay, maybe you can speak on that. Why would a guy
She likes Angelina Jolie too, right? Like,
yeah, I
I'm
like
in
her.
trouble.
I mean, I don't totally love her anymore. I liked her more before.
But
she's skinny.
Anyways. Whatever. Everybody's got their own style. But what were you gonna say? What was your question?
I was gonna say, what reason would A lot of people have been. Let me hold on. Let me get my Negreanu red card graphic out for that comment by Bill Perkins. By the way, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. Everyone's saying hi to both Bill and Lara, please. First in the chat. Say hello to everybody. Thank you guys once again for coming on here for joining us on this special report, special day of day 4 live streams. Way too many hours here. So, yeah. I mean, I guess for you guys, are you? You said Austin City Limits, and then are you guys traveling all around the world still every day? Or are you staying?
No,
in
not
Austin
every day.
mainly?
I mean, we got. No. We're trying to settle in. It's school season, whatever. But it's mainly just Houston and Austin right now. But we were just on business to Amsterdam and Munich, and then back here. But when in Amsterdam, Munich, and Paris, but when doing business in those places, you definitely have to have fun as well. So
yeah. Oh yeah, that was my question. Okay, perfect. So people were wondering on Twitter, why would this guy Rip put her into the game if what people's opinion is that she isn't that good? Why would the guy put her in the game? They couldn't fathom that a guy would put a girl in the game if the girl didn't know how to. If they thought, right, this is the question that Twitter was asking out there. Why would anybody do that, Bill?
That's just so crazy. She's hot. I mean, she would just like. If
eye candy for eye candy is what you're saying?
I mean, it's just fun. Like, why would you want to play with a bunch of dudes or whatever, or you get some hot girl to come play? I mean, I think the true, like, I think the opposite would be true, right? If poker was a female-dominated thing and they were like running the show and they had chips and they were like, Brad Pitt was like, hey, you want to free roll Brad Pitt? They'd be like, yeah, we'll free roll Brad Pitt. Have a seat.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I can speak for the women. We would definitely.
You would definitely free roll Brad Pitt or his lookalike, right? You'd be like, do you know how to do hand rankings? Yeah, okay, you're in. Have a seat. And just hope they get lucky, right? Like, it's just not even if you're not like trying to like hook up with them sexually. It's just interesting and attractive to look at the table. Like,
right.
It's fun.
Okay. Yeah.
So I could see like people with money going whatever,
Mm-hmm.
Here you go.
Mhm.
I've taken. I mean, how many times do you just like take flyers? Like, I mean, it's relative to your worth, but like people entering the main event, just hoping you hit a lottery ticket, right? Just cause, or in it for the social, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Especially you. You like to get in the mix on a lot of different things.
Get in the mix. Do it for the social. Do it for the entertainment, and
the prop bets, the thirst slot. Remember that prop bet we had about
Brad Pitt, George Clooney. They're all getting a seat from the women. You know what I mean? Like, you like George. The women would be like, yeah, sure, George Clooney, have a seat.
I feel like the men would also be like, yeah, George Clooney, sure.
What? No. What men are we talking about?
What do you?
No.
It's like he's still a celebrity.
No.
No?
No. I take Robbi over George Clooney any day. Exactly.
Listen. Why don't I can keep it going, but why don't I let you guys get going?
Yes,
today
we got to get out. We got to get out of here. But I really appreciate being on your stream. I'm glad you're back, feeling better.
Thanks, brother.
Attacking interesting, controversial subjects, and we're gonna go rock out.
Cool. Yeah. I'll see you guys on the internets.
Okay.
All right. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Peace.
Bye.
All right, guys. Give a big shout out to the great Bill Perkins and his beautiful lady Lara, please. Only nice comments only. Thanks, Scott, once again for those guys for coming on here. Always great to hear from the legend Bill Perkins as well. But yeah, guys, listen, we're here, day 4 live stream. I never know I was gonna come on these live streams, guys. I get on live, you never know. You never really know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to describe what happens to these live stream guests. We had Dan Negreanu, Bill Perkins, Tom Dwan getting that coffee still. We got a lot of donations too as well. So we got the 5 here from Forte. I can tell you exactly what happened. Garen got heated that she called. She didn't want to put up with his crap. They're buddies. I could see that. We got a bunch of donations. Bob S with the 5. Terrified with the $4.99. Has she said I didn't cheat? Tom Dwan might be back. She did say that she didn't cheat exactly on my interview with her. She said that a few times. David Harkley with the HUF 400 says 111. How often you touch your bottle like that? Let's see what you're saying. I don't really know. Let me see what you're saying. Saroth and with another timestamp as well. Okay. Poker Beast says ask Daniel to please use the American pronunciation apostle. Okay. I don't know what that means. So I guess Robbi's official new name is Angelina Jolie's cousin. Birds Ain't Real says Joey Strap got connections in the poker world. Props to you. Yeah, I think I pretty much know most everybody in poker world. So if they don't know me, I feel yeah. I think I know almost everybody. If not, then it's like you call one person and you could probably get in touch with anybody. But that's usually what happens if you've been doing things for 15 years. And I hosted like 700 podcasts, so I basically talked with everybody. So just kind of a natural occurrence to know everybody in the industry. Let's see here. Andrew Dodds with the donation with the A10 says Joey Jack 4 is the hand of the year. World Series of Poker 20-minute tank Jack 4. Final hand of the World Series of Poker Jack 4. True. Athena says, please turn up the volume on the animations. Can barely hear them. Sorry about that. Mitchell McCon with 20 says, Daniel need to see 5 times and 8, then 16 times LML, the turn min raise. What kind of coffee is Dwan getting? I agree. Jim Scully, 19, says, thank you, Joey. How the fuck do you do it? Legendary motor, unheard of, time on stream. Legendary, the volume and variety of people you get on is astounding. Amazing you managed to not take a side. I take some sides. I have taken a side here. So, I think Durr might be coming back in here. Hold on a second. We still live. Perkins and Daniel just left. Where's Phil? Is Phil still sleeping? Let me text Phil to see what Galfon's doing. Bro, this guy's not busy. I'm gonna hit him up again. I want to see what Galfon's up to. Let me see. See if Durr's coming back in here. I think Durr might be a cold. Let me find more brain cells. Maybe call later or today or tomorrow. Sounds good. This guy must be getting fucked up. Sean Deeb? Is this just Sean? Okay, yeah. What do you guys think about Sean Deeb? Do you want more Sean Deeb in the chat, guys? Let me know. Should Sean Deeb? I was talking with Sean earlier today. Let me put up a poll. Sean Deeb. Do we want Sean Deeb? See how his opinions changed since day one? People say no thanks. Okay. Go fuck yourself. Okay. Take the poll, guys. Yeah, get him on. No. Yeah. No. Twitch says no. Bring him on. Yeah. Let's see what you guys say. A few more donations. MKX with the 999 says, I have a question. How is seat position picked? I feel like there are more people involved. Basically, they draw cards for seats normally. Poker Girl with the 499. Aaron Wasserman. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Mike G. Look at the Versace pants. See the hips. No cheating. Poker B said, I have reason to believe Garrett was actually cheating. Okay. Garrett was cheating. Okay. Mark Hall, no, she 100% gets her off her phone taken. You see it happen. Okay. Aram Sagurzian, every time he says imagery expert. All right, we'll bring Sean Deeb on. We got 64%. We're bringing him on. Let me get him a link to the Zoom call here. Kevin Rand, Pop B, talk about Brian Rast's tweet talking about what Rip said after the hand, smoking gun status. Yeah, we played that hand earlier, where after the hand, Rip basically said it sounded like a ghost was in your ear. That was a very strange thing to say.
128.
Bet 20,000 mini raise.
No, before the flop.
Before the flop.
128.
I don't
understand sort of what's happening right now.
E&D.
Well, let me get Sean Deeb going. Hold on.
This is a new cut, right?
If my jack was in a club, I would have been out.
What do you mean if your jack was in a club?
Yeah, blocker.
You know you've let me do this to you several times now.
Yeah.
I don't know what just happened.
I'm just testing it.
Yeah.
And you
This
keep
is super
letting me
funny
do
to
this.
me,
And
honestly.
no, like when you bet that like high big
Yeah.
stack, why did you go on
I don't
it
need to
twice?
say
I thought you were on ace high. Ace high.
And then so why call with jack high then?
First of all, a little bit of a straight draw. I have blockers on there.
No, on the turn though. So you called all in on the turn because.
Yeah, because you don't have shit.
That's right. She
You don't
thinks you
have
can't
shit.
beat a jack high.
It's not about what I have. It's about what
She
you don't
thinks you
have
can't
shit.
beat a jack high.
It's not about have shit.
I love when he says that.
She thinks you can't beat a jack high.
It's not about what I have. It's about what I don't think you have when you play against me.
When did they say about the magic ear thing?
75.
Listen for it.
You let me do this to you post stream too. Last time we played. I'm
Yeah.
like, they keep letting me. Okay, 50, 75, 100, 20, 10, 20.
I mean, obviously, I'll just say it. Garrett thinks that this hand was not straight in some way. I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is the most disturbed I've ever seen Garrett look at the table. And I think Andy's disturbed too. He doesn't.
He does kind of look like Angelina Jolie's cousin. Now that Bill Perkins mentions it, Bill Perkins sounded like he was in love. Sean Deeb coming on.
Looked over there. It's like, whoa, what just happened here?
You're not the only one that gets lucky sometimes, Garrett. You don't have to get that upset.
Robbi did that for Andy. Robbi did that for Andy last night. She did that for you.
For you, person is a fucking funny.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Yep.
That was the most insane.
Dude's so funny.
Andy.
That can't, like, that's not a poker hand.
That wasn't. I played you and not the hand. What's the problem? I played you. So don't let me play you.
All right, Derek coming back in too.
I mean, I don't know if that's a function of that she thought she could call.
I mean, yeah.
All right, we got Tom. What we got in it? Let me see. Dar's back.
Yeah.
Yo. Whoa, what's up? You back? They were wondering. They thought you went far away to get that coffee, kid.
I did get some coffee.
Yeah, where's the coffee? He's just like, where's the coffee? You have the key, the cup.
Oh, I'll show you.
Okay, you have the cup.
I'm walking back to my table.
Okay.
So I have this hot take. Right?
Hot take's been declared. Let's hear what he got.
So I think that, for example, I believe COVID is endemic, right? I also think corruption's endemic, right? And I'll say that, I think you had at least a very small amount of that, of like a little bit going. I think I had a small amount of that, probably more than small. I was busy with F1 and shit, right? Here's my coffee. Not spending enough effort finding the brain cells. But I think you really gained my respect. I don't know if you realize this or not the last week, because I feel like pretty quickly we're like, oh shit, this is like kind of a gnarly spot. Let me like focus extra. And you like been working your ass off. And like Doug and I aren't definitely not best buddies, but like he seems to have focused and like, in these kind of spots, I kind of like, people are like, oh, here's my parts, and then try to account for those or be accept those or whatever, and then some people like wouldn't be okay admitting hers, right? Like when I've watched some of these hands, I feel like people might be holding back some info, and it might be because they don't know how to admit that they cheated. That's I think that's a fair bit right now.
Well, guys, we got Sean Deeb also joining in here. Sean Deeb, welcome back to the stream, and Tom's joining us from the undisclosed coffee location over in Asia. You did say where you were at last time technically, but Singapore, right? You're out in Singapore, so he's somewhere in Singapore. We don't know where he's at. Something about F1. We don't know what this fucking guy's up to, but obviously you guys know Sean Deeb. Everybody, welcome Sean Deeb to the show, and welcome Tom Dwan back to the show. Tom, you want to give a hot take? Is that the hot take, or did you have a hot take? Another hot take? And he's frozen. And he's frozen. Sean Deeb, what's going on, buddy? How's it going?
So I just want to chime in, like seeing those Vertucci pants and seeing kind of the seams, that could cause the outline. Obviously, Perkins has his experts, and we got to know how much it costs for them to be used. But I think that's someone Vertucci should definitely talk to. But those seams seem to line up with.
That. It cut out. Yeah, what up, Sean? I didn't hear the who. It cut out.
So there was like someone posted a picture of the exact pants she's wearing, and it has this like seam that could be the length and width of what we're seeing as the outline, which to me is one of the smoking guns. And if that's disproven, it's going to shift me a little bit away from cheating. I still lean way more towards cheating, but it gets harder and harder to prove how it was cheated. And I still think people should be looking at the signaling, because I definitely, we agree that they soft played each other, and we agree that's terrible for the game. And that alone should be enough reason to not allow them to play on stream games with each other in the game, or anyone else that rip backs for that matter.
I didn't hear what you guys said, but I was just going to answer Joey's question of where I am.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm at Capella. It's a hotel in Singapore. And so I was down there getting coffee, but I ran up to just show you a funny thing. This is the plaque of apparently where Trump and Kim Jong-un shook hands. Apparently it was this
What are you talking about? All right, guys. Trump and Kim Jong-un shook hands there. Let me show it again. Wait a second. Let me see. Is it stamped? Does it have a stamp on it?
I don't know. It says people. I don't know what. I'll take a picture. I'll send you the picture.
Okay.
It's like a thing. It's like a. I don't know, man. I didn't notice it.
This is when you know you're in hour
and
48 of investigations. You're just worrying about where Trump met Kim Jong-un.
Tom's like, oh,
No, Joey asked me where I am.
Yeah. No. I did want to
funny.
see. No. Come on. I did. No. I did. I did ask for it, and of course I recognized the place. I recognized the place they met in fucking Singapore. So,
yo, I'm gonna lose service when I walk back to my coffee. So keep going. But
okay, what is the hot? You said
you
just said you got a hot take. Was the first part the hot take, or what was the hot take?
I told you the hot take. It was like a very, very lukewarm take. You know, it was
okay, well, you said hot. I didn't know you.
These spots, no one's perfect. We all got our little bits. Like I think a little bit you were on cloud. For me, my biggest leak like that, I think, in this spot was that I was busy with F1. I prioritized other shit. I didn't really want to look into this. And I think you've been pretty, like I was saying to you, Joey, I really respect how you acted here. And even Doug, you know, Doug and I aren't necessarily the biggest fans of each other. I really respect how he's acted here. He's trying hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as far as for me, sometimes I have a habit of not like focusing and sitting down and finding the brain cells. Like I'm even having coffee now, you know? So I think some people are trying. That's my point.
But Tom, you can't finish something out like the Jungle Man Challenge. That we believe that.
Jeez.
Jungle Man, you know, I actually was supposed to call Jungle Man yesterday about saying a little something funny, but yeah.
Are you gonna ask Robbi, ask for Jaka coaching when you play Jungle Man now?
Let me walk back to my coffee. 1 minute.
Jesus Christ. Tom's finding that signal again. Yeah, Tom, listen, go to your coffee. We'll talk again soon, okay? He gonna lose coffee. Coffee.
But yeah, back to those pants. You know, I respect Perkins' opinion as experts, but seeing this scene that we saw on the pairs that was just on your screen like 30 minutes ago looks, you know, like it definitely could cause some imprints with the lighting and different things to make it look like a long, you know, object. Not to disprove it, but I don't know. I'm not as confident as I was, you know, when I was first sent that image on night one.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know. It doesn't look like much to me, right? I see it stick out in a few photos, but I wouldn't say it's something that you know. I don't know if that's the best you got. I don't know. I mean, I guess I got to see. I think some people are still putting some stuff together though, so more stuff's about to come out over the next few days.
I see some people
things.
calling out my wall color. This is my kid's basement. They like a lot of colors, you know. It's for the kids, man.
You're in your child's basement, and Tom Dwan's at a hotel in Singapore where Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump broke bread together.
So Tom went a different life path than mine, you know.
While you're in your
we each had our own goals in life.
Yeah, you're in your children's blue, yellow, and pink basement. So, as Durr strolls through on a Tuesday morning, drinking his great coffee.
How are you feeling on these daytime streams, Joey?
I'm loving it. I mean, it doesn't have the same hype as the overnight stream, but the daytime stream, people are loving it. So it's a new crowd. Not my overnight. I usually stream overnight, guys. I don't usually stream in the daytime, so I'm glad. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the daytime stream and versus the overnight 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. stream. But yeah, it's been fun. Everyone's awake, so I'm basically gonna able to get people to call in that I don't usually get to have call in. So it's pretty fun. Yeah.
I mean, you just see like the poker community cares so much, and that's something I think we got to take as a positive from this instance. Is we're all opinionated, we're all intelligent, we all have our reasons for our logic, and that just shows you why poker will always be popular. Is you have so many successful, highly wealthy, highly intelligent people who all look at the same footage and get a completely different understanding, which is one of the craziest things in the scenario. I thought it was going to be way more clear to the larger groups when I first saw this. But, people have pushed me more towards the middle, and I think some people who are totally against cheating have been pushed more towards the middle. And unfortunately, I think by the end, we're all going to be kind of at a 60-40, depending on which way we flip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I hope you can get Charles and Rip and Robbi on a few more times, because I have some questions for them. I think other people do. And if they want to clear their name, the more clear, it's like we say, many cheaters have ignored the spotlight, the Ollies, the Jakes, the Brins. And this is, rarely do we have cheaters actually willing to come forward, actually doing interviews, actually being put on the hot seat. And hopefully, the investigating team by Vertucci and Feldman gets them in a room, interrogates them, gets their devices, gets some more communication, finds out who might be involved, and just kind of track everything. There's so much information, even though it's only a few episodes, how they got on the show, who got them on the show, who benefited, who had pieces, who else did Rip have action of, who else is he backed in poker, anyone with a CD pass who might alert them to some ways of cheating or some other things. We kind of got to get to know all the circle of all the players involved.
Bro, you sound like
Did you guys see Ace Queen hand? I mean, that was
obvious soft play. That's like, there's no doubting they were cheating and soft playing each other. And that's I think we could switch the narrative to that for a temporary thing and say, look at the way they play hands against each other. They clearly weren't trying to beat each other. And if every player in the stream wasn't aware of this, that causes a crazy dynamic. And if you see her play that ace queen that passively, you think she's scared money. You might try to bluff on her, but not knowing the backer horse relationship, it's really unfair to have people get that information and try to extrapolate on that without knowing why they played it that way.
So can I just give you a little pushback there? I mean, I think I respect you a ton. I would call that moderately unfair. Really unfair is if someone can see your cards or knows if they have the best hands. There's like levels of cheating, right? And if some dudes are soft playing each other, or one dude and one lady are soft playing each other, I don't like it. It's definitely not cool, but it's also a different level. But seeing one of those makes me suspect the possibility of more, because often if people will cross one line, the chance they'll cross others gets more likely.
I completely agree. Like, these are two people who are newish to poker, don't know the moral and ethics lines. It's like early online poker, people multi-count. They didn't know how bad that was until time came out. And then, some people kept doing it, and they should be really shunned from the community. But the people who did it 18 years ago, when that was more accepted as the norm and wasn't as seen as egregious as it is now, I totally agree with you on your points.
Well, so one thing there is, my view is that a lot of the poker world and a lot of people commenting are underestimating the sharpness of both Rip and Robbi. And I'm not willing to share why right now, but I happen to have noticed a few details that, to me, I could easily be wrong, but to me, I think they're a little sharper than they're letting on, or than they're trying to show, and a little sharper than a lot of people think. And that also, if they're sharper than a lot of people think and they don't do something like soft play, no problem. That doesn't make me suspicious of hardly anything. But if someone's hiding how sharp they are and I see them cross one or two ethical lines, I get real worried of them maybe crossing others. That's not to say they did. I'm just, and also my read could be wrong and whatever, but I happen to have the view that they're a little sharp. I think people, these people out there saying, oh, she's just a woman, that's why this is whatever. Like, actually, I think those people are underestimating her. I watch those videos and I think she's smarter and sharper than people realize. That said, I think she made my view is most likely this was cheating. I could easily be wrong. Easily it could be something else. And if that happened, I think she made a very foolish brain fart, right? I don't think she's some super, super top level hustler. Obviously, this was not the smartest brain fart if it was cheating, right? But I happen to have seen, some other details I watched of these streams, and I haven't watched 100%. There's a little more I got to see because I've just been busy with F1 and stuff. And that's my own weak spot there, right? I'm prioritizing other stuff, like you said, not finishing the Jungle Man, But yeah, I've seen a few little details where I happen to think they might, they might. Yeah,
I think when I looked at the first day and saw that 18-minute interview with Jaka, she was very well spoken, very articulate, and sometimes people, she's made the claim that she wasn't on her meds that day. She has ADHD. Both my kids are diagnosed with ADHD. I know the difference of when they're on meds and not on meds. And I'm thinking, if you're playing one of the biggest games of your life for the most amount of money, you're fucking taking your meds that day. Like, you're going to make sure you're at your sharpest. And we both know, and so does Joey, that plenty of people take Adderall and other, ADHD drugs for performance-enhancing drugs in poker. And for her to just choose to not take it that day and use that as a reasoning, I think is a little sketchy. I mean, you're going to be on your game. You're going to make sure you took your fucking meds when you're playing against Garrett and Phil Ivey at the highest stakes you ever played.
That's what I would think too, but who knows? People make goofy choices that surprise us, right? That's what I would think. One little detail there for you is if you want to rewatch the stream, the long stream from like Hustler Casinos thing of the day that this hand happened, at about an hour and 16 minutes, she's talking about something, I forget what, I think it's like sensory deprivation tanks or something with Garrett. And to me, she sounded smart, like quite smart. You know, I was like, wow. Didn't expect a person like this to play a hand an hour later. Like, obviously, who knows? Maybe she, you know, who knows what happened in that hour. But, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, in my, private conversations with her, I hope she's not mad at me saying this, I've been pretty impressed with some of the stuff she said. I think she can sound much better than she did in those post interviews on the table. But also, Tom, me and you are much more used to being under the camera, being in that situation. If she's someone who's not a public speaker and not used to, 20,000 people watching, or Phil Ivey, the fucking legend, she talked about how she, played with him in Seidel and was, kind of starstruck at the World Series. And so that can all cause that. But it's still, as Steele Berkey's line, it's still a data point for when you're trying to analyze this whole scenario.
Also, if she talked about that before this hand, I find it a lot more credible as opposed to after. Because the stories that might have been told after this hand, who knows, right?
Yeah,
And
the
I think
Jaka
an-
interview was all before. It was filmed before, like Jaka released an 18-minute video of him interviewing her before the show, before they got into a more in-depth coaching session. But, and there was a couple of comments she made in that talking about how Garrett's so balanced, Garrett's GTO, Garrett doesn't have any live leaks. And then for her to come, later on that day and say she had a read on him and all this other stuff. I'm like, I saw your interview. You were not confident you were getting a read on him. You didn't even try to look for one, and you weren't even looking at him most of the hand. So yes, Garrett, in my sense, acts weak. His half smile, his like the way he plays chips, and there was a couple physical tells I think I would have noticed or you would have noticed, but I didn't see her looking for them at that moment. And for her to kind of use that as a logic, it's pretty tough to be not watching someone if no one else can notice it.
I mean, I can also say I've played, I don't know how many times, 5 times or something with Garrett, not a ton. I definitely feel I've noticed some reads on him. I feel he's probably noticed some on me, but like it's not super common, and I don't think maybe once I've had a really dialed in one. I don't know if even once.
I mean, you're usually asleep when you're on the Hustler stream, let's be honest.
When I'm what?
You're usually asleep when you're on the Hustler stream.
That was only the beast time, man.
That was the worst game to be asleep, man. You fucking let us all down.
It was so epic. I was
When
like,
I literally was texting Feldman because I was just talking to him. I was like, Durr is so great for this lineup if he actually was awake and actually had enough money there, but you're getting fucking 1% of what Durr's capable of.
No, I flew in. I had like a really important meeting.
What's more important than playing fucking Ninja, XQZ, and Ludwig, man? Come on.
I'll tell you in a year, man. Actually, I'll tell you off screen now, but I'll tweet it in a year.
Speaking of something you can talk about, how's your business with Vivid going? You guys still doing that sportsbook thing? Been a few years since we talked about that.
Oh, metric, you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck it is.
I feel like we shouldn't, since we're talking about a cheating thing, I feel like we shouldn't talk about other stuff like that. Because like I would like publicity on metric, but personally right now that brings a conflict of interest on, right? I want people to know like, okay, my agenda's reasonable, trying to be pretty pure. Maybe it's to make everyone my therapist because I can't talk about some cheating in foreign countries, and I can talk about when some, Muppets have or haven't done that in LA, right? But I'm not trying to bring in monetary incentives and shit like that. And that was like what I was saying to Joey and Doug that I really respect actually the way both of them have handled this. I think they're trying to take it.
I mean, Joey's still throwing out the Manscaped promos, but you can't fault the guy for fucking getting the bag.
No,
but he's doing it more chill and more calm and stuff.
Yeah, technically, I'm throwing it up there because I really love the product, and I've never had smoother balls in my life, and
all right, I'm upstream. See you guys.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kick him off, guys.
It's okay, but seriously, I love Manscaped so much, so it's going great.
Yeah, but I kind of just like I'm shocked. I wanted to ask Tom this question. Unfortunately, we made a joke and he left. But Doug going and playing on the stream this week, I think, is a little disingenuous to talk the shit he has about them and the mistakes they made, and then go play. I know he made a commitment to them, but no one would fault Doug if he backed out from this week's matches and said, "Listen, I'm waiting to the security investigation. Some things have changed. You know, I hold my integrity. I hold what I associate my brand with to a high level, and I think, you know, if we delay it a couple of weeks, it's fine. You guys have plenty of players who want to play, but I think Doug Polk week should have been delayed a little bit while he's making so many videos, you know, calling them out for some shit."
Yeah, no shit, right? JP with the 20 says, poker players and people who want to be good poker players tend to know how to lie and also enjoy deception. Not saying she's cheating, but it's clear she's okay telling some lies. Really hard to decipher truth versus lies. Matador with the 499 says, David Williams still made the most sense. Bring him back on to lay the smackdown on all these takes. Yeah, David Williams.
I mean, me and David would get a little fired up. You know?
Yeah, David Williams fired a
clashes.
stray at you, and somehow too. He said, "There's no fucking way Sean Deeb would be invited to my poker game."
Well, I mean, listen. All I know is this summer when David busted out a final table, he came, asked Josh Aria his opinion, and then mine at a hand, and he butchered it worse than any hand I think I've heard at the World Series at a final table. It's not as bad as Robbi's hand, but it was fucking close.
What? What are you talking about? You're saying David Williams told you a hand that was almost as bad as Robbi's hand?
Yeah. He raise folded trip aces and PLO on the final table off 17 bigs, potting the button versus a big blind repot. When, like, he had no ICM limitations. Every other stack was like 3Xs, and he was 7 of 7.
Sounds just like Robbie's spot. You're right. Yeah, that sounds similar. Yeah, I could see that. The 7 of 7, the ICM with the 30 bigs. I could 17 bigs. I could see what you're saying. Yeah. It's kind of like the Jack 4 for 700, 300, 400 big blinds on the turn. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. You see anything new today out there? Got your eye, Sean? I mean, we talked this morning, which I feels like it was just an hour ago, but actually it wasn't. Now that I look at it, but
yeah, it's been a lot since Transpire, but mostly family stuff. Unfortunately, I can't consume all this media that's going out there or keep up with Twitter. You know, I still have my kids. My wife went to a PTA meeting tonight, so I had the kids tonight, and that's just kind of my priority number one. And I want to be involved. I want to help the community. I want to, you know, be there for the discussion, but it's hard to keep track of everything. Like these long videos of yours, if I'm not awake, I just can't consume them. I don't want this to absolutely take over my life like it has yours. I have too much respect for your grindability, and I am known as the ultimate fucking grinder. But what you do is on another level, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day when I was doing these streams. We'd have like the 10-hour call. 10 hours in would be like the main call. And then people in the chat be like, "You got to do a great interview." I'm like, "Listen, I'm 10 hours in right now. I'm running on." When you do 10-hour conversations or 12 hours of conversation straight, you know, you can't, like Tom and you guys were just firing back and forth. I was like trying to, okay.
Yeah,
like,
I can tell you were enjoying that break. I can tell you were sitting
so
back.
nice. Oh yeah, when you came on with Robbi, I was like, oh, thank God this guy fucking talk, because I don't want to talk. You know, I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Like, let you. Yeah, people were saying that they thought Robbi really represented herself well when you two were talking to each other, and you were kind of, you know, pushing on some questions you had, and she was basically all open to answer basically everything that you asked her. So.
Yeah, and that's what I think. You know, when I talked to her privately, I was like, "You've given good answers. You've said the right thing in a lot of these scenarios. But are you saying the right thing because you're covering up for something, or are you saying the right thing because you've been coached on these things?" So this is the stuff that we have to take with a grain of salt because, like Tom says, she is sharper than people realize. She is not dumb. You know, like Doug alludes to, I think she's a lot smarter, and she's taken advantage of her good looks and, you know, playing down and being underestimated. And I had a really good friend of mine who said the worst you can do is ever underestimate someone. And I don't underestimate anyone now, you know, who I'm watching on these streams, because they're playing for a lot of money. Everyone wants to act like they're recreational or novice, and that's totally fine. But like Tom says, some of these things they're doing and some of the mannerisms are sketchy, and some of the one-off comments are sketchy. But, you know, everything taken out of context could mean anything. And that's kind of the questions I have for her and Rip are, what did they mean in these exact moments with what was said?
Should we get Jersey Joe on here? Do you want to talk with Jersey Joe?
Sure.
All right, guys, should we get Jersey Joe? Listen, Jersey Joe called in the other day, and he's got a strong opinion, and I'm very curious to hear him test his opinion with someone like Sean Deeb versus me, because so Jersey Joe is a guy from Jersey, and his name is Jersey Joe. So Jersey Joe thinks he's got it figured out. Let me go hit up Jersey Joe real quick. Yeah, everyone in the chat loved Jersey Joe. Oh yeah, they said fuck yeah. Okay, chat's getting fired up for Jersey Joe.
Yeah, I think anyone who's 100% confident, like smarter people have said, is you can't be at this point. There is always a reasonable doubt. There is questionable things that have happened, but there are somewhat logical answers to offset that. And as you keep dissecting it, as it goes deeper, we can't be super conspiracy theorists because then we just look like fucking, MAGA guys. And then but we also can't ignore what's right in front of us, the information. So let's just keep bringing it all together. I'm just begging Vertucci and Hustler Casino to drop all the camera angles, take off the stream for a week or two, and just every day upload a new camera view so everyone can dissect each camera, what it picked up all day long. And including the casino floor, including the hallway where the conversation happened. We all want to study the body language and interpret how things felt or how she was or how she was treated. And, that's just what we need to see. We need more visual evidence than the stream that's edited and they're cutting to camera.
Mm-hmm. You ready for Jersey Joe?
Sure.
All right. Jersey Joe's coming back in the house. Hold on a second, guys. I was going to say MAGA country. I don't know what that means. Honestly, I've heard it before for political stuff. I don't really know what it means, though. Hold on, guys. We got the great Jersey Joe coming in. Jersey Joe.
What's going on, boys?
Yo, Jersey Joe, welcome back. Listen, we're joined once again by Jersey Joe. He is from Jersey, of course. And Jersey Joe, tell people a little bit about your poker background again.
Yeah, I've been playing since I was a kid. I'm 48 years old. I've been playing, I want to say 30 years. Before I was 18, I was playing in the back of the, billiards and shit,
Mm-hmm.
But I've been playing in New York.
So you saw some cheating in your day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's cheating going on today, Sean. I'm a fan, Sean, by the way.
No one, I appreciate that. No one doubts that. I think every day I play online, I'm worried about getting cheated. Every day I play live, you have to be heightened alert. You have to be knowing who's friends with who. Like, I think everyone is gonna, watch the table more intently and be more aware and communicate. Like, someone had a good question, Joey. What should you do? Should you approach a floor guy in this scenario? I had a situation at the World Series where I thought two people were colluding and cheating, and I alerted, the World Series, and it wasn't great the way it worked out. But, I try to protect the integrity of the game. I care about this stuff a lot, and I'm also, aware of some relationships that people might not know I'm aware of.
Yeah, I mean, everybody. I've been playing Borgata for a while. Parks is now in play. These casinos are good. I'm not saying that everybody's cheating, but if you smell something, and you see a couple things, some things are obvious. After you play long enough, you pick it up. Even on the computer, a good player can figure out pretty quick they're getting cheated. These amateurs, I know a lot of the pros and stuff don't want to come out and be like, yeah, it was cheating because we're going to scare everybody away, whatever the theory you guys are using, But the reality is, we want the fish, but why can't we just beat them the right way? I don't get it, These guys are making millions of dollars. They're getting caught cheating. How many people are not getting caught, Sean? Tell me. What do you think? You think we're just the luckiest people in the world, and we caught Bryn, and we caught all these people, and they're the
I think there's
ones?
an insane, amount of cheating at low stakes where people don't even know it's bad.
Insane.
Like sharing hold cards, collusion, soft playing. Also, talk about people like taking shots at money they have. There's so many things that fade in poker, and no matter what, everyone's gonna get hustled at some point of their career.
100%.
That's part of the reason why you talk about bankroll management is to protect when those spots where you're in a guaranteed losing scenario.
I play, Poker Stars in New Jersey every day. All right. There's been, you play with the regs, and
you play with 14 Herm accounts.
What's that, pal?
Play with 14 Mark Herm accounts. He's
right.
The most prolific multi-counter on New York or New Jersey sites.
Yeah, there's been times, and I've been with them for years. I'm not a sponsor or anything like that, and I win, all right. But there's times that I know I've been played. I know I've been squeezed. It just happens, I hate to say it. people aren't going to say it. I can say it because my profession's not play poker for a living. You guys are relying on this for your income. I get that, and I respect that. You know, it's a tough life. But at the end of the day, you all know that it goes on every day. You know it. You know, you admit it. But, you know, the big guys, I know they can't admit it. I get it. I get it. I respect it. It's the business. I respect it. But at the end of the day, come on. Let's be real. We know the game. You know, we live it. Sean, you could probably name 300 cheaters right now.
I wouldn't say it that high. I think most of them have been phased out. But also, I'm not playing as frequent as I used to. I mostly play high stakes against the same people who've been around 10, 15 years. And when the Ali and Jay stuff came out, there was, you know, I was so happy that came out. I was so happy that got discussed. And I think that as an industry, we should not be afraid of admitting when cheating is going on to train the recreational and the part-time players what to look for. And this hand, whether it's cheating or not, is a great way to explain some of the things. Like some people might not think that these guys soft playing, this guy and girl soft playing each other is that bad. Like, oh, I'm playing with my buddy and we don't want to stack each other. You know, we drove together and we don't want to get in the fight and hurt a relationship. But that is still really bad for the game, and you really have to be careful and police that. If you see people who always check it down, I'm usually against that. And I usually say, hey guys, when I'm in the game, I don't like it when you do that. And
the odds are, sorry, Sean, not to interrupt you.
No, it's
the
okay.
odds are you can't go to a cash game right now, low stakes, 2-5, 1-2, and not have people checking down. You can't play. It's happening on every table. I don't want to say every
I think
table.
people need to speak up when they see that, and they say, listen, you know, you guys either go on a separate table. If you're not going to play hard against each other and play fair, you know you can call a bet versus him, knowing you can check it down. All the ranges get skewed, or you don't want to raise other people out because then you're going to check it down. Like, people need to speak up on that.
Sean, it's a normality now. It's a normality. It's not
doesn't have to be.
People are speaking up. People won't speak up. You know, half the table is scared to even be at the table. We know this. So who's going to speak up? Half the table's scared to speak up. The other 9 players, you got 9 players.
What's the thesis here? What is this about? What the thesis is that there's cheating everywhere, Jersey Joe?
In poker?
Yeah. What's your thesis here? What your thesis is? It's a cheater's game.
No. It's a skill game, but you can be cheated.
Joe,
it's not gambling. It's not gambling. It's not gambling. And a lot of people that are stressing their opinion and so forth have no clue the game of poker. A big percentage.
So, Jersey Joe, what's your day-to-day job?
I don't want to say that on the air.
So you're a bookie?
No, I have a legitimate job.
Import-export?
No, I'm not. Just because I'm Italian doesn't mean I'm a gangster.
I'm also Italian. It's just, you know.
No,
so
I get it.
teasing,
Listen,
man.
I get it, and I sound like whatever. Someone sent me a text. I sound like Soprano. So, listen.
That's a compliment, man. The Sopranos was great.
I wish I
sound like Sopranos. People would fucking take advantage of me.
We'd both be dead right now. But listen, what I'm saying is, Sean, you know, certain people can't say they know. I get it. They're in it. Even though you've been playing forever, I know who the hell you are. But they don't realize, if you ask people who you are, most of the public is going to say, I know Dnegs. That's it. You know, that's just how it is. So certain people like him, there's no way he could come out and say, come on. So I get it. I understand. I'm not putting any, I love the guy. He's a great guy. I don't have anybody I dislike in poker, and I'm a spectator. I'm not a player. I'm a spectator. To me, watching you guys and so forth, that's an event. You know, us as recreationals, which I believe, I know I'm above recreational, but we watch you guys and we look up to you. And to watch this stuff as a spectator, it sucks. It makes you feel like, you know, you're watching, I saw somebody say WWE or like the old school WWF. You know, is that what it's turned into? Because
Is
that's
that
what the public
is that
did.
a bad thing? Because me and Joey were actually talking about that specific
Yes,
scenario.
you want characters. You want characters like the olden days. I get it. We want characters, yes, but we want it to be real. That's why reality TV is so big. We want it to be real.
Reality TV is so fake, though.
It's big because it's real. You can't. They want you to be real. They want to see your personality. They want to see who you are. They want to feel like they're rooting for you or rooting against you, but they don't want you cheating. And the public thinks that poker's a gamble to begin with.
I mean, the public has always thought poker players are cheaters. I've ran into so many people on flights who don't know my industry, and they just assume I'm a shady guy and lying. You know, like, we've always had that reputation. That's nothing new. This is not some big surprise that the average
No,
public.
but we're trying to make. I think I've seen the progression to try and make it bigger, and everybody says they want to make it bigger, right? And they want to get it back like it used to be. But and I remember how it used to be. It was awesome. It was awesome. Everybody you couldn't go anywhere without poker on TV. You couldn't go anywhere.
A lot of marketing for sure.
You couldn't go anywhere, and that's what the public wants. But now this black cloud is over the game we love. I love poker. I play every day. I love it. Yes, I make money off it. Not enough to, do what you guys do, but the public doesn't want this BS. And every time it comes out, and this is in the pros' defense too, I'm saying that the pros have tried to hide it for so long, deal with it in-house or whatever the case may be. And I get that, but it's not working anymore.
Jersey Joe, I agree exactly what you're saying, and you're 100% accurate. Because
I've gotten arguments over the years with when I outed Elliot Lesra for debts to me, 7-8 years ago, I got so many texts from old school guys like, that's not how we do business. We don't air dirty laundry. That's not cool. You did.
I get it.
You broke the gambling code. And I think that you're right. The generation before mine were definitely less likely to admit stuff they knew and stuff that went on. But this new generation, I think of who's the goddamn kid with the mullet? Someone in chat. They know.
Chris Brewer.
He's like a sicko. He's great. He's ran bad in every high equity spot.
Right.
Chris Brewer. I think someone like him, there's so many people of his generation, the generation, 2 or 3 times after my initial generation, who've done a great job of outing cheaters. And they also have so many better tools with, at sit and go ICMizer or other things to study how GTO people are and be like, he's clearly a bot, he's clearly just playing the charts of the ranges. And I respect all those guys who've been fighting that, whether it's public, whether it's private, and working with sites. And I think you're going to have a whole new tier of players switch to the industry security side as poker gets legalized. And then you're really going to see the game get cleaned up. And yes, the small live games, there's
I think they
guys
have to. They have to, Sean, because now what happens is now you got the public, the women who control. Listen, my wife controls me. I'm married. I get it. Everything revolves around this. So I get it. But now you got everybody looking at you and saying, guys, what is this? What's going on? What are you guys watching? What are you guys doing? Oh, you're going to play poker? You're going to go gamble? You're going to go do this? This feeds to that. You follow me? So basically, Sean, we're off track because I've been, Joey and I DM'd early and I missed him. I went out for dinner and so forth. And I wanted to call in. I really didn't want to call in tonight, but if I could talk to Mr. Deeb, I'll fucking call any day of the week, But the reason for the call and the reason why Joey took my call is my whole story. You could obviously know where I'm coming from with this whole scenario. You know where I stand.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the point you're making. That's been when the Bryn and the Jake and Ollie stuff, I was on Joey's Ingram saying I want to become detective thief. I want to do industry security. I wasn't thinking that the live streams needed. I thought with this many cameras, this many lights, and knowing how hands get dissected, I thought that they would be one of the safest places to play. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's one of the most unsecure places because people are nonchalant and really trust that the stream sites and the background guys are unscrupulous and aren't being turned. But guess what? we all know the amount of money they're playing for, the amount of money they can be cheated in this game is life-changing money for a lot of people. So people are willing to
Life-changing.
And that's, you know, when Nick says he's going to investigate all the staff, that makes me happy to see. And I like that they're like, hey, we're going to leave no stone unturned. I know some of the security people they hired that have a good poker background.
Go on. Sorry to interrupt you. But come on. They're going to destroy their careers over this?
I don't think they're going to destroy their careers. I think if something comes out, I don't think Nick or Ryan's careers are destroyed over this.
You don't think it's going to hurt Nick and Ryan's career?
I personally told Nick the first night when I talked to him after we were both on Joey's that it'll, as long as it's shown that they were not a part of it, and if they expose it, that clears their name to me. Because guess what? Whoever they expose is, if they had dirt on Nick or Ryan were involved in any way, they're gonna fucking flip. We all know that when attention comes, if anyone gets caught cheating, there's gonna be a fucking
They
domino
can flip
effect.
they can flip all they want, but you and I know how the world works. And at the end of the day, their name's attached to a scandal. That's just how it is. It sucks. And I feel for them, and I hope
plenty
that
of people
they have.
attach to scandals and still get notoriety and still get attention and still are
Yeah,
involved.
but there's
in the
always that
community.
black cloud. Sure.
Yeah.
You know, there's always that black cloud. And that's
But Ali,
unfortunate
Jake,
for
and
them.
Bryn all showed up to the World Series.
I know.
And they were 100% guilty.
But that
They were
proves my
100%
point. That proves my point about putting it under the carpet, is that everybody announced that they were cheating, and they were still going to events. So if that's not put under the carpet to the public, what is?
Well, I think Poker News did a good job. I think, you know, Poker News did a decent job of calling them out in some scenarios. And
Jay
different
won a
things.
bracelet, Sean.
Yeah.
Can you, after he was announced a cheater, they let him win a bracelet or even go in the tournament, not win it, go in the tournament. So what does that say about putting it under the carpet? That's a perfect example. We're hiding
His
it.
whole bracelet write-up said Jake, who has this, you know, all this stuff.
Why did he
about
have the chance of an opportunity that, number one, that most people would die to have that chance? What was it, a 50K?
Yeah, it was the 50K.
Most people will never see 50K. So now this guy who cheated however many people out of whatever, and this is not my opinion, this is stated facts, right? Cheated how many people out of whatever is going to be allowed to be on center stage and win a bracelet in the biggest poker event of the year, and that's not hiding it? You know, I strongly disagree, and I think that they hid it for as long as they could hide it. Now it's out. Now the public's involved and it's out. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm pissed that it's out because it's going to mess everything up. But now it's out. So how people respond, you can see how every poker player is responding right now. They're playing the middle, and they have to play the middle. I get it. But at some point, the truth is going to come out. And I told Joey this. Everything that Perkins said, all of a sudden, I mentioned in the first 30 seconds of my call with Joey about the thing that Berkey showed on her side. No one's talking about it, I said. Nobody's talking about it. Now, all of a sudden, I hear Perkins talking about it. All right? So I don't have a voice. I get it. And you know what? At the end of the day, I'm going to go to work tomorrow. My wife and daughter's okay, and it's not going to affect my life. Hopefully, it won't affect the smaller games that I play, but I'm going to go on. These people like yourself and so who rely on this for income, I know you guys are set, but people that rely on it for income, this is dramatic, man. This is big shit.
Yeah, I mean, I always tell people coming up that, like, making money today, there's so many things that work against you. And it's so hard to consistently make money and to protect your bankroll and not to, I mean, there's so many psychological issues in the game that when you incorporate cheating and, you know, getting stiff and all these other issues, yes, it's an extremely tough way to make a living. But guess what? The people who make a living are highly intelligent and they're also aware. Like, so many people, you know, Garrett felt in the moment that he got cheated. He's been cheated before, and I'm sure being an LA home game scene, and he knows that feeling. And I knew that feeling watching him play, because that was my immediate reaction was something went wrong. And that is a totally reasonable take for anyone calling out Garrett for his actions is a total fucking virtual signal. Everyone, if they were in Garrett's spot for that pot, would think they got cheated initially, would feel very confidently, and, you know, and the conversation in the hallway It wasn't handled great, but he talked to production, and Ryan brought her over there. I'm sure he didn't say, bring her out here right now for me to fucking, grill her and could like approach her and threaten her or whatever. Like, I don't think that was ever his goal. It sucks that he's getting this negativity, because I think I would have reacted much worse in his shoes in that scenario. And I fucking planned on going to Hustler Casino, and I might still go, and do a whole week out there. But I'm also going to want to go with people I know and trust and play with less regulars out there, which I'm sure will annoy some of the show, because some of those guys might want to play with me, or girls, but I want to feel safe, and the people I bring out to LA to play with me, I want them to not feel like anything could be going wrong.
No, I get it, man. It's a tough scenario, but I had pulled up, and obviously you didn't hear my call, and I'm so sure a lot of people out there haven't heard the call. So go back. I'm going to give Joey a plug. Go back and listen to my call. I have the theory. Obviously, I'm not going to go into it again. Obviously, you know where I stand with it. It's late here. It's 12 o'clock. I'm outside in the freezing rain to talk to you guys.
Damn, Jersey Joe, dedication, son, dedication. Yeah,
I promise you, I called. So my wife and kid are sleeping. It's midnight out here in Jersey, so and it's pouring like crazy. It's freezing. So I'm gonna go inside.
It's getting me fired up
Joey,
now.
I don't want to repeat my whole theory, because then we're gonna be on another 20 minutes. You got Sean Deeb here. Take advantage of that.
I appreciate you calling. I appreciate your pin, Joey, and I hope sometime I'm at Borgata Parks, you introduce yourself to me.
Absolutely. And Joey, we'll touch base obviously in the next day or two when I'm proved even more right on my theory.
Yeah, sounds
right?
good.
Sean, just so you know, my theory is flawless right now. Everyone's coming around to Joe's theory. Every single person. Tonight, every single person. Dwan, Perkins, they're all coming around.
I wanted to bet on night one that people were going to cheat, that she cheated. But I just don't think that if she did cheat, that it's ever going to be caught, because it's so hard
caught
without a smoking gun. I hope it does if she did cheat.
It'll be caught. I have confidence that Nick, comes out. He says he's going to. I have confidence in him. I think he's a stand-up guy. I think he's going to come out and he's going to fry.
What's the theory, bro? What's the theory? Everyone in the chat wants to know the theory now. What's the theory?
You teased them enough. They want to hear it.
I want to know the theory.
Spread the gospel.
I'm sorry, guys. I thought all you guys were loyal.
This is the afternoon crowd. It's different than the night crowd, man.
We were on the nighttime shift. This is the day shift. We're with the daytime grinders right now.
What kind of fans you guys out there call yourselves?
They're not. They sleeping. They normal people, buddy. What do you mean? They
sleeping? It's 12 o'clock, bro. Nobody's sleeping. All right. So very simple to put it in layman's words. I mentioned the whole they had to use a woman for this move. Obviously, I went into the theory behind that, how they manipulate guys. Just like Perkins said, exactly like he said, right? So I'm not going to repeat that part. She's getting a buzz, but she's only getting a buzz to tell her hand's good. Okay, so her hand's good. There's a couple moves, and I don't want to go into every hand, where number one, she was slow playing with her buddy. We talked about that already, so we're not going to revisit that, right? We all know she's slow playing him, and she's giving him eye contact throughout the whole game. All right.
It's soft play, not slow play, but yes, we agree.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Again, I apologize. You know what I mean?
Everyone has their own terminology, how they say things.
No.
Has different
you're right.
meaning.
I'm literally freezing out here. So, right. You got me, Sean?
I'm listening.
I got you too.
Thank you. All right. So she's getting alerts. If you look at the Jack 4 hand, because that's the hand that really calls everything out. There's many other things, but I don't want to go through everything. The Jack 4 hand, obviously the hand in question. If you notice the hands, 2 hands prior to that one, she does the min raise with the ace king I believe it was ace 8 with Perkins.
Yeah, that's a sketchy hand. I totally agree that hand needs to be looked at almost as much as the Jack 8, because the way she played the ace king versus Garrett's king 6 when behind, she called.
That's correct. So we're going to look at that hand. Now, what she does is now she's getting the signal. Ace king's good. Min raise. Let's hope we have the right person to go all in. Let's hope he goes all in. All right? Now, keep in mind, she's just a puppet. She has nothing. And we've proven that by her terminologies and how she speaks, how she explains her game. I don't believe the whole Matusow says she was drugged up. This is all craziness. I don't want to get into conspiracy theories. She's just a puppet. There's someone controlling it, whether it's the guy across the table, whatever his name is, Cowboy, or if it's someone in the casino, or if they have a chance of, getting something that's 2 miles away now. Who knows with electronics? I don't know how. Okay, I'm not technical like that, but it's obviously happening. Okay, she gets an alert. Bam, check raise. Your hands win it. I got Jack 4. Okay. He's got, everybody says he's got 8 high. He doesn't have 8 high. I hate this thing, right? He doesn't have 8 high, right? He's got a straight flush draw, right?
Okay.
She gets an alert. You're winning. Now what does she do? He's all in. What does she do? Now you see in her actions, right? Her speech, you can see she's nervous. She's saying, holy shit, I gotta turn this jack over. Right? I know I'm gonna win, okay? How do I turn this jack over and not be exposed and expose our whole operation? How do I do it? She's asking him, is a 3 good? People are saying, she thought she had a 3. No, she's asking him, is ace high good? Is king high good? Is queen high good? How can I be good with jack high? There's no person on the planet that calls this hand. I don't care what. Nobody's ever played this hand in the history of poker. In the history of poker. Now, all of a sudden, because she doesn't want to be bullied. Now, let's remember, she beat Garrett on a nice pot, right? For 40 grand, 50 grand, I think it was. She caught the 3 out on the river with the ace, right? How did Garrett respond to that? Right? Everybody go watch how Garrett responded to it. He said, nice hand. Wow. Was he a little surprised? Yeah, he just lost to a 3-outer, guys.
Well, he was more surprised that she had that strong a hand and Tank called the river. Because the way he analyzed the hand, that if she gets the river with ace king and river's an ace, it's a snap call. High five, you fucking got there. You beat some of his value. You beat all of his bluffs. He's going to barrel when the ace comes. And, but you can't have that theory because if she's still a novice, which she is, that they play ace king passively in bed all the time. And that, unfortunately,
Ace king's God. Right. Right. To a novice, ace king is the best hand ever.
And that's one of the things when she plays ace king that way, and then the ace king ace 8, when she has the best hand with it, she doesn't raise. She does raise and denies equity is definitely questionable for sure.
100%. But if you don't play poker, you're not going to get that. See, perception is reality. The public's not seeing all these little things that we get because we're in the game. Now, forget about that. Why does she not show him? Let me ask you a question. So he goes all in. She's looking at it. She looks over at her, partner or whatever, the cowboy, right? And she's looking at him. You could see her looking at him for a good 15 seconds, looking. Like, how am I going to do this? And she's asking him. She asked him 3 times, how many times do you want to run it, Garrett? We all know Garrett puts up the 1 finger. He actually didn't because he kind of got caught by a lot of hands right here. He's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right?
He doesn't think he has as much equity as he does, for sure.
No, he's not. He's in a flip. He knows he's not winning. You think he thinks he's winning?
What do you think, Sean, about Jersey Joe? You think Jersey Joe cracked the case?
I mean, it's all plausible. That's the problem right now is there's so many plausible explanations. But I agree with Joe that I err on the side of I've never played a lot of hands in my career. I've seen a lot of stupid calls, but this is especially stupid. And the stakes, the sizing, her not being a regular in these games. Like if this game happened on a Monday game and it was 20K, no one would be fucking questioning it. People punt off 20K all the time. But the 130 is a big, big difference.
The biggest game of her life. The biggest game of her life. And she fumbles? No. It ain't happening. So, Sean, one more question. Now he calls. She obviously doesn't snap. We know why she doesn't snap. Listen, you got to read, right? again, I went into this. I would appreciate if you went back and just listened to the beginning of Joey's when I went into this and any further. I'm trying to give you the cliff notes here, right? She asked him 3 times. Everybody says, why did she run it twice? That's the big question. Why she run it twice? If she's cheap.
I think that goes to the not knowing the result of the river and knowing that if she's ahead, she's not ahead by much, and she's trying to reduce variance and run it twice.
Exactly. Right. We get that. So let's say she knew the river. You could look at it both ways. Let's say she knew the river she could either find out you're ahead right now or you're ahead at the river. Everyone said the same exact thing, right? Those are the 2 signs she would have gotten, right? She's not reading hands. She's not doing apostles. She's not doing any of that. So she's either knows she's ahead or she knows the run out she'll be ahead. Her position seated, right? Everyone's come to that conclusion. If they're cheating, this is how they're doing it. Right? Have you heard the same?
Yes. Well, I mean, there's still, the signaling has been not brought up as much that possibly someone on the other side of the table saw Eric's hand. Or
That's
I know,
possible. I
also know of plenty of advantaged blackjack players who play text hold and bonus and try to, whatever it's called, when they see one of the down cards of dealers, and the seat she's in is the easiest seat to see a dealer's card pitched to the 8 seat, because the dealer has to go around like this, and so that card gets flashed to that side of the table a lot. So that's still a plausible thing where it goes to kind of what Tom says, that she's acting like she's not so sharp, but she might be an advantaged casino player.
She might catch it in the air, but she might catch it in the air, but there's no way she's catching it from him peeling. There's no way.
But so on the other side might, because I know I've been lackadaisical when the guys on my right all fold, I kind of peel my hand up. Yes, it stacks on the right side, but I haven't seen the camera angle directly on him when he puts his cards.
I saw it. There's no way. And Pearson's stack is like a barricade over there. So it's not even, there's no way to see the cards from the
his stack's only 20 high. Eric's tall enough guy that you can see over the stacks. That's not completely unreasonable.
I'm being sarcastic.
Jersey Joe, let's let you get back inside, buddy. You've been outside. It's freezing, buddy. I know I'm going to keep you here all day. I know you're going to talk all day. You get fired about this. You've got that passion rolling out there.
Honestly, I didn't want to. You can look at your DM. I didn't want to take a call tonight.
Yeah, I know.
We appreciate you coming.
The fans have been asking about you all night long.
No. I promised you I would the other day, so I'll come back and we'll come back in another day or two, and then I'll send you my passport so you can pay the bet that you fucking lost.
So
me and to this guy.
So me and Jersey Joe got a bet. If she,
I don't even want Sean. That's how. I don't care. I don't even want my picture. I don't want my name. I don't want nothing. I gave him the scoop early. He didn't run with it. Hopefully he'll run with it now. The only thing I said is, listen, if I'm right, you fly me out, we do dinner, that's it. People are like, oh, you want a free dinner. Are you an asshole? I live in New Jersey.
Hey, listen, Joe, I also will offer you dinner. I don't live that far away in Albany. We're pretty close. I'm in Jersey, decent amount. We'll definitely do a dinner one way or another, man.
No, he didn't tell you. First of all, he didn't tell you the full bet. He first of all offered. He first
dinner. That's it.
You first offered me a free roll, and then when I said you said you'd give me 1,000 to 1, I said bet.
Yeah,
and you're like, well, I can't give you a fucking free roll anymore. You said that you'll give me 5,000 if it's proven that she's not cheating. You said
That's
when
correct.
it's proven that she is, I have to fly you to Vegas, and then I have to take you and your wife to dinner.
That's correct.
And you
You
said,
always gotta
and
take
you-
care of the wife, Joey.
and he tried to get first class out of me, and I was like, bro, I was like, come on, man, what is this guy? This guy.
Listen, I'd love to go. I'm not going to go. I'm a
Manscaped
grown
will
man.
pay for that shit.
What's that?
Manscaped. Yeah,
Joey's
listen.
sponsor, Manscaped, will
Do
definitely
you guys
pay for
listen, chat? Do you think I'm getting the 5,000 from Jersey Joe if it's shown that there's nothing's going on here?
Are you kidding me? Joe, you have all my information. Are you kidding me? You want my passport? Listen, there's no way. Joey, you know, and I know you're a journalist. I get it. But at
Not
the end
according
of
to
the
Norman
day,
Chet.
at the end of the day, you know, and I know, I'm 100% right. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on this phone.
Well, we're gonna find out, aren't we?
No, I'm good. I already found out. I gave you the blueprint 3 days ago. You do what you want with it.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, love you guys. Be good.
All right. See you, Joe.
See you, Joe. Warm up, buddy.
Bro. Jersey
Hey, I know since you want to take a break on talking.
Oh, it's
Kessler
okay.
keeps texting me that he wants to come in.
Who did?
And asking me some questions. Kessler.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me get some shout outs here. JL with the donation. Jersey Joe, Investigation Optimal. I could see that. Alejandro, why has no one mentioned Nick Vertucci has a past history and being known for being a scammer? I don't think I know anything about
If that's
that.
real estate, I don't think that's applicable to poker, guys. Like, people want to call him out for that stuff. Whatever he did in the past, you know, people make it right. People are at different points of their life. That's just because you do it in one industry. Just like when people call Kerry Katz for some of his student loan shit. Like, Kerry's been nothing but good at poker world. He's very trustworthy, very honest. I still don't know why he has a relationship with Bryn Kenny, but don't fault people for what they do pre-poker and how they react in poker. It's not a guaranteed linear response of how they are in one industry and another. Josh Aria keeps bugging me. He wants to know what percentage of G-Man actually the Hustler Casino show have, and does Garrett pick the lineups? I think that from my talks with Ryan during the World Series, that Garrett doesn't have much say in the lineups. I'm sure he can say some people he doesn't want to play with. I'm sure they give him a choice if he has a seat or not. But I also know a lot of people don't like playing with Garrett because he's so good. He buys it so deep, makes the game so big. And that's, you know, common with all the stream shows. When you have the top dog, some people are afraid to play with them. I hope that Hustler does not have a piece with him. That would make a lot of things questionable of his past results. And regardless of their relationship and how friendly they are, I think anyone running a show taking a piece who has back-end knowledge or anything else is just completely wrong. And if that ever comes out, that looks bad on Hustler. And I think that's much worse than if someone went on the show and cheating, because that shows conflict of interest right away.
So you're saying that if Hustler has a piece of a big winner on the show?
Yes.
Well, technically, what do you mean by that? You mean by the Nick and Ryan specifically?
Yes. Or
well, they got a big. I mean, Nick plays in the show. He got a big piece for himself.
No, he can have a piece of himself. That's fine.
But you mean like putting other people in the game and
correct,
then
taking pieces of people, giving them softer lineups or whatever. Just anything like you're running the show. You have to protect the integrity of the show at utmost cost, and they really have to be careful of what they go and what they do. And I hope that they're not doing that, and I'm under the assumption they're not, but it's something that Josh wanted me to bring up.
Yeah, shout out to Josh Aria. I mean, I know a few people had that questions as well too, and yeah, if you have any more questions, always people in the chat, they're fired up. Listen, we're still live on YouTube, we're still live on Twitch. We've been going since let me see how long I've been going for now. I think 9 hours maybe. I'm not sure. Let me see. 7.5 hours. Not that bad. But yeah, guys, 7.5 hours,
early.
taking a lot of call-ins. We basically had a call-in from like 12 people down there, 15 people or something like that. So who do we got up next? Should we bring someone in, Sean? Should we bring in Alan Kessler? I mean, who should we? I got one guy. I got a random, and I got a good feeling about this guy. Okay, I'm gonna bring in a random. Is Jersey Joe still here? Jersey Joe. Let's get Jersey Joe out of here. Don't report, and then let's get a random. All right, guys, you guys know what the randoms that we never know what it's gonna be. We got lucky with Jersey Joe. We got lucky with the Uber Eats driver from last night. We got lucky. I feel
You
like
had
there
the
was,
Uber Eats driver last night?
we had a. I'm pretty sure that was last night. Can somebody come in here
You're
now?
missing some fun.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's see.
But I love this theme of the call-in show. I think if you do something down the road, it just like has that morning radio vibe. You just get the crazy outtakes, you find your characters. And I would love to see, this as a more frequent thing without such a focus on one topic. And this is a great, setup for a show.
No, I'd rather just talk about this for the rest of my life every day. Yeah. All right, we gotta have this random guy come in. His name is Student of the Heart, and I think he says I had to create a Twitter because I have done nothing but watch Garrett for the last 6 years, and I know everything about his mannerisms, attitude, and mindset. I'm not even looking at Robbi. I'm 100% focused on Garrett, and it's so telling. It's crazy. So I guess we are going to have him come in here. I don't know where he's at. Anything else going on, Sean? I guess right now in the world of poker, it feels like nothing else is going on. I feel like Poker Master was going on. Super high roller ball.
The super high roller bar tomorrow. World Series Europe is in a couple weeks. I'll be going out to that.
People, bro.
I love going out there. I know there's been some questionable stuff, some people's opinion there, but I've always felt safe and protected there, and they enjoy it. And they take care of me, and I love playing for bracelets.
And I mean, is it not safe there? Or what do you mean by that?
There's been some people had some questions of some results out there throughout the years, kind of the slow murmur that you've had in the past. But in my personal experience, I feel like, the tournaments I've played have been above board. I've had decent results out there. And I don't know, I think they, having the Vegas World Series staff out there, they are very integrity based. They're very sharp. They're honestly the best team. No insult to anyone else out there. There's some great poker teams out there, but the World Series staff, especially the ones who go to Europe, are the number one group I like and trust.
Grip Poker says, I work in IT and have a comp TI security plus certification. If you need a perspective from an IT guy, I'll call in.
Yeah, I think us poker players love learning from other industries and what's secure, what's not secure, what can be read, how far it needs to be. That's all questions we have to kind of build the radius of where we need to be looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if this guy's joining or not. I'm gonna give him a few more seconds, and then I'm gonna go to somebody else there. What do you say, Alan Kessler?
Kessler's been tweeting at me that he has questions for me.
Let's get this fucking guy in here. Fuck it. Okay, whatever. Actually, we had him on the call on the other night. He was pretty cool. So I like talking with him.
You think Kessler is cool? That's when I know you're fucking lying for the audience to be unbiased.
I mean, what's wrong with the guy? What's wrong with the guy?
There's a lot. You'll hear when we start talking.
Oh, okay. I mean, I might need to kick you guys out if the chat goes off on you guys, though. I don't know what this guy's gonna say.
I think everyone loves when I make fun of Kessler. It's one of the few times I get mostly public
Be
support.
nice to this guy, bro. Come on. What are you doing? What are you talking about?
He
What
has
this
no
guy do to
emotions.
you?
You don't
What
have
do
to
you
be
mean?
nice to
What
him.
this guy do to you? Come on. This is Kessler.
He's cost me money every single year I've drafted in fucking fantasy. I even fucking side bet on him because he still sucks every single year, and then keeps charging absurd markup to events he's losing it.
So, you don't. I mean, what are you trying to say?
His results don't match up with his talk and his action selling, and I don't know how you can play as many events as he does and suck so bad every year.
And you invest in this guy?
No, fuck no. I usually draft him for $1 or $2 in the 25K fantasy draft, and he's bombed for me like 4 years in a row.
Too much.
And I always get stuck with him.
Too much negative
He plays
emotion. Too much negative emotion in here, bro. I'm gonna kick you off this negative emotion. What are you talking about? Let me get this guy in here. Let me see who this is. This could be Kessler, or it could be somebody that random.
Oh, what a flip!
I think it's the random.
I know who Jay Farber's rooting for.
I think it's the random.
Okay.
Okay. Testing random. Are you there? Hello, MKL. Are you there? Are you not speaking?
Hey, Joey.
Hey, what's up?
He's there.
Hey, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's your name? Tell people who you are.
My name's Matt. I live in Texas. Just love watching poker, love watching y'all, love everything y'all do.
So, okay, so you messaged me and you said you got something. What do you got for us?
I mean, just looking at the whole situation, right, and looking at the way Garrett's react in the past, where, he loses some hands. I mean, first of all, I'd like to say this. I love Garrett. Love Garrett. Love watching Garrett. Respect Garrett. He's great player, does big moves, does big bluffs. Everybody loves him, but he just hates losing. He hates losing. I mean, I'm sure, that comes with being a great poker player. You got to hate losing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm trying to be quiet. My wife's coming home.
It's okay. Go outside like Jersey Joe and talk in the rain.
Or go in the basement like I do.
Yeah, so watching Garrett over like the past 6 years, I mean, you notice some things about him when he loses big hands. I sent you that clip of that one hand where he loses. He kind of, you can see like the anger, the frustration. It wants to come out, but it has nowhere to go because he lost the hand fair and square, And then when he loses a hand to a woman who's been beating him for the last couple or the last time he played against her, you know, it's kind of he just gets. I felt his emotion coming out, and felt like he couldn't control it.
He sat there silently. If I was in his spot and watched that hand go down and it's against me, I would have been saying some of the things that I know Garrett was thinking at that moment. And I don't think you can fault him because it's not losing a hand you should have lost. If she had a pair, if she had ace high, if she had a draw, he could understand it completely. She said, fuck you, I'm going to gamble, and I have more money than you, and I'm free rolling this game. He would never falter. If she had queen jack of hearts or some other hand and one with some high card that way, he's not reacting that way, specifically because she had no pair, no draw. And
I seen this guy Ollie come on live at the bike. I mean, not live at the bike, but Hustler Casino Live. This guy Ollie comes on Hustler Casino Live. I think he bought him for 200 or 100K. Sat down for about an hour and lost it all to Garrett, and walked off. I feel like people, you know, they said a lot about Robbi watching poker during the pandemic. I feel like she probably watched and she wanted to be there, and she didn't care what. She just wanted to be in a hand with Garrett.
I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I mean, plenty of people want to do that. But when you have Phil fucking Ivey at the table, you're trying to be in hands with Phil fucking Ivey. So that logic might work in most lineups where Garrett's the fucking headliner. But you have the greatest of all time sitting there, and you're going to fucking try to play pops with him instead of Garrett. Because if that's you want to make some famous poker hand and be able to brag for the rest of your career about you outplaying Ivey and owning him, that's the fucking guy you go for, not Garrett. Personally.
Yeah, but Ivey had like a 13% VPIB in that game.
It doesn't matter.
It's gonna be hard to get in a hand with Ivey.
I don't know, man. I think that you're reaching for straws here, and you know.
No, I definitely agree. I just watch him over the years, and I see a lot of his mannerisms. Like whenever he has it or doesn't have it, or he's trying to pull a big bluff, he goes into like this silent.
Wait. I just want to understand. I want to understand what your point is. So, what your point is that what? I want to understand it better. So your
I
point.
have a couple of different points. I mean, there's a couple of different scenarios to look at. First of all,
I'm saying with what you're relating, you're talking about Garrett. You're talking about his emotion. You're talking about how he is emotionate. He hates to lose. He wants to let it out. What are you trying to say?
I think he lost a hand, and he had a way out, and he took that way out. He said, well, she's cheating. You know, and that's kind of the feeling I get from him whenever he loses a big hand. It's just like if you watch.
He's never called anyone for cheating before. He's lost so many ridiculous.
I see what the kid's saying. The kid's saying that, or the man saying that basically Garrett fucking exploded because he's been keeping it in. He's been keeping it in. We saw him the other day with the King 6 versus the Ace King. He had that reaction on the river. He couldn't believe it. And he'd been keeping it in for so long, and he finally exploded at this hand he viewed as an injustice, and he snapped. He overreacted. He figured he had to be fucking cheating. There's no fucking way he could ever lose to a play like this, a play like a Jack 4. And you're saying that they basically snapped. He got out of there, went home, real emotional. Maybe there's something else going on. Who fucking knows? And I think that's what you're trying to say.
Exactly. I mean,
Got it. You know, okay, I could see that. I could see where you're coming from with that scenario. But I don't know if it's a likely scenario, but I could maybe see that it plays a part of the scenario because it resulted in the way that it resulted in.
And also I think somebody mentioned this before on your podcast about people like they're fed the fish, you know, like Garrett, Andy, all of them, they're just fed the fish. They're fed the fish at Live at the Bike. They're fed the fish at Hustler Casino Live, and you know, it's just. I mean, you're not supposed to lose to the fish, you know. So when it's a whole buildup of emotion and a whole buildup of different things going on, you know. But I do think that Robbi did have a read. Like I said, if you watch him enough,
Robbi played the man.
If you watch him enough and he has it, or he's pulling a big bluff, he kind of has that same look on his face. His lips go wide. He sits there very still, doesn't say anything. When this hand was happening, none of that. He didn't go silent. He was kind of moving around a little bit, you know. And it was
But if she was staring at him for this, I would agree with your assessment. But she's staring off into space, staring off in the casino floor, rechecking
No,
her
she
whole
leans
cards.
over at him and says, "Do you want me to call?" Remember, that's what she says. She leans over at him. She's looking past the dealer. She says, "Hey, do you want me to call?" Because she's definitely very fidgety, and she's looking around everywhere.
Bro, I think this guy's kind of locked in. I don't know. I think, bro, MKL, you sound locked in. Listen, we got to let Chainsaw in here. I just want to get you on here. Here's some thoughts. I appreciate you calling in and giving us your thought, and I'm going to think more about that, and you might be onto something, okay?
Thanks, Joey.
All right, no problem, brother. Thanks for calling in.
You're so much nicer than I am.
Huh?
You're so much nicer than I am.
That's why people like me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why do you think they like me? They don't like you as much because you're not as nice as I am. So, but yeah, I'm listening. I like nice people. Let's bring Chainsaw and see how nice you are to people. All right, let's get our boy Chainsaw, Alan Kessler, Chainsaw's Corner in the house. Dun, 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 the Chainsaw's coming in.
Does Alan know how to use technology?
Yeah, he loading up. Someone said check Steve O'Dyer's tweet. Let me check it. Yeah, thanks to MLK for calling up. What do you guys think about MLK's theory? What do you guys think about Jersey Joe's theory? Did anybody ever say what they thought about Jersey Joe's theory?
The donkey!
Is he coming? Chainsaw, you there? Bro, Arthur.
What's O'Dwyer's Twitter? Is it Mr. Timcom or something?
What happened?
What is Steve O'Dwyer's Twitter?
I
just saw it. I found Steve O'Dwyer.
Yeah.
Worst player in the world. You're calling me with just a jack high flush draw?
What the hell is this?
Old school
I'm
2
double
plus 2.
boxing. Back to the micros. I'm all in.
The triple range merge!
It's beautiful.
I came! Your play, lockboxing.
What the fuck
I can't
is this?
call this.
Can't you?
He's a total maniac, but I've only got a flush draw.
You must go deeper.
The only thing I beat is another
remember the
draw.
micros?
It's a shame you've
Back
used up your
2 plus 2?
one time, yeah? How can you hope to beat me when you can't even beat the micros?
Don't move until you see it.
Wait a second.
Don't move until you see it.
There are a ton of other draws out there.
Let's see, 300,000 divided by $50. I'm gonna need 6,000 titties.
What if this isn't the triple range merge?
The merge is a lie.
What if it's just a shitty desperation bluff disguised as a triple range merge?
There is no spoon.
Oh my god!
Alan Kessler, we can hear you.
All
right, great. Sean, I just wrote down some random questions.
Bro, I'm trying to watch the clip. Let me hold on. Can I finish this clip real quick? Hold on a second, guys. Let me finish. Give me 35 seconds to finish this clip. Okay, hold on a second.
Something.
Call.
What a donkey! You really are the worst player in the world. You're calling me with just a jack high flush draw?
Nope. I'm calling you with the best hand. You were right about me being a luck box. Wrong about me not beating the micros. I'm up about 350.
Good game.
A jack high call. Did we really see that? That's amazing. That's one of the best calls I've ever seen. Completely owned.
You guys tell me W or not. All right, Chainsaw, welcome. Welcome back to the call-in show, Chainsaw. How's it going with you? What's on your mind? You got some ideas about what's happening with the case?
No, I just have some random questions because I know Sean has a nice insight on some of this stuff.
Sure, go ahead.
Let's see. Okay, I'm just going to, I have these notes written down. I'm not going to
Go
read
one
them
at
in
a time,
particular
yeah.
order. All right. Let's assume all these theories are right. She had this cheating device in her leg, the whole thing. She knows she's going to win the hand. And she gets offered to run the hand once. Why on earth, on this crazy hand, would she ever agree to run it twice? Can you explain that to me? Because that really has been bugging me.
So I don't know the capability of the devices, but if they know the whole deck, why can't they look at the cards that's 2 below the second one? Or if she knows she's winning the first one, she's free rolling so that the jig is not up because she knows her hand's so weak that she has to run it twice, and she's free rolling because she's guaranteed half the pot. And her jack has a head, so if she wins the second run out, cool, but she's still guaranteed EV of, her money back at a minimum.
Yeah, but do you think she's really thinking all that through? I mean, she doesn't...
Well, most likely the person behind the device would be the one thinking about that, not her.
So the person behind her is somehow signaling her that it's okay to run it twice. Like, you would think if they had this grand scheme in play, like, of course, just run it once. You know you're going to win. That's it. It's over.
Good point.
I don't like the same reason I don't like the logic of her paying the money back signifies just cheating. I don't think running it twice signifies just not cheating.
No, I agree with you on that. Like, I also agree, like, agreeing to give the money back does not say anything about cheating. It just, like, she feels bad about what happened, whatever. She wants to be on the show. She's cornered in this room with two other people. It's only like her second or third appearance on the show. You know, she's saying, if I give you the money back, will I be allowed to, you know, will you continue to play? What can I do to make it right? All that kind of stuff. I mean, it doesn't sound like she's giving the money back if she's a cheater. It sounds like she's giving the money back because.
Well, part of the kavana of her giving the money back was that he goes back on stream. So if they have this cheating device in play, now she's 300K deep. Garrett's on fucking monkey tilt, and Garrett's got 800K in front of him. So she can siphon out a lot more money. If she thinks this is her only shot at cheating, giving the money back could be the most plus EV to cheat further on down the road and to make the most money
I
off.
just don't see her with all that poker savvy to figure all that out in the span of a few minutes. Like, that I'm going to offer him his money back, so I have a chance. And of course, it's going to be really highly scrutinized after that.
But she said a couple comments like, I know I can win it back. It's only one hand in this game. Like, there's a cockiness, which a lot of amateurs have. So that, again, it's not a smoking gun, but it just, the confidence that she says that, and then the fact that she hasn't followed up on the heads-up match. If she thought Garrett was this softy that she could outplay, I think she would have accepted the heads-up match already.
No, I don't. I for sure, I don't think she wants to play him heads up in a long battle. I mean, I think that's just some bragging, whatever. I mean, there's no chance.
Well, same reason why Daniel did one against Doug. Daniel was a huge dog to win, and if he won, it's a pure emotional free roll, and he gets to shut Doug up. Doug can't make videos about how Daniel sucks, because Daniel went and played the fucking heads up specialist.
He was on a complete free roll in that, because he's a huge. You know, everybody was saying he's 3-1, 4-1 underdog, whatever. And
what do you think people would say about Robbi if she played Garrett on a deep stack similar heads up match for a lot of hands?
They said the same thing about that
Robbie's a clear favorite.
They say the same thing about that person guy against Phil Helmuth, that it's a complete free roll for him, because if he wins, he wins. If he loses, he's supposed to lose. So what's the difference?
Correct. And clearly Robbi can go to fucking Bill Perkins for some backing for this heads up match. So I got to make this work.
Yeah, it's gonna get her a lot of publicity. Even if she loses a couple $100,000, the publicity is probably worth more than that to her. So
do you guys think that people would watch it though? Like, would people watch a Robbi versus Garrett heads up?
Joey.
Everybody would watch.
It's
like
my wife, who doesn't even care about poker anymore, would fucking tune in. You would get everyone.
They ran those heads-up matches, and they were very popular because people wanted to see like.
And we had Dentale and Kate Hall. That is very. It is way more. Okay, I'm not gonna say all the things I want to say, but clearly it's the upgraded version of both players, and the similar, chauvinistic. I'm a poker player. I'm this. You're an upcoming girl. You don't know any better. The storyline is there. The fucking battle of the sexes. There's so many good storylines if they play. And I think
the only different thing was that Kate Hall actually had a good resume before that point. She had made like WPT final table. She was up and coming. She was cashing in everything.
Hey guys, listen. I'm gonna get JRB in here for 5 minutes because he said he wanted to talk. He said he wants to talk about his take. And he said
JRB.
And he said he got 5 minutes. So I texted him. I said, "Yo, come on my show." So
put him on.
Yeah,
do you want me to take a break, or you want all of us on, or what?
I don't really care anymore. I'm so tired now.
Okay.
But I gotta talk.
Okay,
I gotta talk more. Otherwise, I'm gonna go to sleep. If I just keep listening to people, I'm gonna pass out here. So, I gotta figure out a new formula for this. But we're gonna see what JRB says. Chainsaw. I guess. Yeah. Let me see if he's gonna come in now.
I have several other questions, so don't cut me off yet.
Yeah, Chainsaw, get on here. You got a lot of questions. What's your other question?
No, I mean, if you have to get JRB on, I'll wait. That's fine.
Okay.
Ask a question while he's waiting to get him on. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, okay. Here's another question. Every casino has video cameras that cover the entire casino, right? Why isn't there any video of this meeting that Garrett and Ryan had, and then Ryan coming over to the table while she's playing and pulling her off the game to have this three-way meeting?
Because of who her husband is and the lawsuit. They are afraid of the liability. If it looks bad, or it could be interpreted that way. It just gives them ammo.
But it is bad. I mean, basically, if you think about the chain of events, he leaves the game. He has this meeting with Ryan. Ryan pulls her off the table. Then they have a three-way discussion, and he lied, and he said he didn't ask her for the money back, which Ryan admitted he did ask her for the money back.
To be
And
fair,
then-
if her exact comment is, "What do you want me to do to make it right?" and he answers that, I don't think that's asking for the money back. He says, "What can I?" She says, "What can I do to make it right?" He answers what a possibility is, and then she chooses to give the money back. In demand, she gives the money back.
All right, but if you look at his statement, I have an exact picture of his statement. It says,
Yes, on Twitter you can always see old tweets out. You don't need to screenshot it and save it.
I understand that, but all I'm saying is he specifically says that he did not ask for the money back. And then, like within 24 hours, there's 3 or 4 different people, including Nick, Ryan, Matt Berkey, all these people that are testifying that he did ask for the money back.
So the only voice that matters is Ryan's, and Ryan has not publicly said it, but he said privately to people. And again, if she said, "What can I do to make it right?" and he suggests give the money back, that's also okay. If I say, "How can I make this right? I was wronged by a casino or someone else," and I say, "Hey, if you do this, I'll be okay."
All right,
So-
guys, here let's get JRB in here, okay? I'm gonna talk to
All
him for a bit and see what he thinks, okay? All right, guys, hold on. We got JRB joining the mix. JRB, you out there?
I'm here.
How's it going, man? Welcome to the Call-In Show. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. Everybody in the YouTube chat, please give our guy John Roberto Bolon a big welcome. Obviously, longtime member of Poker World, high-stakes player, tournament player, cash game player, private game player, professional wine drinker, professional at having a good time. And this guy, you see, what do you say? You said you got a take on the Robbi situation. People have been asking you. You want to come get it out there? Well, JRB, this is the fucking place to do it, kid. What's going on, man? What are you seeing from the lens of Jean Robert Ballon?
Well, before I go and make an idiot out of myself, has there been any new evidence brought to light?
I mean, there was a bit about maybe there was a device in the pants or something like that. But outside of that, in terms of what we saw in video, no evidence quite yet from what I'm seeing right now. I mean, you see some videos about vibration and maybe something shaking during pivotal moments, potentially in hands. And I've heard some rumors about maybe signals being sent or anything like that, but nothing really conclusive or concrete outside of maybe some devices that we can't really do much follow-up on from where we're at right now.
Device in the pocket. Wow. Okay.
Or like in the
Listen,
pants
and
or something.
signals. Listen, first of all, if there's signals or something like that, all that can be brought to light because all these TV shows have at least 7 or 8 cameras focused on every individual all the time. So that'll be brought to light if there were signals going on. I'm very interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will tell you this. So I don't think at this stage anyone can say 100% cheating or 100% innocent. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that 100% of us can agree that if this was just a brain dead play on her part and just one of the funkiest hands we've ever seen, for us to cry foul, or for anyone to cry foul, if she happens to be innocent, that would be criminal.
Yeah, because she's going to lose millions of dollars. I don't think that's justification of not.
Because she's going to get what?
Because she's the potential to be the biggest fish we've seen in a long time in poker.
It's not. Yeah. Well, it'd be a big fish or what. But more than that, I mean, basically, her whole character is come into question here, and it's like, why is this? What evidence do we have to question this woman's character? Maybe let's just say that there's a possibility that here she is, she's going on TV for the first time, and she's in with one of the greatest cash game players ever, and she just decides, you know what, I'm going to try and outplay Garrett Adelstein with the Jack 4 offsuit. And she's in position, and she's got her chance, and you know, she's going and she's playing, and she gets caught up in the moment. She's determined that she's got to look good on TV. One of the things people don't understand about being on TV is you want to look good. I mean, this is forever. TV, it's in there. You do something stupid or you do something really smart, doesn't matter. It's on there forever. And it's like, sometimes it gets people to do like ridiculous things. And I've seen a lot of ridiculous things done. And with the pressure of the lights and the camera. And,
like your 3-5 of hearts?
Hey. Like my 3-5 of hearts. No, but that's a great example. I mean, who is going to empty the clip for $600,000 with a 3-5 of hearts? Does that make any kind of sense? You know, had I had the perfect result, you know, maybe people could have questioned that after the hand. You know, this, you know, even Robel looked dumbfounded when I jammed with the 3-5 of hearts. So it's a great
that's when
example.
you see a backer mad at their horse, and we don't see that out of rip, and that's one of the things I question.
So
Okay,
Jeremy, have you ever seen something like this before in this kind of scheme or anything like that in your many
You got to
years?
excuse me for 1 second. I'm rooftop at the Waldorf. Excuse me, sir. Can you see if you can please get me a glass of wine? Just ask the bartender. Just tell him it's Mr. Belland over here.
Get the whole bottle, Jeremy. Come on, don't be fucking cheap now.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful up here, by the way. Look at this.
Let me see. Oh,
I don't know.
Shit. What is that?
I don't know if you can really see. I'm
Yeah,
rooftop at the Waldorf in Los Angeles. I just had dinner. I was about to hop in the elevator. I decided it's better to just talk to you guys up here before I go back to my room. Yeah. So
yeah. Basically, I just asked you if you ever seen something like this before in your experience.
That hand is one of the goofiest hands I've ever seen, and I mean, it makes no sense. Jack of clubs block her. Well, I guess it does block the open-ended straight flush, you know. But is this character so smart to be able to think that on that level? I'm not thinking so. I really think she's probably a somewhat smart girl that's just trying to make her moment on TV and just gets caught up in the moment. I don't know if she forgot what hand she was holding. Maybe for a second she thought she had the Jack 3 because she had the Jack 3 the hand before. I don't know. But all I'm saying is it's possible that this hand is completely innocent and just one of the goofiest things we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it's so goofy makes me suspect her even less, because I mean, if this was any kind of scandal, you know, you'd think there would be a little more of a smooth operation, or maybe a better choice of a defendable hand, possibly.
Yeah.
You know, and for sure a much better explanation than what she came with after she was questioned on the hand on camera.
Yeah.
You know, these are all things that are super goofy, but that somebody can be caught up in the lights and camera. I mean, Sean, do you not agree that sometimes, especially first timers on camera, they try and look good on TV, and they do some interesting outrageous
Yes,
things.
but this is also her third time on stream playing bigger and deeper than she has before. And like I made the comment to the other guy who was a Garrett hater, that if she's going to do something on stream, she's probably going to do it to Ivy. I mean, if she's into poker, she cares about who Ivy is a lot more than who Garrett is. And you're going to probably try to do a hand like that, just like, when I first talked to guys like...
You say she would care more about Phil Ivey than Garrett?
Yes.
He's basically he's suggesting that outplaying Phil Ivey might. But to be honest with you, her outplaying either of them, in my mind, is pretty sexy, coming from a pretty cute girl, on TV playing. I'd never seen her before. It might be her third time, but I'd never seen her before. And
does she has an invite to your game in Vegas?
Is she coming with Rip? I'm just
kidding me.
I'm just playing. No.
Yeah, package deal.
Basically,
it's a package deal.
Basically, all I'm saying is before, you know, I think it's very healthy for us to question and to keep what we do a game of integrity and to call foul when foul is needed to be called. But right now, I just think that before we can cry foul, we need evidence. And everything we've heard is circumstantial opinions here and there. And the real crime would be is if this is completely innocent. And you have to admit, at least there's a chance she's innocent. Some people think she's 90% innocent. Some people think she's 90% guilty. Who knows what it is? But for sure, you know, we all agree that it would be atrocious if she gets called out and she's completely innocent.
So I guess what should happen then in that regard, and if that happens, or you know,
I think investigating this situation is very, very healthy, but I really think that you know, especially in our country, you know, you basically you're innocent until proven guilty. Yes, and you're innocent until proven guilty, and we should carry that on even in suspicions. You know, you got this disaster going on in Iran because you got governments and ways of law where they don't honor that. People, she's wearing her hair out. Okay, she's trying to provoke immodesty out public. Let's kill her. That's not what we're about. We're Americans. We are people that, you know, we give people that right. They're innocent until proven guilty, and you know, crying foul when a foul is not evident is, I think it's going too far. You know, we could say, oh, that looks funky, and for sure I will agree, the hand looks extremely funky. But anybody who's never played on TV, doesn't understand that kind of pressure, yes, outplaying Phil would have been a lot sexier than outplaying Trevor to guys like Sean and I. But to the average person, you know, Garrett's like he's the biggest winner on live streams right now, and he's the guy to go after. So that doesn't necessarily have to be. It could have been either one of them, you know. And she happened to have position on Garrett.
Mm-hmm. And she actually had a lot of history with Garrett, didn't she, in the past? So maybe she is focusing on Garrett.
I don't know about a lot. They probably played like 10 hours total.
But she had no history with Ivy, and Ivy was barely playing. So it seems like she would concentrate more on Garrett.
I will tell you this, guys. I'm a big fan of us cleaning up our industry. And Sean's younger than I am, but even Sean will tell you when he jumped in, you know, there was an old school way of thinking, which was like, get the money from the sucker however you can. And that's the way Puggy Pearson knew. That's the way Sam Grizzle knew. That's the way some of the other guys that are still around, I'd rather not mention their name because they're still playing. You know, that's the way they knew back in the day. Get the money from the sucker, however it is, you know. And we cleaned up the industry. We've cleaned it up so much. There is, you know, people look down on people that are getting money shady ways. And are you guys still there?
Yeah, we're still here. Yeah, listening.
Okay, good. And, you know, that our industry is so much cleaner than it has been, and that there's accountability going on. This thing with Poker Go, you know, making rulings on this, you know, and I'm sure World Series of Poker will probably follow suit. You know, it's healthy for us to clean up our industry, and it's healthy for us to question. But let's be very careful about pointing fingers when we don't have full evidence. And I think in this case, at this point, in any case, we don't have full evidence. So let's take a beat and give her that right of, okay, well, you know what, we're not going to malign your reputation just on the fact that this looks funny. You know, Sean, I'm sure it's happened to you. It's happened to me. I've had people call me down in live poker games where they couldn't even beat my board in stud 8 hands or stud hands, you know, and was it they misread their hand or whatever, they misunderstood the situation, for whatever reason, that type of thing happens. So just because this hand was so funky doesn't mean that a foul was committed. You understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, I agree, but I think also calling one bet limit is very different than calling 120K turnover bet shove in a massive game. Like, there are fish who play the limit games who have, you know, millions of bets for what the stakes we're playing. And I think you can't compare the two because it truly is apples and oranges. Yes, there are people who call when they can't be board and stud, but there's a lot of reasons to do it. But calling with her hand in that spot, taking that long, rechecking your whole cards, you know, while
Sean,
it's the biggest game ever played.
About 15 months ago, I was playing in a live, on a filmed show at the Poker Go Studios, and it was declared that it was like last hand of the night, last two hands of the night, and Phil Hellmuth, I went raise, and there must have been like maybe 14,000 in the pot, and Phil Hellmuth jams all in for 100,000 plus.
Ace, that's the one you call with Ace Jack.
And it comes to me, and I'm like, there's zero chance that Phil could be doing this with aces or kings. I mean, he dude, come on. There's no way that a guy with his talent is going to bet $100,000 into a $16,000 pot with aces right here just to protect it. That's just ridiculous. There's no way. And I call him off with ace jack. You know, is that one of the goofiest things you've ever seen on TV? Well, I made a decision and went with it. Was it retarded? Absolutely. Okay.
Pre-flop and on the turn is very different.
Okay, listen, it's embarrassing. If I could have that moment back, I swear to you, I would take that moment back way before I take back the 3-5 of hearts. Because the 3-5 of hearts, at least I'm making a move and they can fold. This time I called off my chips with ace jack against aces. I mean, it was just absurd. And anybody watching this can know that's Phil Hellmuth, of course. He just wants to lock up his little win. I mean, you know, I gave him an extra 100,000 on his way out the door. You know, okay, that was a goofy thing. You know, and some people are watching, they're like, that's not real money. Do you know that 20 or 30% of the people who watch our things on TV think that that's not real money? You know, I lost $100,000 of my money, maybe Rebel's money, on that on that hand for real, because I went with my gut. And I'm one of those guys that, you know, you go with your gut. And my gut was way off mark. Her gut was way off mark. You know, for whatever reason, she just decided at that moment, lights, cameras. All I'm saying, it's a possibility. It's not 100%.
No, I think no one disagrees that's a possibility. But you can't compare hands of professional versus professional at stakes that you're used to when you like. But also, you know, you bring up a good point. When people are playing with other people's money, they act differently. And if you're on a pure free roll and you think it's a close spot, and she's trying to gamble because if she loses the 150K, she just rebuys 135K or whatever she had behind her, and she's still on a spot to free roll and she doesn't care. Like, I get it, and we both have seen people do that, and that's why we're not 100% confident she cheated. But you still have to lean towards more likely cheated than not cheated.
I disagree with you. Actually, I will tell you this. So far, I haven't really chimed in on my opinion. To me, if I had to guess one way or other, I think it's actually more likely not cheated than cheated. That's how I'm looking at it. And some people will look at her giving the money back as like an admission of guilt. For me, I see her giving the money back as 100% she didn't cheat, because anybody who's cheating is never given the freaking money back. Not only because they want to keep the money, we have agreed, but because when they give the money back, it's an admission of guilt. Even if they feel guilt, they're admitting, hey, I cheated. There's like that. That's just, if you, I mean, seriously, find a cheater and ask him if it's possible for a cheater to give the money back in that spot. That's one of the things that I see is like, okay. And then her goofy answers afterwards, do you think it's because she was put on the spot or anything? You know, I think it's because this girl's trying to look smart on TV and she's put in the spot. She has no answers for where she's at. She can't explain. How in the world does anybody explain putting their money in with Jack High in that spot? You know, it's just not explainable. I think the girl just lost her mind and just went with the moment. She got caught up in a TV moment. Is she thinking about the magnitude of the amount of money you're there? No, you're just there and you put it all in. And by the way, all in for her up until now might have been 20,000 maximum. Now all of a sudden she has 100,000. But when you're playing chips, You're not really thinking of, oh my gosh, this is a year's salary, or this is and 11 years for my kids to go to school. You're not really thinking about all that. You know, you're just chips. Put them in. Put them in. You know? And sometimes I feel like Alan Keating thinks that we're playing with $1 chips instead of $1,000 chips. Anyways, guys, you wanted me to give my little thoughts. These are my thoughts, but I just want to make sure to caution all of us, you know, that before we cry foul, it's good for us to investigate. It's good for us to say, well, this leads this way, this leads that way. But for us to determine, 100% this is this. No, we're not there. We're not there.
Mm-hmm.
We're not there.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If she is proven to be innocent at some point, just imagine all the stuff that they put her through, and then she does turn out to be innocent. That's just a really, really bad mark for the poker industry to put her through all that. And
I agree with you. Not to mention the $150,000 that she gave back. And is this true that she gave the money back and then Garrett asked her for it was $5,000 short, and she should give her the
another $5,000.
Did that really happen?
100%.
Wow. Like I said, if it turns out she's innocent, but what I'm saying is, in this country, guys, she should be given the benefit of being innocent until there's some real evidence against her. That's what I
ask you a question quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you were involved in that hand, let's put yourself in Garrett's shoes, right? And you lost the money, and you thought there was something fishy. Would you accept the money back, or would you say to the casino, look, I'm going to leave the game. I want you to investigate this hand, and if there's something that's nefarious in this hand, I expect the casino to give me my money back.
I think that would definitely have been a better route. I know I wouldn't have asked for the money back. If it was offered back to me, I don't think I would have rejected it, because I would have felt like, wow, maybe this person feels like something's funky. I wouldn't have rejected it if I got offered the money back, but I wouldn't have asked for it back. I mean, yeah. I mean, this stream thing has been a really, really profitable business for Garrett in particular, and then there's the follow up of, if something shady is going on, okay, you're not just calling her shady. I think you're calling somebody in production shady, because there has to be somebody in production as a partner.
Not necessarily.
That's how JRB won the Ace King versus Aces hand. Now it makes so much sense. JRB ran good on that super high stakes show. He finally won an all in when he was behind, and it was because now it makes a lot of sense, JRB. But no, sorry.
But Ace King versus Aces would have been sweet. Ace King versus King was already super.
Oh, Ace
sweet.
King versus Kings, yeah. Ace King versus Kings.
Yeah, Ace King versus Kings is already very sweet.
I just never seen you in a hang like that before, so that's what I'm saying.
That was unreal. That was unreal.
Now,
by the way, that reminds me that the biggest spot I ever witnessed in my life was actually Tom Dwan against Andrew Robel. Robel had Ace King and Tom Dwan had Kings. This pot was 7 or 8 million. This hand happened 8 years ago. I witnessed it at the Aria, and Robel got all in with Ace King of Diamonds against Tom Dwan's Kings, and they ran it twice, and Robel scooped. How sick is that? Yeah, that happened. Mm-hmm. That was the last time I'd ever seen Ace King outrun Kings on 2 boards, and then it happened for me against Hank. That was $500,000 pot too. I can't tell you, that was sweet. Mm-hmm. Sorry it happened to Hanks. Sorry, Hanks.
No, it's good it happened to Hanks. He deserves it.
Here, Jeremy, why don't we let you get out of here, get your wine, and enjoy your night.
Guys, it's a pleasure. I'm glad you reached out. It's nice to chime in, and then I'm starting my podcast soon, so I expect you guys to come and guest on my place.
Sure. If I get to see your game first, I will, JRB.
Thanks a lot, guys. Good talking to you. All right.
See you, JRB. The legend JRB joining us. Guys, what do you think about JRB stopping in from the Waldorf rooftop, figuring out how to get out of here?
He lives a good life.
Yeah, thanks, JRB. Living a good life out in Vegas. We just did a commercial with JRB was in it. It was for like a WPT Mexico event where it's JRB, Steve Aoki, I'm in it, John's girlfriend, and then the Mexican hero, and the Mexican hero basically beats us all. So If you're in Mexico and you see that commercial, please send it to me, guys. What do you think about JRB in the YouTube chat? What do you think? Shout out to Alice.
I think the main take from that whole thing that he said is if she actually really is innocent, then what the entire poker industry put her through is inexcusable. That's basically the main take.
I disagree with that. I think anyone who's in poker, if I played a hand like that on a stream, I would expect to be put through the ringer. And I think that yes, she's new to poker, but I hope Jaka and other people who've been more involved in the industry says, listen, when you've played the #1 most absurd hand in the history of poker, that it can be looked under a magnifying glass, and if you're proven clear and fair, that's okay. But just it being investigated is not some insult to you. It's just we've all played this game for a long time, and no one can ever recall a hand as sick as that. And when you have the #1 hand lifetime, you're going to know it's going to be talked about for a long time. And it doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. And us looking into it is not some big insult to her. If anyone in the history of poker played that on any stream, it would be investigated. That's just the way it goes. And she can't fault the industry for trying to protect themselves, because there are nefarious people out there. Not to say she's one of them, but to say to investigate it is not. It's fair, and it's good for the community, and it's good the discussions we're having, and we should all be happy that this hand happened, win or lose, because it's starting good discussions. It will improve future security, whether anything else happened, good or bad.
All right, I have a couple other points that I want to ask you about.
Okay.
But the hand happens, and they pull her off. They agree to give her the money back. At that point, do you think it was reasonable just to pause the stream and maybe, I don't know, wand people or do whatever is necessary, stop the stream, get the RFID cards, check everything? Like, if you're approving giving somebody back $135,000, don't you think that there should have been some kind of a pause or something?
Yes, I agree that Ryan did not handle it. But the problem is, they probably paid Ivy a lot of money to go there. Just guesstimating on what Ivy deserves and what he asked for. And if they paid him a lot of money, there's no way they're cutting after an hour of footage. They're just going to run with the stream. Whether or not you decide to pick up Robbi or Rip or anyone else, that's up to them. To have people waiting in the wings. But I'm not surprised in that scenario. I think it was a regular game. They may have paused it because it's Phil Ivey. They know they only have him a couple days a year, and how big the streams are. They're going to keep running it, unfortunately.
Chat, should we get Nick Vertucci in here in a little bit? Do you guys want Nick Vertucci? Chat, yes or no? Yes, for Nick Vertucci, co-owner of Hustler. He said he was just playing on stream, so we can get him in here. But yeah, Sean, go back to the point you just said.
I was saying, I don't fault him when Ivy's there. They probably paid him an appearance fee. You don't get many hours with them. They know it's going to be some of their most viewed streams. And from a business perspective, you're like, we invested in this. Whether or not they decide to pull Robbi off the game as well, or Garrett decides to leave, or they shuffle in a few players, they usually have people waiting in the wings. I think a normal stream game, they would have ended the session after that hand to investigate. But when Phil's there, I think they're going to just, finish the taping to the set amount of hours and then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now they continue that stream. That's fine, but now they have an option. He said they're going to do this deep dive. There's forensic analysis. This whole thing, right? They have all this time to do it, and now Monday comes around, and they decide that they're going to air this Monday mayhem thing or whatever. Do you think that was a good decision, or do you think they should have waited until they found any conclusive evidence either way? They could pause their streams for a week. What's the big deal of continuing these streams when there's a possibility that something is not right with your stream?
I actually kind of think it's reasonable. Obviously, I prefer if they did pause it, but I don't think it's totally asinine. I think the independent people, I know one of the people they hired, he's an old school 2+2 poker player. He's been involved in security, in casino and gambling for about a decade. He's very knowledgeable. He's going to give a good objective view, and I'm sure the other people they hired are also new that. And these people aren't working on the day-to-day show. I don't think the current staff is capable of investigating properly in case one of them is in on it. And I also think it's very unlikely they'll cheat in the future. I think it's the safest time to go on the show. But I still, I said earlier in the stream, that I wouldn't fault them if they said every day of the week for the next week we're going to release 12 hours of unedited footage from each camera, all the film, all this stuff, and let the people keep diving into it.
Yeah, I
mean, do you really, if someone's cheating and they keep doing it after this much attention, I hope they keep doing it because someone's going to catch it.
The problem
so then
is
why
that
do they have to pause the stream?
It might not be an inside job. It might just be that there's a way to read the cards that doesn't even affect anything.
So great. If someone's on there and plays some ridiculous hands, everyone's looking for the next smoking gun, and that may clear up or make it more obvious if cheating went on in the past.
Right, but it's still, to me, saying like we're going to subject these future people to possible cheating, even though we don't know if it exists or not. That just seems pretty reckless to me. The whole thing didn't make any sense to me.
Are you just mad they never invited you, Alan?
No, I would never play on that game. First of all, I don't play no limit cash. If it was like a 100, 200 mix game, I might be interested, but I would never play a no limit cash game in history with those people. I would get completely crushed.
It's never stopped you at the World Series.
No, I try to concentrate on the mixed events of the World Series, and I think you even admitted that my markup was okay on smaller mix.
One event. The study.
Actually, when the year that I final tabled the 50K 8 game, Scott Seaver was at my table for quite a while, and I said, Scott, I want you to answer a question honestly. I said, I don't care if you want to be, I don't care that I'm sitting at the table with all these people. I just want you to answer the question honestly. He said, okay, go ahead. I said, so you agree you're going to answer the question honestly, correct? He said, yes.
It's Scott Seaver. He's never going to answer it honestly.
All right. Anyway, so I said, you honestly believe that I am a good value at par in this event? And he answered, I said, I hate to say it, but you are definitely over par in this event. That was the year I final taped. That's the last time I played it because once I made the final table on that event, it vindicated me for, whatever.
Yes, because one sample size is all that matters.
Yeah, well, you're playing the greatest 100 players in the world in a 50K professional poker players championship thing. I mean, it's a pretty big stage.
Alan, if you want to play the 50K in the future, I'll sell you more at 0.85.
What the?
No, I wouldn't
fuck
play
are
it in the
these guys
future now
talking
because
about?
they've changed the whole dynamic of the game. They've made it single draw, no limit, and all this other crap, six-handed.
La la
They
land.
changed the whole flow of the game. But I will sell you the 10Ks at 0.85, the 10K mixed.
What are you guys talking about? Are you
All right, I have
guys
some
talking
other
about
points
tournaments?
Yeah,
No
the
tournament.
10K
No
mixed
tournament.
event.
No. This is a cash game. It's a cash game. It's a cash game call-in show.
No, 10K mixed. He can buy
No,
any
this is a
10K
cash.
mixed
This is
he
a
wants.
cash game call-in show only.
No, I
Cash
understand.
game.
All right, so I have some other points here.
Okay, give it to
Why
us.
are there no other hands? There's like two other hands that people bring up: the Ace King against Ace 8, and the Ace King against Garrett when she made the king on the or ace on the river, whatever it was. But those two hands, neither one of them was that suspect to me. Like if she thought she was beating Ace King against Ace 8 on the turn, and she knew that, then she's a huge favorite to continue the hand of the river. Why would you raise the guy off when you can get him to bluff this huge amount of money on the river and you know you're going to win? That to me made no sense if she's cheating in that hand to raise the turn with Ace King against Ace 8. Unless
Maybe
you can
she knows what
explain
the
what
river's
she's
going to
talking
be.
about. But she already knows the outcome of the hands. That's the theory, right?
There's a lot of theories out there.
But that particular hand, if you know that you have Ace King against Ace 8, of course you're not going to raise the turn.
If you know the river's an 8, you might.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. She doesn't. If she's told that she's going to lose the hand, then she would never raise the turn, right? You can't have it both ways.
If they say they have something that says you have the best hand here, then she might raise knowing that he's on a draw and he might fold.
I don't know, that hand did not make any sense because if she knows that she's winning the hand on the river and she's got Ace King, that means the other person is literally bluffing at you. Like, why would you ever raise the turn there? It made no. If you're cheating, you would never ever raise that particular hand, Ace King against Ace 8. If somebody can come up with a reason why, I just don't understand that hand. And the other hand, it was a reasonable hand. She calls, she hit top pair in the river, she's going to call off. I mean, I didn't see anything strange with that hand either. So show me any other hand besides those two hands. And there's been multiple hands where she's got like the worst hand out of 3 people, and she calls off on the river. Like, why is she doing this if she knows the outcome of the hand? Somebody explain this to me. Like, they dived into every hand on this Berkey show for like 3 episodes, and those are the only, like, those 2 other hands that I just told you are the only, like, even suspicious hands. Like, where are all the other hands? Like, Negreanu said, where are all the times she raised on the turn, knowing that she's going to win the hand? There aren't any. Like, there's no other hands. Like, she played quite a few hands on the thing. She made a lot of bad calls on the river. Where are all these hands that she cheated on? Can somebody?
When did she make a bad call on the river?
Multiple times.
Besides the aces hand, I haven't seen other ones.
All right, there's a hand that I watched where she's got the board is ace 9 8, turn 8. Both her opponents have an 8, and she has a 9, and the river comes, and it goes bet call, and she overcalls both people with the 9. I don't remember the exact when this hand took place, but I watched this hand. I'm saying, how is she ever cheating here? Like, that's a ridiculous call off. And then the hand when she's drawing dead on the flop when it's queen blank with 2 diamonds, and she goes all the way to the river with a flush draw with jack 8 of diamonds against Garrett. Why? She could just fold. She knows she's losing the hand. There's multiple hands like that. Like, tell me, there's actually more hands where she plays bad and loses money than where she like makes these miracle hero calls.
Dude,
and
poker
wins
players
money.
would be so easy to. I mean, look at this guy. You know, they'd be so easy to cheat. I mean, they're like, oh, they didn't win every hand. They're not cheating. Like, what the fuck are people talking about? I can't take it no more, guys. I'm sorry. Like, come on. These guys, I've read this take too often from people who are supposed to be professionals. Like, of course they're not. They're smart. It's like irrelevant, basically, if they win every hand or lose every hand. It doesn't even make any sense.
Oh, but I'm saying
win long term.
Yeah,
there should be some like method to it. Like, she loses way too many hands on the river unnecessarily if she's cheating. Like, and she didn't play any spectacular read type hands except for this one over 3 episodes. Like, where are all the other hands? Like, Paso had 100 hands like that.
You can't compare this to Paso.
Let me get Vertucci in here. My edibles have kicked in. Definitely. I'm getting tired. Hold on. We got Nick Vertucci hopping in the house here from an undisclosed location. Maybe in his car.
I'm not going to ask him why he blocked me from his Twitter.
Oh, I didn't even tell him you're here. Oh, no. He might get mad. He might get mad at you now.
Yeah, I mean, all I suggested was that they shouldn't have. I said, please don't block me, but I really don't understand why you're running
oh, God.
a stream
Okay.
on Monday
All right,
Mayhem if there's any question about the integrity of the system.
All
And he
right. Well,
blocked me
listen,
for that.
Alan. You gotta be careful. You gotta be easy, kid. Nick Vertucci out there?
He might be mad at me about that, so I wasn't saying anything negative
He's
about
gonna send the
cheating.
bounty. He's gonna send the bounty hunter after you, Chainsaw. Be careful. We can get that bounty hunter after you. Nick Vertucci, you in the car? Where you at?
What? Yeah, I'm in the car, brother.
What's happening, man? How's it going?
Not much. Whose voice do I hear besides yours?
We got Sean Deeb in here, and we got one of your best friends, Chainsaw, was in here asking some questions.
Who's Chainsaw?
He said that you blocked him today on Twitter, named Alan Kessler.
Oh my God, yeah.
I didn't come on here to talk about that, Nick.
We'll keep it quiet, Al, for now, Alan.
I don't really care. I mean,
okay.
It's a big nothing. I mean, here, just to that, I always try to be cool with. Is Alan on right now, or is he just listening?
He's on right now.
Oh, sweet. Good to meet you there, fucking Chainsaw. Anyways, look, I've tried to be cool with Alan. I don't have any deep beef with Alan. I think Alan gets, like everybody else, really excited, and he's very, very over-opinionated, which is his right to be as a free speech living person. But you know what? I think it just comes down to sometimes it's like I just want to shut the noise off, man. I mean, even Alan got on my ass about some hand, and he was like telling me exactly what it was, and the hand I was in like a month ago. And I'm like, well, no. And he's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And I just laughed. I said, you're cute, be you. Like, I'm not looking for a beef with Alan. I've never met him, but I sure am not looking for somebody to just, tag me and continue to tell me exactly what's happening and how it is and what they know. And honestly, like, they don't know shit. So, like, I'm just trying to sound out that sound until I can do what I can do. But I'll publicly state I got no beef with Alan. I'll unblock him. I don't
You're
care.
better off blocking him.
Yeah, I feel that way. I think it's more plus EV, but I don't want to beef with anyone. I'm sure he's a really nice guy.
I don't have anything to beef with you either, Nick. All I was asking was why they continued to stream. You had a reasonable answer for that, and I accepted that. I didn't really care.
And I really will admit, you probably caught me at a cranky moment, because what's happening with me, it's even, there's the first night I was up really all night, the second night, and so I will take accountability for every once in a while. If you catch me right at the wrong time, I might get a little bit edgy, because I have a billion people coming my way, and the accusations are almost all of them are unfounded when they're really, really personal. And sometimes you just go like, dude, I can't hear another thing. But yeah, so I get it, man. I'll unblock you. Not that you care. Not that you even care if I do, but it's like, whatever. It's a nothing burger.
Well, guys, listen, we got Nick Vertucci coming in. Welcome him in the chat, please. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. A bunch of people watching. Nick was playing the stream tonight. Nick, obviously, people are awaiting, they're sort of speculating around items today. There's been some discussion about a potential hidden device. There's been some potential discussion about potential signaling. So, I guess I'm wondering, it seems like those things would kind of be easy to find if you guys had access to the tapes, and just kind of wondering what's going on with the investigation. I'm looking through those tapes and maybe seeing if there's anything there in that regard.
I think this is what I think about that. I am not going. Let's put it this way. Let's just take out all the speculation, right? Like, it's a device, it's a cup, it's a hat, it's a fucking ring, it's a this. Like, look, all that's on the table. I got that. I am not downplaying any possibility, vibrations, everything else. But here's what I know. I have a background in law enforcement, okay? 20 years. You are not going, if you are smart, you are not going to rush out video. I heard just a clip as I got in my truck. Maybe we'll start releasing video. Fuck that. And not because we're not going to release it. I'll release it all. But you got to understand something. Let's say it's somebody on my staff. Let's just say that, right? I'm not saying that, but it may be, who knows? I've said in my statement, anything's possible. Why would I release video for everybody to scrutinize, to fuck it up? Like, we literally have to have time. Just today I hired the cyber company that's going to come in, and I haven't even signed the contract. I'm going to sign it tomorrow when I get to the office, and they're coming in. And, I just retained the law firm, so I have to sign that contract tomorrow. You guys have to understand, these things take a while. It takes a while to vet somebody. You can't hire the first person. You got to do your due diligence. Mm-hmm. And, Joey, I offered you to come in as a third party to oversee this. You personally can come and look at all the video you want and build a case, but wait until, and if you did that, you would be under something to say. You wait until we are ready to release the results, because any investigation, if you start, that's why, like, law enforcement says it's under investigation. You think they want to come out and tell you everything? I probably know 30 things that I'm looking into that nobody on this call has any idea about it. None, zero, zip. And I'm not going to talk about it, because then it would queer the whole investigation. It's not going to happen. And so that's my frustration. That's the only part that I'm frustrated about is, I think if anyone really understood, like, that's just not something you do, because I can't write off the fact that it's not somebody in production. I won't do that until I know. I can't write off the fact that our system wasn't breached until I know. Mm-hmm. I can't tell you it's the cup until I know. I can't tell you if she was vibrating, because 20 different people look at that and 10 say it's her leg shaking, the other 10 said it's impossible. Like I get we got to do this, and I get the poker community is buzzing, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But I hope you guys could understand and just hear what I'm saying, that, like, I want, if Robbi is innocent, I want her to have the ability to be innocent. If Robbi is guilty, then I want everyone to know she's guilty. The same thing goes with Garrett. I do not want Garrett to have any more pain he doesn't deserve. And then if he made a bad decision, then he's going to have to deal with it however he seems, that he needs to do that best. And so that's my rub, is when like somebody just gets on the mic or on the keyboard and just starts firing off like, everything. And then they're like, why don't we have anything yet? Why don't we? Why don't we? This is ridiculous. What are you hiding? Listen, this happened Thursday. Okay, it's Tuesday. The weekend, companies don't work. People don't respond. You have to go through 10 companies that you want to hire, and you have to do the research. I haven't hardly had any sleep because I know the pressure that everyone is under to get information now. The only thing that I'm going to put out in the next few days is another statement that says the name of the company that I hired, and then I'm sure I'll get a million different opinions on that, who my law firm is, all those things. And then from there, we got to start doing interviews. I had a staff meeting today, a really come to Jesus meeting. And I said, listen, here's how we're going to handle this. And every single one of you is going to be subject to this investigation. I don't care who you are. I'm going to take the lie detector myself. I choose to do that. So does Ryan. Now, I will tell you this, and this is one thing that I will say. I would bet fucking everything I had that like Ryan and I, there's nothing. So if you guys want to make some money and someone thinks that like one of us is in on it, fucking book it, because it's not going to come out. But I can't say that for people up in production and people who have certain liberties and different things. So we're going to, I was straight with them today, and I said, listen, here's what's going to happen for the next 30 days, maybe less, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. You're going to be asked to take polygraphs. You're going to be asked to have an interview, maybe not only with myself, but with some professionals. We're going to look at every tape. We're going to follow every single person on our staff and all the subjects involved around that casino for the last month. They're going to be scrutinized. We are going to sit and watch every single person they've talked to. We're going to watch for inconsistencies in any financial stuff. We're going to ask them for their phone records if they're willing to give it. We're going to ask them. We're going to everything they've done at the cage, every chip, But you got to understand, guys, we have a casino who's gathering the information. We have our team who's still working it and still having to gather this information. We have to hire companies. So, I'm not going to comment on whatever you just asked me, Joey, about what do I think about. I don't even remember what you said. I don't know the theory of. What'd you say, a mug or a hat? I don't know.
I think that it's like the photos that Doug was talking about with some sort of device-looking thing in a pan.
Yeah, I haven't even watched that today. So I don't know what it is. So no comment. Mm-hmm. But how about this? Even if I thought that was part of it, I'm not going to tell you, because then, because if I know something and I tell you, I give people the opportunity to know what's going on. And I don't want anyone to know what's going on, including my staff, or what I'm thinking, what I think I know, what I'm suspecting, what I'm not suspecting. These are the things that have to play out. And I think if somebody's not looking for a minute of having their voice heard and being a big deal to give their opinion or being really sure on something, I think if any reasonable-minded person, here's what I'm saying right now. I don't know how you just can't know that that's the case. That's just as sincere as I could tell you that we are not. I mean, people today, why am I playing? Why the fuck shouldn't I play? Because I didn't do anything. And, thank God I lost, right? I mean, thank God. I was actually nervous to win because of all the bullshit that's said. But, I was exhausted. I honestly fell asleep at the table for a minute. I was telling someone as a joke. I literally was so tired. Because of this, right? And I'm probably not going to play the rest of the week because I'm so burnt out, and I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing in regards to this. It's consuming every minute of my life, and I'm not going to accuse anybody of being guilty. I'm not going to do it. We are innocent until we are proven guilty. And like I said on your last show, if someone's guilty, I will stick my fucking boot so far up their ass that they'll never be able to take a shit again. I promise you. And so. And then if that's not the case, I don't want anyone to be hurt. that is innocent. So that's my stance. I mean, I don't really think I've changed much since we've talked last. I'm willing to answer any of your questions right now if I can answer them. So please ask your chat, ask Sean, ask Alan, hit me with it now. If it's something I can answer, but I'm not going to give you my opinion. My opinion, I think, is to do that would be reckless.
I'm almost afraid to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Someone came on the show a little while ago and said that that you and Ryan had a piece of Garrett.
No, we didn't. I asked the question. No, Alan, you're wrong. Josh already had to do it, and Ryan already responded to that on Twitter in the last 15 minutes.
No, I think if you can clear that up, that would be great, because people were. It made it sound like it was a fact.
Alan, who? Somebody in the chat made it sound like it's a fact. Who?
No,
What's
not
their
somebody
name?
in the chat. It was somebody notable. Who was it? Josh Aria?
I literally said Arya has this question, and then Ryan, since I asked that question, has responded to Arya's comment saying they've never had a piece of anyone, and I said it's very unlikely they did.
Let me say two things. I'm going to, Alan, fine. It's okay. You can ask. That's okay. And this isn't directed towards you in an angry way. I'm just going to say this. No, hold on. Let me just say this. This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Who the fuck is
someone else did? I didn't. I would
know,
never.
but wait a minute. No, Alan, stop. Even though you didn't bring it up, you regurgitated it. Who the fuck is Josh Aria to say something like that, right? That's just a question. Fine, let me answer the question. There is, and I'll add this. How about this? I'll add this. How about this? You guys make a list of everything you want added to the polygraph. And I'll tell you this, Ryan and I have never had a piece of Garrett. Ryan and I have never had a piece of anyone. Ryan and I would never take a piece of anyone because that conflict is ridiculous. And that's your answer. That I can't answer because that's about me. And so that's that. And well, it's a great answer, but it's a stupid question.
No,
and the reason I say
it's
it's a stupid
I thought you should be given a chance to clear it up. That's all.
No. So let me rephrase that. I think it's a reckless question because as soon as you put that out there, you're going to have a million people that thinks it's a fact. But I guess that's just how this goes. So guess what? You know what? Thank you for asking the question. Let me just take that route. The answer is 100% no. But let me tell you something, Ellen. If I did have here's the thing which I think is ridiculous about the question, right? If I did have a piece of Garrett and I knew that was unethical and I was a scumbag, do you think I'm going to tell you yes? No, I'm going to tell you no, because that's what people do when they're on the hustle, is they lie. So
no, I don't think he would do that, actually.
Well, how? You never met me. You never met me. You don't know.
You seem like a reputable person. I don't think he would. You would. I
appreciate the kind words, but let's even say that. The only one that could say I'm reputable would be someone that I'm very close to, or somebody that knows me, or my family, or my closest of friends that would say I'd bet my life on it. You and I have only had more negative interactions than we have positive. So I appreciate you giving me the confidence of what you just said, but I don't even think that's valid. That's what I'm saying. Like we need to keep it real, and the realness of it is that look, I answered your question. Never, ever, ever would never happen. Never will happen. Never did happen. And I'm going to add that. And I'm going to add that to one of the questions when I put out the report.
That's great. Can I ask one more question?
Of course.
All right. I was watching the Solve for Why hours long thing. They had this security expert on there, et cetera, and he's talking about that the entire thing should have been shut down immediately because everything is pristine at that point and can be looked at, but that continuing to run the stream, people have access to some kind of log files or whatever history files, and they can delete and go back and make it basically impossible to find out what was going on if there was some nefarious thing that happened. Is there anything to this?
Yeah, if somebody breached the system is what you're saying, that the more you carry on with the stream, the less chance you have of catching it. So I'm going to answer you honestly. All right. The honest answer to that is we were put in a situation that we didn't expect. We didn't even think there was cheating. It happened all of a sudden. There was no foundation for it. And we continued running our business. Now, will it come out with our cyber analysts that could be true? If it does, I will take accountability for that, because that very well could be true. And the reason I can't answer it is because I'm not great with technical stuff. So
Yeah,
for me to
I didn't understand the whole thing they were talking about either. But he's saying basically by continuing, like even tonight, having the broadcast tonight, that whoever is in the back room or whatever, working in production or whatever, can delete whatever is implicating them, so that like allowing people back in the studio to run another different stream is harming the investigation. That's what they were. I don't know this for a fact. I'm just repeating what was said on the software wire by this computer.
I don't know that for a fact either, so I can't comment. The only thing I could comment on is if you understood what was happening, not you, but just in general with our production room and who's in there and how it's being scrutinized right now and what's being done for you to even be in there, which I'm not going to talk about right now, is going to be really hard. Now, I'm not saying that what he said isn't true. It may very well be true.
Okay.
Because I'm never going to dogmatically tell you something I don't know, because then it makes me look foolish. And I just don't know. We've been look, let me tell you something, Alan. If we could do this over, I could tell you that I would hope that Garrett would have waited till the show was over and they could have put the money in escrow, and that we didn't even address it during the show because all we had was just a hand that made no sense to the poker world, but that doesn't mean that it was cheating. So I think the drama in this, it was so confusing. I was 2 hours away from getting there. The stream continued. Nobody knew what was happening. They kept playing. And so, that's how that happened. And as far as playing tonight and anything else, like, we don't have proof that anything happened yet. When we do, we'll bring it out if we even find something. And I guess in a situation like this, there's no perfect widget. I'm not a cyber analyst. I don't know what Berkey's guy said. He may very well be true, maybe true. And I mean this respectfully, like, man, and this sounds going to sound sarcastic, but I don't mean it sarcastic. If Matt Berkey ever starts his own stream and he brings it to this level, I'm sure he'll do it a lot better than us with all his knowledge. And I know that sounds snarky, but it's not. And hopefully he does it. Maybe go out there and give it a shot. All I could tell you is I'm going to bring in, but this week, I will have people in and out. I was on a conversation. I don't want to get too much into it, but I had a lengthy conversation today. And yes, probably optimal what you're saying, but at the same time, there's things being left. There's, as far as marks and markings and things. Again, we're not even sure that that's the case. I mean, if I had to hang my hat on what happened here, this could be my opinion, but I want you to understand something when I say it. And this, you're going to think I'm out of my mind for saying this because you think I would just defend myself. But in my opinion, I either think it's nothing or I think it's an inside job. I don't think it's somebody that has I don't think the actors involved have the ability to do some of this really high-end wazoo shit. But guess what? If they do, I'll find it, I think. So that's my opinion, and you would think I would say, oh, no, it has to be this because our staff. No, I'm not going to say that. I believe in my staff, and I like every one of them. But I have been around a long time, and unless I'm speaking for myself, I can't speak for anyone else. And I tell you, I had a really heart-to-heart with everyone today before the stream. We all gathered up. And I said, this is going to be hard to hear because I love you guys, but here's what's going to happen for the next 30 days. And you better be ready for it because if you're defensive and you are sensitive, it's going to be hard for you because I am going to treat this as if everyone's a suspect. And when you're not a suspect anymore, I'm going to give you a hug and a kiss on the lips. But until then, we're going to figure it out. And I said, if anyone has anything they want to tell me, and you better tap me on the shoulder in the next couple days because now's your chance for mercy. And that's it. And then we're going to check about mugs and coils and vibrations and videos, and I'm going to bring in experts, and we're going to do that. But if anyone's ever in this position, I will promise you this, you will not be able to move as fast as you guys want us to move. It does not work that way.
Mm-hmm. Sean?
No, I completely agree with him. It's smart to, admit we're strong. I think I know one of the people they're hiring, and I'm happy to communicate with them. And, I know they're going to do a lot of due diligence. And I still slightly disagree about the releasing of the footage because I do think the public, yes, they come up with some crazy theories, but we might have announced what happened. And crowdsourcing can speed up the process or give security some ideas of some pinpoints. Say, hey, all the streams are looking at this particular thing. Let's focus on this first, and then backtrack some of the other ideas that are out there.
Sean, and you know I like you. I'm getting to know you, and I totally respect your opinion. And I am not pushing back on you because of any reason other than I just think that's what conversations are for. You may feel that way, but I 1,000% disagree with you for many of the reasons I told you, and that is I am not going to put stuff out there for speculation because it's all going to be speculation. And until there's a final investigation that you put a hat on it, it's speculation, and you will fuck up, not you, but out there will fuck up the investigation. That's why the police don't put out, it's not to cover their ass for you anti-police people. It's to fucking not give other people the knowledge of what you know and what you see. And that's why it can't be done that way. That's just the way it is. I'll give you an example, and this isn't about footage, but everyone's screaming about and I'm not going to say 100% because I'm going to look into it, and we're going to polygraph, and we're going to do backgrounds and different things too, and we're going to look into it. But, I got a guy in my staff that his name has been thrown out there because Jacob said his name. Well, Luis. Guess what? Yeah, Luis doesn't know Jacob. Now, am I going to say 100% no? But I will say about 90, and that is me trying to even err on the side of caution. Luis never met him. And Louis met him that day and said this guy may have ran into him somewhere. He doesn't remember him and whatever. But guess what? I'm going to look at Louis' phone records. I'm going to look at Louis' bank account. I'm going to look at Louis' transactions at the casino. I'm going to give Louis a polygraph, but not because I think Louis is guilty, because I want to prove him innocent. And if he's not innocent, then he's going to have a problem. But I'm going to stick up for him right now because that's just how this stuff gets out. And this poor guy's running around the casino right now. And if he is innocent, his fucking name has been mud. Why? Because somebody said the name. The same reason if I give you a bunch of footage and everyone says, oh, look at that. He's standing next to that person. Oh, well, I wonder if that person's guilty. Fuck that. I'm not going to do that. But I tell you this, at some point when this is over, come look at the footage. Come look at it. Sean, come with Joey. Because if Joey doesn't take me up on my offer and does this like during the case, during now, then come in after. When I give, if I convict somebody and say I caught someone, then we won't need to. But if I don't, because there isn't something there, you two both come out and you can watch. You can actually interview the cyber team. You can interview the legal team. You can watch every bit of footage, and then you can do your second investigation on top of the investigation that's being done. And Joey is welcome to do that now in conjunction with it. But I'm sorry that I disagree with you, but I do. It would be reckless.
I agree. I think you're making valid points. I just think our community is really good with technology, and yes, it may hinder the investigation, but I think it is more likely to help it. And that's just a semantics things. And obviously, with your police background, you believe the way you were trained, and I just think technology has improved and people's skill set. Like Perkins bring up the experts he has. I just think that the more eyes on this, the more likely the truth comes out. And I'm just a volume-based guy, the way I play poker, and I treat investigations the same.
Well, then bring Perkins with you when the time comes.
Yeah, get him on.
That's all I could say. I'm not gonna screw up the investigations because of somebody's opinion on this. I'm gonna stick to what I know from my background and what I know from something like this. Because this investigation is trying to find guilt or trying to prove innocence. And when you do that in an investigation, you don't release all the footage because you fuck up your investigation. That's just the way it is.
I have a question for you. And this, I don't know how to describe it, but so this person backing them, do you have issues with the regulations of the casino when someone is handing over large amounts of cash or chips to another player? Do you think they broke some casino rules when it came to that?
Tell me the question differently because I don't understand your question yet. I'm close, but I don't get it totally.
Just more like the AML stuff that casinos have to do. Possibly this relationship with Rip and Robbi could break some of the policies of the casino.
You're saying because of their chips exchange, the way they're doing it breaks their policies.
I'm asking if that is something that is being looked into. If that's something that may allow you guys to do a more in-depth investigation on them legally.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to look at every transaction, and we are looking at right now every transaction that all those individuals have made from the day they walked into the casino.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you guys had how long you guys keep the footage. I know a lot of casinos.
No,
work all their
no.
stuff in 7
No.
days.
No, this is no. This footage is fine, and it's being preserved. All the cards used that night are preserved. The shuffler is preserved. There's been some other things, preservations done for the system I'm not going to talk about because I was told not to talk about it until the investigation's done. But we are going to look into all that. And like I said, there's some cursory people that you guys haven't even mentioned yet that I'm not going to talk to you about that are going to be looked at, that I and a lot of folks think they need to be looked at. And there might be backgrounds done. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on here. And the reason it is because I am fighting for the integrity of my business, even if that means something happened. And I'm going to put it out because, like I've said this before on Joey's show, if I find something and I suppress it, I'm drawn dead in this industry, and that's not going to happen.
Are you possibly hiring a separate team to come up with new security features besides the team doing an investigation?
Yes, I shouldn't say a separate team. As of right now, our plan is through the team that's in there. They are also going to be giving their report. I do probably plan on bringing someone else in. And I can tell you this, and I could never say foolproof ever. I think that's just so naive. But we're going to come out of this so much stronger. I mean, there will be a gold standard. And I will say there's some protocols that weren't in the place. And I said in the meeting today that I take full responsibility for. The fish stinks at the head. And that's me and Ryan. And mostly even on me when it comes to some of the protocols that should have been in place that were simple. And I got to take accountability for that. But I could tell you this, we're going to come through this a lot stronger and a lot better, and no matter what the result is. And I do believe that. I'm not just trying to put out positive vibes. I do believe that because I think the truth will set you free. And I think if you do the right thing, that it will. And we're going to be a different show as far as internally and protocols and procedures.
I think once you've actually got all this stuff in place, you're going to be like the gold standard for all the other shows, like Live at the Bike.
Exactly what you just said, Alan.
What's that? No, it's going to. I think it's going to be a big improvement because whatever they come up with after this whole investigation's done, everybody else is going to say, well, we're going to do the exact same thing to make our stream that much better.
Well, I think personally, I hope every stream does things a little bit differently because if someone can hack one, then they can go on all of them. I think everyone should have their own individual
I'm just saying the protocols that they set up, whatever, I don't know if what else they do with the players besides just remove their phones, but I'm sure they're going to come up with some additional protocols in that area also. Whatever they actually decide to do, I think other places are going to do very similar things, if not exactly the same thing.
Without even digging very deep into it, I probably already have 10 to 20 different procedures and protocols that are going in place now and that will be in place, just the simplest of things. And like I said, you add that, and then you add in the fact that our system is going to be monitored even more closely. We're going to have a company that will be monitoring our system constantly for this type of stuff. I mean, it is, again, I don't want to get too much into it because I don't want to say too much, but that's just all I could tell you. Like, that's going to happen. And, I just, we're because to be honest with you, we're protecting something that's pretty precious. And that is the #1 poker show out there. That's not me getting on a box trying to promote right now. That's just the truth. And I think that most people that are watching this don't want it to go away because they literally look forward to this 5 days a week. And this is something that I love dearly, and I'm going to protect it. And like I said, and the only way to protect this is to go all in on this and to figure it out and to tell the truth. That's all. I'll tell you what, that's what I could commit to you right now, is that I'm going to give every resource to this and I'm going to tell you the truth. And then when it's over, bring your posse and come look at it, because it will be whatever I find, you will know.
Can I get a bounty?
If you take out Kessler.
Give me a 500,000 bounty. I'll break the system. Whatever you put in there, that'll be my goal.
Well, I mean, if your whole goal is to come break my system, then come break it. But I mean, I can just do the best I can do. If you take out Kessler, I'll give you the money.
If I what?
Actually, I think I've been very, very fair with you guys. I think I was.
I'm just
being a
screwing.
little bit-
I'm just screwing around. I'm just screwing
Here,
around.
let me.
I like
I'm gonna get Berkey in here. You said you want to come in here and say something about something you said
All
real
right,
quick.
I'm gonna tap out. I appreciate the time, everyone.
Okay.
Nick, thank you for what you're doing, and Alan, you're still Alan, buddy. See you, Joey.
See you, Sean.
If you get Berkey on, ask him about that question that I have, because I watched that show for a few hours, and the guy.
Berkey's gonna get on. Berkey's gonna get on and challenge everything I said about technology. I know he's very versed in it. Whatever. I'll just answer whatever I know. Bring him on.
Okay. Berkey think he's Doug Polk circa 2017 coming out no shirt. Berkey.
What up, team?
What's up? Why you not show you come on, you give the fans no shirt and then you put the shirt on? What's going on with that?
I had to turn the camera off. We couldn't do like that.
What's going on?
Yeah.
How's it
Couldn't
going?
give him the hot tub seat.
Yeah. What do you want to say something to Nick about what he's talking about?
Yeah. Not so much Nick. I just wanted to clarify a few things that Kessler was saying that were partially true, but also like it'll largely kind of back what Nick is saying. So what we were talking about, first of all, we've been talking a lot, but basically what we were talking about is that when it comes to streams of this nature or across the industry as a whole, the thing that seemed to be lacking is a protocol in place as a response to something like this happening, right? So what Alan was saying is true in the sense that if the corruption is happening on the server side, at the system side, it's very unlikely that evidence will be retrievable as the shows continue on, right? So if it's an inside job, that person has the availability to wipe the thing, but also it may not even matter. So I think we put an emphasis on like continuing to put the stream as being bad form because of all of the equipment that's continually being used and the fact that it may be tampered with. But Nick's point is relatively valid also. If they weren't already pulling logs, then they're not going to be able to retroactively anyway.
Right.
And if they pulled the decks that were in play and the shuffle machine and things of that nature, now the only corruption that could really take place would be exactly the readers to the server, which, you know, to be cautious from my standpoint, I still am heavy much on the side of you shut the stream down until you get to the bottom of stuff. But I understand where Nick is coming from also, where it's like, this is all speculative at this point, and it's expensive for him to not run the show, basically. You know, this is a livelihood. So I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't nearly as throw the book at them for the way they're handling it. Like, I think we all understand that this is a big learning experience for the industry as a whole, and that now that we're moving more into this tech, it's important that we take it seriously and treat it the same way a bank would treat cybersecurity for your account, right? Like, I think for a long time we just got the equipment, fired it up, and pressed play, and we're amazed that we could get these highly produced shows out of it. But now that we have 7 figures on the line regularly, I think it's pretty critical that we have a lot higher due diligence, a lot higher standards and protocols in place to ensure the safety of not just the players, but also of the stream houses so that they're not liable.
Yeah, and I totally agree with Matt, and Matt knows if I didn't agree with him, just like if he didn't agree with me, we would say it. I have a lot of respect for Matt. He's been fair. I do agree. This is a real wake-up call, I think, for all of us as a whole. Like, that's why I said I think we'll come out of here stronger, and I think there'll be a new standard set. That's why I said there was probably some things that should have been done, and I take accountability for that. I just do. And to Matt's point too, all I have is one player saying he feels he got cheated, and I have another player saying no. And regardless of what the hand is, I don't think that's enough to just, I mean, like, there's been other hands that not this bad. This one was really fucking hard to figure out. I mean, this made 0 sense. That's why the whole world is looking at it. But so I'm not trying to compare other hands to it per se, but it's just like, I can't shut the stream down every someone thinks they're cheated either, right? Like, so there's no proof of this. There is no proof. I think in a perfect world, Matt's right, but, you know, this could take this could take 45 days, and I can't shut the stream down for 45 days. There hasn't even anyone that's been proven that's anything wrong here. And I got to be honest with you, my take is, and not that I am trying to justify it, but my take is that this is, if this is just my take, and I hate saying it, my take is that it's almost impossible to find out if it's a mug or if it's this or it's that. The only things you can really find is, like we talked, and again, when I say only, I shouldn't say that I'm aware of is like, look, we can find something in the system if it was breached. You can find something in the shuffler or the cards marked, sure. But I lean towards, and I say it where this works against me. The thing that's most logical is a signal from somebody that knows the cards. And so that's the last thing that I want to happen, because then I got to fucking fall on the biggest sword ever to fall on, which I will. But that's my take, and I have no proof for that, and I am not going to convict my staff. I'm going to try to vindicate them with the biggest anal cavity search that's anyone's ever had in every aspect of their life. And if they're innocent, they will embrace it, and they will be fine with it. If they're guilty, they won't. And that's the other thing. These type of investigations will shake out someone who they will start making mistakes. People who are guilty of stuff will start making mistakes. They will start doing things. That's why I can't release all this stuff that everyone wants. And even by me having this conversation, it's a message to them to say, I got you, I got your back, but I don't got your back if you're part of this. And so that's fair. And, that's just where I stand on it. And, I know a little bit about investigations. I don't know anything about tech. I'm not good at that, but I know enough to know how to smoke out a rat. And I know enough how to run something to where you don't compromise it by letting 9 billion people look at it until you come to a conclusion. So then there's 15,000 other things that people are putting out as possibilities to just screw everything up. And so again, Joey, you want to come in? Matt, you want to come in? Come in. You can come in now. I'm not releasing it. You want to come in? I respect you both. Come in. Come look at the footage. Be my guest. Come in. Come in and talk to the cyber people. As a matter of fact, bring one of your own. There's my offer to you. Bring somebody that you want to bring to look into my system along with the company that I hired. You come in and you bring it in on your dime, and you do it. And I will open up the doors to all of you to look at anything you want. How about this? You, Matt, Joey, Matt, and Doug, get your ass over here, and I mean it respectfully, and you look at or ask us anything you want, and you can look at, after it's over, you can look at all the polygraphs.
I'm too tired. I gotta talk. I'll prefer to talk to you about this off air, but I'm just too tired to talk about it right now, about this particular thing. I can talk about that. I mean, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do exactly? You want me to go through the tape and look into the guy's fucking ear and look for the piece on the guy's side and figure it out? You know what I mean? What exactly am I going to do in this situation? Because basically the thing, if they doing something right, it's easy. You look at the signals, okay, or the device is gone already, as we already established, okay. So really, what can be done?
Okay, well then you tell me, because that's the whole point of all these conversations that are happening. I know the discussions have to happen. What I'm telling you is, if everybody wants in the poker industry and community to feel like third parties are representing them and the integrity of what we're doing, then all I'm saying is come in and do it. I don't know what I want you to do. What do you want me to do? That's what I'm trying to do everything everyone wants me to do and what I should do. What I'm saying is,
I think he's
not hiding. Yeah.
I think he's being relatively fair here. From my vantage point, I applaud the fact that you're investigating, and I hope that this gets resolved. I'm kind of at the point where I just want to see change moving forward. So I have less interest in actually examining the footage, and far more interest in either having some influence over or having some peace of mind that expert consultants were utilized in order to develop high-end protocols that both deal with ensuring the back end is fully secure, as well as protocols in place for how to handle situations like this when they do arise. Because with cyber tech, it's not a matter of if there's a breach, it's just kind of a matter of when. Somebody will be highly incentivized to crack. But it seems like you're taking all the right steps.
Yeah, but let me and when I'm saying this, I'm not being defensive towards you guys. I know you're doing what you're supposed to do. I'm glad you are. And I'm not just saying that. What I'm suggesting, and I hope Joey doesn't misunderstand that I'm trying to call you out. I'm not. What I'm suggesting is I want everyone in this community when it's over to believe the results. And Matt, I'll offer you this. Mm-hmm. When we put in those protocols, because you have some background in it, if you would like to come down after and you would like to see all of the things you just said and then have anything else to offer, my ears are open to it, because my goal at the end of this is to have the most ironclad, solid situation where not if but when we can stop it. So that offer is to you, and it's meant respectfully.
I mean, to be fair, I don't want to, because then I can never play on the stream. But there are a handful of people. There are a handful of people that like I would love to have do that. That I would highly support their opinion. Like Andrew Milner, the creator of Poker GFX. If ever he's around and has the ability to do that, like I would just back anything that he supports. Same thing with Maury at Poker Go or anybody from Nevada Gaming, just because they already have these protocols in place. I think that that's the pathway to go, is to find people that are already executing these things so that we can feel comfort from the player standpoint. Because I trust you're going to do what's best.
Yeah, I know that. And, and let's do that. One of these people that you mentioned, if they have the time to do that, I'd be happy to have them come down on your behalf.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's booked if you want to do it. Cool, man. Well, I appreciate coming on. Did you get the package I sent you?
I just got home. I'll look for it.
All right. I mean, it's not a bribe. So you keep talking. Yeah, keep talking shit. It's not. It's just something that I had that I did.
It's not like a box full of shit, is it?
Does it smell?
I haven't even picked it up yet. I don't know.
No, man, it's not.
All right, I got to get back in the hot tub. You boys enjoy.
Hot tub. What a life. See ya.
See ya.
I was missing Sean Deeb as my host there. He was doing all the talking. Shout out to Berkey for coming
he
on
was,
here.
He was doing your heavy lifting.
Yeah. I mean, fuck. I don't know. I was getting tired there for a while. If you don't sit here and don't talk for an hour, I've been awake for I think I've been awake since 24 hours, something like that. So
makes you a little edgy. I know that.
A little bit, yeah. Well, I mean, with what you're saying, I just don't understand what I would do, right? Like, you want me to look in the tape, identify it, and then bring it to the owner, and the owner of the casino going to be like, let's go fucking kill him, or what? Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what exactly am I going to be? How or what am I going to do at this point?
Well, I don't know. You mentioned that if you give it to Poppy, you'll have it solved if you look at the footage.
Yeah, bro.
So
I said right away. Now the time passing, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days.
The footage is the same.
Give me the footage, right? Let's get in there. Let's see it.
The video. Well, Joey, the video footage is the same. That doesn't change. Now, if I said to you, come look at my system, and we're talking that something could change because I keep running the show, that's different. But the video footage doesn't change. So I'm just saying, if
is it hard? Is it hard for someone to look at the people playing the game though?
I think now you're either you're cranky or you not understand what I'm saying. No, I don't need you to come do it.
Right. I get it. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'm saying that the people want a third party, and you've said often, if Poppy comes down, I'll have it solved within an hour. So I'm saying, come down. And you can look at it. It's not hard for us to do.
Well, I guess I'm wondering what solve means in casino world. I solve. What does that mean in casino world? Like you find it and
I don't know. I don't tell me. You said it.
I don't know. Well, that's what I mean. That's why I don't know how it works in casino land. That's what everybody keeps saying today is the casino is not incentivized to find anything at all.
The casino is working 100% with us and is dying to figure it out because they want the integrity of our show to be strong because it's great for the casino, and they are on board with doing everything. So the general manager there has agreed to let myself and anybody that we bring in to look at it because they have nothing to hide because they didn't do anything and they want the truth, and they're different than most casinos, and that's why we're there and not anywhere else. So again, Joey, let's not get off on a bad path. If you're busy, you're tired, you don't have time, you don't think you can bring anything to it, then let's drop the subject. I'm only saying come in.
Well, I'm not sure. It's better. Like I said, it's better conversation for out there. I just don't like to talk about it. So.
Okay. All right. Let's not talk about it. What,
Well,
what
well,
else?
I'm saying I'm
what
just
other
trying to figure out
questions?
what the specifics of it are. I mean, that, I'm interested in it, but I don't know much about that world. So, me going out there by myself without being more knowledgeable about what I'm getting myself into, you're saying it's one thing. I don't know. All I know is in poker world, it ain't ever what it seems. So, there's a reason why I work
Sure.
I work by myself mainly, and why I've been doing this for so long is because a lot of people I work with, there's a lot of shit happening out there. So, the way you can stay out of the trouble is you don't work with the companies and the people and the corporations that are up to the shit. And usually that's going to be the people that are operating the games, operating the events, so you take on a risk by just even associating with that brand or associating with that company or tying your name in any sort of way to these people at all. So without doing your proper due diligence on who exactly you're partnering with or who exactly you're working with or you're giving your legitimacy to, then that's not how you do things. You don't do that. You don't just go someplace like, oh yeah, I'm going to co-sign for whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't know who these people are. I don't know who the lawyers are. I don't know who the investigators are. I don't know who owns the casino. I don't know what you guys are up to. I don't know what the players are up to. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. So if I go out there, you're saying like you're going to investigate. I don't really know what that means. Like I'll look at the tape. Like that's what I'm saying, right? I don't know this. It doesn't make much sense to me. Like I'm sure I could go there, right? And as you said, you want to have me be a part of it too as well. So I appreciate that as well too. It's just something that I want to think more about and try to learn more about what that means before I commit to doing something like that.
I won't mention it again unless you do.
Mhm.
And the only reason I mention it is because it keeps coming up, and it keeps coming up, from your side. So I'm open to let anyone in the community trust to look at it. Let's drop it. I don't need you to come do it. I'm offering it to show that I'm transparent. So let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, it just seemed like something where even if you find these things out, I don't know. It's almost like what happens when you find it out?
Find what out though? What are we talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Like even if you find things, right? What's the, even if you go,
find what?
I don't know.
It's too.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know
it's
what I'm
too
gonna
vague.
find. I don't know what you're gonna find, right? What if you find something to do with somebody who's working there, someone who is involved in whatever's going on as well? So just because you find out more information or something's going on doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be a positive thing overall.
Okay,
So-
well, how about this? To me, it sounds vague. If I find out that somebody's involved in this that works for me or that's cursory to anywhere in the show, then we're going to prosecute him. Like,
Well, that's not- I mean, I'm not.
what-
That's not. I don't. That's not really what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about more of just thinking about it a different way. I'm not worried about the whole you prosecuting someone or you doing that to anybody like that. But when you get involved in
Then I
that,
don't. Then I guess I don't know what you're saying, so I can't answer.
yeah, I mean that's what I'm
I
saying.
just don't know.
Let's
I just don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, so I mean, let's talk about it off air then. Yeah. So.
No problem. Okay. All right. What other questions do you have for me?
Chainsaw, what you got?
I don't know. I think Nick's been very, very straightforward, and you're the one that made the statement that if you were there for an hour, you'd have the whole thing figured out. And
Yeah.
he's challenging you to that, and now you're saying that you're not even interested in that. So
I'm not
Well, I mean, it
challenging.
depends what the offer is. I mean, I don't know what the offer. I don't really know what the offer is, right? That's what I'm saying. Let's talk about it off there. Plus, I've been doing this for 10 hours live, so.
Yeah, I'm not challenging. I'm offering, and I think this is what I really think. Can I tell
That's
you?
what I'm
Joey?
saying. Like, I mean, I could get real about it right now. I don't really want to, so that's what I'm saying. Like, let's move past the topic.
We'll talk about. I'm saying I just feel that like maybe there's some fatigue going on here because I'm not challenging anyone. I'm just offering. That's all. I'm willing to drop the subject. I don't even care if we ever talk about the subject again.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, this guy's saying, right, Jay, what am I expecting? That's what I'm saying, right? It don't make
I
any
do have
sense.
one other question for Nick, if that's possible.
Sure, go for it.
Is there any chance that you could convince Garrett to give the $135,000 to not to your casino, to some neutral party escrow company, and if it's proven that he's correct, he gets the money back. If it's proven inconclusive or that nothing happened, then she gets the money back. I don't know why this has taken a whole week to get this taken care of.
Okay, to get what taken care of? The money?
Yeah, I don't think he should be the one holding the money for a whole week already. I think it's
Okay.
crazy.
Well, and I understand a lot of people feel that way that you're saying. So let me answer the question. It's a matter of fact, and I'm not fucking with you. It's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it so I can answer it. We are a neutral party. We did not facilitate the money exchange. We're clear on that publicly. We stand by that. It is not our business and it is not our place. If Garrett feels that's what he wants to do, then I think it's a great idea. But I'm not going to ask Garrett. I'm not going to facilitate it, because the second I do that, then I'm involved with 2 third parties that I'm not involved with.
I'm not asking you to have him return the money. I'm just asking you to have some neutral party hold the money.
Alan, I cannot facilitate making Robbi or Garrett do anything because I am not affiliated with either.
No, I'm not saying to facilitate. I'm saying to suggest that.
Okay, Alan, I'm not going to suggest it because I'm not going to get involved in the monetary exchanges of escrow companies or anything else. I have a better idea, and I know you're going to think I'm being sarcastic. You ask him, or have somebody else ask him, because I'm the streaming house, and I can't get involved in that. That's the same reason why Ryan Feldman walked away when they started talking about that, because we legally should not and cannot get involved in it. And I've been advised by the new legal team that we do not get involved in that at all. If Garrett wants to,
that's a fair response. That's a fair response.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, can I agree with you that would be a perfect storm for the poker community and people would like that? Yes. And would I be happy if
it's putting Garrett in a really bad light that he basically, I don't know if he asked for the money or he requested the money, however you want to put it. He's been holding the money for close to a week. And it's not really been proven either way that he should even have the money. So let some neutral party hold the money. What's so difficult about that? I just don't understand that whole point.
I don't know, but the whole point is anybody can give anyone money they want to give money to or take it back.
I mean, if somebody offered me $135,000, and I would say, sure, I'll take it. But if I thought I had the money and there was a chance that I didn't deserve the money, I would say, look, let some third party hold the money and they can decide who keeps the money. Like, I don't know, it just seems reasonable.
It may be reasonable, but you're talking to somebody that can't get involved in it and should not.
I agree. It's probably not your place at this point, but maybe from the very beginning, they shouldn't have been allowed to just ask for the money, even in your venue or whatever. I know you have no responsibility for that. It's just the whole thing seems kind of weird.
See, that's the thing with, like, when you're tweeting and interacting even with me, how can you say he shouldn't have been allowed? That's like you come in the casino and you meeting your person or a player and you guys give each other money, or you make a deal, or you decide you have a dispute. What the fuck does that have to do with the other person? So when you say shouldn't be allowed, because the casino, hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. The casino does not get involved in that, and we do not get involved in that. We are not allowed, by the way, we are promoters. We are under strict guidelines. I can't even touch a chip. If you were to come into my stream or in the casino and you were going to hand me money, I would fucking drop it like a hot potato, because under compliance, we can't be involved in any money exchanges. We can't loan money. We can't even exchange chips. We can't be involved in that. We know that. And so regardless of how you feel that it should be done, you're talking about 2 independent people that started to discuss a subject, and a person that's on my team, Ryan, walked away. That's it. Anything else is just your opinion.
The implication is very strong, though. The implication is that people can play in a game and then give certain people money back. It just doesn't look good for the whole integrity of the show. That's not integrity.
Alan, come on, man.
I'm not saying integrity is not the right word, but just the whole nature of the show. It's like people are always saying that high stakes poker, that they're not playing for real money, that they all just return the money at the end. And I know that's not true. But
Alan, you're off reservation. I don't want to talk about the subject anymore, because it's like I feel like I'm spinning a wheel and just picking.
I appreciate your answer. I mean, it's hard for you. You can't go back and say that you're not responsible for what 2 people decide. I mean, if I'm playing in like a slot machine and somebody hits the button on one spin, and the casino says, "Well, we have to pay that person the money," right? Okay. This has happened before, right?
All right, hey, Joey.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bounce, and let me tell you why. I feel even like you sound tired. I haven't ever had an interaction like that with you, so I think.
Let's just wrap it up. Alan, Chainsaw came in here. He brought different kind of energy. He made this place crazy in here. Him and Sean Deeb. These guys out of their mind.
It's making me go off and talk about things I don't even want to talk about. This is the type of thing.
What you doing, Alan? Come on, Alan, Poppy. Come on, Chainsaw. What are you doing, man?
I'm either gonna leave or we're gonna talk about something normal. I can't. I actually took the bait and started answering these ridiculous things, and it just never ends. It's just like this circle that
No, it's
Alan
not.
puts me in. I don't want to be in it. Okay, I gotta go. Sorry that I went off on that tangent.
No, it's
Joey,
all
get
good.
some
Yeah,
rest.
yeah, we'll talk tomorrow.
I think the last 10 minutes were non-productive. I gotta go. Bye.
Sounds good.
I really shouldn't have asked him about the money. thing.
Chainsaw,
I
what
was-
you doing, man? What are you doing? Why you do this, to people, bro?
Yeah,
You
I
got
shouldn't have
give
asked
away
about the money
everybody.
thing.
You're scaring away
I knew he
you're
was-
scaring away the
I knew he
people,
was
bro.
gonna
It's supposed to
say
be
that
fucking a
answer.
nice. It's supposed to be a nice call-in show, Chainsaw. Nice. We come on here. Vertucci give us his time. We show him respect. You don't go attacking the people and be like, you know what I mean? That's not like it's just chill, right? You come on here, ask some questions.
Week. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It what?
They orchestrated the meeting. They got him the money, and then now he's been holding the money for close to a week. The whole thing is kind of ridiculous.
Well, that's what you think, but they don't think that way. So,
No, I
right, they don't
understand
want
what
you to be
the-
telling them that
They
they're
said it's a-
fucking
it's a
ridiculous
private
every
agreement
time.
between two parties. I understand that.
Yeah.
But if something doesn't seem right, they could have a neutral party hold the money. I don't see why that's so different.
I mean, I can see a lot of ways, right? I see what you're saying too, but they don't want to necessarily argue about that kind of shit. So
No,
I'm trying to have peaceful conversation, bro. The art. Let me teach you. You play poker slot machine. I make content. I'm going to teach you the art of the content. Okay. When they come on your show, you be nice to them. That's the art of the content right there. Okay. And then you go from there.
I was more than nice. I hope he unblocks me, but he might after that last question.
He might not. I don't think so, bro. You ruined his peaceful night. You got done playing a game, trying to come on here. So here, let me get you out here. I'm gonna get Feldman on here. So.
Who are you getting on
No, I'm
next?
sorry. I'm gonna get Ryan Depaulo on here. Okay.
Is Ryan the guy that played the tournament from his car?
For his car? Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah, I have respect for that guy. I mean, he sat in the parking lot and won a ring. There's no chance that he cheated because he's obviously by himself in a parking lot.
Yeah, that's true. Here, kid, let's get you out of here. Okay, I'm gonna bring you Ryan in. All right.
All right. See you later.
All right. Talk to you soon, Chainsaw. Let's get out of here, bro. What the fuck was going on there, bro? I gotta like shift it. I gotta shift it. Depaulo, I gotta shift it. Give me a shift.
Yo.
Let me shift the energy, please.
Can you hear me okay? Does my audio sound good?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Shout Ryan Depaulo.
Dude, this is what I'm looking at. This is the most lit shit ever. I got 3-card poker after bubble, and then I got you. Whatever. It doesn't but this is the most lit shit ever. Alan just ends with the shade at me. He doesn't know. I had RTA in the backseat of the car that night, and it was a bracelet, not a ring, Alan. Okay. So he doesn't know I didn't cheat. Dude, that was so lit. This whole thing was the wildest night ever. Thank you for doing it for the people. Dude, this is so savage. Hold on, let me put this steady so people don't throw up with this horrible ass view. Like Deeb was sitting there with a cowskin ottoman behind him, like straight fires. Bill Perkins talking about he has NASA satellite imagery of this girl's ass. Like Nick is an evil villain. I'll buy him lights. Like this dude is in the dark every single fucking time he calls in, and is like, I haven't slept, and then gives 18-minute answers in a row. Right? It's like I don't. There's no answers. Everyone's arguing, but it's very silly. Dude, let's ship him some lights. And then it's like, when he gets so defensive, he yelled, he goes, Chainsaw's like something related question about did you have a piece of Garrett? And then he's like, just Josh Ari's question. He goes, who the fuck is Josh Ari to ask me that? It's like, yo, relax. It's Josh Ari. It's just a question, bro.
The guy's fired up, bro. Listen, I can tell he's fired up. He's been getting missiles from every direction with the Hustler stuff. He's fired up.
No, it must be. I know. No, dude, he's in the middle of it. He is at the worst part of anyone. Like, just as far as whether or not, if he's in on it or he's completely innocent, I'm not whatever. It's still hell to either defend yourself and fix the show, or it sucks because it's a great show. It is truly like the best cash game live stream, and that part of it sucks that got messed up. But anyway, I want to know where Mickey was that night still, right? This has not been answered by anybody. I want to know, JRB at the La Quinta was the most lit call-in ever, on the roof. Berkey, I just want to call out real quick for having like he's too scared to show his face without all the studio lights in the world like he does on his pod. Dude, savage. But
so you think it was an accident that he happened to have his shirt off for the first 2 seconds, and then he suddenly pulled a Robbi, and then
he did that?
Yeah,
I wasn't looking at. I didn't look up.
He had his shirt off for the first. He had his shirt off conveniently for the first 3 seconds.
Oh my god, bro! He definitely just wanted to be like, oh, you caught me, even though he's waiting on hold for like 10 minutes.
I'm lifting buys and in the sauna, you know. It's like.
He's like, yeah, 2000. Wait, what the hell else? I wrote down some questions, chainsaw style, but like, I don't know how you feel. Thanks for muscling it first. The people need this. There's 4,300 people watching right now. Like, and what was it, 3 or 2 years ago that it was the Apostle extravaganza? You probably just recovered from that.
With the Apostle stuff, yeah. I mean, it took a little bit, but this is way different.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like it's fair to look at everything. But wait, chainsaw, what the hell did I write down? Oh, it's like
that guy, bro. That guy chainsaw that guy like super Chad. I like that guy.
Yeah, I love him, even though he dissed me at the end, and then started defending his own markup. He was like, him and Deeb almost getting in a markup debate. But fucking him asking Nick, I was dying for the last 30 minutes, like asking Nick about like something about, well, why don't they just take the money? It's like, you can't shake people down. But then Nick is like, how could you question the integrity of the great Hustler family? It's like the establishment of Hustler, Larry Flint's great legacy built on breast. How dare we fathom that someone in this fine establishment might have anything to do with it? It's like, dude, it's insane. All of this is so silly. This is so much fun. And then talking about the hands, and then like, this is great. We need more drama in the poker. We need like a love and hip hop type of poker show or some shit where people, because we are dying for this. Like, we're hungry for this drama.
Damn, you sound so fired up right now. This is firing me back up. I'm like waking up now.
I told you if I call, I'd like re-silly it up and put this in perspective, dude. Bill Perkins has analysts looking at the photos, but he's about to go to a music festival, like while he sends it to NASA scientists. And like, what the hell else?
Tom Dwan checking in from Singapore.
Tom, I didn't even see that. I was playing at a bracelet event. Jesus Christ, Tom Dwan appeared.
Yeah, Tom Dwan and Daniel came on. They were talking a little bit.
I saw Daniel. This is so crazy, bro. Like, I thought there was no more to be farmed from this, but the last whatever hours since I've been watching, like, we need an investigation on everybody, guys. We need an investigation on Ling Ling, all of them.
What if I just did an investigation on each person, on one person's hand? We start with Garrett. We do his hands, Garrett hands.
Yo, I think that'd be anti-Semitic of you, actually, if you want to know the truth. I don't think that'd be right.
Yeah.
I think that, why he got so mad when they asked if they had a piece of him. Isn't that a common thing that when you have a game, maybe not a stream game, but
super common, yeah.
That's not an out-of-line question. When you have a great player in a game with whales and it's curated for them to win, you get a piece, right? I mean, why is that a crazy question?
Pretty standard, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so whatever. And then the only other good thing, I just wrote down one more thought that I just to fire you up, and then we can chill and talk. I know you're tired and you want to go. Is that this is actually great for all the guys like who've been playing with anal beads just for fun, like, and now we can just, if we get caught by our wives, just be like, nah, I was just cheating. Like, don't think I'm gay. I was just a cheat at poker.
So all the anal beads enthusiasts out there now they got a lifeline, or what do they get?
I think we have an excuse. Yeah,
they get to use their anal beads in peace, or what?
I think that we can just say like, it's like, how many times I've been in the shower and then she sees my underwear. I left one behind, and she's like, "Yo, what are you doing again?"
Bro, what the fuck is going on tonight, guys? Oh my god, I'm getting.
It's like, no, honey, I was just cheating at poker. She's like, but you're down like to 100K this year. It's like, nah, don't worry.
Bro, am I hearing this right? I think I'm imagining things, honestly. I don't even know what's going on right now. I think I'm imagining things.
Yo, thank you for doing this for the people, dude. Like, thank you. I love you. You are what we need right now.
Thanks, Poppy. So what are your thoughts on the situation?
You want to know what I actually think a little bit, sir?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, give me a little bit. Yeah.
All right. That everyone's like Garrett didn't behave wrong. Given that, like, even the people who I know who think that she didn't cheat, like admit that, like, if they were playing that hand in a poker bros club or something, they would get up from the table immediately after. So, like, let's remember the hand that's sparking all this. It is the wildest hand ever. It's okay to look into everything. And as was said before, I forget who said, I think Sean Deeb, that it's not unfair to her, as long as we're not mean. And I was a little nasty at first. Like, I tweeted out a joke about women are so bad at poker that even when they super use, they fuck it up, which I deleted because I didn't want to be nasty or whatever. Like, I was just trying to be funny. But I don't think it's unfair to look into it. Like, it's not, as long as we're not making any personal attacks, I don't think anyone's owed an apology. When you play the most wild hand ever, and we look into it, and remember, this is the way we figured out Mike Postle was cheating, by doing all this digging that you're doing. Not we, you, really, right? By looking at all these crazy, it seemed like tinfoil hat, like Alex Jones shit. But that's all the evidence we have. We never got actual 100% proof, right? But we know essentially through doing all this craziness and all this shit, but it was just way more evidence and much more clear, right? So I don't think it's unfair when people are like, this is not right. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
shout out to DQ with the dono. Poppy, this night has been so enjoyable that I feel like I have to pay you for all this primetime entertainment. Thank you for doing all of this. Thank you very much, DQ. Shout out to DQ. Mr. Max Payne. Yeah, shout out to DQ. So, what was the question?
And I asked you, I don't even remember, dude. I'm tired too. I was asking you, Jersey Joe, bro, was like he's like, it's good. I'm literally freezing out here, bro. It's like 50, it's like 60
Can you
degrees
imagine?
here,
Like, I'm just dealing with these people for the last 5 days, just like 40. I've had like 40 or 50 call-ins with just like the most random fucking collection of people I've ever seen in my life. Mike Matusow came on earlier, hopped up, talking. I mean, like, bro,
I forget
you can't
about
make
that.
this
You know,
up.
I was
You couldn't make it
as
up.
the drug. He was a good drug correspondent expert, though. You know what I mean? To talk about the drug theory.
That's
Someone
what I'm
who's
saying.
clearly
He's like,
not
oh,
sober.
like, I got a new theory about the case, like on drugs. I'm like, oh, here we go. Okay, like this. At least I haven't heard the take yet. You know what I mean? It made it interesting because I ain't really heard the take, but.
Yeah, he
So-
did some research like on the air live. He's like, I'm doing some research into what drug cocktail she might be on. I forgot about him.
Yeah.
Wait, dude, it's so wild. I feel like I think we're all in this together as like a psychotic, amazing investigation that's fun that the whole poker world is part of. But JRB saying another serious thought I have, and again, stop me. I know you're tired. I just wanted to like.
No, it's all good.
Like,
throw some stuff out there.
Give a silly note. That like JRB being like, why do we have to question her? It's like, or we have no reason to think that something along the lines of that. It's like, no, we do. We have the hand itself, but then all the lies after, and of course they could be explainable by like her being ashamed or all this and that. But to say that there's no reason to look into this is absurd. I think it's somewhere in the middle, right? It's like it's not nothing. What do you think? What do you think? Like.
I think all this stuff is fun for many and not fun for a few that are involved in, depending on how they see it. So.
Well, only Nick is probably not fun for. Robbi, I don't think. I think she may be enjoying it. Maybe it's, I don't know.
Who knows? Yeah.
I'm not even joking. I don't know her. I don't want to be mean about her. I don't mean that rude. I don't think this is like necessarily because I don't think she's getting that much hate. For Garrett, this certainly isn't fun. He's getting a lot of hate. Well, people are calling him a bitch and stuff like that,
Right.
I think he's getting way more hate than he deserves. Because if you think you got cheated, I think I would behave the same way that Garrett did, right?
Yeah. Shout out to Thomas Peak with the donation. Please split with the guest. He is fire. Okay. Send Ryan $10. Ask Ryan how fast does a cop car go. Xavier Bresnik.
That's from Sex Ed. That was like one of the hardest times I ever laughed. It's just a random story.
Yeah.
Some kid put in the anonymous box in Sex Ed, how fast can a cop car go? Like, dude, I don't know. It's like everyone's acting reasonable and we're all acting insane.
Someone's saying that Robbi posted on Robbi posted on Twitter that she thinks that G-Man is cheating now. with a video clip.
Are you serious?
Let me lock back. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, bro. She posted a clip that said that's alluding to that G-Man might be cheating in a clip.
It's gonna be like, I discovered this program called Pile Solver where you can actually learn hands.
No. It says what is G-Man hiding in his hand and secretly removing from the poker table during this live at the bike stream? Is that Andy stacks poker in the 5 seed? I slowed it down in the beginning. Oh my god, what is this?
We don't want to see. I'm looking at it with you. I'm looking at my screen.
I feel a little bit separate though. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. It's only hold on I can't.
Uh-oh. Looks like he's taking out something from his crotch area. Uh-oh. Little CTO.
He probably just had to readjust the dick.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a dick readjustment. That's a dick readjustment.
No, watch. Something pulls something out. Look, he pulls it out. You see that? See, he pulls it out. You see that?
Yo.
Could be money. Could be the anal beads controller. I don't know.
Look how he's jacked enough that you could see his muscles through his shirt. Like, that's what Berkey should have worn if he wanted to show everyone his outfit.
Maybe it's what it could mean. I don't know.
Dude, sometimes the grundle itches. Dude, it could be a lot of things. Sometimes you put too many beads for one night. You know, maybe you realize the game is too soft. Also, Live at the Bike has a different system that you need a grundle beads instead of anal thigh beads. Like, what?
Who knows, man? I don't know what's going on now. Now Garrett got a.
Yeah, I'm only here as long as you want me. I'm out of interesting things to say, but I'm down to just have a real conversation. No, I mean, I'm happy to talk if you're gonna still stream. I'll shut up a little.
Yeah, it's okay. Let me see the donos here. We got Will G with the 10. Still the option, which is what I think Paso may have been, is that the aspects of the stream are fixed like reality TV. Some hands are plans for certain players. I would 100% believe that. 499 from Zach Women said, hit the slot, Ryan.
All right, hold on. Let me turn it. I got to plug it back in. It's been taunting me just fucking sitting here.
Grit Poker, I want to be clear. Alan K was incorrect in his statement. Not at any time did I say anyone was guilty or innocent. If there is guilt found, I never said inside or outside. Okay, thank you. Mr. Grit.
Who gives a fuck?
41199. LOL, I discovered this thing called Pio Solver. So,
yeah. I thought that's what she was going to say.
Yeah. Sorry,
are you going to back up?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting quote. Oh, wait, go ahead. Hit the slot machine.
No. It's got to fire back up. Do you?
I need to show the video on Robbi's Twitter. I just showed the video on Robbi's Twitter.
I think that Garrett has to be number 2, like Foxen and Garrett. I don't really watch cash game streams. I don't care. I like tournaments, but like Foxen and Garrett, if I had to, they're both like definitely both the top 2, guys to fuck.
Yeah.
In poker, someone asked me in my stream the other day which poker vlogger I would have sex with, and I just snaps at Mariano, forgetting that there were female vloggers as well.
Jesus Christ! All right, I'm gonna bring Nick back in, okay? He want to come make an entrance in a nice, calmly. So I'm gonna bring him back in.
Yeah.
Now Chainsaw out of here. He's like, let's the fucking get out of here. Chainsaw got him.
Well, I gotta put money in this slot also. Tell Nick I'll send him some lights when is he coming back on right
now? He's coming back on, yeah.
Oh, you're waiting for me to get off to get him back on?
No, you can stay. No, you can stay.
This fucking machine is gonna kill me. Yo, this has nothing to do with what I don't know if people care about this or not, but I thought this would take 3,500 spins somehow because I thought it was like roulette. Nobody gives a fuck, dude. I don't want to talk about this thing.
That's a problem, bro. So what are you doing? A slot machine? What are you doing exactly?
I bought it, and it's a challenge. I thought that could do it nonstop until I hit a jackpot as like an experiment, and like a fucking idiot. I thought that somehow because it pays 3,000 to 1, the jackpot, that like it worked like roulette, where with a vig it'd be like 3,200 to 1. But forgetting that you're betting on all the outcomes when you bet, so it's really closer to like 500K to 1. So I started the stream Wednesday morning. I'm like 17,000 spins in or something, and it's going to be way more. And I drilled this into my ceiling to have a pulley system because you have to press the button. You can't hold it down. I'm in a way over my head. Like, I don't know. I'm going to fucking kill this thing, but I'm committed to.
Come in, but not the squeeze. Sorry.
Oh,
Hey, guys.
lights. Yo, look at Nick with lights. Let's go.
Yeah, I got lights this time, baby.
Welcome back, Nick.
Thanks. Hey, man, I wanted to come back and at least exit calmly. I took the bait and went in a circle jerk with Alan, and I just can't do that. I can't. It just, I'm tired, and I just can't. Like, sometimes I just can't take the insanity, and I snapped a little bit. So I wanted to come back on and just say, hey, look, man, I know you're exhausted, Joey. I could tell. I am too. Yeah, I just wanted to come back and answer any questions you wanted calmly and exit differently because, like I said, I felt like I was a dog chasing my tail there for about 5 minutes, and I took the bait and I shouldn't have.
Yeah, Alan Kessler came on here. He was. I feel like there's a time and a place for Alan Kessler, and maybe that wasn't the time and the place for Alan Kessler.
Yeah, that's okay. That was my fault because I should still be able to. There was too bright back there. I still should have been able to not. I should have just not answered him. I mean, once I give an answer and then he wants to keep saying the same thing in a different way, I need to just stop. So, anyways, what else could I do for you, Joey?
Let's think. Do we have any more questions, chat? Ryan, do you have any questions?
Are you gonna block him again? Yeah. Are you gonna 3-bet block him now? Like you unblocked him during the conversation and then time for the reblock?
No, I made I was lucky enough not to unblock during the conversation, so I think I'm gonna stay.
Are you guys the same age?
What the fuck?
Well, I don't know how old is he. I don't even. I've never met. I've only seen him like once or twice in person.
I have no idea. I've never met Alan Kessler. The only experience I've had with him is when the two experiences I've had is when I commentated. He said I was the worst commentator he's ever heard in his life, and then asked to come on my podcast like right after he said it, and I'm like, oh, is this guy on fucking Spectrum or what?
What are you talking about?
Dude, yeah, no, he's I like yo, why don't you just shake down Garrett? Why did you get so defensive? I don't think that it's unreasonable though for people to ask about like you guys having a piece. Like I was saying before you came back on the call, that like I'm not accusing you of it. I don't give a shit. But like
totally.
Like you know what I mean? Isn't that a common thing when you have great players in a game that you're curating?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think what's made me snap was I heard somebody say this that was real reputable. And it's like, that's how shit starts. I think if you just, like, we haven't never met, right?
No. Nice to meet you.
Shit, dude. I'm as old as I am, I can't remember. So it's like how I feel about like this. If you just said to me, hey, Nick, I want to ask you a question. I think it's a fair question, boom, and you asked me, I would have just answered. But I'm just telling you, and I feel bad saying this, I think it's Alan's delivery system. Somehow it makes me, it's just like, oh, I heard from somebody and they said this, and it's, I forget how he put it, and I'm like, oh, come on. Like, ask me the question, but don't ask it like you already have the answer and you want me to confirm it. I guess like that.
Yeah, I would be, I can only imagine what you're going through, and
yeah,
I would be, it's called autism, by the way, though, is his delivery system. Just, I'm pretty sure, I don't know.
Yeah. But so that I wanted to come back on. Because the last 8 minutes I was on, I felt like I misrepresented who I am as a human because he got the best of me. Like, it just frustrated me. But, like, you asked me the same question right now, and I don't want to fucking pull my eyes out of my head, right? So, like, yeah, it's a fair question. And the answer is calmly, we've never had a piece of him. And we never have, we never will. And I'll probably even add some of those things like to the polygraphs because I want and I'm open to that. Like you guys can even add some other stuff, but no, never. And I think it was just a delivery system. So.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think your show is like. I don't think anything. I think you're maybe even going more far in defending. I know you overly want to preserve. You have the best poker stream there is, right? It's like you guys created this awesome thing.
Yeah.
And it's like I could only imagine like my YouTube channel being at risk over some shit. I'd be like, do everything I could to clear my name and defend it, like to the death, right? But I think maybe you come off a little defensive, like in spots maybe you don't need to, or like overly. Not that you're asking my fucking advice, just because we're having a conversation and I'm forgetting
Sure.
it on stream. But and then maybe that's making it. Dude, I don't know, man. It's like
Well, it's real easy to get defensive about things. You know, it's a normal thing,
Yeah, I'm
especially when you're
sure.
dealing with the public and they give you
You know
their
what I think
their
it is,
input and
Ron?
advice.
What I think it is this. This is just an honest answer. I think because when you're going through something like this, when you, I probably need to stay. I think what happens is social media wears out my battery. And when my battery gets worn out, I get a little bit frustrated. And like, it's not that I don't even want to be defensive. I want to just like sometimes like just pop someone in the kisser, you know what I mean? Because it's like, it's so frustrating. So my thing I think I need to do, and I did this today, is stay off of social media, check it like 2 or 3 times a day, because I'm getting tagged, and it's just like human nature. Like it comes through, you get a notification. I'm getting tagged in like every possible conversation on the internet right now about this incident. And when something is important to you and then you hear like such absurdities, and then you get tired, like Joey, like I've never had an interaction like that with Joey. And I can tell you, I think that came from both of us being kind of tired, right? Like just both of us got a little bit cranky in that conversation. And normally I wouldn't, but when you're on like really low battery, you have like less tolerance kind of for like Alan's questioning how it is, or a little bit less like tolerance for something. So that's why I wanted to call back, because that's really not what represents who I am and how I want to handle this. But there is passion behind it because, you know, dude, there's a lot of accusations flying around that are very, very unfounded. And so sometimes when you're tired, you just, you get a little probably defensive or pissed off. So,
Yeah, no, I understand. Joe, go ahead. Sorry if you're.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean that's like I sort of see that when I go on social media. Normally I'm a peaceful person, but if I get sometimes I get a little agitated, and then I just, instead of thinking about a nice response to people, I just sometimes call them a straight donk or something like that. So just
I mean,
you get a lot of bullshit and trolls and
and
it just happens.
Harder than that. I mean, yesterday somebody who was supporting of the show said something, and I completely read it wrong because I was like on fumes, and I just said something sarcastic, and he's like, "Bro, what are you doing?" Like I was kind of like on your side, and I'm like, "Fuck, dude, I just I'm sorry." You know what I mean? And I shouldn't even be answering that anyways, because it doesn't matter. Like I need to do what I need to do, and just do it. And I probably shouldn't come on and disrespectfully, not this like on shows. I probably shouldn't come on and discuss it. It's probably the best thing for me to do, but what my intention is for people to understand that I'm leaning into it and not away from it. So
yeah, I can't imagine with people lying about me and it's a lie, and like they're saying things about you.
Yeah, it's hard.
Right. Yeah, I would react the same way, and I think it's not the best. Like for like just the PR. Not that you're asking my advice, PR wise. It's just like wait, and I don't think the poker community will take much for us to generally be like, either like, all right, all good. You know what I mean? It's
definitely,
like this is
yeah,
all
definitely.
Like these things are not. Some are personal when they're lying about you and the thing you've built, obviously, in a way. But like when we're combing through stuff or making joke videos or even like Doug Pokes things, maybe it's not as like the amount of stuff you need to do to clear, I don't think will be like, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. You gotta like, just so like, you're going to be okay is what I mean. Like, I want to like give you a hug a little bit.
Probably even going overboard of what I even maybe could or should do, but I am doing that. Yeah. And then, what the unfortunate part is I could probably do 10x what I should even do to even be okay. And even after I do 10x, I'll probably still have a good portion of the people that are just going to say what they're going to say, right?
Yeah,
that's just the world. That's just the world we live in.
No matter what.
Yeah, no matter what.
Yeah.
So I got to get better than that, because this is something that I get teased about a lot. but I'm fucking really sensitive when it comes to stuff like that. And the reason is because I'm very sensitive to others. Like I'm into other people and very careful not to fuck someone up or hurt them or accuse them or whatever it is. So I guess on the other side of the coin, I just expect that that's how it should be. But I have to be, even as old as I am, I have to be smarter than that because, like I said, especially when my battery's low, like I just get sensitive to it because it's such horseshit. But I totally agree with your take on this. And I'm kind of glad that happened a few minutes ago because it really kind of snapped and woke me up to the fact that I can't fall into that. I have to avoid those traps, and when I feel like one's coming, I need to back away from it because I don't want to give the impression that I'm defensive because I'm not defensive over anything. I'm just more sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
to be honest.
as I would be too. I think it well, I don't know if I should say this. Never mind. But yeah, I was
God knows
similar
what you're...
person. No, nothing about you or anything. Never mind. This is the first time
Let me get some shout. We have some shout out for these dono. Sean L53, just another 20 because I love this shit. Thank you, Sean L23. Forum 199 says call Robbi, please. Maybe we talk to Robbi another day. Plus, last time I talked to her, let's just kind of chill with her, let her kind of chill out, and
Can I say something too? And I probably shouldn't say it. I'm only going to say it very quietly, unemotionally. I mean, I hope she stops with the whole I saw something at LATB and Garrett. Let's stop this nonsense. Let's just get through this. And I don't know. I guess everyone could do what they want, but let's not start that.
Mm-hmm.
You mean you can't control what she says or get money from Garrett? I mean, my gosh, you don't own them.
Yeah.
Wait, I feel people are saying that I'm being soft on you, and I'm not the investigator here, guys. I do though want to ask you about the sleep chocolates that did seem to not kick in the last time you were on. What's the story with these? Is it
all right? So these are just basically a really small dose of chocolate that has THC in them. I never was a weed guy. I don't smoke pot. I never have. Well, I have, but I don't. I hate it. This is just something that an hour after you take it, just makes you feel so tired and it helps you sleep. That's it. Whatever.
No.
When you get on this shit, hey, let me tell you what I did once. I got on a sleep chocolate. I was at the WSOP and I chocolate. Listen, I was about an hour into the chocolate and I was laying in bed up in Paris Hotel, and I fucked up and I tweeted to Doug Polk and I said something like, it was when he was going through the coin flex thing and he was taking a lot of heat and he used to give Helmuth a ton of shit for his hat, and I thought I wrote it out really peacefully about man, this is what it feels like. That's why we got to slow our roll and make sure people are guilty before because this is how it feels. And dude, he fucking filleted me on Twitter. He fucking called me things you couldn't believe. He was pissed. And honestly, when I reread it, and I'm not backing away from it, you guys don't know me. I'm a fighter. If I believe in something, I'll go. I don't care how big his mic is. But when I reread it, I'm like, oh, fuck, that didn't read right, man. And it was the sleep chocolate, man. And so I got to be.
Well, luckily it didn't seem to kick in while you were on the show last time, but.
No, because I got an adrenaline rush and I was on one, I pushed through it. I fucked up my buzz.
No, this is the other thing people are saying in the chat, and it's true that I am being nicer to Nick and not as trolly because I see in all these footage how soft the games are, and I do not want to fuck up my opportunity to be invited on. That's absolutely at play. So, guys who are
where do I find these? Where do I find you guys at? Oh my god, I got fucking Deeb. Then I bring Kessler in. Then you get another flavor of Depaulo. I love it. It's you never know what you're going to get.
Ryan, what do they want you to do to me, though? Soft how? You can ask me anything. What do they want? They want blood, bro.
Yeah. I don't know what more there is to even. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I was I don't fucking know. I was leaning towards that. I literally don't know what I'm supposed to ask you. I think the sleep chocolate was the biggest investigation.
Who the fuck are you? I don't even know who you are, but
no. It's a good question.
This is
I
the
have a
new. This is
YouTube
the new
channel.
talk show. I just bring on random people and throw them in a call, and I don't tell anyone who anybody
And I'm
is.
fucking answering questions from someone I've never even seen or met, or I've never heard
Well,
your
ask
name.
him some questions then, Nick. What are you talking about? You turned.
I don't know. Who are you? You
Ask-
play poker?
That's what I'm saying. Ask him. Yeah, give him some questions. Go
Ryan,
ahead.
you play poker, bro?
Yeah. I'm America's Card Room Team Pro. Shout out to America's Card Room. I want to
stop
brace on a
it.
parking lot. Maybe
Not
what you
financial
heard
advice.
that story during COVID, and I have a YouTube channel, Poker Vlog.
Okay.
I have
All
like
right.
100,000 subscribers. I recently got like shout outs to me. Let's go.
Wow, man.
Let's go.
See, sometimes
and you
don't
guys
know-
too, though.
See, listen, sometimes you don't know you're in the presence of greatness, and now I know.
Well,
Yeah.
you could tell though. You said you sensed it that I was funny and you liked me already. So I think greatness just shines through regardless of the level of
did,
familiarity.
A lot of moxie and charisma, so I don't care who you are. So what's your next question?
I don't know. I'm gonna take your chat. I forget what else I wanted to add. Like I guess it's like
Did Phil Nagy tell you got to have one ACR plug in here? Or what? What did Phil Nagy tell you?
Nah, I just felt compelled to because I actually have like Poker Stars chips here next to me,
No, don't do
and
that,
like
yeah.
I needed to I shouldn't, and I like wanted to like shoehorn ACR in somehow.
Oh, yeah.
but
Phil
yeah,
Nagy.
they'll assassinate me, dude. I'm going to Uruguay. They'll poison me easily, in a couple days.
Totally.
So yeah, wait, what the fuck? I don't know, dude. It's like what? This is also silly. This is like great. This is like
It's a little-
everyone's got to relax. It's a little silly,
Don't
but
you
I would be.
think everyone should calm down a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, including you. No disrespect, including you. I think we've done this as we've done on this show. But yeah, everyone's having fun with it. We're just desperate for drama in the poker world. I think we need
You're totally right. I need to totally calm down. I agree, bro.
Oh my god, dude, this is so funny.
if they have a daytime sleep chocolate. No, I don't know. Like,
Is this what your new? Is this what your show's like, Ryan? For your that one. Remember that one idea you told me about, but the sports story, the gambling story in like a different country, like South America.
Dude, this slot fucking thing took over. I'm like, Nick, I'm doing some stupid thing where I'm playing this. I thought I could play a slot that I bought until I won a jackpot, but it's gonna take me years. I don't know, Joe, but I am flattered that the charisma shines through regardless. I don't know if I know.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna stop saying words because I'm saying nothing right now. I have really not much more to contribute.
But everyone's on the edge of their seat waiting for the next nothing.
Yeah, that big nothing burger. Like I think we should slow mo look at I don't even know, dude. Look at fucking zoom in. Why are you're such an evil villain in the last few times you appeared too. I'm glad you have lights right now. I could see your face. It's like makes you much more relatable.
I have backlight now. Well, see, the other night when I was doing this, I had the wife behind me in bed sleeping, and I was sitting here, like, just
fired up.
Yeah, I was like all fired up in here, fucking my sleep chocolate up, and like I was on one. You thought sleep chocolate? I was like acted like I was on Adderall, like I was going crazy.
That's what the conspiracy is.
I'm gonna have you on with me on every time I go on something, and just have you go, oh, Nick, whoa, slow your fucking roll. Right, you're right, Ryan.
Yeah, despite having no filter, I may be okay at PR.
We'll get you in there.
Oh yeah, Jersey Joe. I don't know if you want to respond to Jersey Joe. Oh, sorry, Joe Ingram. Do you?
Oh, Jersey Joe.
No, I wanted to say that Jersey Joe said he has 100% flawless theory, and I don't know if you heard him. His dentures were maybe falling out on the call, and he was in the freezing cold. But he has a 100% flawless theory, and I'm sure he wanted to ask you some questions, but I can't. What are your response to Jersey Joe's allegations?
I just say, to Jersey Joe, keep your teeth in and stay warm, bro.
This is good practice for your PR training or whatever.
Good stuff.
He's gonna find. I live in Jersey too, actually. Though I'm scared he's gonna find me. And
lay low.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know.
Seriously, does anyone in the chat have a reasonable question? I'd be happy to answer it before I go, in there and go to sleep.
Yeah, guys, what do you think? Shout out to DQ with another donation. He said, only on social media is a person or a business considered guilty until proven innocent. Hustler deserves the right to take time to get to the bottom of this. Robbi and Garrett deserve this as well.
I don't feel like there's much like shit directed at everything I've heard is just about her. Like It would be this. It's just like a cheated game potentially that happened to be streamed, right? And then the streaming may be part of it, but it's like I don't even think people who think that she cheated or lean towards her cheating generally are. I'm not. I mean, I'm not, and I lean like more than 50% that she probably did something. But I'm not like, oh, there's some shit going on behind the scenes. Like, it's just the vessel through which we viewing this cheated poker game potentially happens to be your show, which of course is at risk and all these things for you. But I don't think people view it like that. I think it's like we just want to find out if she did or not. You know, Stones was different because it went on for so fucking long and so pervasive.
I want to know too. I want to know if she cheated. I want to know if she didn't. I want to know. And you know, I'm thrown into this, and so now I'm dealing with it.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, it's not on you as much as like you feel like it is. Like we're all gonna be okay. Joe's getting the chat. I'm looking at the chat because I'm out of things. I'm not adamant. I wasn't adamant she cheated, but I have doubts when face to face with Vertucci. No, I'm talking to another human being, dickhead ML in the chat. Wait,
what did he say?
Poppy, you got to be respectful of the chat. What's good? Come on,
No,
you can't be yelling at the chat.
Why
what is
does-
going on?
No,
dude?
half of them.
We gotta
half of them
we
are
have to time you out for yelling at our chat, man. We gotta give you an IRL timeout. What do you do?
Ryan, don't listen to Poppy. What did they say?
Come on.
He said that I was saying that I was adamant that she cheated, but I wasn't. I said I was 82%.
Come on.
And
Here,
I
you,
still,
you
I
I
still
gotta go
think
to the
she-
bathroom. You guys take.
Yeah, we don't need.
I still think she did, but I don't think that that's any. I don't think that that's a personal attack on you or whatever. And I'm like, I don't think.
Personal attack on me. I've already said, you know, if there's a breach in my system, I'm accountable for it, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna take accountability. And here's what I think, Ryan. I think is, you know, whatever happens, I'm gonna tell the truth, and I just think it's gonna be fine because I'm gonna tell the truth. If it's not, then it's not.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it's like, I don't think that there's nothing to grill him about, guys, just because I think that he cheated. Imagine.
Yeah, way to spit that out on accident.
Yeah, I know.
What do they want? But tell them to be specific. Grill me on what? Ask me. I'm happy to answer as long as it's a fair-minded question.
Now's your chance. I can phrase it calm while keeping you like.
Yeah. No, you totally scared my ass. So I'm down to answer, but it needs to be reasonable.
Fuck, man. Where's Jersey Joe? Listen, one more shout out to Dan. Shout out to my guy Dan. Ingram After Dark is my new favorite show. Thank you, Dan. One of my favorite podcast producers out there. Alfie says, I think Nick was fair offering someone trusted to come look at footage at Hustler and not wanting to release everything to public, just saying they will be transparent. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. A lot of questions out there. Let me see.
Oh, the people need to know why are their sunglasses at night.
Yeah, they do want to know that. Yeah, definitely.
Because I'll tell you why. I'll take them off. Because I was playing poker in them. They're prescription, and I just walked in with them tonight and had them on still. So there you go. Sunglasses are off. They're my prescription glasses.
Well, Rob Kuhn, you hear that? Rob Kuhn in the chat asking, he wanted to know. I guess.
Look, not off.
More and more relatable. Oh, guilty. They're saying put them back on. I think as we're live.
Bro, I need some glasses now. I see Nick's eyes. Now I know I need some glasses too. Fuck me.
Dude, I know. I'm exhausted.
I definitely gotta wear like my shades.
Brian's gonna put his on. I'm putting mine back on so I can see.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me put mine on too. Perfect.
So, do you guys have anything else? Because my whole goal and dream was to just exit calmly.
Yeah, go exit calmly. We can wrap it up. I'm gonna go to sleep soon anyway.
Okay.
I got a slot to play, so yeah. No, nice to meet you, Nick. And I don't know. Thanks.
You're out of your mind, bro. Good to meet you too, man. I can see why you have a successful vlog. You're fun to watch. Now that I know who you are, I'll log in. Not that you give two shits, but that's it.
Do. They all have. I lost a bunch of subscribers doing this shit, so it helps.
It happens.
All right, guys. Have a good night. We'll keep working at it, and you guys keep doing what you guys do, and we'll meet back in the middle at some time.
Cool. Yeah, sounds good to both of you guys. We'll talk to both of you soon.
All right. Good to meet you, bud. You guys have a great night.
All right. See
Bye.
you guys. Whew. All right, guys. Thanks to Nick Vertucci and to Ryan Depaulo for coming on here and being a part of the greatest call-in show in the history of poker call-in shows. Actually, it might be true. We had Andy Stacks, David, Paredes, Jugman. I mean, that guy was a fucking legend from Miami. Big J, Jaman Burton, Bill Perkins, Jean-Robert Valland, my man Wayne Chiang from Levitt the Bike, Mike Matusow, Nemo, Daniel Negreanu, Tom Dwan. Did I say JJ? I think this is JJ. Sean Deeb, Alan Kessler, Matt Berkey, Ryan Depaulo, Nick Vertucci. Well, that's not a bad list. Not a bad day. If only we would have got G-Man, that would have been the perfect guest day. Ay. What'd you guys think, guys? We did a good show. Did you guys have fun? Did you enjoy all the guests? Enjoy all the comments? Jersey Joe. Oh yeah, JJ. Jersey Joe. Yeah. So I don't know when I guess if we have more going on sometime soon, then I'll come back and stream. But probably post another clip tomorrow, and then I'm always on Twitter and I'm always on Instagram. If you guys don't follow me on Twitter, you're basically missing out. It's where I spend all my time, and I have a pretty interesting Twitter, I feel like. So if you guys want to follow me on there, check it out. And then I post a lot of stuff on IG as well too. Someone said Deeb and Kessler. I think the great thing about the guests is everybody's different. So everybody, they come off in their own way, and I think it's a lot of fun. Adam says Doug Polk has a conflict of interest since he owns a competing stream. He wants Hustler's reputation tainted. Adam says with the donation. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. I think that he has a lot of respect for companies that are doing things the right way and that are trying to do a good thing for the community. And I think he's completely reasonable with his take on what he's suggesting out of Hustler. I mean, we requested the same thing maybe from Stones Live where they stopped putting on the game. So I think it's a pretty common thing or a normal thing to ask about. AR Jeff says, to make content about or to point out about, right? Like, he's also, before he owned a card room, this is what he was doing, was making content and handling situations like this. So he's in a position now that he's never been in before, where now he's owning a competing gameplay operator. So before, if he was to criticize a gameplay operator, it was fine. But now, because he owns the lodge, if he says the same exact things he would have said in the past bunch of years, it's easy for other people to say, oh, you're just doing that because it's a competitor, when I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think that if this was a scandal that happened in any casino, he would talk about it. And any casino theoretically is a competitor, so you might say that's true, but I don't know exactly if he's got to figure out how to handle that better or how to handle it differently, or if he can just do whatever the fuck he wants to do. So 99 from Phoenix Sports Fans, you should do a regular call-in show. This is beyond entertaining. I think my gift might be to host a call-in show. I'm pretty good at it. Probably because I'm comfortable talking to anybody and whatever. Plus, people talk and stuff. It makes me happy. Let's see. I thought you said Rip was a bank robber. Oh my God, what is this guy talking about? Rip is a bull rider. Oh my God. C, $500 from Venmo. Andy, a woman willingly gave someone $120,000, not against her will, not forced, and you're demanding gives the money back to her. Come on, chat, you're reaching hard. They clearly didn't do any investigation, mate. Grill him hard. Yeah, what do you guys think about doing the investigation thing? I mean, basically, right? It sounds like they want me to. Who the fuck is that? Yeah, what do you guys think about that investigation going out there? I mean, they didn't really make me an offer, so if you just say, "Oh, you're gonna come out there," I mean, there's no offer. Like, how much do you pay for the job? What do you want somebody to do? What do you know what I mean? I guess he kind of sent me a text over, so I got to think about that. But I don't know. I guess I got to know a little more about what it does. But whatever it is, it wouldn't be necessarily something that I'm good at. So if I'm gonna go spend my time out there, and it just doesn't seem like it's good to be involved in these kind of things. I mean, you think about it, makes a good tweet when you think about it, but with this specific kind of instance, you're sort of in between two sides, and you don't really have control over each side. So I don't think that it just doesn't seem really worth it to put yourself in that situation and open yourself up for whatever might come from I guess, taking on that sort of thing, even though you could go like an investigative route as well and do more investigative stuff like that. But I think you want to pick your spots in the companies that you work with in that area. And I prefer to be at brands that I know and trust. I don't know Hustler Casino, so I don't know anything about these guys. So, you know, yeah, you could gamble and go work there and do that, but I don't necessarily need to do that or have to do that. So it doesn't sound like the job pays as well. So they basically just want you to come out there and give your resources and time to it, right? Which is understandable. He's saying, you know, oh, I want you involved for, like, you know, community's sake, and, you know, really, he doesn't necessarily need me to do anything. You can find other people to do this stuff too, but it's kind of like a good move to have someone like me or Berkey or Doug Polk or anybody with a reputation to have there and co-sign for your operation as trustworthy or whatever, reputable. But I don't know that that's the case once I go away. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're basically putting your stamp of approval on this. You have no control over what that environment is in the future. So it just doesn't seem worth it in that regard. V says you misunderstand completely, Joey. Well, why don't you explain it to me, V? Jack said you're the one saying you want to do it, and he's offering. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the offer is. I don't know. He's offering. He is saying offering, right? But there really isn't an offer. Say come out there and go do it. Alfie says, I think you're misunderstanding the offer. I think you just said you can check the transparency, or if you are looking for something specific, you can see it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I disagree. I don't agree with you guys. So, did you see Garrett left a comment in the chat earlier? That's a fake Garrett account. See you later, DQ. Take it easy, DQ. Yeah, it's like vouching for CoinFlex and they turn out to be a scam. That's pretty much exactly what it is, right? Like, you go down there and you put your connection to a company, and then the company ends up being a foog. So, and I think a lot of poker companies, the reason I don't work with a lot of them often is that there's just so much risk of, you know, whatever happens. AR Jeff says the assumption that Poppy goes back into hibernation mode for 9 weeks in a week or so. Yeah, probably. Probably. Someone says, check Deeb's tweet. The 4 and the 6 of hearts were swapped just 10 minutes before the big hand. Coincidence? Probably. Probably not. This guy said, for the sake of conspiracy, if the 6 of clubs, the absolute money card for Garrett, as the Jack of clubs accounted for, and the 4 of hearts, the card Robbi actually held, were swapped and not accurately detected by our feed-based cheating mechanism, perhaps something thought that she was holding Jack 6 of clubs. Jack 6 of clubs is 30-72% versus 8-7 of clubs. Without card removal, combine this with a potentially slightly signaling device in the pants. This is at very least a fun discovery and a bizarre coincidence at the least. Crime scene to courtroom. Thank you, Spicy Poppy. Love the streams. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Someone said she confessed at 316. This guy keeps saying that, so out of respect for you, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna look for it. But something tells me that.
And there's a chance.
He doesn't deserve a dime.
What do you mean, give you
That's the thing that it doesn't make sense.
He's upset. Let him have it.
But I don't being upset doesn't justify you having to, like, give him the money back.
Like, still not happy. It's
like,
my guess.
Straight up.
It's really absurd.
He's like an ex-wife. He's never happy. They just take.
But
You know?
if they didn't go after the bottom man, the guarantee, like, the agreement he had is that he's going to come back down and take a chill, take a breather. He lost the
I'll see you later,
big
Larky.
he got it back.
Take care, guys. Yeah, I'm listening to something. I don't know what they're saying in here, though.
But he did it because
Yeah, Big Bad Boris says Joey goes down there, doesn't find anything. We have another scandal. Joey put on blast for not finding anything. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a risk. Do you have commitment issues, Joey? I mean, I'm committed to myself and what I'm doing. But to commit to... It's just poker world, bro. I can't even take advice on this thing from a lot of people because no one knows what the fuck they're talking about this thing. because few people have been in the poker world and really working with these people for a long time. So once you do, then you'll see where I'm coming from more.
I'm not happy. That's my guess.
Straight up. It's really absurd.
He's like an ex-wife. Never happy. They just take.
But
You know?
if Jacob didn't go after the bottom man, the guarantee, like the agreement we had is that he's gonna come back down and take a chill, take a breather. He lost a big pot. He got it back.
He's 100 and
Take a
it's
breather,
400
just
people.
shut up. Okay? But he did it because then.
Why am I upset?
Totally fine. I mean, like,
Why would that make me so upset?
now they know. Now they know, Sammy.
Heads up.
If you continue to give her publicity, she's winning. Happy to give Robbi publicity. I don't mind at all. If anyone deserves it, it's Robbi. So. I feel like we covered everything today, guys. How long are we in this thing? Let's see. We got a few people watching still. 3,500. Thanks, y'all, for tuning in. Why are you guys still watching? What are you guys waiting for? What are you guys all waiting to see around here? Now they know. Jay says now they know that that he's as a piece of you. Yeah, I don't really know what that means, guys. How do you not react to this?
Now they know, Sammy. Fine. I mean, like,
Why am I upset?
totally fine. I mean, like,
Why would that make me so upset?
now they know. Now they know, Sammy.
Heads up. $2,000.
I don't know. People posted that clip a lot. I don't really know much about what it means. Jack says, I can explain. Now they know. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't think this stuff really matters, honestly. You know, it doesn't matter at all, really. It might matter in the one scheme of things if you got like a billion other pieces, but, you know, I don't think it matters that much, guys. Jay said, show the clip I just tagged you, and I'm not sure which clip that is, man. Where'd you tag me at? Which one? D. Velasquez with the 199 says, I am waiting for you to show your feet. Well, you're going to be waiting a long time, so I'm not going to show you my feet. Why do I get the feeling Joey made a prop bet to do another 12-hour stream? He was dying 30 minutes ago. No, I'm just talking to people. So...
Hey, so I just want to explain to everybody.
I think I'm just going to watch the Phil Ivey interview one more time, and then I'm going to go to sleep.
So what, you want to hear my take on the hand? Here's what I think. I think if you notice in the middle of the hand, she asked, can you beat a 3, right? So what I think is that she thought she had Jack 3. She misread her hand, and then like she didn't want to say she misread her hand because she's at a poker table. You know, that's I think is the best, most reasonable explanation for what happened.
She called the flop because she had the jack of clubs on a 9, 10, 10 board. Give her a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and she thought she banged a 3 on the turn. I'm pretty like that's Occam's razor. And then she makes like a pretty strong call with what she thinks is bottom pair. It turns out she doesn't have bottom pair, but it happens to be good. And you know, to me, that's what makes sense.
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, it
She
could be
can play with
wrong,
me any
obviously,
day.
but that's what I think.
Yeah, she can play with me any day.
Thank you, Eric and Phil Ivey.
All right, guys, I'm going to get the fuck out of here. See you guys later. Make sure you smash the like button on YouTube as well. Everybody watching on Twitch, thank you very much. Everybody watching on YouTube, thank you very much. And yeah, I'll be back soon. Long stream. If you missed it, hopefully we have make some timestamps. We had a bunch of guests on. Andy Stacks Poker was the first guest played in the show. Yeah, we had a lot of people on. You guys see the list at the bottom there. Negreanu, Tom Dwan was on. Berkey, Vertucci, Depaulo, Chiang, Matusow, Nemo, JRB, Perkins, Big J, Kessler, all these guys. So Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll get at least one. I won't leave you hanging. I'll at least say, it's probably my last stream, long investigation stream about this specific topic before I do stop it. So, but yeah, guys, I enjoyed very much. Thank you guys very much. All of you guys on YouTube, all the donations, anyone subscribed to the channel. Appreciate you guys very much. And like I said, I basically just post mainly on Twitter. So if you guys want to follow me more, interact with me on Twitter. I try to read everything, and I'm getting a lot of comments and stuff now, but that's basically where I spend the most time at. So, but yeah, I think this was an epic stream, full show. A lot of sick guests, a lot of great times, ups and downs, emotional journey all around the world, and watching some great poker, having some fun. And yeah, appreciate it. Keisha, Greg, Brad Nesser, Eugene, Joe Sosa, Kyle Anderson, DJ Defiant, William Reynolds, David Williams was a legend, best guest. Let's see that. Ben Jensen. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Never mind. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you guys soon. I'm going to host someone on Twitch, but I'm going to end my YouTube. So, peace out, YouTube. Take care, GG. See you guys soon.